Chapter 1. Global Evolution. In the bustling metropolis, the clock struck 9 in the evening at a subway exit in the Dongpu district that a young man, standing approximately 176 centimeters tall, emerged from the throngs of commuters. With a standard oval face and strikingly handsome features, he resembled a fresh-faced university freshman that a gentle evening breeze tousled his hair, revealing a high forehead and innocent, large eyes. His countenance radiated a purity and naivety that seemed out of place in the adult world. Passers-by, unaccustomed to encountering such a strikingly handsome young man, turned to steal glances. Suddenly, a jarring melody pierced the tranquil night. Indulge and slowly ascend. Dreaming softly beneath the covers, the latest popular tune filled the air. Mo Fan pressed the answer button on his phone. "What's up, Dad?" "Just got off work," he replied. A robust voice resonated from the other end. "Son, there's something peculiar with the pigs we've been raising at home. They're growing at an alarming rate." Mo Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Isn't that a good thing?" His father, in his 30s, had spent several years as an assistant at a pig farm before taking out loans and borrowing from friends to establish his own breeding facility. Initially, it thrived, even earning a feature in the local agricultural prosperity report, a source of immense pride for him. However, a few years back, an outbreak of swine fever devastated his business. Though the government provided some compensation, it was merely a temporary relief, insufficient to cover the losses that left him in tears for days. Eventually, after the outbreak subsided, he resumed pig farming, albeit on a modest scale with a strict rule. The pigs were solely for sale, never for consumption. "It's not just that. The bristles are growing excessively long. They're almost as long as my hair," his father emphasized. Mo Fan, recalling his father's hairstyle from his last visit, could only picture a middle-aged man with a balding Mediterranean hairstyle. He felt a smirk creeping onto his face. "Don't worry, Dad. The length of the bristles is quite normal. Besides, isn't there a breed of long-haired pigs? A little mutation isn't out of the question." His father, pondering the possibility of genetic mutation, gradually calmed down, relieved that the pigs were fine. He promptly ended the call. The only college student in the family, Mo Fan was greatly trusted, and his family often sought his opinion on significant matters. Listening to the dial tone, he couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. "After working late, you don't even offer a word of comfort? It seems your only concern is for your pigs." He felt an unexpected sense of worthlessness. However, a playful smirk formed on his lips as he murmured to himself, "If you lack compassion, don't expect loyalty in return." With a quick motion, he accidentally sent the location of his father's hidden savings to his mother, then continued on his way to his rented apartment in high spirits. In Han City, at a pig farm, a middle-aged man in his 40s tossed his hair, which he had been growing for over 6 months. With a flamboyant flair, he gazed affectionately at the pigs in their pens, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity that awaited him. After some time, humming an unknown tune, he strolled towards the exit, contemplating dinner. He knew his wife would scold him if he was late. As he passed by the pigs, he failed to notice that their bristles were subtly rising and swaying in the air, some reaching lengths of about 20 centimeters, and others even 30 centimeters, floating gracefully, resembling tiny hands waving in the breeze. In the metropolis, Mo Fan shook his head and arrived at his rented apartment, pulling out his access card to unlock the door. Upon entering, he surveyed the room, which was neat and tidy. There was a bed and desk, a computer he had bought when he first entered university, and a refrigerator he used as a storage cabinet. No need to ask why it wasn't plugged in. The answer was simple. He couldn't afford it. The apartment came equipped with a restroom and a small kitchenette, alongside a petite balcony. This compact studio, approximately 20 square meters, cost Mo Fan 3,000 yuan each month. Though small, it was fully functional. Mo Fan was a fourth-year student at an ordinary university, majoring in the arts, and was on the brink of graduation. Unlike his peers, who began to feel anxious as graduation approached, he had been fretting since his sophomore year. In his junior year, he learned about a school enterprise collaboration program from a senior, focusing on UI design. After a cursory exploration, he eagerly enrolled, despite the steep tuition fees exceeding 20,000 yuan, which his father readily paid. However, once he began, he sensed something was amiss. He felt somewhat deceived. His class comprised only 5 students, 2 of whom were his former roommates, making up 3/5 of the class. As he had anticipated, during the months of training, They only learned some basic software and simple graphic layout, concluding with a pitiful 7 days of UI knowledge, an utter disappointment. Fortunately, the collaborating companies were somewhat benevolent, providing internal recommendations. Coupled with his artistic foundation from his art examination days and Mo Fan's intrinsic abilities, he managed to secure a position at a game company. Upon entering his apartment, Mo Fan casually tossed his access card onto the small table and closed the door behind him. He retrieved a small electric cooker from the cabinet, preparing to make instant noodles. Though he had eaten dinner, working late into the night inevitably left him hungry again. Such was life in a game company. Once the noodles were ready, he sat on a small hanging chair at the table, propping his phone on a stand, ready to enjoy his meal while scrolling through the news. As he twirled a generous portion of noodles with his chopsticks and brought them to his mouth, he savored the moment, his eyes squinting in delight. After a few bites, he glanced at his phone's screen. The first headline read, "A popular male singer announced, 'Yes, we have a child.'" He swiftly scrolled past it. With a slurp, he continued. The second entry was a video showcasing villagers in the Qinling area living harmoniously with golden monkeys. Another slurp followed. Beneath the video, a comment read, "Amay mountain monkeys. Do not spread rumors. Do not believe in rumors." With a sudden burst of laughter, Mo Fan nearly spewed his noodles. After a moment, he regained his composure, recalling a video he had previously seen of Amay mountain monkeys stealing tourists' backpacks, muttering to himself, "How fitting." He paused his slurping, replaying the video of the golden monkeys, exclaiming, "Truly a national treasure." Upon closer inspection, he noticed one of the monkeys in the footage had a coat that gleamed with a golden hue, and its eyes seemed unusual, fiery and radiant. A flashlight. Mo Fan sensed something was off. He rewound the video to focus on the peculiar monkey, and upon closer examination, he confirmed its eyes were indeed strange, emitting a faint glow. After studying the scene for a while, Mo Fan recalled a color perception test he had done during his art studies that involved showing an image to students to count the number of colors they could perceive. Most could only see 2, while those with exceptional color sensitivity could identify 3. This was a measure of one's innate talent for colored that time. Mo Fan had been identified as having superior color perception, but surprisingly, he could see 4 colors. When he asked his teacher about it, she dismissed his claim, insisting he must have misinterpreted the colors. Yet, Mo Fan was certain he wasn't constantly seeing things incorrectly. He conducted experiments for over a week, confirming his vision was intact, but when he shared this with others, no one believed him, leaving it unresolved that these thoughts crossed his mind. Mo Fan returned to his senses, murmuring, "Is it beginning again?" He shook his head, tidied up the remnants of dinner, and after a casual wash, retired to bed. As time passed, Mo Fan drifted into slumber, and the entire city of magic gradually descended into tranquility. The night deepened, with the moonlight casting a silvery glow upon the ground. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, carrying whispers that seemed to entwine endlessly, accompanied by the faint chirping of insects and a delicate floral fragrance. The trees swayed gently, their leaves rustling softly. Beneath the night sky lay an ethereal scene of serene beauty. Suddenly, from an unknown origin, an indistinguishable mist began to rise from the earth, appearing as if it were conjured from thin air, or perhaps falling like boundless waters. From the heavens, gradually, under its influence, all living beings began to evolve, awakening their intelligence and expanding their forms. They far exceeded their previous limits, with some exceptional individuals undergoing earth-shattering transformations. Certain grass-like plants absorbed copious amounts of mist, evolving into woody forms, growing into towering trees adorned with peculiar fruits that radiated a spectrum of light and exuded an irresistible aroma. Some plants that were already woody exhibited even more astonishing growth, reaching heights of hundreds of meters. Their canopies blotted out the sky. Their trunks gleamed with a metallic luster. Moreover, colossal vines entwined around skyscrapers, growing frantically for thousands of meters, stretching towards the heavens, only to encounter an unknown obstruction, forcing them to spread outwards. Countless startled residents awoke to the commotion, desperate to flee, only to be crushed alongside their homes. At this moment, the animals began to transform as well. In areas buried beneath rubble and vegetation, a force of otherworldly power tore through, liberating a variety of creatures that broke free from their former constraints and evolved. In the east, a black and white canine suddenly swelled in size, breaking free from the vines that ensnared it, ultimately reaching a formidable 40 meters. The giant dog emanated a silver glow, and with each breath, it seemed to channel the moonlight through its mouth and nostrils, exuding an air of majesty. It let out a thunderous howl. With ferocity, it bit and clawed at the encroaching vines, shredding them to pieces. Its claws were razor-sharp. In the south, a colossal crimson bird ignited in flames, waves of heat emanating from it, incinerating the southern vines to ashes. With a final resounding cry, it unfurled its massive fiery wings and soared into the sky, racing with unparalleled grace. In the west, before a towering building, a massive black ape pounded its chest, letting out a piercing roar. It reached down with one hand, seizing a large clump of humans, devouring them whole, blood gushing forth, its face a grotesque blend of savagery and satisfaction that sent chills. Down the spine. In the north, a gigantic python coiled into a small mountain, its gaze piercing, its head proudly held high, as if heralding the omen of transformation into a dragon. This was but a glimpse of the city of magic. Across the globe, countless plants and animals were succumbing to evolution and mutation, ruthlessly hunting prey and trampling upon the former rulers of the world. Time passed, and perhaps out of pity from the heavens, humanity's evolution finally began. Their bodies gradually strengthened, and the dormant talents within them began to show signs of awakening. Yet, by this time, the mist had become exceedingly sparse, seemingly insufficient to support humanity's full evolution. Thus, tragedy ensued. Compared to their former selves, they were indeed more robust, healthier. They could even live for a century. However, relative to the monumental transformations of the flora and fauna, this slight evolution held little significance. They appeared to have fallen from their former status as the dominant species to the lowest tier of existence, and evolution merely rendered them more palatable. Of course, there were always a few exceptional individuals gifted with extraordinary talents. All things possessed duality. Under the influence of the mist, evolution bore both victors and vanquished. The successful shattered the shackles of life, ascending to new heights, while the failures lost their minds, becoming slaves to their cells, driven solely by their bloodthirsty instincts. Chapter 2. The Gifted One. In the enchanted city, the brilliant sunlight illuminated the lush, towering forest, filtering through the branches and casting its glow upon the remnants of a certain apartment complex. Suddenly, a slight tremor coursed through the ruins, followed by 2, 3, and countless more, until, at one pivotal moment, it seemed that a supporting structure had been compromised. A stone slab collapsed, revealing a small opening through which a disheveled figure emerged, retreating from the aperture. However, sensing an anomaly, he crawled back, seeking refuge to seal the entrance, before succumbing to slumber once more. Time passed, and eventually, Mo Fan slowly opened his eyes, struggling to prop himself against the small opening he had created. Reflecting on the tumultuous events of the previous night, a profound sense of having survived a cataclysm washed over him. Like the majority of the residents, Mo Fan had been roused from his dreams by the unsettling disturbances of the night, only to discover that countless misty tendrils were racing into his body, while his cells, as if starved for millennia, voraciously devoured the ethereal substance. Particularly around his eyes, where the mist was most concentrated, a wave of indescribable pleasure enveloped him. Reminiscent of an unending torrent of water, his eyelids fluttered in blissful surrender. Ultimately, as the mist continued to flood his being, Mo Fan's body trembled, and a wave of languor overcame him, causing the influx of mist to gradually cease. Recalling this, a faint blush crept across Mo Fan's cheeks. The sheer ecstasy of the experience rendered him somewhat tongue-tied. When the extraordinary phenomena subsided, he cautiously reopened his eyes, only to find that the world before him appeared radically transformed. From his perspective, an ethereal interface reminiscent of a video game hovered above every object in sight, displaying intriguing textual information, creating an astonishing spectacle. Mo Fan's gaze settled upon one particular screen, revealing the analytical description of an item. As his eyes scanned the room, the information panels for each object materialized as if summoned by his curiosity, just as he intended to delve deeper into the nature of his newfound abilities. The entire apartment building suddenly began to tremble violently, emitting ominous cracking sounds as the walls bore witness to emerging fissures. A jolt of alarm surged through Mo Fan, instinctively directing his attention to the wall, where a textual display materialized midair, stating, "A composite of steel and concrete, remarkably resilient, yet succumbing to an irresistible force, gradually disintegrating." At that moment, there was no time for contemplation, as the ground beneath him gave way, and he began to plummet, residing on the 7th floor. A fall from such heights would surely spell doom for Mo Fan, yet the building did not collapse in an instant. Instead, it fractured gradually, providing a semblance of cushioning as he descended. Mo Fan had only fallen down one level, and coupled with the fact that he had just undergone a transformation, his physique was no longer that of an ordinary person. Thus, he had not sustained significant injuries. Supporting himself with both hands on the ground, Mo Fan stood up and surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, cries of horror and exclamations began to echo throughout the apartment. The other residents were in distress. Some had been struck on the head by falling debris, blood gushing forth, while others had fallen into pits, their lives hanging by a thread. There were even peculiar individuals, seemingly rendered unconscious by the rubble, lying motionless on the ground with their eyes wide open. The scene was utterly harrowing. Mo Fan averted his gaze, uncertain whether the other residents had evolved abilities like his own, or if they could escape. However, his own survival took precedence, and he had little time to concern himself with others. Observing the chaotic environment, his mind raced with thoughts. Clearly, escaping was no longer a realistic option. All paths leading down had collapsed, leaving him with no choice but to seek a safe haven to evade the dangers of falling debris. However, the apartment was in disarray, with crises emerging one after another and panicked crowds constantly obstructing his search for safety, leaving Mo Fan pale and anxious. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the shimmering light screens hovering in midair, prompting him to slap himself in realization. How could he have forgotten about his golden opportunity? It was understandable, as not long ago he had been a naive and ordinary intern, and to not be completely paralyzed by shock in the face of such a disaster was already commendable. Focusing intently on the light screens above, inspiration struck him, and he swiftly sprang into action. Guided by the information displayed, he deftly evaded one peril after another, ultimately arriving at a triangular attic designed as a stress relief room for residents. Inside were numerous props intended for relaxation, of all shapes and sizes. But they shared a common trait. They were all remarkably soft, yet sturdy. Mo Fan's eyes lit up, disregarding the fact that the door was unlocked. He launched himself into the air and kicked it open with a resounding bang. He entered the stress relief room, and upon seeing the plush couches, large stuffed toys, and various stress relief gadgets, he felt a surge of elation. He quickly began to stack the toys around him as per the instructions on the light screens. Before long, a gigantic hamburger emerged in the room, and Mo Fan had curled up in the spot where the meat patty should have been, effectively sealing himself inside the plush creation, completely insulated from the chaos outside. At that moment, the stress relief room began to creak ominously, clearly nearing its breaking point. Listening to the commotion outside, Mo Fan clasped his hands around his head, silently praying. With a resounding crack, the stress relief room finally succumbed to the strain, shattering as it plummeted to the floor, followed by a thunderous crash. With the heavy impact, Mo Fan was also knocked unconscious. When Mo Fan regained consciousness, clenching his teeth, he dragged his weary and aching body from the sanctuary of relief he had sought the previous night. Struggling to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find that the environment was no longer the familiar skyline of towering buildings. Instead, it resembled a colossal ancient forest, replete with towering trees that seemed to reach heights of nearly 100 meters and boasted girths of several meters. Massive vines, with diameters of 2 to 3 meters, sprawled in every direction, while even the feeblest of wild grasses had surged to shoulder height. The underbrush was alive with the strange sounds of eerie insect calls and the low growls of unidentified creatures. Everything felt both familiar and foreign. His gaze flickered as he began to analyze the information before him. Human corpses, deceased from high falls, had lost all signs of life. Human corpses, injured by falling rocks, had also succumbed to the same fate. A human corpse, now a desiccated husk, was ensnared by vines that had drained its vitality. The ruins were littered with bodies that had perished for various reasons, and he even recognized a neighbor from the apartment whom he had greeted in passing. A tremor coursed through him, a mix of fear and relief, but predominantly a gnawing unease. He let out a low growl of frustration, questioning the bizarre turn of events. This was not how his day was supposed to unfold. He should have been heading to work, lively and spirited, with his small bag slung over his shoulder. Instead, he was confronted by a landscape strewn with corpses, enveloped in a sense of dread for both his own safety and that of his family. The abruptness of it all was overwhelming. His emotions began to unravel as he worried about his loved ones back in Seoul. He had survived by sheer luck, having completed his evolution and acquired the talent of analysis, while the multitude of corpses around him indicated that those who had evolved were but a rare few. Otherwise, he would not be the sole survivor of the entire apartment complex. Particularly alarming were the bodies that bore the marks of unknown creatures, suggesting that other beings had also undergone evolution, and they would only grow stronger. Otherwise, they could not prey upon humans. This world had irrevocably changed. Images of his family and soul flooded his mind. His father, his mother, his younger sister. His body trembled once more, but he reassured himself, insisting that they would be safe. After a moment of psychological self-encouragement, he gradually regained his composure. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Their home in Seoul lacked skyscrapers. They resided in a modest house with an asbestos roof at a farming facility. The collapse of buildings due to unknown causes should have minimal impact on them. As long as they were cautious and avoided the man-eating monsters, they should be able to survive. They would indeed. With renewed determination, he steadied himself. However, as he surveyed the surroundings once more, his complexion drained of color. At some point, within the ruins of the apartment, grotesque, dog-sized insectoid creatures had appeared, their terrifying visages sending a jolt of fear through him. They bore massive, serrated mandibles at their mouths, topped with a pair of crimson compound eyes that glowed ominously. 6 segmented limbs, resembling short spears, were deeply embedded in the ground, appearing extraordinarily sharp. At that moment, they were voraciously devouring the corpses of the apartment's residents, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, grotesquely mutilated by their colossal jaws, creating a scene of unimaginable horror. Witnessing this, Mo Fan's stomach churned violently, and he could no longer contain himself. He retched violently, collapsing to one knee as he gasped for breath. Unbeknownst to him, the sound he produced had attracted the attention of one of the monstrous insects, which began to move its limbs slowly toward Mo Fan, seemingly regarding him as prey. After emptying the contents of his stomach, Mo Fan gritted his teeth and stood up, surveying his surroundings. It was then that he finally comprehended his dire situation. Despite the nausea induced by the gruesome scene, a cursory glance revealed that there were at least 20 of these monstrous insects in the apartment ruins. Not counting those that were concealed, a wave of dread washed over him, but he felt a flicker of relief at the thought of his innate abilities. At that moment, Mo Fan's gaze was suddenly drawn to the approaching insect creature. He focused intently. This failed evolutionary aberration of an insect was disoriented, driven by instinct, and could only incessantly consume everything within its sight. It seemed to have found a new quarry. His heart leaped at the realization that he had not been detected for so long. Perhaps it was a sightless hunter. Disregarding whether he was the intended prey, he swiftly removed his shoes, clutching them in his hands, and cautiously made his way away from the danger. After traversing nearly a kilometer, he halted when the ominous glow of danger faded from his view. Peering back at his original spot, he observed that the insect creature had reached the area where he had vomited, yet it failed to recognize its quarry. It appeared somewhat deranged, its 6 razor-sharp limbs frantically stabbing at the pile of vomit. Dust billowed into the air, with a series of splattering sounds. The hard ground was punctuated by 6 holes the size of bottle caps. Mo Fan, witnessing this, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He quickly donned his shoes, confirmed a safe direction, and sprinted away without looking back. Mo Fan was confident that with his talent for deciphering the unknown, he could evade various dangers and strive to survive. However, his immediate priority was to find a map to return home and ascertain the safety of his loved ones. Chapter 3. An unexpected encounter in the forest. In the perilous expanse of the colossal forest, a disheveled figure wandered aimlessly. It was none other than Mo Fan, who had recently departed from the apartment ruins. Cursed be this place, for it had transformed entirely from what he once knew. Mo Fan gazed at the seemingly endless giant woods before him, his mind fraught with anxiety, feeling as though he had lost his way. After the mutation, Various plants have evolved to an extraordinary size, drastically altering the terrain, leaving roads and iconic structures reduced to mere remnants, nearly indistinguishable. Upon departing from the apartment ruins, Mo Fan relied on his innate talents to navigate through the colossal forest. Although he faced constant peril, his analytical abilities allowed him to deftly evade danger. As for investigating the unknown creatures, Mo Fan had no intention of doing so, not out of cowardice, but simply because it was unnecessary. At this juncture, approximately 4 to 5 hours had elapsed since Mo Fan left the apartment ruins. His body and mind were utterly fatigued, and his stomach had begun to protest, emitting loud grumbling sounds. He decided it was best to satiate his hunger first. Mo Fan came to a halt, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he meticulously examined the analytical information. He was on a quest to find sustenance nearby. Though the city had devolved into a sanctuary for flora and fauna, and numerous structures lay in ruin, Mo Fan held faith in the enduring nature of plastic packaging. Perhaps still within the urban area, he soon discovered an array of food, caked in dirt, buried amidst the debris, likely left behind by individuals who preferred the comforts of home. Although they appeared somewhat unclean, the protective barrier of the plastic ensured they were safe for consumption. Truly, plastic packaging is a perennial savior. Mo Fan continued his exploration and stumbled upon a small house that had partially collapsed but remained standing. This quaint dwelling was ensnared by a mass of vines and unknown vegetation, presenting a bizarre and somewhat eerie appearance, remarkably concealed. Had it not been for Mo Fan's analytical gift, he might have overlooked it. He vigorously pushed aside the vines to create a small opening and cautiously peered inside, confirming the absence of danger before swiftly entering. Once inside, he obscured the entrance with the vines and settled onto the ground. He tore into a loaf of bread, devouring it with great zeal, as his hunger was insatiable. After satisfying his appetite, Mo Fan began to observe the environment of the small house. He noted that some of the steel reinforcements had intricately fused with the plants, resulting in an exceptionally sturdy structure, indeed, a veritable vine house. It was no wonder that it had withstood the transformations without collapsing. Enlightened by this realization, he expressed his awe. Subsequently, Mo Fan found a burlap sack within the vine house and stored the remaining food for future provisions. He could not guarantee the availability of sustenance at all times, especially in uncharted territories untouched by human presence. Once he had organized his supplies, Mo Fan stood and pushed aside the small opening to peek outside. The sky had begun to darken, and the mutated forest resounded with unfamiliar roars, accompanied by ominous sounds of gnawing. A chill ran down his spine, and though he could not see the scene, Mo Fan understood that the mutated forest was even more perilous by night. Confronted with the apocalyptic sights beyond the walls, Mo Fan resolved to wait until dawn to seek maps and resources, not out of fear, but because venturing forth in danger was unwise. He began to transport the rubble and debris within the dwelling, utilizing it to seal several small holes in the walls. Although the vine-covered house offered a degree of concealment, it was insufficient. He needed to enhance it for greater safety. Mo Fan did not wish for some monstrous creature to intrude upon him while he slept, as it had during the day, potentially leaving him with unwelcome holes in his head. After toiling for over an hour, Mo Fan once more examined the structural integrity of the vine house, mending a few overlooked apertures before he allowed himself to rest. Following the upheaval, he had faced an onslaught of stimuli within a mere day, leaving him both mentally and physically exhausted. Amidst a chorus of peculiar sounds, he gradually slipped into a state of half-sleep, fully aware that he could not afford to succumb entirely. Vigilance was paramount. As night deepened, the dawn of the following day arrived. Inside the vine house, Mo Fan rubbed his slightly blurred eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, performing a quick roll to stand up. Though he had yet to fully awaken, his senses were sharply attuned. Once he regained his composure, he moved aside a stone that had been blocking a small hole and peered cautiously outside, finding no signs of danger. Safe. Retracting his head, Mo Fan retrieved a packet of instant noodles and the remaining bottle of mineral water from his burlap sack, commencing his breakfast. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he began to carefully remove the stones that had obstructed the entrance the previous day, each movement deliberate and quiet. Once the door was clear, he organized his burlap sack, slinging it over his shoulder while gripping a small steel rebar he had discovered the night before, cautiously stepping outside. Before him lay an expansive jungle, and after a moment of contemplation, He decided to orient himself by the sun, opting to head eastward while it was still early. He vaguely recalled that the road towards the Eastern Sports Center was lined with numerous supermarkets and a few large shopping malls, where he could procure a map and replenish his supplies. Thus, Mo Fan activated his innate ability to analyze, which functioned continuously without interruption. Why was it always active? Apologies. But Mo Fan had discovered upon awakening that his analytical talent was passive. Anything within his line of sight could be constantly analyzed. To see was to analyze. This was his conclusion. On the forest path, Mo Fan casually avoided a few monstrous insects, his expression gradually turning grave. He realized that he had encountered surprisingly few corpses along the way, particularly those of humans who had perished during the upheaval. Not a single one was in sight. Not even remnants. Had they all been consumed by countless monsters overnight? Or had they merely served as fertilizer for the trees? A shiver ran down his spine as he pondered this, and he felt an increasing sense of dread emanating from the forest. Surely, once the dead were consumed, the living would be next? Mo Fan murmured to himself, instinctively tightening his grip on the rebar as he pressed onward. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sudden roar erupted ahead, followed by the sound of numerous trees being violently uprooted and crashing down. Soon, Mo Fan's gaze fell upon a large, rotund creature. Rushing towards him at a speed incongruent with his hefty physique was a living soul. Initially, Mo Fan's expression brightened with joy, but it quickly darkened with apprehension as he discerned, from the commotion behind the burly figure, that a significant danger was in pursuit, one that warranted such frantic flight. A seed of doubt sprouted in Mo Fan's mind. Was this rotund individual deliberately luring danger towards him, hoping to use him as a diversion for his own escape? At that moment, the portly figure, having spotted Mo Fan frozen in place, cried out in desperation, as if he had stumbled upon a lifeline. "Hey, brother, help! There's a giant goat behind me." He hastened towards Mo Fan, his speed increasing with each frantic step. As the rotund man drew nearer, the sounds of the pursuing goat grew increasingly menacing. Mo Fan's demeanor shifted. He slowly withdrew a slender steel rod from his burlap sack, squinting into the distance. It was too late to run. Was it merely a goat? He thought, eager to confront it. After all, it was just a sheep, and he had long yearned to test his evolved strength. In the distance, a colossal tree, towering over 100 meters and requiring several people to encircle it, began to topple. A shadow, at least 3 or 4 stories tall, gradually came into focus. Mo Fan instinctively lowered his head to glance at the steel rod. About a meter long and as thick as his pinky finger, a grimace twitching at the corners of his mouth as his earlier bravado swiftly dissipated. With a steely gaze, he began to assess his surroundings. Running was futile. He would have to seek alternative means. Soon, he noticed patches of mud on the ground, which his analysis revealed to be the excrement of some unknown creature possessing the ability to mask one's scent. This, Mo Fan wrestled with his thoughts. Was he, a young man of dignity, really going to smear himself with excrement to survive? What of his honor? Casting a furtive glance back at the portly figure, he saw that a distinct outline of the threat was emerging, with a massive horn becoming vaguely visible. Mo Fan's expression tightened as he hastily smeared himself with the filth, then crouched low, concealing himself within a dense thicket of grass, leaving only his eyes exposed. Ahead, the plump man, in an instant, noticed that the figure before him had vanished. His speed slackened, only to be replaced by a surge of panic. What just happened? Was that a person or a ghost? How could they disappear so suddenly? The rotund man, increasingly flustered, reflected on the impossibility of encountering a living being since the onset of the strange occurrences the previous day. There was no reason for a person to appear now, especially in such a perilous moment. His face, already pale from the fear of flight, turned even more as he ceased his shouting and focused solely on running. Perhaps driven by the primal instinct for survival, he quickened his pace even further. Seeing the portly man sprinting wildly, his face ashen and tears of terror glistening in his eyes, Mo Fan felt a surge of compassion. He quickly poked his head out, shouting, "Hey, fatty, smear some of that excrement on yourself and hide." Then he retreated, feeling that this was the best help he could offer. The corpulent figure was sprinting for dear life when a sudden shout pierced the air, sending a shiver of terror coursing through him, nearly causing his spirit to flee. Upon regaining his composure, he realized the voice was an urgent warning, prompting him to suppress his fear. Without regard for the filth, he promptly threw himself into the muddy ground, rolling before seeking refuge in a massive thicket, remaining silent. The entire area fell eerily quiet, save for the commotion near the large goat. Accompanied by the crashing of colossal trees and a swirling cloud of dust, the creature gradually made its appearance. Before Mu Fan's eyes stood a beast towering at least 4 stories high, resembling a goat in form. Its visage was fearsome, adorned with a single spiraled horn atop its head, while the area where one would typically find a goat's beard was replaced by a pair of grotesquely curved tusks. Both the horn and the tusks glinted with a deadly sheen, appearing razor-sharp. It paused where the rotund figure had previously rolled, seemingly infuriated at the loss of its prey, snorting and emitting low, furious growls. Could it truly be a goat? Such a thickness of horn. And what of those scythe-like tusks? Mu Fan stood aghast, his face drained of color, forgetting even to check his information. At that moment, the scythe goat began to pound the ground with its hooves, its sickle-like tusks violently slicing through the surrounding trees, scattering wood shavings and raising clouds of dust. It swiftly cleared a vast expanse, as if determined to unearth its plump quarry. Mu Fan watched, his body tense, too fearful to make a sound. Time seemed to stretch as the scythe goat continued its rampage, yet it failed to uncover the hiding place of the corpulent figure. Eventually, it let out a reluctant low growl before retreating. Mu Fan dared not emerge immediately. Instead, he focused intently on the surrounding environment's analysis, confirming it was safe before finally emerging. The corpulent figure, seeing Mu Fan's reappearance, also crawled out. As Mu Fan stood, he instinctively glanced at his analysis information. A plump human, favored by fate since childhood, had undergone a transformation the previous night, resulting in an upgrade of his good fortune and a significant enhancement of his physical constitution. A fortuitous sovereign. Mu Fan was left speechless. The corpulent figure, misinterpreting Mu Fan's gaze as a reprimand for drawing the monster near, adopted a pitiful expression and began to apologize. I'm truly sorry. I was just trying to save myself and had no intention of leading the beast your way. I genuinely regret it, he said, squeezing out a few tears. Mu Fan felt a rush of dread. Had he not discovered the feces capable of masking their scent, the outcome might have been dire for both of them. Therefore, he could not help but exclaim, "You foolish fatso. It's fortunate you ran into me. Had it been anyone else, we both might have met a grim fate." The corpulent figure, aware of his fault, could only lower his head in shame. As Mu Fan continued his tirade, he suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor, contorting his expression in disgust. As he gazed at the filth adorning the two individuals, Mu Fan felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Ignoring the corpulent figure beside him, he spat a few times and began to search for a place to cleanse himself. Chapter 4. Companionship in the City of Demons. In the forest of anomalies, Mu Fan and the stout individual lay beside a large puddle, attempting to rid themselves of the foul odor. Mu Fan had contemplated seeking out a brook or stream, but the multitude of ominous danger alerts in his line of sight deterred him. Thus, he begrudgingly settled for the current situation. Once he had cleaned himself, Mu Fan stood up and noticed that the stout man was still preoccupied with his own cleansing. So he refrained from interrupting him and began to survey the surrounding environment for potential threats. This had become a habit for Mu Fan since the onset of the anomalies. After a considerable time, the stout man finally concluded his cleaning, though the results were far from satisfactory, as a faint stench still lingered about him. Observing Mu Fan wandering nearby, seemingly on guard, he shuffled over. Upon approaching, the stout man stammered, "Thank you, my friend. If it weren't for your warning, I surely would not have escaped this predicament." His expression reflected lingering shock. Mu Fan, having just completed his inspection of the area without identifying significant dangers, turned to the stout man. After his wash, the stout fellow appeared somewhat less grimy, though still within the realm of darkness. He seemed relatively young, comparable in age to Mu Fan, with a simple and earnest appearance, standing approximately 175 centimeters tall. His ample physique made his prior escape swifter than that of a rabbit. All the more remarkable, although Mu Fan still felt a twinge of irritation towards the stout man for attracting the monsters. He could not bring himself to chastise him upon witnessing his naive demeanor. After all, it was the first encounter with another living person in 2 days. Mu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just a small act of kindness. In this post-apocalyptic world, who knows how many of us remain? We are all human. If I do not assist you, whom shall I aid?" The stout man, reminded of his earlier misjudgment in believing Mu Fan to be a specter, offered an embarrassed smile. As their conversation continued, Imofan suddenly recalled the stout man's fortunate talent he had discerned earlier, and his eyes gleamed with curiosity. He feigned interest and inquired, "By the way, did you experience any peculiar changes in your body when the anomalies began? Did you, perchance, develop any superhuman abilities?" Imofan sought to ascertain whether this stout individual was indeed as genuine as he appeared. The stout man scratched his head, reflecting before responding. "I was asleep at the time, half in a dream. I vaguely remember something penetrating my body from the air, initially causing discomfort. But then it transformed into an overwhelming sense of pleasure. I thought I was merely—" As he spoke, the stout man scratched his head, his face suddenly flushing red, unable to articulate the next word. Due to the darkness of his skin, Imofan failed to notice his embarrassment. And then, Imofan pressed for further details. "As I reflect upon my newfound strength and swiftness, a thought crosses my mind. Could this signify the emergence of superhuman abilities?" The robust figure, known as Black Fat, expressed his excitement with a hint of eagerness. After listening to him, Imofan pondered over his own transformation, recalling the experience that was remarkably similar. Albeit he had felt at ease throughout the process, relishing every moment. It appears that Black Fat was indeed truthful. However, his honesty remains to be tested. Imofan continued to contemplate the enhancement of physical prowess, realizing that it seemed to be a universal trait. Yet, Black Fat appeared oblivious to his own fortunate gift. Could it be that his ability was also passive, remaining undiscovered? Imofan couldn't help but harbor doubts. Although his own talent was likewise passive, the multitude of analytical pop-ups within his field of vision made it impossible to overlook, leading to an easy discovery. In contrast, Black Fat's lucky talent was shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, an idea struck Imofan. Black Fat's awakening of a lucky talent seemed to be more enigmatic than his own analytical skills. Moreover, luck is an abstract concept, elusive and indefinable. Having a fortunate individual by one's side could only be advantageous. Thus, he resolved to bring him aboard. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Imofan approached Black Fat, offering a warm smile and a friendly pat on the shoulder. With a cordial demeanor, he inquired, "What is your name, my friend? And how old are you this year?" Black Fat, taken aback by Imofan's sudden warmth, felt a bit flustered but managed to respond with a sheepish grin. "I'm Lin Yunsheng, soon to graduate from university, and I'm 21 this year." Upon hearing this, Imofan mused that Black Fat's name was quite fitting, albeit a departure from his overall appearance. Yet it seemed to align with his fortunate talent. How delightful. We're the same age. Coincidentally, I too am nearing graduation. Imofan exclaimed with genuine joy. His elation was evident. Encountering someone of the same age amidst the apocalypse, particularly a fellow student on the brink of graduation, fostered a sense of camaraderie. "Is that so? How wonderful. What is your name? Are you studying here as well?" Black Fat responded, equally excited. "I am Imofan. My school is not located here," he replied. As their conversation flowed, Imofan, while carrying a small steel bar, led Black Fat eastward, discussing shared interests and common struggles faced by university students, gradually forging a bond between them. In the midst of a colossal jungle, time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, Black Fat became aware of eerie sounds echoing around them, his body inexplicably chilled. Sensing something amiss, he paused, bewildered by the shifting environment. "What is happening here?" he wondered, gazing around in confusion. Imofan, noticing Black Fat's realization, also came to a halt. The landscape they found themselves in was now considerably more open, as they walked along a road overrun with shoulder-high weeds. Surrounding them were dilapidated structures reminiscent of the vine-covered homes Imofan had previously encountered, yet these appeared grotesquely distorted, exuding an unsettling aura. Upon the ground lay scattered white bones, still stained with fresh blood, hinting at their recent demise. Whether human or monstrous, it remained uncertain. In the unseen corners, a chilling sound of gnawing echoed, sending shivers down one's spine, as if one had stumbled into a scene from a horror film. Observing the trembling figure of Black Fat, a faint sense of dread began to creep into Imofan's heart, yet it was swiftly dispelled by a wave of joy. Throughout their journey, Imofan had been fixated on the analytical interface, scarcely encountering any significant peril. Even when they chanced upon a creature or two, Imofan adeptly guided Black Fat away, rendering the encounters trivial. Recalling the harrowing escape from one monster after another the previous day, tears welled in Imofan's eyes. The contrast between today's journey and yesterday's was stark. It was a path of safety beyond compare. With eyes gleaming, Mo Fan gazed at Black Fat, a pang of envy stirring within him at the sheer potency of his companion's luck. Black Fat, already on edge, suddenly felt as though a monster had fixed its gaze upon him. In a panic, he exclaimed, Mo Fan, where are we? Why are there bones everywhere? I can't shake the feeling that something dreadful is about to happen. Observing Black Fat's expression, which resembled that of someone on the verge of tears, Mo Fan offered reassurance. Fear not. We possess extraordinary abilities. What is there to be afraid of? As long as we remain cautious, we should encounter no danger. Besides, it has been a while. Aren't you hungry? He gestured towards the partially collapsed plant-based supermarket not far off. Though Mo Fan spoke with confidence, he understood that their safe passage relied heavily on his analytical talent and Black Fat's extraordinary luck. Had they been ordinary individuals without such gifts, even enhanced physically to the level of world-class athletes, they might have met a grim fate. Despite any suspicions of misleading, Mo Fan trusted that with their dual talents, they would not face severe threats. Even if they did, he was certain they could evade harm. Most importantly, their primary objective remained finding food and water, followed by seeking useful weapons and maps. Their previous supplies had been lost during Black Fat's frantic escape from the scythe-wielding giant sheep, and even if they had not been discarded, they would scarcely suffice for two. Therefore, sustenance was their most pressing need. Everything else was secondary. After Mo Fan's words, Black Fat found some sense in them. After all, they wielded extraordinary powers and had no reason to be so timid, especially since no monsters had yet been sighted. Gradually, he calmed down, his stomach growling in protest from hunger. Thus, after Mo Fan meticulously briefed Black Fat on the necessary precautions, the two crouched low, stealthily weaving through the underbrush toward the supermarket. Before long, they arrived at the vicinity of the store. Mo Fan signaled for Black Fat to halt, his eyes narrowing in concentration. A grocery store, overrun by encroaching vegetation and teetering on the brink of collapse, harbors an abundance of life-sustaining supplies within its walls. Yet, in its shadowy recesses, many unknown entities seem to lurk. Perhaps obscured vision is the reason, as the information gleaned is merely superficial. Mo Fan wore a grave expression, aware that the supermarket contained other ominous presences, currently concealed from view and thus impossible to decipher. A tumult of conflicting thoughts stirred within him, though he and his companion, the stout fellow, possessed extraordinary talents. They were not combat-oriented. A sudden encounter with a monstrous being could spell disaster if caught unprepared. Yet, as he pondered further, Mo Fan recognized the harsh reality. Survival was impossible without resources, and the world was rife with man-eating creatures, akin to a hellscape. To retreat now would only invite future peril. One cannot continuously withdraw, but must adapt to this foreign realm. How else could he rescue his father and others? Gradually, determination blossomed within him, and his gaze grew resolute. He turned to his companion, revealing their talents, the tasks that lay ahead, and the dangers they would encounter. In such a life-and-death scenario, he could no longer conceal the truth from his friend. He did not wish to endanger anyone's life. Initially, the stout fellow was indignant at being kept in the dark about Mo Fan's abilities, but upon learning of the monsters within the supermarket, he became anxious and refused to enter, clinging stubbornly to his position. Despite extensive persuasion, the stout fellow remained unmoved. Frustration crept into Mo Fan's heart. Could such a timid individual truly be considered a companion? What if a battle with monsters arose? Surely, he would be a liability, even with talents. What good would it do? Their acquaintance had barely lasted a day, and Mo Fan suddenly found the prospect of camaraderie rather dull. Very well, stay outside or leave, he said, his voice devoid of inflection. Should he succeed, he had no intention of sharing the gathered supplies. If the stout fellow were to cling obstinately, he should not blame Mo Fan for being unyielding. Gripping the small steel rod tightly, Mo Fan stepped forward into the supermarket, his face an impassive mask. Chapter 5. A terrifying encounter in the supermarket in the heart of the city. The atmosphere was disquieting. At the entrance of the supermarket, a chill crept down Mo Fan's spine. Before the upheaval, he had passed by this very establishment daily on his way to work, though he had never actually shopped there, thus rendering him unfamiliar with its interior. Now, crouched at the threshold, he peered inside, revealing only his head. A rough estimation suggested the supermarket was roughly the size of half a football field, yet it bore an unsettling resemblance to a slaughterhouse. Mo Fan's expression darkened. The danger appeared substantial. The ground and walls of the supermarket were smeared with blood, littered with scattered bones and toppled shelves. Various products lay strewn about chaotically, creating a scene both disorderly and gruesome. The pervasive presence of vegetation, perhaps a consequence of its relentless invasion, added an eerie chill to the air. An oppressive silence enveloped the entire supermarket, devoid of even the faintest sound. Soon, Mo Fan's gaze fixated on the vicinity of the checkout counter. The supermarket was vast, and numerous shelves obscured his line of sight, necessitating a methodical approach. To ensure silence, he removed his jacket, tore it into two halves, and bound them around his shoes, thus preventing any sound while walking. He had no desire to attract any undesirable entities, such as the monstrous insects encountered earlier. Crouching slightly, he gripped a small steel bar salvaged from the apartment ruins and cautiously advanced towards the checkout area. Before long, he successfully reached his destination, executing a roll to conceal himself beneath the cabinet on the inner side of the counter. Leaning against the cabinet, he exhaled softly, his expression relaxing as he felt his innate talent proving advantageous. Tilting his body, he cautiously peered out from beneath the cabinet, preparing to glean further insights about the path ahead. As his head emerged, his eyes focused intently on the side of the checkout counter, ready to absorb the next segment of information. Suddenly, he seemed to glimpse something horrifying, his pupils dilating in terror. He fixated on the counter's side, every hair on his body standing on end, and even his breath caught in his throat. On the other side, a grotesquely disfigured human corpse leaned against the counter, its head tilted towards Mo Fan, and on its ravaged face, a pair of bloodshot eyes bulged grotesquely, accompanied by other horrific features that conspired to create an eerily unsettling expression, half smiling, half grimacing, directly facing him. Mo Fan's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling slightly as he bit down hard on his jaw to stifle any sound. After a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to confront the sudden wave of terror, and focused on the analysis of the corpse. It was a non-sentient humanoid entity, yet its cellular activity was remarkably high. It appeared to be in a state of dormancy due to energy depletion, a byproduct of failed human evolution. Most of the time, these entities existed in a state of hunger, desperately craving flesh and blood. Staring at the zombie-like creature reminiscent of a cinematic horror, Mo Fan's heart raced with fear. Yet gradually, his emotions began to settle. Its state of dormancy was a relief. He felt fortunate, for the creature had been positioned just outside his line of sight, thus eluding his analysis and nearly giving him a fright. Suppressing his trepidation, Mo Fan continued his exploration of the supermarket. He gazed deeper into the interior, observing that the aisles were littered with dormant zombies. Most of these corpses were in a mangled state, bloodied and disfigured. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he realized he had encountered no zombies at the supermarket entrance. Enduring his discomfort, Mo Fan pressed further inside, albeit with increased caution and reduced speed. Before long, after traversing nearly 200 meters, he arrived at the food section at the far end of the supermarket. Gazing at the scattered bags of rice on the ground, along with the various packaged meats in the meat section, his eyes gleamed with excitement. During his journey, Mo Fan had passed through the snack aisle, yet he did not bother to collect any, deeming those items insufficient for sustenance. Now, seeing these substantial provisions, he felt assured that his earlier decision had been astute. Without seeking a backpack, he directly hoisted several bags of rice and cautiously retreated towards the exit of the supermarket. Given his current physical condition, this weight was hardly a burden. Thus, back and forth he went, transporting all the necessary supplies and stacking them at the entrance, even managing to collect numerous seasonings. He planned to wait until he had amassed a sufficient quantity before using his talent to locate a safe and secluded vine-covered shelter for a gradual transfer of his bounty. After a considerable time, perhaps due to the extended duration spent with the hefty companion, Mo Fan's fortune seemed to improve. During his final round of retrieval, he stumbled upon an unexpected delight. While casually scanning the sports section, he noticed a metallic bow mounted on the wall. Although he already bore a butcher's knife at his waist, who could resist the allure of a ranged weapon in an apocalyptic world? This meant he could avoid close combat with those monstrous entities. Approaching the wall, he deftly removed the bow. While it did not appear particularly refined, Its metallic composition suggested durability. Mo Fan tested it by drawing the string a few times, discovering that it was made of an unknown fibrous material with considerable elasticity and resilience. Satisfied after pulling it back to its full draw without it snapping, he nodded approvingly. With his current strength, the power of an arrow released from this bow would be formidable indeed. Having previously engaged in archery in the sports area, he was accustomed to more professional equipment, but this bow was not far behind, though his accuracy left something to be desired. Observing a quiver hanging on the opposite wall, a bold idea struck him. He swiftly retrieved the quiver and slung it over his shoulder, drawing out an unopened iron arrow. Squinting with his left eye, he aimed with his right at a lifeless body, poised to shoot. At that moment, the analysis beside the arrow underwent a transformation. The original description read, an unopened arrow made of alloy, quite hard. After he knocked it onto the bowstring and pulled back with force, the analysis evolved to, an impending shot of an alloy arrow, though not sharp, possesses considerable power due to an infusion of strength. In 0.7 seconds, it will strike a bottle of unbroken Lao Gan Ma beside a collapsed shelf 50 meters away, with enough force to shatter it to pieces. Mo Fan. I was clearly aiming for the corpse's head. This deviation is outrageous. A sheen of sweat broke across his brow. He then slightly adjusted the arrow's trajectory, and the accompanying analysis gradually changed, quickly aligning with the outcome he desired. A soon-to-be-launched alloy arrow, though not particularly sharp, possesses formidable power when propelled by a certain force. In merely 0.7 seconds, it will strike the eye of a humanoid creature, its might sufficient to penetrate the brain entirely. Observing this revelation, Mo Fan initially felt a slight smirk tug at the corners of his mouth, which soon blossomed into a broad grin. Although his exterior remained composed, internally he was elated beyond measure. With the boon of his innate talent, Mo Fan transformed into a marksman of unparalleled skill, nay, even more extraordinary. If the analytical information proved accurate, he could even shoot arrows from the heavens. Have you ever witnessed such celestial archery? Suppressing his inner jubilation, Mo Fan withdrew with his bow and arrow. Just as he had taken a few steps, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. A rotund figure suddenly appeared at the supermarket entrance. It seemed that he spotted Mo Fan at once, exclaiming, Mo Fan, I, Lin Yunsheng, may be timid, but I am certainly not ungrateful. Today, I shall go all out and assist you in gathering supplies. As he called out, he jogged towards Mo Fan, his ample flesh jiggling adorably. Mo Fan's lips twitched slightly, his expression akin to someone who had just been spat upon by a grass mud horse, the earlier joy of discovering a new application for his talent dissipating entirely. I truly believed you were sincere, Mo Fan lamented inwardly. At that moment, the supermarket erupted with a series of terrifying roars, and he observed the very undead that had previously frightened him at the checkout beginning to rise, their intestines trailing on the floor. The entire supermarket had awakened. There was no choice but to fight their way out. Realizing evasion was futile, Mo Fan slung the bow across his shoulder, drew out a cleaver from his waist, and sprinted towards the entrance, disregarding the noise he might cause. He shouted at the bewildered figure still standing by the checkout, Run. There are zombies everywhere in the supermarket. Zombies? Surely, I must be mistaken. Aren't those creatures confined to the realm of cinema? The rotund figure trembled in sheer disbelief. At that moment, Mo Fan had already dashed to the checkout, and upon seeing the corpse that had previously terrified him, a surge of determination welled within him. Seizing the momentum of his sprint, he raised the cleaver high and delivered a powerful strike to the creature's neck. In an instant, the blade flashed, and a massive head soared into the air, subsequently tumbling to the ground. The evolution of his strength was evident, perhaps due to the blood having long since dried. Little sanguine fluid escaped from the severed neck. Mo Fan, suppressing the discomfort of his first kill, kicked the head, still gaping, aside and pulled the bewildered figure along, fleeing towards the exit. Before long, the pursuing undead, moving with their peculiar gait, began to close in on them, emitting spine-chilling growls. As they sprinted for their lives, Mo Fan suddenly sensed something amiss. The sounds behind them seemed to diminish. Curiosity piqued, he glanced back. The manner in which those shambling corpses ran was exceedingly peculiar, as though each limb possessed its own consciousness, moving independently and in a disjointed manner, resulting in an agonizingly slow pursuit. Mo Fan even observed some grotesque beings crawling on the ground, seemingly forgotten by the very essence of humanity. His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the analysis information surrounding these creatures. They were devoid of thought, yet their cellular activity was remarkably vigorous, representing a failed evolution of humankind. Most of the time, they existed in a state of hunger, insatiably craving flesh and blood. In their current endeavor to chase down prey, they appeared to have lost all semblance of what it meant to be human. Even the act of running had become a challenge, though eventually, they would adapt. Is this all there is? Mo Fan felt a wave of incredulity wash over him at the sight of these feeble corpses. Memories of a prior encounter where he was nearly frightened to death by one of these beings resurfaced in his mind. Although he had since vented his frustrations, a lingering discomfort remained. However, seeing that there was indeed no imminent danger, he sighed in relief and decided to halt alongside the rotund companion, Black Fat. Watching the clumsy corpses struggle to pursue, an idea struck him. Why not use these frail creatures to bolster Black Fat's courage? Despite arriving late and having caused Mo Fan some trouble, Black Fat's character still showed promise, warranting cultivation. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, having trustworthy companions diminishes peril. Deep within, Mo Fan mused about how he had been duped twice in just one day. How amusing. Lost in thought, he suddenly summoned the strength in his right hand and delivered a sharp slap to the back of Black Fat's head. You blockhead, what are you trembling for? Open your eyes and see. Behind us are nothing but weaklings. This slap served as a reminder, but more so as a means to endure a temporary peace. For the more he pondered, the more his irritation grew. The impact sent Black Fat stumbling, nearly toppling over. Mo Fan's enhanced strength was no trifling matter. After this admonishment, Black Fat finally regained his composure and turned to observe the pursuing corpses, realizing they were indeed rather pathetic, struggling even to walk properly. Yet, when he glimpsed their disfigured bodies and fearsome visages, trepidation bubbled within him. However, upon meeting Mo Fan's penetrating gaze, he mustered the courage to exclaim, "You're right. They're utterly useless. I'm not afraid at all." Seeing that Black Fat still exhibited signs of fear, Mo Fan felt an exasperating blend of disappointment and resolve. Chapter 6. Training with corpses in the vicinity of the supermarket in the Demon City. As time passed, the pursuing horde of corpses seemed to realize that their hopes of satiating their hunger were dwindling, and they began to retreat slowly. Mo Fan, while deriding Black Fat, observed this development and let out a gradual sigh of relief. He had been concerned that if the corpses continued their chase, the supplies at the supermarket would remain out of reach. Ceasing his derision, he beckoned to Black Fat and advised, "I shall seek a nearby safe location. A sort of refuge. You stay here and keep watch. Once those corpses have retreated sufficiently, come find me." Will I be safe alone? I'm a bit frightened. Perhaps I should accompany you?" Black Fat expressed his lingering apprehension. "No. If danger arises, run. Is your luck merely an ornament?" Mo Fan gestured rudely at the hefty figure of Black Fat, who responded with an awkward smile. Ignoring him, Mo Fan proceeded towards another section of the ruins. He had formulated a rough plan in his mind, but needed to secure a shelter first. Soon, he adeptly discovered a concealed vine-covered dwelling. Such peculiar structures seemed abundant in this post-apocalyptic world, and Mo Fan surmised that he would prefer these as his future shelters, not for any particular reason, but for their stability and concealment. Observing the vine shelter, which, despite its hidden nature, had remarkably thin walls, Mo Fan furrowed his brow and began gathering stones in the vicinity. A shelter this fragile would not suffice. It required reinforcement. With the enhancements from his evolved physique, the renovation proceeded swiftly. Before long, an upgraded version of the vine shelter emerged. Mo Fan had encased the outer layer with a substantial array of stones, creating an unusually sturdy structure akin to a turtle's shell, while the exterior was adorned with a layer of previously cleared vines to maintain its concealment. Inside, he placed a thick layer of grass, providing insulation and soundproofing. Gazing at the masterpiece he had labored over for most of the day, Mo Fan nodded in satisfaction. The intricately assembled small house, combined with the vine-like plants, had become exceptionally robust and concealed. As he admired his creation, he realized he had discovered a new application for his talent. By this time, dusk had approached, and eerie hissing sounds began to echo around him. Suddenly, he recalled Black Fat. Mo Fan smacked his forehead in realization. He had become so engrossed in building that he had lost track of time. As he hurried towards the supermarket, he grumbled, "Why hasn't Black Fat come yet?" Didn't he say he would find me once the hordes were dealt with? Before long, he spotted Black Fat trembling in the grass at the supermarket entrance. Mo Fan, feeling a surge of irritation, kicked Black Fat's backside with vigor. Startled, Black Fat jumped up, clutching his sore rear and casting a resentful gaze at Mo Fan. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Didn't I ask you to come find me after you dealt with the zombies? Why are you hiding here? Mo Fan asserted, refusing to acknowledge that this was an act of personal revenge. Feeling a bit wronged, Black Fat replied, I wanted to find you, but I was afraid of getting lost. What if you returned and couldn't find me? Mo Fan, exasperated, exclaimed, what about your talent? If you can't determine direction, just flip a coin. All right. Why didn't I think of that? Black Fat's face brightened. He began to search his pockets, but after a fruitless search, his spirits fell once more. Mo Fan rolled his eyes, remarking that he would develop his own talent, and proceeded to select food. It was getting late, and he could only take some provisions back to the shelter for now. The rest would be retrieved tomorrow. Meanwhile, seeing Mo Fan already choosing food, Black Fat dashed over eagerly, dismissing his earlier disappointment. Soon, Mo Fan and Hei Pang returned to the shelter, carrying a substantial amount of food after skillfully avoiding several monstrous insects along the way. Inside the shelter, Mo Fan eagerly produced the collected lighter and candles, igniting the candles and placing them in a conspicuous spot. He and Hei Pang then indulged in a hearty feast by the flickering candlelight. After their satisfying meal, the two agreed on their respective night watch schedules and settled down for rest, as the day had been quite eventful. The following day, at the break of dawn, Mo Fan roused the half-asleep Hei Pang and transferred all the supplies gathered the previous day to the shelter. Once their task was completed, Mo Fan and Hei Pang positioned themselves at the entrance of the supermarket, one wielding a bow and the other a steel rod. Hei Pang looked at the small steel rod that Mo Fan had handed him, a perplexed expression on his face. Mo Fan, what are we doing here? Haven't we moved all the supplies? Fatty, let me ask you this. Do you wish to survive in this apocalyptic world? Mo Fan's expression suddenly turned serious. Seeing the sudden gravity in Mo Fan's demeanor, Hei Pang assumed there was a monster nearby, nodding vigorously. Of course I want to survive, he exclaimed, his eyes darting around in anticipation. Having witnessed Mo Fan's extraordinary talent the night before, he had come to trust his ability to sense danger. Disregarding Hei Pang's anxious demeanor, Mo Fan pondered for a moment before continuing. Since the onset of the mutation, this world has irrevocably changed. It is no longer the civilized society we once knew. It resembles those horror films filled with man-eating monsters, and it will only become more exaggerated. For ordinary people, survival has become exceedingly difficult. But we possess extraordinary abilities, don't we? Shouldn't we fear those monsters less? Hei Pang countered. Is that so? You certainly didn't exhibit such confidence when facing those creatures yesterday, Mo Fan replied. Locking eyes with Hei Pang chuckled awkwardly, fiddling with the steel rod in his hand. I was just getting started. I wasn't quite accustomed yet. Mo Fan shot him a sidelong glance, prompting Hei Pang to shrink back sheepishly. I don't know how many people like us have evolved with extraordinary talents, but they must be exceedingly rare. Since the mutation began, you are the only living person I have encountered, and I believe it is the same for you, Mo Fan stated, directing his gaze back at Hei Pang. Hei Pang, acknowledging Mo Fan's words, nodded in agreement. Indeed, after the mutation, he had been fleeing in all directions without encountering another living soul until he met Mo Fan. Thus, regardless of whether you are timid or merely unaccustomed, you must accompany me in battling the undead within, honing your skills. Otherwise, we shall part ways, and I will no longer concern myself with your fate, Mo Fan declared. Gesturing towards the horde of corpses inside the supermarket, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Hei Pang felt a tumult of emotions within him. Although he possessed the gift of luck, its unpredictability left him apprehensive. One misstep could lead to disaster. Thus, he resolved to follow Mo Fan, recognizing that training his skills could only benefit him. Despite being somewhat foolish, he was not entirely devoid of sense, especially when it came to matters of life and death. Resolving himself, Hei Pang spoke earnestly, Mo Fan, rest assured, I will cooperate without fail. As Mo Fan observed the resolute glint in his companion's eyes, he could not help but nod in satisfaction. While innate talent is indeed formidable, it must be harnessed effectively. Otherwise, even the mightiest of monsters pose a lethal threat. Thus, it is imperative that we hone our skills while the monsters have yet to fully mature. For opportunities such as these may not arise again, Mo Fan elucidated. Hyecheong, realizing the truth of this, nodded in understanding. Mo Fan had discerned during his analysis the previous day that the zombies present in the supermarket were in a state of growth and adaptation, which bolstered his confidence. Prepare yourself. I will use my bow to lure a monster. Once it emerges, you shall engage it. Do not falter, they are rather sluggish. Just be cautious not to get caught, he instructed. After approximately 10 minutes, Mo Fan assessed that Hyecheong was ready, and he retrieved an arrow from his quiver. Knocking it onto the bowstring and drawing it back to a perfect crescent, he aimed at a dormant zombie, glancing at the analytical data beside the arrow before releasing the bowstring. With a swift whoosh, the arrow transformed into a streak of light, embedding itself in the zombie's chest. The tail of the arrow quivering slightly. As the intention was to lure, Mo Fan did not aim for the head to avoid a fatal shot. Perhaps due to its dormant state, the zombie was exceedingly sluggish, taking 2 to 3 seconds before erupting into a roar and rising slowly. The nearby zombies, disturbed by the commotion, merely opened their eyes and growled a few times before returning to their slumber, having perceived no immediate threat. Seeing the zombie's unresponsiveness, Mo Fan grew concerned about his ability to draw it out and swiftly shot another arrow. With a sharp twang, the arrow struck the zombie 3 inches below its abdomen, embedding itself deeply. The zombie, now filled with fury, immediately locked onto Mo Fan as the source of its ire and began advancing with an unusual gait. Pull back, but do not alert the other zombies. Mo Fan cautioned Hyecheong before retreating quickly. Hyecheong nodded, promptly following suit. Before long, the unfortunate zombie was lured to a relatively safe area. To prevent it from losing its aggression along the way, Mo Fan intermittently shot arrows at it. The creature now adorned with numerous arrows, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Noticing the zombie once again in a daze, Mo Fan ceased his attempts to provoke it and subtly gestured to Hyecheong, indicating that it was his turn. Hyecheong, recognizing that the moment had arrived, albeit with lingering nervousness, gritted his teeth in silence and charged forward, steel bar firmly grasped in hand. Mo Fan, witnessing Hyecheong's sudden boldness, remained vigilant, swiftly knocking another arrow aimed at the zombie's eye socket, ready to end the creature if Hyecheong found himself in peril. At that moment, Hyecheong had already reached the zombie. Swinging the steel bar back with all his might, he twisted his torso and unleashed a powerful strike. With a resounding thud, the steel bar crashed against the zombie's head, causing it to stagger and leaving a deep imprint upon its forehead. Yet, almost immediately, with a roar that seemed to dismiss all prior events, it lunged towards the rotund figure. The hefty individual, feeling a peculiar numbness in his hands, quickly retreated upon realizing that his attempts at offense were futile. Perhaps due to his inexperience, he suddenly lost his footing, toppling backward, his hands flailing wildly in the air while clutching a steel rod. The undead creature, indifferent to his fall, seized the opportunity and charged forward with claws bared. At that moment, whether by mere coincidence or fate, as the creature lunged to bite, its head collided with the steel rod flailing through the air. A sharp sound echoed, and the rod pierced through the creature's eye socket, exiting through the back of its skull. Its shriek abruptly ceased, and it collapsed to the ground, convulsing feebly before falling still. Meanwhile, from a distance, Mo Fan slowly lowered his bow, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his amusement. He had almost loosed an arrow in that very moment. Such fortune, Mo Fan murmured to himself. Observing the fallen figure of the hefty man, he felt a pang of envy. The rotund individual, now bracing himself on the ground, discovered the steel rod inexplicably lodged in the undead skull, a look of confusion washing over him. However, he quickly dismissed it, his excitement surging as he realized the creature lying before him had ceased to breathe, marking his first kill. Suppressing a wave of nausea and discomfort, he extracted the rod from the undead's head and sprinted joyously towards Mo Fan. Seeing the rotund man approach with elation, Mo Fan maintained his stoic expression and said, "Wait here, I shall draw more enemies." The look of excitement on the hefty man's face instantly transformed into one of dismay. Witnessing his friend's sudden despondency brought a smirk to Mo Fan's lips as he swiftly retrieved the arrows previously lodged in the first undead, hastening towards the supermarket. Soon enough, the second undead was lured in. Yet, in a twist of fate, the hefty man once again found himself in an unexpected situation, inadvertently driving the steel rod into the creature's brain, achieving a double kill. The third and fourth undead fell victim as well. Throughout the afternoon, the numerous undead Mo fan attracted met their demise at the hands of the hefty man's steel rod, aside from one that was bludgeoned to death. The rest had unwittingly taken their own lives. Mo fan could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Well, let us call it a day, he thought, utterly exhausted from the ordeal of drawing enemies. Chapter 7. 3 days apart. Magic City. The transformed forest appeared unusually tranquil in the early morning light. A ray of sunlight filtering through the colossal branches and illuminating the eerie supermarket within which countless humanoid creatures lay in slumber. Suddenly, a fist-sized stone, seemingly materializing from thin air, shot towards the supermarket at an astonishing speed and an unpredictable trajectory. Whoosh! Bang! The head of a slumbering undead burst open like a ripe watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Roar! The nearby undead were startled awake, their cacophonous howls filling the air. Before long, they discovered a human provocateur standing defiantly at the entrance of the supermarket. Indeed, it was the instigator of the sinister deeds, Mo fan. Come out and bite me, you bunch of weaklings, he bellowed, subsequently displaying a pair of middle fingers towards the horde of zombies within the supermarket, hastily retreating with a burlap bag in hand. The man has returned. The undead howled in a cacophony of rage, their bizarre strides propelling them in pursuit of Mo fan's figure with newfound speed, though still considerably lagging behind him. It had been a week since the initial confrontation between the stout figure and the zombies. Throughout this week, Mo fan and his companion had relentlessly harassed the undead. What began with enticing one at a time escalated to several, and now they faced small groups. They had endured numerous battles, amassing invaluable experience and lessons, along with a few minor injuries. Now, they were nearly fully acquainted with their innate talents and physical capabilities. A far cry from their former selves, Mo fan dashed through the underbrush, occasionally retrieving stones from the burlap bag to hurl behind him, ensuring he maintained the zombie's ire. The bowstring of his previous weapon had nearly snapped and was no longer usable, and retrieving arrows proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Thus, Mo fan sought alternative methods. Upon experimenting with stones as a substitute for arrows to lure the creatures, he discovered an exceptional feel, allowing him to fully utilize his evolved physique. Each stone found its mark on the heads of the undead, a thrilling experience, and the ammunition could be replenished at will, prompting Mo fan to decisively abandon the battle. Before long, Mo fan led the horde to the ambush site previously prepared by his companion. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from behind the undead. From a concealed thicket emerged a nimble, portly figure, wielding a cleaver in one hand and a pot lid in the other, charging towards the horde. It was Black Fat. He leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent a bewildered zombie flying. As it fell, a branch pierced through its eye socket, embedding itself deep within its brain, instantly claiming its life. The passive ability of the Lucky King activated. Black Fat landed, steadied himself, and swiftly struck down a zombie attempting a flanking maneuver, then raised the pot lid to deflect an attack from the front, sweeping his weapon once more, sending a colossal head soaring into the air. Black Fat fought valiantly from behind the horde, exuding the aura of a war deity. Meanwhile, Mo fan, positioned at the forefront, commenced his assault with even greater flair. Stones flew from his hands towards the horde in a myriad of precise and cunning trajectories. From the perspective of the undead, the stones varied in speed and direction, some plummeting like meteors from the heavens, leaving no room for evasion. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sounds of exploding watermelons echoed from the horde, as one by one, the zombies collapsed, transformed into headless corpses. Sometimes, amidst the stones flung into the air, a half-brick would unintentionally join the fray, striking like a critical hit. After obliterating one undead creature, it would continue its flight to shatter the skull of another, only to be finally halted by a third. The brick, a perennial deity. In a short span, a small horde of the undead was swiftly vanquished. Observing the ground strewn with headless corpses, Mo fan nodded in satisfaction. He secured the empty burlap sack around his waist, flexed his somewhat sore arms, and made his way towards the stout figure known as Black Fat. With this last wave, the supermarket will be almost cleared, Mo fan remarked as he walked. This ambush had not exhausted him greatly. Relying on his innate talent, he was able to hurl the most effective stones with minimal effort. Their intention to lure out and eliminate the undead was also to preserve the supplies within the supermarket. Suddenly, Black Fat, who was resting on the ground, lifted his head and grinned devilishly. No problem. Wasn't I just incredibly handsome? Mo Fan was instantly reminded of his first encounter in the supermarket. And in a startled reflex, he kicked towards Black Fat's face. Hey, just because I'm too handsome doesn't mean you should attack my face. Black Fat was unceremoniously knocked to the ground, looking aggrieved, with a size 40 shoe print hilariously emblazoned on his plump visage. Mo Fan, glancing at the imprint, felt a chuckle rising but restrained himself, striving to display a semblance of remorse. My apologies. I thought it was merely an overlooked undead. I was too ruthless in my recent actions and lost myself for a moment, he spoke earnestly. After a week of trials, Black Fat had shed his timid nature. Not only had he discovered the might of his abilities, but he had also grown exceedingly confident, shedding his previous naivete. Very well, but do be cautious next time, Black Fat remarked, perceiving Mo Fan's sincerity and deciding to forgive him. Absolutely, Mo Fan replied, extending his hand to help Black Fat to his feet. Let us finish clearing the supermarket today, and then we can proceed with our next plan. Next plan? Black Fat inquired, puzzled. Do you wish to return home or seek out your family? Mo Fan's tone suddenly took on a somber note. My family. Black Fat fell silent. What's wrong? Mo Fan asked, noticing the sudden shift in Black Fat's mood. I grew up in an orphanage. I have no family. My life and education were supported by kind-hearted individuals. Black Fat's voice was tinged with melancholy. I am truly sorry, Mo Fan expressed genuine remorse. It's fine. I've long since grown accustomed to it. Now that the world has ended, being alone suits me just fine. I don't have to worry about family. But what about you? Are you alright? Black Fat's demeanor shifted to one of concern for Mo Fan. I just want to return and ensure their safety. But I need to first find a map. Mo Fan's mood weighed heavily. A map? Isn't there one in the supermarket? Black Fat countered. Indeed. This is another reason we are clearing the supermarket. To facilitate our search for a map, Mo Fan confirmed. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. I haven't had my fill of killing yet. Haipeng rose to his feet and led the way towards the supermarket. Mo Fan observed Haipeng, who pretended to be exuberant, and felt a warm sensation in his heart. You said you have no family, but don't you still have a father? Mo Fan asserted confidently. Father? Haipeng questioned, perplexed. Oh, my dear son. Mo Fan laughed heartily as he dashed towards the supermarket. Realizing Haipeng had fallen behind, he quickly chased after him, exclaiming, Damn it, Mo Fan. Before long, the two entered the supermarket, playfully bantering. Upon seeing the last batch of zombies comfortably asleep inside, Haipeng raised an eyebrow. The usual plan? Yes. This time just lure them to the entrance, Mo Fan replied in a serious tone. The two began to retreat. On the street, just outside the supermarket, Mo Fan started gathering stones in a burlap sack, while Haipeng scouted for suitable bushes. In no time, a stone the size of a fist flew through the air like a meteor and landed somewhere within the supermarket. A loud crash echoed. A watermelon had shattered, and the remaining zombies were drawn out. Haipeng sprang from a different bush, moving with remarkable speed. Amidst a flurry of stones and the glint of blades, the zombies were swiftly dispatched. As Mo Fan gazed at the lifeless bodies of his kind, his expression grew complex, and he silently murmured, Rest in peace. He averted his gaze, wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, and gestured to Haipeng, Let us go inside. Haipeng, equally drenched in sweat, nodded without looking back. They proceeded into the supermarket. The now empty supermarket was eerily quiet. Even the sound of their footsteps echoed. The bloodstains on the walls and floor had long since dried, solidifying into a dark hue, devoid of the previous gore. Only the scattered white bones bore witness to what had transpired here. Inside, the two walked briskly. Suddenly, Haipeng crushed a bone underfoot, producing a loud crack that reverberated through the silent space. Watch your step, Mo Fan exclaimed, startled as he had been examining the supermarket's analysis information. I didn't expect the bones to be so brittle, like twigs, Haipeng responded, equally surprised. Like twigs? Mo Fan frowned, sensing that something was amiss. He focused intently on the shattered bones. A small pile of broken remains had been drained of all nutrients by some unknown creature, rendering them incredibly fragile. With a grave expression, Mo Fan beckoned Haipeng over and whispered in his ear. After their exchange, they exchanged knowing glances and began to split up, maintaining an outward appearance of relaxation. Just 100 meters away, Mo Fan's eyes began scanning the surroundings. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he immediately turned back towards Haipeng. There is still a lurking monster within this supermarket. The stout figure, gripping the pot lid firmly with his right hand, cautiously surveyed his surroundings as he moved slowly. Unbeknownst to him, a grotesque creature resembling a spider lay inverted on an iron beam above, its size comparable to that of a calf. Its body a mass of crimson muscle intertwined with yellowish-brown liquid that dripped down in a repulsive manner. Its tongue, extraordinarily elongated, protruded from a gaping maw that dominated its face, hanging menacingly in midair, tipped with sharp barbs and punctuated with tiny orifices, presenting a horrifying visage. At that moment, the creature's tongue was poised menacingly towards the stout man's nape, seemingly ready to strike. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the long tongue lunged toward him. Chapter 8. The Spider Ghoul in the Metropolis. Within the supermarket, a spider-like ghoul clung to an iron beam. Abruptly, a long tongue shot forth from its mouth, hurtling towards the rotund silhouette. As the barbed tip of the tongue neared his skull, the stout man, while cautiously advancing, unexpectedly slipped, falling to the ground. The tongue soared overhead, crashing onto the tiled floor ahead, resulting in a cacophony as the tiles shattered, leaving a deep crater behind. The stout man, pale with shock at the sudden assault, lost all semblance of his previous bravado. He pushed himself off the ground, sprang up, retrieved the fallen pot lid, and frantically dashed towards Mo Fan. This was no ordinary ghoul. Meanwhile, the spider ghoul retracted its tongue with a menacing roar, agilely pursuing along the beam. It would not be long before they would converge. Mo Fan, it's a ghoul that resembles a spider, its tongue is so long, the stout man said, half bent and supporting himself on his leg, his voice tinged with trepidation. Enough said, I have seen it, Mo Fan replied gravely, halting the stout man's description with a gesture, his eyes flickering with concern. A failed evolution had birthed this humanoid creature, which seemed to possess a peculiar ability to absorb the nutrients and essence from other beings to augment its own strength, rendering it exceedingly formidable. Mo Fan turned his gaze towards the approaching spider ghoul. Suddenly, he snatched the pot lid from the stout man's grip with one hand, while the other reached into a cloth bag at his waist, retrieving a stone. The two began to strike them together with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding clamor shattered the supermarket silence, echoing ominously. The spider ghoul, hanging upside down and in pursuit, trembled violently at the sound of the pot lid colliding, its head shaking uncontrollably, even causing its tongue to flail out from its gaping maw. Yet, it appeared to endure, shaking its head while retracting its tongue awkwardly towards Mo Fan. Noticing the ghoul's movements had noticeably slowed, Mo Fan's expression brightened. Quick! Find something that can create a greater noise. This creature is frightened by sound, he shouted. At that moment, Mo Fan's expression suddenly tightened. He swiftly rolled aside, narrowly evading a long, spiked tongue that shot dangerously close, embedding itself deep into the ground beneath him. Observing the spider-like creature retracting its tongue, Mo Fan shouted, Hurry up! What are you waiting for? The noise from his hands continued unabated. Nearby, the stout companion, witnessing the urgency of the situation, could no longer afford to leave Mo Fan to face the peril alone, and quickly dashed towards the kitchenware section. As the hefty figure departed, Mo Fan exhaled softly, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching spider creature, his expression gravely serious. He realized he had underestimated it. Mo Fan had presumed that such a cowardly being, lurking in the shadows, would not possess significant strength. He had thought that luring it out would allow him to easily dispatch it with a stone or a blade. To his surprise, it was a cunning adversary, robust, yet hiding in the supermarket's rafters to ambush. Now, he could only hope that his companion would find something to create a cacophony, allowing him to wear the creature down from a distance. As the spider creature drew nearer, Mo Fan intensified his pounding. Bang, bang, bang. The creature's head shook violently, its form even appearing as a blur. At that moment, the spider creature seemed to grow agitated, refusing to retract its tongue. It let out a piercing shriek, forcefully propelling itself off the beam, lunging directly at Mo Fan. Gazing at the clawed creature descending upon him, Mo Fan's expression tightened as he quickly anticipated its trajectory and power. He deftly shifted his feet, moving 4 steps to the left, then swiftly retreated a short distance. Bang! The spider creature crashed violently to the ground, its sharp claws raking chaotically, leaving deep gouges in the earth. Mo Fan breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Perhaps it wasn't as formidable as he had feared? Or was it merely that his innate abilities were exceptionally potent? Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from behind him. Startled, Fan nearly dropped the lid he was holding. Turning around, he beheld his stout companion, who had somehow unearthed several horn-like toys, cramming them into his mouth and blowing fervently. In his hands, he wielded two enormous pot lids, pounding and clanging them together with wild abandon. The resounding noise filled the entire supermarket. The stout figure's face flushed crimson as he frantically gestured at Fan, clearly indicating that he could not sustain this for long. Fan responded with a thumbs up, acknowledging his friend's remarkable resourcefulness. He then turned his attention back to the spider creature, which was now sprawled on the ground. Its body convulsing violently, limbs flailing in a chaotic dance, a viscous slime splattering everywhere, its tongue swinging wildly in midair, resembling a creature in the throes of madness. Fan found it hard to watch. In a brief moment, the time stretched uncomfortably. Fan swiftly drew a cleaver from his waist, charging towards the arachnid corpse. "Let me end your suffering," he proclaimed. In a flash, he evaded a splatter of viscous fluid, gripping the knife tightly, bending his knees slightly, and propelling himself off the ground with a powerful leap. With a swift motion, the blade glimmered, severing a tongue as thick as an arm, which fell to the ground and thrashed wildly. A piercing scream erupted from the spider corpse, its body trembling rhythmically. Fan landed gracefully, crouching low. First, eliminate the most threatening foe. He exhaled, adjusting his posture, his body slightly arched. Second, decapitation. He stomped down hard with his right foot, shattering the tiles beneath him. Once more, he lunged at the spider corpse. The blade carved an arc through the air, striking the creature's neck with force. Yet, due to the spider's muscular build, the strike failed to behead it, instead embedding the knife deep within. At that moment, the spider corpse sluggishly attempted to rise, its tremors noticeably diminishing, suggesting a flicker of regained movement. Fan furrowed his brows, relinquishing the knife's hilt and leaping backwards to create distance. He glanced towards the chubby companion, who appeared ashen, froth gathering at the corners of his mouth, his toy trumpet having fallen to the ground, yet his hands continued to beat desperately. Fan sighed, realizing the limitations of his friend's lung capacity. Turning back, he focused intently on the cleaver lodged in the spider's neck. "There's no sense in engaging with a dimwit head-on," he murmured. He swiftly retrieved a burlap sack he had discarded earlier, extracting stones from within. Fan aimed precisely at the cleaver, launching the stones with impeccable accuracy. Whoosh! Clink! One after another, the stones struck the back of the cleaver, driving it deeper into the spider's flesh. The creature, now devoid of its tongue, could only emit anguished sounds from its throat. Suddenly, the spider corpse trembled and reached out with its claw towards the cleaver, attempting to dislodge it. "Chubby!" Fan shouted. The cacophony behind him intensified. He quickened his pace, launching stones with fervor. In no time, a final clang resounded. The cleaver fell to the ground with a thud. The spider's head rolled away, and its decapitated body convulsed momentarily before collapsing backwards. Fan approached cautiously, ensuring the creature was lifeless, then kicked the head away. "Chubby, it's done." Fan waved his hand to halt the incessant clapping of the hefty black figure. Unbeknownst to him, wisps of colorless mist began to emanate slowly from the heart of the spider corpse, drifting above like a delicate little cloud. Chapter 9. Colorless mist in the eerily silent supermarket of the Demon City. Fan, behind you. The black figure exclaimed, astonishment etched upon his face as he pointed skyward. "Behind me?" Fan queried, turning in confusion. There, from the recently severed abdomen of the spider corpse, a stream of colorless mist was continuously expanding, gradually rising into the air. It had already coalesced into a small cluster, floating like a miniature cloud, creating an astonishing spectacle. Fan gazed in wonder. At that moment, he suddenly felt an insatiable desire from deep within, an urge to consume the mist. Could it be connected to the evolutionary mist from the onset of the anomaly? Fan suppressed the impulse, his expression a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty. The black figure approached, equally intrigued. Fan, this seems identical to the mist I absorbed during my evolution that night, he remarked, his uncertainty palpable as he leaped and attempted to grasp the mist, only to come up empty-handed. Seeing the black figure's reckless behavior, Fan couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed further guidance was necessary. Fixing his gaze intently on the mist, he began to analyze it. Indeed, The mist had its own properties. A mysterious cloud. It appeared to harbor the very essence of evolutionary power. Mo Fan furrowed his brow. The analytical information was exceedingly brief, merely indicating the mist's potential for evolution, yet failing to clarify whether it could be absorbed, its benefits, or the methods of absorption. He found himself perplexed. However, one thing was certain. This substance was undoubtedly valuable. At that moment, a fragmented voice broke through the silence. Mo Fan, this mist seems edible. The black figure, having inexplicably positioned himself beneath the cloud, began to bounce up and down, mouth agape, inhaling and exhaling the mist with evident delight. Mo Fan's expression darkened as he swiftly approached and delivered a kick, sending the figure sprawling. Hey, why did you kick me? The black figure protested, bewildered. Are you not concerned it might be toxic? Surely not. Wasn't this the same mist I inhaled during my awakening? The black figure suddenly appeared anxious. Mo Fan stepped closer, pinching his cheek, tapping his belly, and giving his backside a gentle kick. Then, cradling his chin, he circled around the black figure, his eyes scanning every inch of his body. The black figure grew increasingly distressed. Come on, Mo Fan, don't scare me. Surely I won't be that unlucky. I'm not a jinx, am I? His expression was one of impending tears. Serves you right. Who told you to be so reckless and charge in without understanding the situation? Mo Fan replied, exasperation evident in his tone. I, too, was taken aback, as I suddenly found myself yearning for that mist. The stout fellow wore an expression of regret. At that moment, Mo Fan, who had been surveying him, suddenly focused his gaze. A robust human endowed with the gift of luck seemed to possess the favor of the heavens from birth. At this juncture, a mysterious force coursed through his body, enhancing both his physique and talent, yet it appeared that this power was on the verge of vanishing. Mo Fan's expression brightened. My friend, what a remarkable substance, he exclaimed, promptly revealing the mist's effects to the stout man. Then what are we waiting for? The stout man commenced his earlier leaps once more. Mo Fan observed him bouncing up and down, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. Silently, he retrieved a rickety cabinet from the nearby furniture area and climbed atop it. Intellect is indeed a flaw, he mused, shaking his head as he began to inhale the mist once more. Mo Fan closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the vapor. Subsequently, he sensed a peculiar force emanating from his lungs, circulating through his limbs and body. After several cycles, it converged upon his eyes and gradually dissipated. During this process, he once again relished the sensation reminiscent of his initial evolution. As he reopened his eyes, which had become comfortably squinted, he perceived that the surrounding environment had transformed in some manner. Glancing towards the stout man, he understood why this hefty individual was so fervently engaged. The prospect of evolution and pleasure was indeed enticing. Mo Fan shut his eyes once more and continued to absorb the mist. Barely a minute had elapsed when he suddenly shuddered, followed by a wave of ennui. He opened his eyes and leisurely stretched, feeling as though his vision had sharpened considerably and the fatigue of the day had vanished without a trace. He resumed surveying his surroundings, only to find that the mist, which had previously hovered above the spider-like corpse, had inexplicably vanished. It was evident that both of them had fully absorbed it. Is it truly gone? I haven't had my fill yet, Mo Fan lamented, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. He clenched his fists, sensing that if only there were sufficient mist, he could certainly undergo another wave of evolution. Turning to the stout man, he noticed he remained with his eyes closed, a blissful expression flitting across his face. Clearly still immersed in the afterglow of pleasure, Mo Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. He approached and gave the stout man a light slap on the back of his head. Enough. The stout man stumbled forward, drowsily opening his eyes. How do you feel? Mo Fan inquired. Feel? It's quite exhilarating. The stout man beamed, a bashful smile adorning his face. I meant your physique, Mo Fan replied, exasperated. Oh right. The stout man finally comprehended. I think my physique has indeed strengthened a bit, if I were equivalent to a top athlete before. Now I feel like I could match 11. He waved his fist triumphantly. And as for my talent, I believe I am even luckier now. His eyebrows twitched animatedly, and he wore a rather smug expression. Mo Fan chose to disregard the stout man's boasting, nodding slowly in agreement, as his own circumstances were quite similar. At this moment, Mo Fan suddenly realized that the sky had nearly darkened. Thus, he dared not linger any longer and swiftly called upon He Pang to return to their previous refuge. After a week of exploration, He had come to understand the myriad dangers lurking in the post-apocalyptic night, where crises emerged incessantly, undoubtedly resembling a hellish scenario. Regrettably, he lacked night vision. Otherwise, he could have gathered information about those perilous creatures, which would have been invaluable in preventing future surprises. Furthermore, after a day of combat, both were mentally exhausted. In the refuge, gazing at the already reclined Hei Peng, Mo Fan abruptly inquired, "Peng, do you have any plans for what comes next?" Mo Fan did not wish to deceive Hei Peng as he had during their initial meeting. Through the course of their days together, they had forged a bond akin to that of comrades who could entrust their lives to one another. He did not wish to pressure the only friend he had in this desolate world. "What plans could I possibly have? In this world, you are the only person I know, so naturally, I will follow you." Hei Peng responded nonchalantly. Mo Fan felt a warmth in his heart and then smirked. "True enough. After all, I am your only father," he said with utmost seriousness. "Mo Fan, I warn you not to think that our good relationship gives you the right to take advantage of me." Hei Peng retorted indignantly. Mo Fan burst into laughter, only to abruptly cover his mouth, realizing he had almost forgotten the dangers lurking outside. Chapter 10, Seeking Direction Magic City. The following morning, in a supermarket, Mo Fan and Hei Peng sat at a dilapidated table, upon which lay a world map and an assortment of food. "So, have you figured it out?" Hei Peng asked, munching on a bag of chips. Coughing slightly, Mo Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he could not ascertain their current location. His earlier venture eastward had actually veered off course. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, rendering it impossible to discern direction, and they had merely been fortunate to stumble upon this supermarket. Since the mutation, the entirety of Magic City had been enveloped in a lush canopy, with familiar streets now reduced to mere remnants. Unless they found a vantage point from which to survey the terrain and ascertain their bearings, even a map would prove futile. "We should be in the new district, but I cannot specify where exactly. We need to find a high place to determine our direction," Mo Fan stated solemnly. "High ground. We could climb a tree to get a view," Hei Peng suggested, swallowing a chip and taking a sip from a nearby bottle of water. Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking that this fellow had shown a spark of intelligence for once. "Very well," he replied, tearing open a packet of instant noodles. Given their current capabilities, climbing a tree of about 100 meters was certainly achievable. Before long, Mo Fan and Hei Peng each selected a tree of considerable height and began their ascent. During the climb, Mo Fan encountered several insect-like creatures, but after firing a few rounds, he obliterated them, sending a chorus of chrysanthemum remains into the air. This is a weakness that Mo Fan had long since discovered in the monstrous insects. It is not limited to them, as it is likely a vulnerability shared by the vast majority of living beings, a notion that Mo Fan was exceedingly confident about. As for his concerns regarding the hefty black creature, the likelihood of encountering danger seemed minimal. Before long, Mo Fan ascended to the treetops. He reached out, parting the branches that obstructed his view, and leaned forward to gaze outward. In an instant, his vision expanded, revealing the azure sky above him, a sight he regarded almost with avarice, for it had been ages since he had last beheld the heavens. After a considerable moment, he regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings. The entire city of magic had transformed into a boundless sea of green, stretching infinitely without discernible borders. A scene both magnificent and profoundly moving. The only human structure visible was a distant pearl tower, which now appeared to have morphed into a tower of vines, soaring high into the clouds. At that moment, a dark face suddenly emerged from a nearby treetop, gasping for breath. It was the hefty black creature. Chirp, chirp. Upon noticing Mo Fan in the distance, the creature emitted several bird-like calls. This was their agreed-upon signal, for in the apocalypse, shouting would inevitably attract danger. Hearing the calls, Mo Fan turned his head and immediately spotted the treetop where the creature was located. The patch of black was indeed quite conspicuous. The two shared a nod of acknowledgement before commencing their respective observations of the vicinity. Mo Fan gazed upon the vast expanse of treetops, slowly furrowing his brow. Still, he could not ascertain his position. The treetops offered no clarity, unless there existed something taller. His gaze gradually shifted to the vine-enshrouded pearl tower that still stood resolutely amidst the apocalypse. Originally among the tallest of structures in the city, it now appeared even loftier, seemingly fused with the massive vines, exuding an aura of unyielding strength. The exterior of the vine tower revealed little of its original architectural form, as the majority of its surface was overtaken by the vines, which appeared to be at least 5 or 6 meters in diameter. The enormous vines, having completely coiled around the tower, continued to grow upwards, shrouded in clouds at an elevation of no less than 10,000 meters. If he could utilize this towering vine, he would not need to climb too high. A few hundred meters would suffice to discern his bearings. With this thought in mind, Mo Fan meticulously memorized the direction of the Pearl Tower and called out a few signals to the hefty creature before preparing to retreat from the treetop. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. From the distant horizon, a large bird with a wingspan of at least 10 meters suddenly soared into view. It seemed to have spotted the hefty creature still perched atop the treetops. With a guttural call, the bird, armed with a beak resembling a spear, lunged towards the creature's position with lightning speed. It had already deemed the hefty creature a delectable morsel. Mo Fan's expression tightened as he emitted several urgent bird calls. Without needing to hear the signal, the hefty creature had already detected the bird's approach at the sound of its call. Instinctively, it attempted to evade. But within the confines of the treetops, space for maneuvering was severely limited. Damn it, am I not the lucky one? The hefty creature let out a piercing scream of despair. Mo Fan was somewhat puzzled. Logically, the bird should not have attacked the fortunate Black Fat first. Why had this fellow's luck seemingly turned for the worse? He set aside his questions for the moment, narrowing his gaze as he focused on the position of the colossal bird. A successfully evolved woodpecker, possessing an exceptionally sharp beak and lightning-fast speed, was capable of piercing through anything before it. In 377 seconds, it would strike down a human. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, sensing that his talents were increasingly inadequate. This time he had even failed to discern the bird's weaknesses. He quickly retrieved a brick from the burlap pouch at his waist, squinting his left eye to take aim. And then, with a powerful swing of his arm, he hurled it forth. Whoosh! The brick transformed into a streak of light, flying with precision towards the giant woodpecker. Thud! A dull thud echoed from above as the brick struck the woodpecker squarely on its forehead, producing a resounding noise, as if triggering a critical hit. Gurgling in pain, the giant woodpecker let out a shriek and wobbled away into the distance. Mo Fan slowly exhaled. An evolved creature possessed intelligence. When faced with a threat, it would not recklessly engage. At that moment, Black Fat, from a distance, raised both thumbs to Mo Fan, his face a mask of lingering fear. Clearly grateful that Mo Fan had saved his life once again, Mo Fan waved back, gesturing towards the ground, and then quickly retreated to the base of the tree. Soon after, the two returned to the spot where they had breakfast. What's the deal with your lucky talent? Why does it seem so inconsistent? Mo Fan inquired. Black Fat wore a distressed expression, clearly struggling to accept the reality of his transformation from a lucky hero to a misfortunate one. I don't know. Aside from being chased by a mountain goat earlier, this is only the second time I've been this unlucky today, Black Fat responded, equally perplexed. Suddenly shifting from lucky to unlucky? Mo Fan mused, stroking his chin as memories from their first encounter played in his mind. Could it be that your talent has a time limit? He speculated suddenly. A time limit? What? Does it need to be renewed like a membership? Black Fat retorted incredulously. Perhaps, Mo Fan replied enigmatically. What would I use to renew it? Black Fat asked, concerned. Your lifespan, perhaps, Mo Fan said somberly. Black Fat's face turned pale with fright. Mo Fan burst into laughter. Just kidding, you fool. Ignoring the resentful look from Black Fat, he began to articulate his genuine hypothesis. I believe the most plausible explanation is this. When you battle those evolved creatures, your talent enables you to evade many lethal threats, which may inadvertently deplete your luck. During the recovery period of your luck, your fortunate talent could vanish, rendering you unfortunate. Is that how it is? Black Fat pondered, realization dawning upon him. Thus, if you can avoid danger through your own means, you can remain a lucky hero, Mo Fan concluded. It seems I must continue to enhance my combat abilities, Black Fat declared with determination. I want to be a lucky hero, he silently vowed. Chapter 11 Departure from the supermarket in the bustling metropolis. The afternoon sun cast its warm glow after lunch. It was time for us to depart from the supermarket. Observing the chaotic remnants of the dining table, Mo Fan wiped his mouth and spoke slowly. He noticed that Hei Pang was not particularly surprised, as he had not confirmed their direction earlier that morning from the treetops. Are we heading towards that giant vine? Hei Pang inquired, evidently aware of the towering structure. Indeed. Mo Fan replied, rising to his feet and kicking aside a dilapidated chair behind him. Now that we possess a map and ample supplies, we can set forth to locate my family as soon as we ascertain our direction. A spark of excitement flickered in Mo Fan's eyes. When shall we embark? Hei Peng asked, his mind solely focused on following his only friend, feeling buoyant despite the apocalyptic atmosphere surrounding them. Tomorrow, Mo Fan decided. This afternoon, we shall prepare thoroughly, gathering more food and arming ourselves. The journey ahead may hold numerous dangers. Sounds good, Hei Peng agreed. Although their abilities were remarkably powerful, they were primarily supportive skills, and they needed to protect their physical forms. Moreover, Hei Peng's luck should not be overstretched. Mo Fan worried about him reverting to misfortune. Thus, the entire afternoon was spent within the vine-laden supermarket, collecting essential supplies for their journey: instant noodles, bottled water, and soft drinks, alongside provisions like jerky and chocolate to sustain their energy. Hei Peng, laden with several large backpacks, busily gathered food while muttering to himself. A lighter is a valuable find, Hei Peng suddenly exclaimed upon spotting a lighter scattered on the ground near the checkout counter. He dashed forward and scooped up a handful to stow away in his backpack. At that moment, he noticed numerous broken mobile phones in a nearby display case, but paid them little mind. They had long since realized that all electronic devices had become inoperative post-cataclysm, seemingly corroded by some unknown substance, rendering them utterly useless, the most obsolete items of the apocalypse. Even if they could power on, what use would they be without a signal tower? Gazing at the overwhelming expanse of greenery outside the supermarket, Hei Peng shook his head and continued his search for supplies in the athletic section. Mo Fan surveyed the scattered sportswear on the ground, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. His gaze swept across the area before he picked up a somewhat heavy set of rugby gear and began to change on the spot. Shoes and gloves. This was the most protective sports attire he could deduce. Once fully donned, he retrieved the motorcycle helmet he had discovered earlier, placed it atop his head, and secured a burlap sack around his waist. He admired his reflection in a broken mirror, turning around twice before striding towards the weapons section. With protective gear secured, he needed armaments. Upon reaching the knife section, Mo Fan scanned the various kitchen knives and fruit knives, frowning at the quality. They were far too flimsy and would not endure long in battle. Now, he faced monstrous beings that were anything but human. Such a small knife would likely dull after severing but a few heads. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he made his way toward the slaughter area. Before long, he discovered a disarray of slaughtering gear scattered on the ground, stained with the blood of animals. Mo Fan extracted a bone-cutting knife, examined it briefly, and then returned it, opting instead for a boning knife. Satisfied, he nodded in approval, disregarding the grime, and secured the slaughtering gear around his waist. These tools were undoubtedly superior to the childish toys he had previously possessed. Mo Fan turned to summon Hei Peng to select his own equipment. At that moment, he noticed a long-handled fire axe hanging in the fire cabinet. A smile graced his lips. Now he was truly fully equipped, and he swiftly took it down. The following day, as the first rays of dawn pierced the night, illuminating the vast sea of trees, Mo Fan and Hei Peng set out, burdened with their supplies. Both donned a set of rugby gear complemented by motorcycle helmets, wielding a fire axe, fully armed. Yet, despite their formidable appearance, they moved with utmost caution. The post-apocalyptic world harbored not only frail zombies and monstrous insects, but also formidable foes like the scythe-wielding giant sheep and colossal woodpeckers. Those terrifying evolved beasts were far beyond their current capabilities to confront. With a swift chop, Mo Fan dispatched a small rabbit obstructing their path, taking a moment to catch his breath. Strangely, amidst the immense forest devoid of architectural debris, they had encountered no human zombies, though numerous animal corpses were present. Could it be that the human zombies were simply too weak? Mo Fan pondered. By now, nearly 4 to 5 hours had elapsed since their departure, during which they encountered various evolved animals, some successful and others not. However, guided by Mo Fan's analytical insights, they promptly evaded the formidable and engaged with the seemingly weaker ones to hone their combat skills and gain experience. The forest's dense vegetation necessitated frequent use of the axe to forge a path, resulting in considerable exertion. Let us take a moment to rest and replenish our strength, Mo Fan suggested, using his foot to brace against the corpse while extracting his axe from the rabbit's head. Hei Peng, already breathless and weary, pushed aside a thick thicket blocking their way, nodding in agreement before swiftly clearing a space around them with his axe. The two then leaned against a massive tree, retrieving food from their backpacks to eat. Mo Fan, do you think this creature is edible? If it is, we need not worry about food in the future. Haipeng suddenly exclaimed, rising to his feet while biting into a piece of bread, circling around the rabbit the size of a wolf dog. Occasionally poking at its jagged teeth with the axe, clearly contemplating the idea of the adorable little rabbit as a meal. Mo Fan took a sip of water, his gaze fixed on the lifeless body of the rabbit. This evolved creature, a small white rabbit, possessed remarkably sharp teeth, incredible leaping abilities, and impressive speed. Now reduced to a mere corpse. Was this mysterious power not the very essence of the mist of evolution? They have given a name to that colorless mist. Mo Fan raised his eyebrows, a wave of joy washing over him. Yet, he soon found himself in a quandary. Roasting rabbit meat amidst a forest teeming with evolved beasts was tantamount to courting death. The scent of blood and the crackle of fire would inevitably attract untold dangers. What's the matter? Black Fat, noticing Mo Fan's fluctuating emotions, inquired. This rabbit harbors the essence of the evolving mist, but in this cursed place. Cooking it is unfeasible, Mo Fan lamented, his brow furrowed. What about eating it raw? Black Fat suggested, seemingly able to grasp the allure of that option. Raw? Aren't you afraid of parasites? And who knows, perhaps the parasites have evolved too. Mo Fan doused his enthusiasm with a cold dose of reality. The mere thought of evolved parasites conjured images from a disaster film he once watched titled The Invasion of the Horsehair Worm, sending a chill down Black Fat's spine. Let us skip that. I think bread sounds delightful. He quickly dismissed the notion. Mo Fan rolled his eyes, glancing at the lifeless rabbit with a twinge of regret. Soon enough, both of them were satiated. Let us go. We must reach a site of architectural ruins before nightfall, or we shall surely suffer, Mo Fan declared, rising after organizing his backpack. He had no desire to engage in battle amidst utter darkness, especially since his analytical talents would be severely hampered at night. Black Fat nodded, swiftly securing his supplies and gripping his long axe, ready to rise. Chapter 12. The Trusted One Magic City. Morning. A sliver of sunlight pierced through the dense branches, illuminating Mo Fan's face. As his eyelids fluttered, he opened his somewhat blurred eyes. At that moment, he and Black Fat found themselves atop the towering canopy of a colossal tree. Last night, they had again failed to locate the vine-covered dwelling they sought, encountering only endless ruins. Spending a night amidst such desolation was far less favorable than taking refuge in the trees, where at least the dangers were somewhat mitigated. And this particular tree had been meticulously selected by him. Why don't you catch a few more winks? Mo Fan suggested, observing Black Fat's precarious demeanor with concern. He feared that the latter's late-night vigil might have led to another overexertion of his talents. With evident fatigue, Black Fat nodded slowly, leaning against the tree trunk and promptly drifting into a deep slumber. Well, last night must have been another instance of overexertion. Mo Fan thought forlornly as he tore open a packet of biscuits. After a considerable time, grumble, Black Fat slowly opened his eyes, roused by hunger. Quickly eat something. We need to be on our way, Mo Fan urged, tossing him a bag of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Black Fat caught them deftly with both hands, nodded appreciatively, and began to devour the food. Before long, after finishing his meal, the two swiftly tidied their supplies and gear, descending from the giant tree to continue their journey. Time passed, and while Mo Fan was clearing a path ahead, he suddenly stiffened, signaling Black Fat with a wave of his hand and indicating a concealed patch of grass with his gaze. Black Fat understood instantly. The two swiftly dove into the underbrush. After a brief moment, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby grass. A burly middle-aged man clad in a black military uniform cleaved through the vegetation with a single stroke, then turned to his rear with a low voice, commanding that they rest for half an hour at their current location to begin their meal and replenish their strength. Understood, came a crisp voice, evidently that of a young woman. The man in black shifted his gaze towards the back of the line, his expression gradually turning grave. The food supply was dwindling. If they failed to locate a source of sustenance soon, starvation would inevitably claim lives. Behind him stood a contingent composed entirely of survivors. A mix of men, women, and children, perhaps around 100 in total, yet all appeared emaciated, clearly suffering from malnutrition after enduring prolonged hunger. At that moment, a young woman, striking in appearance and clad in green camouflage, was distributing food among 10 others dressed similarly. She was undoubtedly the one who had just responded to the man in black. However, their distribution was exceedingly frugal, with each individual receiving only a few compressed biscuits. Soon, discontent began to ripple through the crowd, many faces displaying dissatisfaction, as if they yearned for a greater share of food. Yet upon noticing the brutal-looking machetes in the hands of those in uniforms, marked by red cloth and stained with blood, their desires quickly subsided. In a hidden thicket nearby, Mo Fan, another survivor and a soldier, was filled with elation. "Black Fat, this is incredible," he exclaimed, his spirits soaring. Yet he refrained from rushing out. He was no longer the reckless fool he once was. Mo Fan also felt a surge of joy at finally encountering his kind, especially those he deemed trustworthy. "Let us proceed, but remember to blend in as ordinary survivors," Mo Fan instructed as he removed his helmet. "Understood," Black Fat replied, comprehending his intent. Moments later, the two emerged from the thicket and made their way toward Wang Tung. Their helmets were off, and their weapons concealed within a backpack, save for the exposed handle of a fire axe. They were covered in grime, their appearances disheveled and pitiable. Observing Black Fat, who suddenly limped beside him, Mo Fan could not help but smirk slightly. "You've certainly regained some of your former flair," he mused. Before long, the man in black military garb noticed the two. Initially tensing, his demeanor relaxed upon realizing their gait was not unusual. "Two survivors? What fortuitous luck," he muttered before waving them over. "Brother soldier, we finally found you. You cannot imagine how we have survived these past few days, surrounded by terrifying monsters." Black Fat limped eagerly toward the man in black, tears streaming down his face in a woeful display. Mo Fan, falling behind, could hardly bear to look, for he had already surpassed expectations. He sighed once more, then donned a pitiable expression, complemented by his delicate and innocent visage, which could easily evoke maternal instincts in any man. The burly figure in black military attire observed the two young souls before him, their earnest innocence stirring profound sympathy within him. In such a perilous post-apocalyptic world, these two youths had no choice but to huddle together for warmth, struggling to survive against overwhelming odds. They must have endured countless cruel and terrifying experiences. It was truly a hardship for them. Silently cursing the heavens, his empathy became evident. "Poor lads, you must be frightened," he said. "Come, there are many other survivors like you over there. You will surely find some solace among them." With that, the stout soldier led Mo Fan and his companion towards the group of survivors, offering them several compressed biscuits along the way. The two exchanged glances, unable to refuse his kindness, and pretended to devour the biscuits ravenously, with the heavier lad even feigning hunger by licking his palm. Observing their manner of eating, the soldier felt another wave of compassion wash over him, sighing deeply as he noticed the various bundles they carried, which he assumed contained survival essentials. Soon, they arrived at the assembly of survivors. Most of the newcomers greeted the arrival of the two with indifference, some even casting them suspicious glances due to their numerous belongings. Only a handful of survivors offered friendly smiles. "All right, you two, rest here. We shall depart in half an hour," the soldier said, patting their shoulders. "I am Wang Tung, a soldier. If you need anything, just call for me," he added with a warm smile, his tone filled with pride. "Understood," they replied in unison. "By the way, Brother Wang, where are we heading?" As Wang Tung turned to leave, Mo Fan quickly inquired, eager to find his family. Wang Tung, upon seeing their anxious expressions, pondered for a moment before deciding to reassure them. At the onset of the upheaval, before modern technology failed, the military received a directive to rescue as many civilians as possible and gather in the northwest region, he explained solemnly. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan swiftly rummaged through his backpack for the map he had found in the supermarket, scanning it intently. "To the northwest," he murmured, and soon his eyes lit up as he spotted Han City along the essential route to the northwest. He exchanged a joyful glance with his companion, elated that they could move with the main group. Meanwhile, Wang Tung observed the chaotic contents of Mo Fan's backpack, filled with jerky and bread, causing his lips to twitch slightly as he recalled the earlier incident of giving them biscuits. His face flushed with embarrassment. "You two rascals," Wang Tung muttered, somewhat flustered. Chapter 13. The plan changes in the enigmatic city. A dense jungle enveloped the surroundings. Observing the seemingly irate Wang Tung, Mo Fan and his companion exchanged awkward smiles. "Brother Wang, You didn't even inquire if we had provisions, Mo Fan remarked, a hint of guilt evident in his tone. Follow me. Wang Tung retorted with an eye roll, feeling somewhat deceived by the appearances of the duo, before turning to lead the way. Let us go, Mo Fan said, shouldering bags laden with food, beckoning the stout companion to follow closely, aware that he would not be able to consume all the supplies alone. Before long, Wang Tung guided the pair to the soldiers' resting area. Clap, clap, clap. Come, come, come. A kind soul has delivered supplies. Wang Tung clapped his hands, summoning comrades from every corner. Supplies? Captain, is this for real? Is there meat? The burly men crowded around, their voices overlapping. Among them were those with bloodied foreheads, some missing an eye, and others adorned with scars, yet curiously, none bore severed limbs. A soldier, his head wrapped in bandages and pockmarked face revealing his distress, approached Wang Tung, casting glances at the duo's backpacks, nearly drooling in anticipation. Mo Fan, now encircled by the hungry gazes of the robust men, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Look at you all. Have you not been fed? You appear as if you have risen from the grave. Wang Tung scolded, his expression darkening. Stand in formation. Attention. Count off. He commanded, raising his voice. 1, 2, 3. The soldiers promptly lined up, whispering their numbers in unison. Clearly accustomed to the survival protocols of a post-apocalyptic world, Wang Tung nodded in satisfaction. I do not require much from you. Let each take 2 bags. You are all aware of the dire situation our team faces regarding food scarcity. If we do not allocate some provisions to those civilians, they may not endure much longer. We are all compatriots. In times of hardship, we must assist one another. I trust you are not devoid of compassion. Wang Tung spoke earnestly to Mo Fan and his companion. Mo Fan glanced towards the survivors' group. There, individuals were clad in tattered garments, each one gaunt and weary, yet, like the soldiers, none appeared to be missing limbs, suggesting that those severely injured had succumbed long ago. Mo Fan continued to observe intently. He witnessed a mother giving her meager share of biscuits entirely to her child, only allowing herself a small sip of water. He also saw a young couple playfully pushing the last piece of biscuit back and forth. Moreover, he noticed a middle-aged man tenderly assisting his elderly mother, carefully offering her water. With a sigh, Mo Fan removed all the heavy bags, leaving only the one containing weapons. Hurry up, fatty, he urged, kicking the still hesitant stout friend. Reluctantly, the stout man relinquished all his bags, retaining only his weapon. Observing the 2 individuals, though his heart ached, he willingly offered the food. Wang Tung nodded with satisfaction, affirming that he had indeed chosen the right people. He then gestured to the soldiers to distribute the provisions. Wow! Look at all this meat! Exclaimed one. Goodness, all I have is chocolate! Came another's astonished cry. Wang Tung swallowed hard at the sound of their exclamations, then reprimanded them. What are you all shouting for? Such fuss will only attract those colossal beasts. Save some for yourselves, and distribute the rest. Understood. Understood. The soldiers murmured in response. Observing the famished soldiers, Mo Fan suddenly furrowed his brow. The food supply was far too scarce. It would be impossible to reach Hanqing, and even more so for the northwest. Moreover, there were simply too many people. He glanced at the survivors, noting a group of at least 100, and a heavy weight settled in his chest. Brother Wang, Mo Fan spoke up unexpectedly. What is it? Wang Tung replied, his tone tinged with anxiety, fearing that the 2 young men might reconsider. Actually, we gathered these supplies from a large supermarket, and there is still plenty of food left. Though it is a 2-day journey from here, Mo Fan revealed, not wishing the fellow survivors they had just encountered to suffer from starvation. Furthermore, there were trustworthy individuals among them. His gaze shifted to the military men whose faces had begun to pale from hunger. Is this true? You do realize that in the military, we do not jest. Wang Tung's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Indeed, Mo Fan affirmed with unwavering certainty. Excellent. Wang Tung's tone tinged with excitement. Where's Man? Go fetch her. He kicked one of the soldiers who was squatting on the ground sorting supplies. The man, with a look of resentment, covered his rear and went to call her. Before long, the young woman who had been distributing food hurried in. What's the matter? She asked, still occupied with her task. Allow me to introduce you, Wang Tung said, pulling Mo Fan and his companion forward. This stunning beauty is our medic, Lu Xiaoman, whom we affectionately call Man. He extended his left hand to introduce Mo Fan and his companion. And over here, he continued, retracting his right hand, are our esteemed newcomers. Please introduce yourselves. Man. The two exchanged glances, their expressions revealing disdain as they realized she was associated with Wang Zai. No need for introductions. These two scoundrels, Man declared, recognizing their contemptuous looks, her face flushing with indignation as she covered her chest. Mo Fan and his companion felt a bit awkward. Were their sentiments truly that evident? Yet, they still introduced themselves. My name is Mo Fan, and I apologize. Mo Fan stated succinctly, refraining from extending his hand, presuming she would not reciprocate. My name is Lin Yunsheng. I am 21 years old and currently single. Mo Fan glanced at the stout fellow beside him, feeling an overwhelming urge to distance himself, as if he wished to conceal his very identity. How embarrassing. Wang Tung's expression mirrored his discomfort. All right, let us leave it at that for now. Man, why don't you prepare a hearty meal for everyone? Don't hold back on the food. We have a supply point and will reach it in 2 days. He gestured grandly, exuding a sense of generosity. Really? Man cast a doubtful glance at Mo Fan and his companion. Indeed. Why would I deceive you? This young brother Mo Fan has even signed a military order. Wang Tung asserted with conviction. Mo Fan's face darkened as he internally scoffed. When did I ever sign anything? I am not your subordinate. Oh, I see. Upon hearing the mention of a military order, Man gradually withdrew her skepticism. Well then, I'll go distribute the food. She walked out with a light-hearted stride. All right, off you go. Observing her leave without waiting for a response, Wang Tung felt a twinge of embarrassment and awkwardly added, she has that kind of personality. Don't be surprised. Also, her combat skills are quite formidable, so do not provoke her. He gestured with his hands. Mo Fan wore a grim expression. He had already provoked her, after all. Chapter 14, Target Supermarket, Magic City. To avoid unnecessary delays, Wang Tung decided to set off immediately after everyone had rested. Noticing Mo Fan and his companions starting to look around nervously, Wang Tung suddenly raised an eyebrow, having spotted the axe handle protruding from their backpack, stained with blood. You two are evolutionaries, aren't you? He inquired slowly. Wang Tung was beginning to connect the dots. He had previously been deceived by their appearance. In a world fraught with peril, it was inconceivable that these two youngsters could survive without some remarkable abilities, especially when they seemed to be thriving more than others. Exchanging glances, Mo Fan and his companion realized they could no longer conceal the truth. After all, he was a military officer and not easily misled. If you mean our enhanced physical capabilities, akin to the world's elite athletes, then I suppose we qualify, Mo Fan replied with a hint of resignation. Having initially hoped to keep a low profile, have you developed any special talents? Wang Tung pressed eagerly. Talents? What are those? Mo Fan feigned ignorance. The stout fellow beside him wore a similarly perplexed expression. Seeing their bewilderment, Wang Tung refrained from further questioning and began to explain. Evolutionaries are individuals with particularly strong willpower. At the onset of the mutations, they absorbed 100-fold more mist than the average person, successfully elevating their physical attributes to the pinnacle of humanity. Among them, there exists an exceedingly rare group with extraordinary gifts who awaken abilities akin to superpowers. As he spoke, Wang Tung suddenly raised his right hand. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from his right hand, radiating with an intensity that was almost blinding, enveloping his palm in its luminous embrace. Subsequently, Wang Tung drew a dagger from his waist with his left hand and plunged it fiercely into the gleaming golden palm. Clang! The two met with a metallic clash. Mo Fan's eyes sharpened as a stream of textual information swiftly manifested before Wang Tung. After adeptly wielding his talent, Mo Fan discovered that as long as he did not concentrate too intently, the dialogue boxes within his line of sight exhibited a dimming effect, effectively preventing visual fatigue. A successfully evolved robust human possessed a talent known as indomitable will, which allowed one to imbue their willpower upon any object, significantly enhancing its essence and granting it unprecedented strength. Hiss! Mo inhaled sharply. This talent was indeed formidable. Both Mo Fan and the portly fellow displayed envious gazes, fixating intently on the golden light in Wang Tung's hand. Their admiration was genuine. Both were endowed with passive talents and rarely exhibited their prowess, unlike Wang Tung's talent, which appeared so potent and dazzling. Noticing their envy, Wang Tung revealed a satisfied expression. He coughed lightly and spoke slowly. There is no need for envy. Being an evolved individual is already commendable. You both possess formidable potential, unlike some ordinary people who merely enjoy improved health yet remain reliant on others for safety. As he spoke, he sighed and cast his gaze toward the survivors in the distance. Among the 100 or so individuals, only 2 or 3 were evolved, and they had yet to acclimate to the apocalypse, unwilling to step forward to combat the evolved beasts. As for those with talents, there was not a single one in the entire camp besides himself. However, it comforted him to know that most of his comrades were indeed evolved. Regrettably, the once mighty contingent of over 3,000 had now dwindled. Wang Ting dared not dwell on this thought any longer. He must persevere. With this in mind, his gaze returned to Mo Fan and the portly fellow. What is your strength like? Upon mentioning strength, the portly fellow's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let me tell you, when we were slaying those zombies in the supermarket, it was like cutting through vegetables. Stop, stop, stop. Wang Tung interrupted, pressing his forehead. Since you possess some strength, I shall not impose excessive demands on you. I only ask that you lend a hand when those around you are in danger. Of course, you may prioritize your own safety first. What do you think? Wang Tung's expression was filled with hope. Clearly, to him, saving even one more person was of utmost importance. A duty ingrained within his very being. Brother Wang, you can rest assured, we will act when the time comes, Mo Fan replied earnestly. The portly fellow beside him had no objections, feeling it was the right thing to do. Very well, off you go, Wang Tung said, his face beaming with a sense of mentorship as he waved his golden illuminated hand. Then we shall take our leave to rest, Brother Wang, Mo Fan said, shielding his nearly blinded eyes as he pulled the portly fellow out. Wang Tung gazed at the two individuals gradually departing, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction within. Mo Fan, does this mean we will be joining Brother Wang in his endeavors? Inquired the stout man known as Black Fat, as he walked alongside. Mo Fan nodded, his voice low and measured. Brother Wang possesses formidable strength. He is not only a gifted individual like ourselves, but, he paused momentarily, all the troops here are evolvers. Even that man is one of them. Black Fat's jaw dropped in astonishment, and then a broad smile spread across his face as he pumped his fist in the air. That's incredible. Do not rejoice too soon, Mo Fan interjected, dousing his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. We still need to escort these survivors, which poses a significant challenge. I suspect that not many will make it through. He gestured towards the survivors indulging in a hearty meal nearby. Black Fat's expression faltered as the weight of the situation sank in. Let us find a place to eat something, Mo Fan suggested, giving Black Fat a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Before long, the two settled beneath a tree not far off, where they produced some jerky and bread, relishing the sustenance with gusto. Just as they finished their meal and prepared to rest, an unexpected visitor approached. Hey there, young brothers. A middle-aged man clad in tattered formal were squatted beside them, sporting a wide grin, accompanied by several ragged survivors. Strangely, unlike others, they appeared well-nourished and lively. What can we do for you? Mo Fan asked, furrowing his brows but quickly adopting a naive expression. Black Fat mirrored his simplicity. Well, I noticed you have quite a few backpacks filled with supplies, presumably food. In these dire times, we should all be selfless and help one another as fellow survivors. How about sharing some of your bounty? The man in the suit proposed with a facade of goodwill. Moreover, given your burdens, we could assist you by lightening your load. Mo Fan, recognizing the underlying intent behind the man's lengthy discourse, realized they had encountered brigands. He raised an eyebrow and exchanged a knowing glance with Black Fat. Hey, kid, we're merely here to help you with the weight. A burly man with dyed yellow hair threatened from behind the suited man. Oh, is that so? We do indeed plan to share, but the food is stashed elsewhere. Perhaps I could lead you to it? Mo Fan feigned trepidation. The suited man, noting the absence of large bags in the vicinity, gently patted Mo Fan's shoulder, his tone softening. Very well, young brother, let us go and assist you. He stood, clearly expecting Mo Fan to take the lead. Mo Fan rose and beckoned to Black Fat with a nod, reassuring him, before guiding the group towards a concealed location. Black Fat, seemingly indifferent, lay back down to continue his rest. Bang, bang. Shortly thereafter, the sound of bricks striking each other emerged from the nearby thicket, accompanied by muffled groans and the heavy thud of something falling to the ground. Mo Fan returned to the resting area, carrying a bag of meager provisions scavenged from the unfortunate souls. As an evolved being, he shook his head and closed his eyes. Chapter 15, Target Supermarket, Part 2. In the magical city, amidst the colossal forest, after nearly an hour of rest and a hearty meal, the entire survivor group found themselves in a state of unparalleled vigor and hope. A sentiment that peaked when Wang Tung announced that they would reach a large supermarket in 2 days. Excited whispers and cheers erupted from the crowd, their spirits soaring. Yet, as Wang Tung observed the exuberance of the survivors, a shadow of concern loomed in his heart, uncertain of how many would survive upon reaching the supermarket. Just then, the well-rested Mo Fan approached. "Brother Wang, I shall lead the way," he declared as he drew closer. As for the stout fellow, Mo Fan had sent him to discreetly assist the women, children, and the elderly. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Tung turned and beheld a figure clad in formidable gear. Mo Fan was dressed in a rugby uniform, his head adorned with a motorcycle helmet, a burlap sack secured at his waist, and a slaughtering kit at his side. Wielding a long-handled fire axe, with a black pot tightly strapped to his back, Wang Tung's lips twitched slightly in amusement. "You are indeed fully equipped," he remarked. "Of course," Mo Fan replied, brimming with pride. Wang Tung, suppressing a smile, cautioned, "Stay close to me and do not wander far." Mo Fan nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, Wang Tung signaled for the entire survivor camp to commence their movement. The group began to form a distinctive formation. The armed forces positioned themselves at the forefront, forming a spearhead, followed closely by 2 rows of robust men, while the women, children, and elderly nestled safely in between, creating a protective barrier. The entire formation resembled a series of interconnected caterpillars. Once the formation was established, Wang Tung waved again, prompting the survivor group to begin their slow advance. At the forefront, Mo Fan gripped his axe tightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any pertinent information, diligently seeking safe pathways. Beside him, Wang Tung held a machete, cautiously surveying the environment. Thus, Mo Fan led the survivor group forth. After an indeterminate period, Wang Tung suddenly signaled for the group to halt. "There are 2 rabbits ahead, one black and one white. Who will take the shot?" he inquired, glancing back at his companions. At that moment, Mo Fan and the earlier drooling fellow stood beside him, having just returned from scouting the path. The information they provided was crucial, as they needed to clear a safe route in advance. "I'll do it. I adore little bunnies." The speaker is a robust man, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, who is currently grinning menacingly while cracking his knuckles. "Keep the noise down for a minute," Wang Tung commanded in a low voice. "Understood." The towering figure swiftly sprang into action, and within 30 seconds, 2 distinct thuds echoed from a distance, followed by the sound of a body being dragged, indicating the battle had come to a swift conclusion. Mo Fan, standing nearby, couldn't help but murmur, "Impressive." Before long, the strong man returned, silent as he rejoined the ranks. "Let us proceed." Wang Tung gestured forward, and the team resumed their movement. Evidently, this series of maneuvers had been executed countless times before, as their proficiency suggested. Time slipped away, and the sky gradually darkened, perhaps due to Mo Fan's keen insights or the stroke of good fortune for the stout fellow. The entire team had thus far avoided significant peril. "Relay the order, rest in place, and remain on standby until dawn." Wang Tung issued a directive. Shadows swiftly moved towards the rear, weaving through the survivors' ranks to convey the instructions. Night had fallen. Mo Fan exchanged a few words with Wang Tung before seeking out the stout man, intending to return the following day to guide them. Soon, he found the stout fellow beside the one distributing dinner rolls, assisting in the allocation of food. "Hey, if you're going to help, at least use your brain. You should be in the back distributing. Doing it together here is inefficient," Lu Xiaoman remarked, observing the group distributing food with a look of exasperation. "Huh, is that so? I'm not quite sure. I think I'll just stick with you," the stout man replied, wearing an expression of cluelessness, clearly preferring to stay alongside Lu Xiaoman. Mo Fan watched with a furrowed brow, irritated that this lazy fellow was more interested in flirting than fulfilling his duties. He approached and delivered a swift kick to his rear. "What are you doing? Stop causing trouble here. Didn't I assign you a task?" "Ow." The stout man clutched his backside, looking deeply aggrieved. "I have a feeling if I keep this up, I'll be drained," he explained. "All right," Mo Fan sighed, realizing he had overlooked this detail. "Drained? What do you mean?" Lu Xiaoman inquired, looking puzzled. "Oh, that's just our secret code. Nothing significant," Mo Fan hastily clarified. "Fine. Since you're here, I'll entrust the food distribution task to you both," Lu Xiaoman said, preparing to hand a large bag filled with food to Mo Fan. At that very moment, chaos ensued. "Enemy attack!" came a loud shout. In the pitch-black night, pairs of glowing green eyes suddenly appeared, emerging from the shadows. With a chilling howl, wolves the size of calves sprang from the underbrush, the leading beast being the size of a small bungalow, adorned with a circular horn and fur that shimmered faintly. "Damn it! How could there be wolves in the magical city?" Lu Xiaoman exclaimed, drawing her large red scarf knife with a grim expression. "They're probably from the zoo. They're shooting TB mini," Mo Fan replied, steadily gripping his fire axe. "Everyone, light your torches," with a resounding voice proclaiming, "I shall support you all. Unleash your fury." A brilliant golden light suddenly pierced the darkness, illuminating the entire survivor camp. The militia, torches in their left hands and red-scarved sabers in their right, charged forth in a formation akin to a spear, heading straight for the pack of wolves. It was evident that Wang Tung had led his subordinates into the fray. The women ignited their torches while the men gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed intently on the advancing wolves. Should any of the militia falter, they would serve as the last bastion of defense. At that moment, even the suited man who had robbed Mo Fan during the day clutched a kitchen knife, his legs trembling as he stepped forward. Mo Fan observed the survivor group coalesce into a single, formidable entity, a surge of indescribable emotions swelling within him. He finally understood why this band had managed to endure thus far. "Fatty?" He glanced at the hefty figure beside him. "What are you waiting for?" "My axe is already yearning for blood." With a howl, the hefty man dashed forth, exclaiming, "I am the Emperor of Luck. Who do I fear?" Mo Fan quickly followed suit, brandishing his axe. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoman, wielding a large blade, wore a puzzled expression. Are the youth of today so fierce? Yet, it was not long before she let out a battle cry and charged as well, determined not to be outdone. Chapter 16, Target Supermarket, Part 3. In the City of Magic, at the survivor camp, Mo Fan deftly sidestepped a lunging giant wolf, twisting slightly to evade its grasp. With his left hand firmly grasping a butcher's knife, he executed a swift maneuver, sliding beneath another wolf's attack. A sudden, gaping wound appeared in the wolf's abdomen, and a torrent of flesh and blood cascaded forth, revealing that it had been disemboweled. With a mournful howl, the giant wolf collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the wolf Mo Fan had evaded lunged at him once more, but he easily twisted aside again. His right hand wielded the long axe, which he arced through the air, delivering a vicious blow to the wolf's midsection. Another giant wolf fell lifelessly. Meanwhile, the hefty man howled as he charged at a giant wolf, raising his axe high before bringing it down with great force. The wolf, perhaps bewildered by the sight of a human attacking, instinctively attempted to dodge. Yet, for reasons unknown, it stumbled, its paw twisting awkwardly, causing it to fall to the ground, helplessly watching as the axe descended toward its waist. With a desperate howl, the giant wolf met its end. "Is that all?" The hefty man scoffed at the fallen creature before drawing his axe and rushing toward another unfortunate target. Should this wolf possess any spirit, it would undoubtedly be tormented in the afterlife. Wang Tung's gaze remained fixed on the lone unicorn wolf king before him, the golden aura around him gradually extending to envelop his saber. With a fierce howl, the wolf king lunged forward. Wang Tung, radiating with golden light, charged ahead. The clash of his red-scarved saber met the wolf king's fangs with a resounding spark. A solitary figure faced a colossal wolf. Yet Wang Tung appeared to be at a disadvantage, his legs slipping backward uncontrollably. However, he suddenly retreated, causing the giant wolf to lunge forward due to its momentum. With a sweeping arc, his great sword struck the wolf's flank with tremendous force, leaving a deep gash. A howl erupted from the beast in pain. Its gaze turned fierce as it sank its teeth into Wang Tung's thigh. The chilling sound of sharp fangs scraping against metal echoed. But Wang Tung was protected by a radiant shield of golden light. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he delivered another powerful blow, this time to the wolf's neck, burying the blade deep. The wolf king emitted a heart-wrenching cry, blood gushing from its wound. Wang Tung followed up with a dazzling kick that struck the creature's head, sending it crashing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Swiftly, he approached and severed its head from its body. With the wolf king dispatched and aided by Mo Fan, the rest of the wolf pack was swiftly eradicated, none escaping the defensive line. Wang Tung struck the unicorn horn atop the giant wolf's head with his blade, feeling a mix of bemusement and disappointment. He had initially presumed this horn to be a formidable weapon, which had made him overly cautious. At that moment, Mo Fan and other members of the provincial army gathered around, their expressions filled with curiosity as they examined the unicorn wolf king. Goodness! Such a massive creature dispatched in just a few strikes, Mo Fan exclaimed, astonished at Wang Tung's prowess. The stout figure beside him nodded in admiration, while others from the provincial army stood nearby, seemingly awaiting something. Even Lu Xiaoman, who had been comforting the survivors, approached and joined the ranks of the soldiers. Well then, let us form a circle. How much we can claim depends on each of your abilities, Wang Tung declared suddenly. He gestured towards Mo Fan and his companion. Acknowledging their contributions, he noted their remarkable strength, comparable to that of the evolved members of the provincial army, with a touch of tenacity that surpassed those timid souls hiding in the crowd. They were indeed worthy of cultivation. Everyone, gather in 10 minutes. We must relocate our camp tonight, he commanded, and the soldiers responded in unison. Wang Degu, when you mention absorb, do you mean absorbing the mist of evolution? Mo Fan inquired, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. The mist of evolution? A fitting name. It shall be called that henceforth, Wang Tung replied, raising an eyebrow. The stout figure's eyes sparkled with interest. Then, Wang Degu, want to you partake? This could enhance our evolution. Mo Fan questioned, puzzled. As for me, I find it unnecessary. This amount is hardly sufficient to even fill my gaps, Wang Tung replied nonchalantly, strolling towards the survivors. Looking at the multitude of giant wolf carcasses scattered about, he felt a pang of regret. If only the meat from these wolves were edible, but alas, they were merely failed products of evolution. What? Mo Fan asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Alas, do not overthink it. Our captain has undergone a second evolution and looks down upon such trivial matters. Lu Xiaoman could no longer contain herself. Second evolution. No wonder he is so formidable, Mo Fan realized. At that moment, the corpse of the Wolf King began to emit streams of colorless mist, forming an evolution cloud above it. Beside him, the chubby black figure was already impatient, leaping directly into the evolution cloud, only to emerge from the other side, then plunging back in again. Mo Fan looked up at the sky, pondering who this character was. He did not recognize him. Closing his eyes, he focused and took a deep breath. Suddenly, Man beside him spoke up to remind him. So that's how it works, Mo Fan thought, observing the exuberant chubby figure still flitting about. Not wishing to interrupt his joy, he began to gently close his eyes. Streams of evolutionary mist started to converge towards Mo Fan's nostrils. The chubby figure, engrossed in his antics, suddenly noticed that everyone else had settled on the ground, eyes closed, effortlessly absorbing the mist. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, he immediately ceased his spinning and leaped, sitting down to imitate their posture, also closing his eyes. Soon, the evolution cloud above began to transform into pillars of smoke, continuously descending toward each individual. Most of the evolutionary mist surged toward Mo Fan and the chubby figure, while the others collectively received less than a third of the total. Before long, Mo Fan opened his eyes, feeling somewhat bored. With this session, he estimated he had reached about 30% capacity, and a satisfied smile spread across his face as he clasped his hands. He glanced at the others only to find that, apart from the chubby figure, everyone else wore expressions of profound agony, as if enduring some torment, with some even experiencing muscle spasms. Mo Fan's expression grew serious. He sensed that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Could this be the difference between those with innate abilities and the evolved? He speculated. With that thought, he quickly tapped the chubby figure to bring him back to awareness. What's wrong? The chubby figure asked, looking bewildered, clearly still immersed in the lingering sensations. Mo Fan did not respond verbally, merely gestured towards the faces of the others. The chubby figure glanced at their expressions and soon grasped Mo Fan's meaning. Oh dear, he exclaimed in horror. Mo Fan's expression darkened. It was all rather exaggerated. Yet, shortly thereafter, he too began to emit low, muffled groans. His own face contorted in pain. Before long, the members of the military had nearly finished absorbing the mist, watching the lamenting chubby figure shaking their heads with amused smiles. Chapter 17. Return to the supermarket Shanghai. The following day, a survivor team was on the move. Mo Fan noticed the chubby figure had unexpectedly drawn closer to him. What's the matter? Mo Fan inquired, puzzled. Last night, I think I overextended myself, the chubby figure replied anxiously. He had gotten a bit carried away during the previous night's excitement. not paying much heed to the life and death crisis. This morning, upon awakening, he realized he had seemingly reverted to his unfortunate state. He choked on his meal, found that drinking cold water lodged in his teeth, and even stumbled unexpectedly while walking. Truly a string of misfortunes. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, recognizing that the situation had become quite troublesome. You should not follow those ordinary folks today. Come up front and join us in clearing the path. With Brother Wong's strength, he should be able to handle it, Mo Fan said after a moment of contemplation. All right, He Peng replied, albeit with apparent reluctance, casting a lingering glance back at Lu Xiaoman, who was tending to the survivors. Soon, Mo Fan led He Peng to the forefront of the team. Brother Wong. The fatty mentioned he wasn't finished with his practice yesterday and wishes to continue honing his skills today, Mo Fan said earnestly to Wang Tung ahead. Wang Tung turned around, eyeing the fully equipped He Peng with a look of approval. Young man, your awareness is commendable. Go ahead, stay behind the formation. There will be ample opportunities for you to practice. He waved his hand, placing He Peng in the safest position within the clearing team. He Peng glanced at Mo Fan, and upon receiving a nod, he proceeded to the rear of the squad. Mo Fan, Wang Tung called out, halting Mo Fan, who was about to take the lead. How much longer until we arrive? He inquired. Mo Fan examined the ground, noting the traces left during his previous journey with He Peng, and replied, at this pace, we should arrive before nightfall. Good, reaching before dark would be ideal. Wang Tung nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that there were no further questions, Mo Fan continued forward with the long-awaited Ma Zi Lian, while the other members of the clearing team closely followed behind. Rest for 30 minutes to regain your strength. Then we proceed. Stay vigilant, Wang Tung commanded, as he kicked away the head of an evolved beast at his feet, observing the weary faces of the survivors. Today, for reasons unknown, the dangers encountered were far more numerous than those of yesterday, and Wang Tung furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of concern. He soon found a spot to sit down. He Peng at the rear of the clearing team exhaled, his eyes scanning for a place to sit and rest while grabbing a bite to eat. Though he was a gifted individual, his ability was merely passive, and coupled with his considerable bulk, it was indeed a challenge to endure. Shortly, He Peng spotted a stone beneath a massive tree and cheerfully jogged over. He sighed contentedly as he plopped down onto the stone. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the back of the clearing team, abruptly cut off mid-cry. The entire squad was instantly alerted, drawing their weapons and rising to see the source of the noise. They beheld a plump figure desperately covering his mouth, with a turtle of basin size inexplicably clinging to his backside, its head clamped firmly onto his rear. With a swift flash of steel, the turtle's body fell to the ground. Hasten to tend to the wound. Procure the necessary supplies from Man-Man. The assailant was a burly man who had shown an affinity for the little bunny yesterday, and at this moment, he was meticulously wiping the bloodstains from his crimson scarf. Such a swift blade. Mo Fan's expression darkened. Indeed, those who have survived until now must be the elite among the elite, especially the soldiers of the garrison. Mo Fan nodded toward the white rabbit-like giant, assisting the limping black rotund figure as they made their way backward. The others, too, wore expressions of peculiarity as they settled back down to rest. Mo Fan, I feel as though my luck has returned, the black rotund figure lamented with a woeful countenance. Mo Fan remained silent, casting his gaze toward the elongated head that dangled from the black figure's posterior. It seemed as though it had not yet relinquished its grip. Mo Fan suddenly realized that the deceased head was still clinging to the black figure's rear. Could you help me remove it? Please be gentle. The black rotund figure's complexion paled. All right, brace yourself, it may hurt a bit. Mo Fan withdrew a small knife from his waist-mounted slaughtering kit. Be swift about it. The black rotund figure gritted his teeth. No problem, Mo Fan declared, positioning the knife toward the turtle's mouth and then forcefully prying it open. The black rotund figure grimaced, eyes wide with indignation. Perhaps due to the resurgence of the black figure's good fortune, the subsequent journey of their party unfolded with remarkable ease, encountering little to no significant danger. Before long, as Mo Fan passed by the shelter where he had resided for an extended period, a building that all survivors yearned for materialized at the farthest edge of his vision. Brother Wong, up ahead. Mo Fan gestured toward the supermarket. Wang Tung cast a glance at the dimming sky and then firmly patted Mo Fan on the shoulder. Well done. Everyone, full speed ahead, enter the supermarket. He immediately turned to issue commands to the leading team. The garrison soldiers swiftly darted back, relaying the orders. In no time, the air resonated with muffled exclamations of surprise and cheers. Wang Tung observed the supermarket not far away, his expression turning exceedingly relaxed. Mo Fan rubbed his slightly bruised shoulder, wearing a look of melancholy. Xiao Fan, shall we go ahead and take a look? He inquired kindly, attempting to place his right hand on Mo Fan's shoulder, evidently seeking to confirm the area's safety first. Mo Fan's eyes narrowed as he quickly evaded the approaching hand. No problem, he replied, harboring no objections. As it was just the two of them remaining here, with the black rotund figure continuing to serve as a tool. All right. Wang Tung nonchalantly retracted his hand. Before long, Wang Tung led Mo Fan into the supermarket. Upon entering, Wang Tung beheld the corpses of the shambling dead strewn across the supermarket floor. He raised an eyebrow and inquired of Mo Fan, "Did you do this?" "Ah, these creatures are quite feeble. They cannot even walk properly." "One slice each," Mo Fan explained. Wang Tung nodded in agreement, and the two continued deeper into the store. As they ventured further, the supplies within the supermarket gradually revealed themselves to the duo. As the supplies gradually increased, the smile on Wang Tung's face became increasingly unabashed. "Xiao Fan, you are truly exceptional." His grin nearly stretched to his ears as he attempted to slap Mo Fan on the shoulder, only to find himself striking air instead. "Brother Wang, over here. There are still plenty of them." Mo Fan suddenly blocked Wang Tung's view with his body, guiding him toward another section of the supermarket. "Oh, very well." Wang Tung cast a knowing smile at the spider-like corpse that Mo Fan deliberately obscured. Before long, the two completed their inspection of the supermarket, finding merely a dozen grotesque creatures gnawing at decaying flesh. "Brother Wang, you should head back. My hands are itching a bit. Leave these little bugs to me." Mo Fan rubbed his hands in anticipation. "All right, I'll return to provide support then." Wang Tung raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Watching Wang Tung retreat, Mo Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, then swiftly turned to deal with the corpse of the spider-like creature. This was no foe that an ordinary evolved being could handle. Chapter 18. Uninvited guest in the City of Magic, within the supermarket. The survivors had all entered the Vine supermarket. Although the environment inside was exceedingly bloody and eerie, with the air thick with the stench of decaying bodies for the survivors, who were already ravenous, none of this posed a problem. What alleviates worries? Only bread can. A man clad in tattered formal wear sat on the ground, forcefully stuffing a large piece of bread into his mouth, swallowing it almost without chewing. Predictably, he soon found himself choking. Just as he struggled to gasp for help from those nearby, a bottle of mineral water was extended towards him. The man in the suit quickly seized it, gulping it down greedily, and after a considerable time, he managed to recover. "Thank you." He lifted his head to glance at his savior, only to fall silent. "No need to thank me." Mo Fan smiled innocently and kindly, then turned to leave. The man in the suit watched Mo Fan's departing figure, paused for a moment, and then lowered his head to resume his voracious eating, though his eyes sparkled with an inexplicable glimmer. At the supermarket's security post, Wang Tung observed the survivors devouring their food, his expression revealing a complex blend of emotions: nostalgia, relief, joy, but predominantly determination. "Do you see? It is all worthwhile. I, Wang Tung, shall inherit your will and ensure that they emerge alive. Even if only one survives," he murmured to the air. "Captain, you should rest now." "Leave the rest to us," Lu Xiaoman whispered gently beside him. Wang Tung's gaze lingered on Lu Xiaoman's face for a few seconds before sweeping over everyone else's countenances. Finally, he glanced at the door, now barricaded with various objects, and slowly nodded, making his way toward the internal resting area. The following morning, bang, clang, thud, unbeknownst to anyone, a sudden cacophony of demolition echoed from outside the supermarket, a noise of considerable magnitude. It was evident that some unknown creature was wreaking havoc on the supermarket's defenses. The survivors within were abruptly roused, their eyes wide with terror as they fixated on the entrance, now choked with debris. Wang Tung's gaze sharpened, signaling to the other soldiers. The troops swiftly began their operations, gradually clearing the substantial obstruction at the entrance. "Brother, do you think there are people inside?" A coarse voice boomed from outside. "Brother, regardless of whether anyone is inside, I'm starving. Hurry and break in." Another, even more gruff voice responded. "Understood, brother." With that, the ruckus outside intensified, akin to two exuberant huskies frantically attempting to break down the door. Upon hearing the voices, Wang Tung felt a wave of relief wash over him and waved to the soldiers, who were diligently moving the debris. Their pace visibly quickened. Comrades outside. We are the troops. You need not break in any longer. You can enter shortly. Wang Tung bellowed, suppressing his voice. Brother, it's the troops. Brother, I heard them. Wonderful. Brother, that's splendid. Listening to the absurd exchange from outside, Mo Fan, who had been roused from sleep, wore an expression of disbelief. Before long, as a result of the soldiers' dedicated efforts, two robust figures gradually came into view. They turned out to be a pair of muscular twins. Greetings, everyone. I am the elder brother, Xie Jinglong. I am the younger brother, Xie Longjing. The two towering men, each at least 6 feet tall, suddenly introduced themselves with utmost seriousness, striking two exceedingly embarrassing bodybuilding poses for the onlookers. Following this, they revealed a dazzling set of white teeth, flashing radiant smiles at the crowd. Most notably, they were clad in a yellow, bikini-like bodysuit and knee-high white socks. My eyes! A man in tattered formal wear exclaimed, suddenly collapsing backward in distress. Oh no! I can't see. Another voice cried out from the crowd. Ah, me too. I can't hear anything. Came another terrified shout. Mo Fan felt a slight sting in his eyes, realizing the situation was far from simple. He endured the discomfort and gazed at the twins. Once conjoined twins, they had persevered and dedicated themselves to fitness from a young age, developing robust physiques. During a certain surgical moment, they had unexpectedly begun to evolve. Their brains splitting in two, the elder brother retained the left hemisphere, while the younger brother possessed the right. They bore an innate ability known as mental pollution, their every action and utterance capable of inducing chaos. Their peculiar poses and combinations seemed to significantly amplify the potency of this pollution. Hiss! Mo Fan inhaled sharply. Yet another passive ability, and it appeared to be a combination technique. What a pity they are both dim-witted, he thought, clicking his tongue in disappointment. Suddenly, he feigned a somewhat bewildered expression and spoke. Why do they seem capable of interfering with others' senses? His voice was soft, yet it reached Wang Tung's ears perfectly. Wang Tung observed Mo Fan's feigned ignorance and couldn't help but speculate. Could this fellow's talent be related to information probing? A peculiar smile curved on his lips. Ah, little Fan, you are still rather naive. Wang Tung then bellowed, his body radiating an extraordinarily bright golden light that gradually enveloped the entire supermarket. Bang! Bang! In an instant, he delivered a dazzling kick to each of the two muscular men, causing them to collapse to the ground, unconscious. When faced with uncontrollable factors, violence is the simplest solution. Wang Tung smiled faintly as he dragged the fallen duo towards the back of the supermarket. Everyone, continue to rest. We shall set off tomorrow, he declared regarding the day's arrangements. Cheers erupted from the crowd, a subdued yet enthusiastic response. At the rear of the supermarket, the two men, each with a large bump on their heads, slowly opened their eyes. They soon realized they had been securely bound to a load-bearing pillar, surrounded by soldiers in green uniforms wielding red bandanas and large knives. Among them were a pale-faced young man and a plump figure resembling burnt charcoal. Uncle soldiers, why have you tied us up? The younger brother inquired, his voice low and somewhat dejected. Yes, we are not bad people, the older brother added anxiously. The onlookers exchanged glances. Ahem. Mo Fan pointed to his own head, indicating to Wang Tung. Wang Tung immediately understood. Is it true that there is a strange power within your bodies? You must learn to control it. Otherwise, it could harm others, he explained, mimicking the tone of the two men. Uncle, why do you sound so foolish, like a simpleton? The younger brother, Jialong, suddenly remarked sullenly. A laugh escaped Mo Fan. Unable to contain himself, Wang Tung's lips twitched slightly, his expression akin to one who had just tasted something unpleasant. The jester is indeed myself. My apologies. Mo Fan quickly offered, noticing the murderous glare Wang Tung directed at him. The others, nearly breaking into laughter, suppressed their amusement, their expressions appearing rather peculiar. Wang Tung glanced at the others, his face darkening. Oh, I see now. Uncle, are you referring to that kind of power that causes others to scream? The older brother, Jie Jinglong, suddenly exclaimed, enlightened. Precisely. Can you suppress it? Wang Tang's tone returned to normal. Absolutely. The older brother replied eagerly. However, it might feel a bit uncomfortable. The younger brother said hesitantly. You can wait until you see those monsters unleash it. Isn't Ultraman supposed to battle the little monsters? Wang Tung gently guided them. The younger brother's eyes suddenly brightened. That's right. I am the strongest digga. His expression transformed into one of extreme excitement. Humph, Ta Luo is undoubtedly the strongest. His brother scoffed with a dismissive grunt. Nonsense. It's Di Jia who holds that title. No, it's Ta Luo. Di Jia. Observing the muscular men engaged in a heated debate over which Ultraman reigned supreme, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation. Personally, I leaned towards 7. A burly figure resembling a white rabbit murmured quietly. Chapter 19. The obstruction at Pujiang, Magic City. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the darkness, the entire survivor team was already equipped and ready for their expedition, their supplies plentiful. Roar! A wild boar, as large as a small van, let out a bellowing cry, charging towards the path-clearing team like a bulldozer, sending dust swirling around. Suddenly, 2 identical muscular figures appeared ahead of the team, clad in tight-fitting outfits and knee-high white socks. They struck an incredibly flamboyant fitness pose, displaying rows of gleaming white teeth at the oncoming boar. Clang! It was as if a radiant light erupted in the air, causing the boar's eyes to widen in shock. Aru! The boar emitted a wretched cry, collapsing to the ground as it desperately attempted to wipe its eyes with its front hooves, seemingly trying to rid itself of some unseen filth. Now's our chance. Charge! Wang Ting shouted fiercely. The members of the path-clearing team, already armed with their large blades, rushed towards the fallen boar, which was still howling in agony. In an instant, a multitude of large knives and a fire axe descended upon the boar. The sound of sharp instruments slicing through flesh echoed, abruptly silencing its screams. Well done, Jie Zhonglong. Jielong. Outstanding. Wang Tong turned to give a thumbs up to Erlong, who was still posing dramatically nearby. Yet, as a slight sting began to prickle his eyes, he quickly turned back. Hee. Erlong chuckled foolishly while continuing his poses. Wang Tong approached the carcass of the boar, unsheathing a dagger from his waist before crouching down. He skillfully carved a piece of meat from the boar's body, holding it up for close inspection. After a moment, he suddenly turned to his side. What do you think? Do you think this meat is edible? Wang Tong inquired, looking at Mo Fan. I believe it should be, Mo Fan replied after a brief pause. This evolved wild boar, immense in size, appeared to lack any remarkable abilities or forms, seemingly due to its rather mediocre innate talents. Yet, it seemed to harbor a faint, mysterious power within. Do other creatures also experience this phenomenon of successful evolution, yet remain relatively weak, aside from humans? Mo Fan pondered deeply. However, when he noticed the annotations at the back, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Why does it suddenly seem so intelligent? Mo Fan wondered, shaking his head in confusion. Upon hearing Mo Fan's response, a smile crept across Wang Tong's lips. Indeed, it is a detection-type ability. Ma Zi, pirate, you two stay here and process this boar meat. Remember to mask the scent. The rest of you, continue onward. We'll set up camp 100 meters ahead. We shall feast well at noon. Wang Ting swiftly organized the plan. Received. A bandaged-faced soldier and a one-eyed soldier swiftly commenced the dissection of a pig carcass. Let us go. Wang Tong commanded with a wave of his hand. As the freshly prepared wild boar meat was delivered from the rear, the camp quickly filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. All the survivors, including Mo Fan and his companion, were relishing the finest meal they had experienced since the onset of the apocalypse. Brother, this is delicious, Xiao Long exclaimed, clutching a piece of roast pork with his right hand and taking large bites. Indeed, it's remarkable, De Long echoed, similarly enjoying his feast. Brother, how come that hefty fellow gets to drink soup? I want some soup too. Let us go take it from him. 100 meters away from the camp, beneath a massive tree, the team leader was approached by Lu Xiaoman, who offered Wang Tong a large bowl of meat soup crafted from local resources. You've worked hard, man, Wang Tong said, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the soup with a smile. What hardship have I endured, Captain? If you hadn't kept watch, we wouldn't even dare to light a fire, Lu Xiaoman replied with a grin. Wang Ting shook his head as he accepted the bowl, saying, We all share the burden. Historically, wild beasts have always feared fire, but that was a principle from before the mutations. In this apocalyptic world, while fire could still repel weaker beasts, it served as a beacon for the more formidable mutated creatures, guiding them toward delectable prey. Once they had feasted, Wang Tong commanded, Let us continue onward. Suddenly, a resounding roar of water echoed from ahead. Stand by. Wang Tong signaled to halt, and quickly moved toward the source of the sound. As he approached, he encountered a vast river, at least 300 or 400 meters wide, with surging waves and treacherous currents, causing him to furrow his brow deeply. He placed his compass into his chest pocket and retrieved a large map of the region from his backpack. It's impossible to swim across. The unknown dangers lurking in the water are too great. Is this the Pooh River? He murmured, studying the map. There's no chance of taking a detour. We must climb across from there, he concluded. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Fan had also arrived, holding a map and pointing toward an elevated section of the riverbank. Wang Teng turned his gaze to follow Mo Fan's finger, spotting numerous vines entwined around a towering tree at a height of about 100 meters. The vines connected to another giant tree on the opposite bank. This might pose some challenges, but it is indeed the only way. Mo Fan remarked with a hint of resignation as he observed the massive vines, each measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter. It appears we have no choice. Wang Teng responded slowly. Soon, the group of survivors gathered beneath the colossal tree adorned with abundant vines. Everyone, remain in position, Wang Teng commanded, and then, with a sudden burst of golden light emanating from his limbs, he began to ascend the tree, determined to find the safest vine to traverse. Soon, Wang Teng leaped down from a height of several dozen meters, shimmering with golden light. For the ordinary survivors, climbing the towering tree, which stood at over 100 meters, was nearly impossible, especially with many women and children among them. Consequently, they were compelled to seek alternative methods. The group first fashioned a wooden pulley system from supplies gathered at the supermarket, and then, utilizing local materials, they constructed a large basket for transporting individuals. Completing the rapid ascent mechanism, Mo Fan, Ma Zi, take a few people and head over first to clear the landing area. Remember to follow the third vine. Wang Teng instructed. Understood, replied the two in unison, promptly selecting several members of the militia, armed with ropes and weapons, to ascend the tree using the marks left by Wang Teng. Pull. With the large wooden basket filled with 10 or so individuals, Wang Teng commanded. Heave. As the militia members exerted their strength on the ropes, the basket began to rise slowly. Meanwhile, a few individuals swiftly traversed the swaying vines towards the opposite bank. Before long, a series of thuds echoed as Mo Fan and his companions reached the ground. Upon landing, Mo Fan quickly gestured for the others to split up, then brandished his axe and moved towards a specific direction, while Ma Zi and the others, wielding their large blades, hurriedly followed suit. After days of coordination, Mo Fan had developed a seamless synergy with the militia, their movements imbued with the swiftness and decisiveness of trained soldiers. In no time, all threats within 100 miles were swiftly neutralized. Once the traces of battle were cleared, Mo Fan and the others reconvened at the landing site, rapidly repurposing materials to create another descent mechanism. Soon, over 100 survivors, assisted by Mo Fan, Wang Teng, and the militia, successfully crossed the Pujiang River. As this transpired, the sky began to darken gradually. Unbeknownst to everyone, beneath the massive vines, many eerie green eyes began to open slowly. Chapter 20. Ghost-eyed bats in the magical city. On the opposite bank of the Pujiang River, Mo Fan inquired of the rabbit man, who was cradling a survivor. How many are left? Perhaps a few dozen. The rabbit man replied, catching his breath after placing the last female survivor into the rapid descent device. Mo Fan glanced up at the now dimming sky, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. I'll accompany you. Mo Fan quickly joined the rabbit man as they made their way back to the opposite bank. What is the matter? Wang Teng asked, noticing Mo Fan's return. Without uttering a word, Mo Fan pointed towards the sky. Wang Teng followed his gaze and instantly grasped the implication. Everyone squeeze in. All aboard the basket. Night is falling. Wang Teng shouted, hastening their pace. Upon hearing that nightfall was imminent, the remaining survivors were taken aback, swiftly rushing towards the wooden basket, eager to board. In no time, the small wooden basket resembled a minivan crammed with an overwhelming number of passengers, severely overloaded. Hey, who the hell just poked me? A man clad in a tattered suit let out a piercing scream. Ouch, whose foot is that? Move aside, it's suffocating me. Indeed, a scent reminiscent of decaying flesh wafted through the air. Another individual, whose face was the only visible part above the surface, concurred. What is that dripping? Wait. There's a sharp sound coming from the bottom of the basket. Observing the wooden basket rapidly filled with various hulking figures, Wang Teng commanded, pull. As the guards swiftly tightened the ropes, The wooden basket gradually ascended. Mo Fan dodged a drop of water that fell from above, his heart racing with sweat. Fortunately, the women and children had been allowed to go first. Before long, cans filled with sardines were hastily delivered to the treetop. "Let us ascend," Wang Tung exclaimed, eyeing the wooden basket now lifted to the giant vines. Once everyone reached the treetop, the guards began to hoist one survivor at a time, swiftly transferring the remaining individuals across to the opposite bank. By now, dusk had enveloped the surroundings, and beneath the colossal vines, countless shadows stirred, revealing hundreds of eerie green eyes slowly opening. They flapped their fleshy wings and released their talons, initially plummeting downward before swiftly soaring into the sky. "What is that?" The man in the tattered suit, having just freed himself from the clutches of fate, gazed curiously at the vines. He observed large black bats, the size of adults, streaming forth from beneath the vines, rapidly ascending and spiraling in the air. The pairs of green eyes scanning the surroundings sent chills down spines. Suddenly, a bat with glowing eyes darted towards the dazed man in the tattered suit. As he fixated on the ever-enlarging shadow, clarity dawned upon him, and he emitted a horrified scream. "There are bats." The man instinctively attempted to avert his gaze, desperate to flee. Just then, the bat's eyes flickered ominously, and the man felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to stagger backward. Just as he was about to plunge into the river, a powerful arm unexpectedly reached out, seizing him by the neck and lifting him aloft. The muscular rabbit man regarded the oncoming bat with a stern expression. At that moment, he held one survivor in each hand, with his blade already sheathed at his waist, rendering him unable to defend himself. As he prepared to evade, a fist-sized stone shot through the air with remarkable speed and precision towards the path of the bat. Whoosh! Thud! The bat's head collided with the stone, and with a shriek, it wobbled and plummeted into the raging river below. "Everyone, do not look into the eyes of those bats." Cross the river swiftly. Mo Fan retrieved another stone from his burlap satchel, aiming it at another bat with glowing eyes, as the visual prompt in his sight gradually faded. The sheer number of bats was overwhelming. Soon, Mo Fan found himself unable to shoot effectively. A young man with yellow hair, his pants soaked once more, widened his eyes in terror as the ghost-eyed bats lunged towards him. His teeth chattered, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Eventually, he rolled his eyes back, his body beginning to fall backward as he realized the claws of the ghost-eyed bat were nearly upon him. Just then, a gleaming golden blade sliced through the air from behind, cleaving the bat in two, splattering blood all over the yellow-haired youth. "Damn it! I thought you were an evolved being," Wang Tung exclaimed as he grasped the young man's neck, lifting him up. He then continued to slay the other ghost-eyed bats. As more and more of these creatures surged from beneath the giant vines, Mo Fan furrowed his brow deeply. At this rate, casualties were imminent. They needed to devise a strategy quickly. The second dragon's talent seemed to create pollution only when seen, but alas, it was night. Otherwise, these bats would merely be a minor issue for their group. As he contemplated the night, an idea struck him. Isn't there a ready source of light? Mo Fan's eyes darted towards the light source. "Brother Wang, can you make it brighter?" "The brighter, the better. We need to illuminate all the bats," he shouted towards Wang Tung. "You brat, what are you scheming now?" Wang Tung, though puzzled, quickly activated his talent. His body emitted an even more intense golden light, illuminating the surroundings. Mo Fan then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Big dragon, second dragon, where's Ultraman?" Suddenly, two powerful voices echoed from an unknown direction. "Digga, Taro." Two muscular men clad in skin-tight suits and knee-high white socks struck superhero poses as they sprinted across from the opposite bank of the Pujiang River, colliding with the survivors crossing the giant vines. Upon reaching the center of the giant vine, the duo halted and began to strike various captivating fitness poses, their dazzling white teeth gleaming. In an instant, all the ghost-eyed bats illuminated by the light began to screech in agony, rolling their eyes back as they plummeted towards the Pujiang below like dumplings. Gasping, Mo Fan exclaimed, "Everyone, avert your eyes from the vines to avoid the pollution from the second dragon." He watched as some survivors began to scream while covering their eyes, enduring the pain as he shouted his warning. Soon, with the assistance of Mo Fan, the second dragon, Wang Tung, and the hefty black man, the survivors swiftly crossed the Pujiang. Chapter 21. The Ghost-Eyed Bat King in the Magical City, atop the treetops on the opposite bank of the Pujiang. Wang Tung observed the second dragon, who continued to emit pollution amidst the giant vines, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Ever since these peculiar beings joined their ranks, his stress had significantly diminished, and there had been no further casualties among the survivors. Ah, if only Wang Ting could have issued a sigh a little earlier. Lifting his gaze to the heavens at a 45-degree angle, a faint melancholy gradually dispersing around him. The sunset run? The fleeting youth? Observing Wang Ting, who suddenly appeared lost in thought, Mo Fan's mind was awash with myriad reflections. Ere long, the Ultraman is out of energy. Hurry back. Mo Fan shouted at the two muscular men still striking poses, weaving a kind-hearted falsehood. Upon hearing Mo Fan's reminder, the two Ultramen, situated in the midst of the colossal vines, instantly tightened their expressions and began emitting indistinct sounds as they hastened toward Mo Fan. Ding dong, ding dong. Soon, ere long returned to Mo Fan and Wang Tung's side, striking a pose reminiscent of Superman soaring through the sky. You should temper your talents, Mo Fan said, feeling a sharp sting in his eyes. All right, ere long replied softly, clearly somewhat reluctant. True light cannot be vanquished by such trivial obstacles, Wang Tung suddenly declared with gravitas. Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Brother Wang was also a man who believed in light. However, Mo Fan quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Nodding slowly at ere long, noticing the anticipation in Mo Fan and Wang Tung's expressions, ere long exchanged a glance with them, his determination swiftly solidifying. Brother Mo Fan, Uncle Wang Tung, we shall strive to become worthy Ultraman warriors, ensuring that all in the world believe in light. Ere long's face flushed, his expression brimming with excitement, as if accepting a sacred mission. Mo Fan and Wang Ting nodded solemnly. Indeed, let us continue our quest to protect the innocent. Ere long declared in unison. Go forth and safeguard the vulnerable. Wang Tung gestured grandly. Ere long then dashed toward the other guards stationed nearby. Ahem, at times, it is our duty to guide wayward souls towards virtuous behavior, Wang Tung remarked, feigning a cough as he observed the peculiar expression beginning to form on Mo Fan's face. I understand, Mo Fan responded earnestly with a nod. Ahem, let's proceed. We must find a suitable place to set up camp. Noticing the somewhat forced expression on Mo Fan's face, Wang Tung spoke with an awkward tone. Very well, Mo Fan replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he turned back toward the group. Before long, Mo Fan and his companions discovered an excellent camping spot not far from the Pujiang River. As crimson flames flickered to life, the enticing aroma of meat began to waft through the campsite. The survivor group of today was no longer what it once was, no longer fearing that flames would attract throngs of mutated beasts. After all, they now possessed ere long their formidable weapon. Gulp! A man in tattered formal downed half a bowl of meat soup in one swift motion, breathing deeply and revealing a satisfied smile. Ever since that seemingly innocent yet thoroughly corrupted individual had joined their ranks, life had begun to hold ever more promise. He even entertained thoughts of joining the pathfinding squad to hone his combat experience. After all, he was an evolved being in his own right. Continuing to cling stubbornly to a failing situation has become rather unbearable, and recently even his paramour has begun to disdain him, claiming he is less mature than a child. The man in tattered suit shook his head, cradling the half-empty wooden bowl of soup, and made his way to a secluded thicket devoid of light, his age making it increasingly difficult to hold his bladder, humming an indiscernible tune as he reached the underbrush. A colossal shadow suddenly enveloped him just as he was about to relieve himself with one hand while holding the soup with the other. The sight of 20 bat-like creatures, each the size of himself, sent his face into a pallor of dread. Bats! Why me again? He exclaimed in horror, shattering the wooden bowl upon the ground in a fit of desperation. This was the last vestige of his defiance. Why must he suffer such utter humiliation even in the simplest of acts? Meanwhile, Mo Fan and his companions, who were also savoring their broth, were puzzled by the familiar sound of the scream. Yet, they hastily set down their bowls and hurried toward the source of the commotion. Upon witnessing a gigantic, ghostly-eyed bat lifting a survivor into the sky, Missouri Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. This evolved ghostly-eyed bat possessed a childlike intelligence, its razor-sharp claws capable of slicing through iron and stone, and its eyes seemed to wield an enchanting power over the hearts of men. What? My talent can critique me? Mo Fan's thoughts swirled with confusion. However, he quickly grasped the situation's urgency. despite not understanding why the smaller bats were unafraid of light while the larger ones were. He knew he could not afford to ponder further. "Brother Wang, it fears light," Mo Fan shouted, reaching for a brick at his waist. Realizing he needed a formidable tool against this minor boss, Wang Tung, who had already awaited Mo Fan's reconnaissance, turned and bellowed, "De Long, ere long, witness what true illumination is." In an instant, Wang Tung radiated brilliant golden light that pierced through the dense foliage, illuminating the surroundings for 100 meters in a resplendent glow. Everything transformed into a dazzling golden hue. "Damn!" Mo Fan, who was nearby preparing to throw a stone, let out a cry as he was momentarily blinded. In another location, De Long and Ere Long fixated on the man bathed in light, trembling in awe. "Could it be?" De Long uttered, his voice filled with astonishment. "The power of the Ultra," Ere Long added slowly. With a sudden flash, the gigantic, ghostly-eyed bat screeched in agony, swaying unsteadily in flight as it was momentarily blinded by the brilliance. Yet, even so, it continued its ascent into the sky. "Help! Help!" The man in the tattered suit screamed from above. In a swift turn of events, a grayish brick transformed into a streak of green light, hurtling towards the colossal bat with precision. Thud! A deep, resonant impact echoed as the brick struck the bat squarely on its forehead. The colossal ghost-eyed bat let out a piercing shriek, its claws loosening slightly as it began to plummet downwards. Witnessing the descent of the giant bat along with the survivor, Mo Fan bellowed, "Fatty, save him." The other members, taken aback, marveled at the impressive skill this young man possessed. "All right," responded the newly arrived Black Fatty, who swiftly dashed forward, arms outstretched, moving about the landing area to calculate the victim's final descent point. Suddenly, the giant ghost-eyed bat, in a moment of clumsiness, flapped its wings and struck a raggedly dressed man squarely in the face. The man let out a cry, spinning through the air before landing in Black Fatty's embrace. Relieved to see the dark face before him, the ragged man exhaled, only to tilt his head and faint. Mo Fan raised an eyebrow in amusement. Thud! At that moment, the giant ghost-eyed bat crashed down. "Huh, you dare to raid our home?" sneered a burly man, standing at an imposing height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, who had a penchant for rabbits. The waiting path-clearing team swiftly unsheathed their red scarves and blades. A desperate screech emanated from a certain Bat King. Chapter 22. Discussing the route in the city of Mo, the saying goes, the plans of the day are made in the morning. At the campsite of the path-clearing team, Wang Tung crouched on the ground, his brow furrowed, intently gazing at the sprawling map of the Great China laid out before him. Surrounding him were other members of the path-clearing team, also crouched, engaged in a discussion about their next steps westward. "Isn't it a bit risky to head towards the station?" came a somewhat hoarse voice, the burly man with a fondness for rabbits expressing a hint of concern. Indeed, that area was once the most populated before the mutations. Who knows how many failed evolved corpses might be lurking there? Chimed in a clear female voice, belonging to the only woman in the team, Lu Xiaoman. "I believe that heading towards the station presents both advantages and disadvantages," Mo Fan interjected suddenly. Upon hearing his voice, Wang Tung raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of keen interest. "Oh, pray tell," he urged. Mo Fan pondered for a moment before responding. "The disadvantages have already been articulated by Sister Man-Man. There will indeed be a greater number of corpses, and potentially some formidable entities, rendering danger unavoidable, with the possibility of casualties. However, in the long run, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Look here," Mo Fan said, pushing aside the stout Black Fatty and pointing at the map on the ground. "From our starting point in the city of Mo, to reach the northwestern region, we must successively pass through Xing City, Hang City, Huang City, and then City. And this is merely the beginning of our journey from the coastal counties. There are still Bay County, Shi County, and Chuan County ahead. We are just now arriving at the outermost edge of the western region, Qing County, and to reach the furthest northwest point, we must press on towards Zhang County and Xian County. I believe I need not elaborate on the extensive distance we must cover during this leg of our journey." Mo Fan shrugged, indicating that he assumed everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. Thus, by adhering to the routes traversed by the trains at the stations, we can significantly enhance our pace, allowing us to focus solely on our journey without the need to alter our course midway. The threat posed by those mindless creatures is not as formidable as it seems. In comparison to the evolved beasts, I would prefer to confront them instead. At this point, a knowing expression graced Mo Fan's face. Upon hearing his words, enlightenment dawned on the faces of the others. No wonder the captain suggested heading that way. He had already contemplated the second level while we were still on the first. This realization implies that our peril is somewhat diminished, as we will only have to contend with those lesser zombies in the future. A surge of excitement washed over Ma Zi's face. Just as the group was fervently discussing, a voice interrupted them. No, Mo Fan, you have overlooked one critical factor. The flora has also evolved, Wang Tung interjected suddenly. Mo Fan looked at Wang Tung quizzically, pondering the relevance of vegetation. The others appeared equally perplexed. Wang Tung abruptly rose. Look around you. Even the most bustling areas of the Demon City have transformed into a forest. How could the stations possibly remain intact? He gestured emphatically at a towering tree, striking it forcefully, causing a cascade of leaves to fall upon the group. Therefore, I suspect we will still be facing those evolved beasts. And it's not impossible that some remnants of the zombies persist. Nevertheless, our ultimate goal remains to pursue that direct route. Striving for the swiftest passage to the northwest rendezvous, Wang Tung elaborated. The group came to a collective realization. They had initially believed the captain to be on the second level, only to discover that he had already reached the third, having devised such extensive plans. Truly, he is a remarkable captain. Admiration shone in the eyes of the onlookers as they regarded Wang Tung. Captain, you truly excel, Lu Xiaoman remarked with awe. Wang Tung raised an eyebrow in pride, playfully patting Mo Fan on the shoulder, though missing his target. Undeterred, he continued, youngsters should always strive to learn. Recently, Mo Fan had been stealing the limelight, nearly overshadowing him. The captain. You're still quite inexperienced, Wang Tung said, striding towards the dining hall with a nonchalant gait. Observing Wang Tung's swagger, which resembled that of someone carrying a satchel, Mo Fan's expression darkened. He had begun to understand Wang Degu's peculiarities, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement. Beside him, Lu Xiaoman, who had previously admired the captain, instantly lost her enthusiasm. Everything about him was commendable, except for his somewhat unrefined demeanor. Shaking her head, she too made her way to the dining hall, followed by the rest of the group. The so-called dining hall was merely a modest wooden structure hastily assembled from local materials, serving as a communal space for distributing hot meals to the survivors. Despite the considerable strength of the group now, they could not afford to be overly indulgent, as excessive smoke would be counterproductive. Everyone, let us continue our journey, Wang Tung bellowed. After a night of rest and the revitalizing morning broth, the survivors were brimming with energy and vigor. The caterpillar-like formation had quickened its pace at the forefront of the team. Brother, let's charge ahead, exclaimed the younger sibling. Come on, let's engage in a duel of men, replied the elder. Absolutely. Today, victory shall be mine. Is that so? The two brothers exchanged glances, and it seemed as if sparks ignited in the air. Observing their trivial banter, Mo Fan sighed. Please keep the noise down. It might disturb those behind us. Fear not, brother Mo Fan. We might be a bit clumsy, but we are not fools, asserted De Long with a serious expression. Indeed, added ere long. Mo Fan's lips twitched slightly. Is there really a distinction? Currently, the path-clearing team, including Mo Fan, comprised 7 members: the scar-faced man, the pirate, the rabbit man, and another individual whom Mo Fan did not recognize, along with ere long. With Mo Fan as the captain, the others, including Wang Tung, had returned to the rear to support the survivor team. As for Haipeng, he had long become a tool. Watching Ere Long, who had already ventured 10 meters ahead, Mo Fan sighed. Thanks to Ere Long's formidable assistance, the pressure of clearing the path had been significantly alleviated. However, Ere Long's exuberant energy, combined with the need to avoid accidental contamination, meant they could not approach too closely while constantly monitoring him to ensure their safety. Due to the singular nature of his evolution, Ere Long's pollution could only be transmitted through sight, allowing Mo Fan and the others to remain relatively near. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Brother, there's a little snake ahead. I see it, brother. Let's see who can mesmerize it first. This time I must win. Ahead, Ere Long spotted a giant snake that had swayed and fallen from a tree, its size easily exceeding 10 meters. At that moment, Ere Long began to pose theatrically in front of the enormous serpent, each vying to bring it down first. Yet, since snakes naturally slither on the ground, how could they possibly topple it? Humph! As they observed the giant snake's body beginning to convulse and its mouth slowly foaming, Mo Fan quietly drew a cross over his chest. Release that snake and continue forward. Mo Fan suddenly shouted, then slowly unsheathed the mountain axe from his waist as he approached the great serpent. Allow me to alleviate your suffering. Chapter 23. Other teams in the Devil City. Within a vast forest near the South Station. Damn it, how long have we been walking, and we're still not there? Bellowed a burly man, slapping the yellow-haired youth leading the way. Oh, boss, I can only estimate the station's location roughly. I can't be precise, protested the yellow-haired youth, stumbling from the blow, his face filled with grievance. Humph, if I didn't see some potential in you, I'd toss you to the zombies, the burly man declared. I can't go on. Let us have something to eat first. He plopped down onto a nearby stone. Boss, don't be angry. Have some water first. A woman of average appearance, but with a curvaceous figure, sweetly retrieved half a bottle of mineral water from her backpack to offer him. I appreciate your understanding, haha. The burly man guffawed after finishing his drink, and then, with a swift motion, pulled the woman into his embrace, his hands roaming within her clothing. Soon, the voluptuous woman became weak and breathless, gazing at him with sultry eyes. Nearby, a young man with yellow hair took out half a loaf of bread, watching with a glint of desire in his eyes. How utterly disgusting. A calm female voice interjected suddenly, looking towards the sound. The yellow-haired youth noticed 3 young men and a woman standing behind him, all appearing youthful and somewhat inexperienced, likely either university students or fresh graduates. The voice belonged to one of the young women, possessing an oval face with exquisitely defined features and a figure that was both curvaceous and elegant. Standing at approximately 1.65 meters. At that moment, the young woman held a sheathed katana, the scabbard still dripping blood. She observed the burly man with an expressionless demeanor. Whether feigning indifference or simply lacking emotion was unclear. Never mind. After all, we are all on the same team. A bespectacled young man nervously glanced at the increasingly irate burly man and spoke in a timid tone. Wang Gang, you weren't this timid when you confessed to me at school. The woman pivoted her sharp gaze towards the bespectacled youth. Wang Gang silently lowered his head, his voice tinged with disappointment. I'm sorry. Hey, let us not quarrel. We are all seeking a way to survive together. There's no need for infighting. A plump, somewhat sleazy-looking man stepped in to mediate. Indeed, we are all in this together. Another young man in black, whose face bore pockmarks, echoed in agreement. Clearly, the 4 were familiar with one another, all hailing from the same school. Humph, wretched woman. The burly man silently cursed, his gaze lecherously sweeping over the katana-wielding woman. The sound of a blade being drawn resonated. Damn it, I'll make you understand my strength sooner or later, the burly man muttered under his breath, averting his gaze in frustration. Had it not been for his wariness of the woman's capabilities, he would have acted long ago. The woman beside him suddenly gasped. Let me relieve some tension. The burly man pressed down on the woman's head, forcing it lower while his other hand began to unfasten his trousers. Disgusting. The katana-wielding woman turned away with a blank expression, unwilling to sully her eyes with such a sordid scene. Soon, inappropriate sounds echoed from behind her. Among the 3 other young men, aside from the seemingly timid Wang Gang who appeared embarrassed, the other 2 displayed envious glances, thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. Occasionally, they would glance back at the katana-wielding woman, their expressions laced with malice. It was evident that this group of 7 was led by the katana-wielding woman and the burly man, both of whom were at least evolved individuals, while the others were likely ordinary people dependent on them. At that moment, the young man with yellow hair suddenly pulled out a packet of unknown substances from his bag. Casting a lewd glance towards the woman wielding the katana, he then approached the burly man, whispering conspiratorially into his ear. Soon, the stout man's eyes flickered with intrigue, and he began to scan the katana-wielding woman with increasing intensity. Abruptly, he shouted towards her. Hey, you over there, the chubby one. Stop shaking. Do you wish to experience the pleasures of a man? He even shoved the woman he was holding aside. The woman's expression soured. She was taken aback to find herself so trivialized in the eyes of the burly man, used merely as bait to attract the lecherous chubby fellow. The lascivious man was initially startled by the burly man's call, fearing he had offended him. However, upon hearing the latter's words, he felt an unexpected thrill. He glanced at the silhouette of the katana-wielding woman, gritted his teeth, and slowly approached her. Disgusting. The katana-wielding woman could hear every movement behind her, astonished that her seemingly harmless classmate harbored such depravity within. Meanwhile, another man in black, equally captivated, hesitated to approach since the burly man hadn't he called him shameless. Wang Gang, standing nearby, was filled with indignation. Chubby guy, come here. I have something to discuss, the burly man said, pushing the woman aside and beckoning the lecherous man closer with a crooked finger. The chubby man approached nervously. Soon the group began to speak in hushed tones, their whispers indistinguishable. After a flurry of murmurs, the chubby man glanced at the katana-wielding woman, his face contorted in conflict. But in no time, the burly man whispered something else in his ear, and the chubby man's expression shifted to one of longing, his gaze fixated on the woman with unabashed desire. Before long, the sounds emanating from the chubby man's corner resembled those typically heard in adult films, a cacophony of fervor. Within a minute, the chubby man returned. A look of satisfaction plastered across his face, concealing something beneath his clothing. Observing him, the man in black's eyes glimmered with envy. How could you do this? Aren't you a student? Wang Gang, the bespectacled man, exclaimed, his face aflame with anger. What business is it of yours? The chubby man retorted disdainfully. As the commotion behind her subsided, the katana-wielding woman turned around. Keep your distance from me, no closer than 4 meters. Don't blame me for my ruthlessness. Her voice was devoid of warmth. The chubby man's face fell. He worried about the implications of standing too far away from a monster. The man in black wore a smirk, reveling in the situation. Serves him right. The chubby man lowered his head, his expression twisted with malice, thinking, you've forced my hand. Yet, he quickly lifted his gaze to the man in black, donning a facade of nonchalance. It's nothing. It's just standing a bit further away. Alas, I must tell you. That woman's figure was striking as she draped her arm over the shoulders of the man in black, leading him toward a thicket. The blade-wielding woman observed the pair from a distance, her expression inscrutable. Slowly, she drew a towel from her waist and began to wipe the bloodstains from her sword sheath. You should replenish your strength with some food, suggested Wang Gang, producing a piece of jerky from his backpack and offering it to her. No, you eat first. Well, all right then. Wang Gang felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had pursued the blade-wielding woman throughout their school years, nurturing feelings for her over 4 long years. Even in the apocalypse, he had bravely protected her, yet his affections had gone unreciprocated, like blossoms falling in vain. Hey Wang Gang, I'm hungry. Give me something to eat, called the man in black, who had somehow approached Wang Gang's side from the thicket. Since the blade-wielding woman was preoccupied with battle and the other two appeared somewhat unreliable, all provisions were entrusted to Wang Gang. Just a moment, let me find something. Wang Gang began to rummage through his bags. I'll grab some water first. With that, the man in black unfastened a water pouch from Wang Gang's belongings, surreptitiously extracting a small packet of unknown powder from his pocket. Soon, the 7 of them began to replenish their strength and partake in their meal. Chapter 24, A Heroic Rescue? In the bustling area near the south station of the Demon City, voices rang out. Brother, little brother, there's another black kitten ahead. Brother, let me go? Little brother, let us see who can catch it first. As he observed the 2 muscular men bursting with energy ahead, Emo Fan felt a headache coming on. You two, once you handle that one, take a break. Don't wander too far. He shouted from behind at the duo. Erlong understood. They replied in unison. Come on, brother. The final showdown. Erlong's face was alight with fervor. This is our ultimate mission. DeLong's expression turned serious and solemn. Oh no, the little kitten is escaping. Quick, chase after it. A large black feral cat, resembling a calf in size, shrieked in panic, frothing at the mouth as it limped away. It was merely passing by. What ill intentions could a little cat possess? Watching Erlong gradually retreat, Emo Fan wore a look of exasperation. You two head back and report the situation. I'll go bring them back. He addressed the other members of the scouting team beside him with resignation. What a misfortune. Near the south station, a cold female voice pierced the air. We shall continue our journey in 1 minute. Huh, are we not waiting for them? Complained the plump man 4 meters away, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Indeed, our strength would be greater together, the man in black chimed in, though his expression betrayed a certain unease. You may stay and join them, the blade-wielding woman replied calmly, having grown weary of the sordidness within the group, preferring solitude. I will accompany you. Beside them, Wang Gang swiftly declared that he would never abandon the one he cherished. The sword-wielding woman wiped the moisture from the corner of her mouth. Gradually rising to her feet, and tossing the remaining half bottle of mineral water to Wang Gang. Suddenly, her brow furrowed deeply, a peculiar weakness enveloping her limbs, and an inexplicable yearning welled up within her. Mere moments later, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. What was happening? A flicker of astonishment finally crossed the usually impassive face of the sword-wielding woman. "Ha ha! Dear girl, you've fallen into our trap," came a brazen voice from nearby. Immediately, 3 burly men began to approach. "What is wrong with you?" Wang Gang exclaimed in panic, bending down to assist the fallen, sword-wielding woman. Thud! Suddenly, a chubby man kicked Wang Gang, sending him sprawling to the ground. "What are you doing?" Wang Gang shouted, fury etched across his face. "What am I doing? Why? I'm here to deal with you. What else could it be if not to drug her?" The chubby man's previously amiable demeanor had morphed into one of unrestrained malice. "You filthy wretch, I've tolerated you long enough. Always pretending to be virtuous. If you weren't an evolver, I would have ended you long ago." His face contorted in rage as he hurled insults at the defenseless, sword-wielding woman. At that moment, a man in black joined the chubby man, clearly indicating that they were allies. "You, how could you do this? We are all classmates." Wang Gang's face flushed with indignation, unable to fathom that his fellow students would resort to such treachery against their savior. "Ha ha ha, well done, little chubby." The 3 burly men had now drawn closer, with the central figure wearing a triumphant expression. "Brother, it was I who administered the drug." The man in black stepped forward, eager to take credit. "Excellent. You'll be next in line." The burly man patted him on the shoulder. "Great. Haha." The man in black's eyes gleamed with lust as he sauntered away, clearly satisfied with himself. The chubby man's expression darkened, feeling slighted that this fellow dared to usurp his glory. "Boss, you should indulge yourself. The effects of the drug will take hold shortly," he said, feigning servility while gesturing towards the sword-wielding woman. "All right, you lot remain nearby and keep watch," the burly man said lewdly, his hands already beginning to unfasten his clothing. The woman at the back looked on with pity at the defenseless, sword-wielding woman, shaking her head, knowing that the upcoming moments would plunge her into the darkest period of her life. The young man with yellow hair scowled, displeased that the plan he had proposed had relegated him to the last position in line. Let us go, he urged the others impatiently. "Enough. You all get lost. I intend to enjoy myself thoroughly." The burly man, unable to contain his eagerness, urged the lingering group to leave. "Do not even think about it." At that moment, Wang Gang, who had been knocked to the ground, surged forward, arms outstretched, resolutely positioning himself in front of the sword-wielding woman. As he gazed at the bespectacled Wang Gang standing before him, the burly man narrowed his eyes, an expression of fierce anger overtaking his features. In an instant, he seized Wang Gang's right hand and twisted it with a brutal force, contorting it into a pretzel shape. "Ah!" Wang Gang screamed in agony. With a resounding thud, the man delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. "Drag him away, don't ruin my mood." The burly man's rising ire silenced the others, who quickly rushed forward to haul the writhing Wang Gang away from the scene. Soon, only the burly man and the sword-wielding woman remained. "Hey there, little beauty. Today I shall indulge you," the burly man exclaimed with palpable excitement, rubbing his hands together as he began to loosen his clothing. The sword-wielding woman trembled in fear at the sight of the perverse man before her body devoid of strength and her heart filled with despair. She sensed an ominous premonition of her fate. Just then, a sudden meow echoed from a distance, followed by a cacophony of terrified voices. "Ah, there's a cat. Ah!" The group that had just departed returned, pale and screaming in terror. Even Wang Gang, who had recently endured a beating, limped along, dragging his severed right hand behind him. "Are you all trying to court death?" The burly man bellowed in anger, now clad only in his undergarments. However, his expression soon shifted to one of dread as he spotted a massive black cat, the size of a calf, looming behind the fleeing group. His eyes darted around, and he quickly retrieved the kitchen knife he had discarded earlier. Boss, help us, help." The 3 who had fled rushed to his side, though one, a man in black, was conspicuously absent. Trembling with fear, they huddled behind the burly man. They had witnessed a single strike, how the man in black had been cleaved in two, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. Even as his upper half fell, he remained alive, calling out for help. "Damn it, get in front of me," the burly man ordered, pushing the terrified individuals ahead of him. "No, boss. They protested. But the sight of the raised knife silenced their pleas, and they shakily stepped forward. The burly man hid behind them, his face set in grim determination as he stared towards the giant cat. At that moment, he suddenly spotted Wang Gang, still limping towards him, and with narrowed eyes. He kicked Wang Gang towards the pursuing black cat. As Wang Gang faced the menacing creature, its claws seemingly extended, he closed his eyes in despair. Just then, he heard two rugged voices call out from afar, "Little Meow, don't run away. Little Meow, we want to harm you. Would you be our pet?" "Yes, yes." The black cat, having fled nearly 2 miles, finally succumbed, swaying unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, its expression one of despair. "Meow, let the world end. This cat shall not live any longer." Chapter 25. A heroic rescue in the City of Magic. Near the South Station, the colossal black cat lay on the ground, gazing at the two figures slowly becoming clearer in the distance, a tear trickling from the corner of its eye. "Haha, brother, the little kitty can't run anymore." "Brother, I see it too. Brother, I suddenly find the kitty so adorable. Can we keep it? Brother, let us capture it first." "All right, brother." The forlorn cat shut its eyes, listening to the words nearby that spoke of treating this fearsome giant cat as a pet. The burly man and his companions were slowly sweating, marveling inwardly at the immense power of the two voices' owners. Yet, something felt off about their conversation, leaving the burly man puzzled. Soon, the two figures approached. "Ah, my eyes." Wang Gang, closest to them, suddenly screamed in agony as a sharp pain shot through his eyes. Instinctively, he attempted to shield his eyes with his only remaining hand. However, with only one hand and two eyes, covering one would only lead to excruciating pain in the other, forcing him to alternate. Before long, he began to froth at the mouth and convulsed into unconsciousness. "Oh no. Brother, it seems we've accidentally harmed an innocent person. We must quickly suppress our abilities." "Brother." "All right, brother." The burly man and his companions looked on in terror, recognizing the sheer magnitude of the power they were witnessing. "Hey, you over there, don't worry. We are the good guys. Indeed, you must trust my brother. We have already suppressed our talents." As they observed the two identical muscular men clad in tight yellow suits and knee-high white socks approaching, the burly man felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. "Thank you so much, brothers. Otherwise, we might have perished beneath the claws of that black cat." The burly man suddenly broke into a broad smile, moving closer to the two. Yes, we are truly grateful. What great benefactors." Several of the burly man's companions echoed his sentiments, and one particularly attractive woman even flirtatiously winked at the two. But the duo was oblivious to such affections, merely scratching their heads in embarrassment. No, dear uncles and aunts, we are just fulfilling our duties," said the elder brother, his face flushing with embarrassment. The woman's smile twitched slightly. "Auntie?" The burly man's smile froze. Could these two be unapproachable? He decided to probe further. "Duties? Are you two from the military? How wonderful." The burly man suddenly wore an excited expression. "There is nothing. We are not the government troops. My younger brother is somewhat shy. I am the embodiment of justice, the valiant defender of righteousness." With a serious demeanor, my brother explained their identities to the burly man. The burly man and his companions were taken aback, thinking, "Damn it, no need to try." Suddenly, the burly man's eyes glinted with realization. These two possessed abilities far superior to his own as an evolved being, and they appeared to possess a rather low intellect. If he could somehow recruit them, he cast a sly glance at the two. Just then, a youthful voice resonated from afar. "Big dragon, little dragon, do not harm the survivors. Rest assured, Brother Mofin, we have it all under control," they replied in unison, though their expressions betrayed a hint of guilt. Soon, a young man with a pure and gentle visage came into view. It was Mofin. Noticing the rapport between Mofin and the two, the burly man's eyes narrowed. With family ties, these two simpletons would be harder to deceive. He needed to eliminate this young man first. He discreetly signaled his companions to detain the two while he approached the seemingly innocent Mofin alone. "Ah, brothers, look. We have someone fainted here. Could you help her?" The young man with yellow hair quickly devised a plan, pulling Little Dragon toward the unconscious, sword-wielding woman on the ground. He gestured for the others to obscure Mofin from view. "Fainted?" Big Dragon queried, following closely behind Little Dragon. The young man with yellow hair sighed in relief. "Boss, let us make this quick." Meanwhile, the burly man approached Mofin with a friendly demeanor. "Oh, you must be the brother of our benefactor," he said, his tone exceedingly sincere. Mofin regarded the grinning, burly man approaching with a playful glint in his eyes. He then focused intently, unraveling the information before him. A successfully evolved male human with mediocre talents, having merely elevated his physical prowess to the peak of human capability. As the burly man drew nearer, Mofin's lips curled into a subtle smile, instantly adopting an expression even more amicable than the man himself, his innocent large eyes fixed on him. Simultaneously, his right hand slowly reached into the burlap sack at his waist. Have you seen where my two younger brothers are? They're a bit lacking in intelligence. The two exchanged warm glances, inching closer. Ha ha ha. Go to the underworld to find your dim-witted brothers. Once close enough. The burly man ceased his charade, erupting into a hearty laugh as he swung the cleaver concealed behind him toward Mofin. However, before he could land his blow, a heavy green brick unexpectedly struck him on the forehead. Smack. The sound rang crisp and almost melodious. The burly man's laughter abruptly ceased, and his body gradually slumped to the ground, his left leg twitching involuntarily. Mofin frowned as he observed the fallen, burly man. The audacity of this individual to attempt to harm him upon their first encounter. Such innocence and charm, and yet he is capable of such cruelty. He must surely be of ill intent. A look of concern crossed his face as he swiftly made his way towards Erlong. Brother, will you save him? Dear brother, as a mere warrior, what knowledge do I possess of healing? You have a point, brother. Let us summon Brother Mofin to assist. Very well, brother. With that, Erlong set off in search of Mofin. No. Allow me to fetch him. You two remain and see if there is any way to rescue her. The young man with yellow hair was in a state of panic. Should these two peculiar beings discover that his brother might perish, the consequences for everyone present would be dire. Indeed, there is no need to trouble you. Let him go. The others echoed in agreement. At that moment, a youthful voice called from behind them. There is no need for trouble. I have come myself. The group turned in fright, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. Before them stood Mofin, his appearance strikingly pure and unassuming. Their gazes instinctively drifted behind him, and soon they spotted a burly man convulsing on the ground in the distance. Upon realizing their leader was in peril, the yellow-haired youth trembled as he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Big brother. No. Grandfather. This has nothing to do with us. It was our leader who wished to eliminate your brother for his own gain. We are innocent. Indeed, we are mere pawns in this. The plump young man also knelt in supplication. At this juncture, the remaining woman, possessing a graceful figure, began to disrobe. In no time, she was left clad only in her undergarments, her ample curves momentarily distracting Mofin. Big brother, if you spare me, I will repay you in any manner you desire, front or back. The woman, suppressing her trepidation, cast a flirtatious glance at Mofin and knelt as well. In this apocalyptic world, survival was paramount, and they were willing to trade anything for it. Mofin observed the swift supplication of these individuals with raised brows, surprised by their rapid capitulation. His gaze then sharpened as he scrutinized the kneeling figures before him. Chapter 26. The New Gifted Ones in the Forests near the South Station of Magic City. Mofin's eyes narrowed. He discerned a male human, infused with trace amounts of mysterious power, exhibiting robust health. Nearby lay a female human, equally imbued with such powers and in excellent physical condition. Just a few ordinary survivors. Mofin felt a sense of relief wash over him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a figure lying behind the group, a woman wielding a katana. She was an evolved female human, possessing peak human constitution and a unique talent known as chaotic judgment, which imbued her attacks with varying characteristics. Attacks with unique traits? Mofin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by yet another gifted individual. Were such talents not rare? He quickly shook his head, reminding himself of the nature of the city in which he found himself. Given such a vast population, even the rarest of talents cannot be exceedingly scarce. I have a task for you. Find a rope and bring your leader to me. Mu Fan commanded, completely disregarding the woman who was posing provocatively. All right, we shall go immediately. The others responded eagerly, as if granted a reprieve. Keep an eye on them. They are quite the villains. Mu Fan cautioned ere long, watching the departing figures. Villains? How outrageous. They dare to deceive the emissary of light. Ere long exclaimed, his anger palpable. Come, brother. Let us closely monitor them. Mu Fan, now considered a semi-official member of the military due to their time spent together, had earned Ere Long's utmost trust. Observing the furious Erlong trailing behind the three, Mu Fan could only silently wish for their safety, hoping they would witness an impromptu display of fitness. Turning his attention to the sword-wielding woman sprawled on the ground, he noted her increasingly distressed expression as she began to massage her own wrists. Goodness! Mu Fan gasped, feeling somewhat at a loss. After all, this innocent young man had never encountered such a situation and was unsure how to rescue her. Suddenly, the sword-wielding woman, seemingly reinvigorated, sprang to her feet. If this had been an ordinary man, he would likely be trembling in fear, heart racing, transformed into a beast. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a familiar crisp sound echoed. Out of nowhere, a green brick struck the back of the sword-wielding woman's head. Her eyes rolled back, her limbs slackened, and she collapsed onto the ground. Humph! You dare to tarnish my purity, guarded for over 20 years. You have only yourself to blame. The seemingly innocent Mu Fan scoffed. He quickly assisted the now truly unconscious, sword-wielding woman, propping her against a nearby tree. Hurry! Behave yourselves. Indeed, how dare you deceive the light of justice? Head high, chest out, march in step. 1, 2, 1, 2. At that moment, the group tasked with binding their leader returned, but they appeared to have fallen under Erlong's influence. Mu Fan turned to see the three who had previously knelt in supplication, now bound by vines that had seemingly materialized from nowhere, standing rigidly in a straight line. They marched towards him with a desperate expression, even the woman at the front's ample bosom bouncing in time with Erlong's commands, not daring to disobey. The now unconscious, burly man was tethered at the end of the line, being dragged along by the others. Erlong, meanwhile, carried a comatose giant black cat, bringing up the rear while loudly chanting the slogans. Witnessing this scene resembling a labor camp, Mu Fan could not help but cover his face. Indeed, you have proven yourselves. Erlong. In no time, the labor reform team hastily approached Mu Fan. Erlong swiftly set the unconscious large cat aside. Brother Mu Fan, we have kept a vigilant watch over these scoundrels. Indeed, we shall ensure these villains do not dare to flee, Erlong boasted. Observing the three pairs of terrified eyes and the foam at their mouths, Mu Fan seemed to comprehend the ordeal they had just endured, and he could not help but cast a sympathetic glance in their direction. Excellent. Truly, you are the harbingers of light. This mission has been executed splendidly. Mu Fan suddenly declared solemnly to Erlong. This is the duty of light. Erlong echoed in unison, his face flushed with excitement. Yes, Mu Fan nodded gravely, then abruptly turned, his lips twitching slightly. He was on the verge of losing composure. Mu Fan silently chanted, calm. He quickly turned back, his expression restored to normal. He gazed down at the massive black cat on the ground, slowly drawing his mountain axe, preparing to deal with the evolved beast first. Wait. Erlong suddenly halted him. Mu Fan, puzzled, inquired, what is it? Brother Mu Fan, may we keep this little kitty? Brother Jielong interjected, twirling his two stout fingers in front of him, his face contorted in a shy expression. Yes, Brother Mu Fan, we promise we will not let it harm any innocent person. Even Brother Jielong clasped his hands behind his back, his body twisting and occasionally jumping. Erlong was indeed beginning to act adorably. Ding! It seemed something erupted in the air. Hiss! Mu Fan's eyes widened suddenly, involuntarily stepping back a few paces, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes. Damn it, why? His innate talent had clearly been suppressed. How could this happen? Mu Fan gasped. Is this truly what they experienced? Mu Fan's face trembled, and he could not help but express pity for the three who were now foaming at the mouth once more. Such terror! Stop! Mu Fan covered his eyes with one hand, extending the other forward in a gesture to pause. Erlong ceased his playful antics, gazing at Mu Fan with anticipation. Seeing that Erlong had regained composure, Mu Fan sighed in relief. I cannot make this decision alone. You may bind them and take them back. If your Uncle Wang Tung has no objections, then you should be able to keep them. Mu Fan spoke slowly. I apologize, Brother Wang. I leave the rest to you. Very well. Though Erlong did not receive explicit consent, he was already content to have spared the little cat's life. Mu Fan. At that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice rang out. Mu Fan looked over to find it was Pirate, a member of the path-clearing team. It was Wang Tung who, having not seen Mu Fan and Erlong return to the team for a prolonged period, was dispatched to urge them onward. As for concerns regarding their safety, there was no need for such apprehensions. Soon enough, Mu Fan and his companions arrived at the camp, accompanied by a group of labor reform prisoners and victims. Chapter 27. A new addition in the survivor camp of Magic City, the woman with the long blade slowly opened her eyes while lying on a stretcher. She rubbed her blurred vision and surveyed her surroundings. It quickly dawned on her that she was in a sizable survivor camp, teeming with human survivors. Although their clothing was tattered, they appeared vibrant and full of life, their complexions rosy, completely devoid of the despair one might expect in a post-apocalyptic world. "You're awake?" A voice filled with surprise called out, and the woman turned to find Wang Gang. At that moment, his right arm was wrapped in bandages, dangling from his neck, while his left hand held a wooden bowl filled with meat soup, his face alight with joy as he gazed at her. The woman, propping herself up on the stretcher with her right hand, slowly sat upright. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the back of her head. As she reached back to touch it, she found a swelling the size of a fist. How could this be? A wave of confusion washed over her. "You must be hungry. Why not have some soup?" Wang Gang stepped closer, offering the bowl of soup to her. "Thank you," she replied dryly, brushing aside her concerns about the lump on her head as she accepted the soup. Gurgle, gurgle. The woman disregarded any notions of ladylike decorum and drank heartily. She was indeed famished, and it had been a long time since she had savored such a dish. After finishing, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve and looked at Wang Gang. She vaguely recalled losing consciousness after embracing a young man with a gentle and innocent appearance, only to suddenly black out. Reflecting on her earlier state, her eyes flickered with emotion. She held conservative views, having never allowed another man to touch her apart from her father. To think that her first experience would be one of her own volition. What on earth is happening here? She asked Wang Gang. This is a survivor group led by the military, he began to explain. Soon, Wang Gang recounted all that had transpired since her fainting. I see, the woman exhaled softly, her body relaxing completely. If there was anyone she could wholeheartedly trust in this apocalyptic world, it would be the military. Struggling to her feet, her eyes scanned the surroundings until they landed on the very thing she sought. In the distance, a young man with a gentle and innocent visage leaned against a large tree, fiddling with a long blade in his hands and occasionally smacking his lips. It was Mo Fan. "Ah, you're awake," he exclaimed. Before him stood a woman of exquisite features and alluring curves, causing Mo Fan to smile broadly. "Oh, this is mine," she stated, pointing at the broadsword in his hand with a tone devoid of discernible emotion, even though she recognized him as the man to whom she had surrendered herself the previous day. "My apologies. I merely found your sword quite impressive and couldn't resist taking a closer look," Mo Fan gently clarified, tossing the broadsword toward her. "It's fine, if you desire it. Consider it a gift." Upon receiving the sword, the woman did not fasten it back to her waist, but instead extended it forward, attempting to return it to Mo Fan. "No need. I am unaccustomed to such weaponry. I prefer this," he replied, drawing forth a large red-scarved knife from his side and gesturing with it. Mo Fan had long coveted the red-scarved knives wielded by the guards, having previously requested one from Wang Tung, only to be denied on the grounds of scarcity. Yet, he had witnessed numerous knives within a large chest during one of Wang Tung's solitary moments of melancholy. Strangely, the previous day, Wang Tung had summoned him again, solemnly selecting the finest one from the chest to present to him. This red-scarved knife, forged from an unknown metal, boasted a peculiar black hue, measuring over 2 feet in length, with a red scarf tied around its handle. Its appearance was rather unremarkable, even somewhat antiquated. However, an inexplicable presence of dark red stains resembling intricate patterns adorned the blade, which could not be wiped away, emanating a subtle aura of menace. The knife was incredibly sharp and exceptionally balanced, showing no signs of wear even when used to strike stone, akin to a legendary weapon from a martial arts film. Mo Fan sheathed the knife at his side and turned to leave. "Wait," the woman suddenly halted him. "What is it?" he inquired, puzzled. "Did something happen between us before?" She asked earnestly. "Not at all. You simply fainted without warning," Mo Fan replied with sincerity. "I appreciate your assistance at that time. I shall repay you," she stated, her expression unchanged but her tone serious. "There's no need," he said, turning away and waving as he headed toward the campsite of the scouting team, only to stop midway. "If you truly wish to repay me, consider joining the scouting team." With his back to her, Mo Fan spoke softly. "Having another talent would surely expedite our return." "The scouting team?" the woman questioned, perplexed. "Follow me," he beckoned. "All right," she responded, and the two walked side by side into the distance. "I am Bing Ran." She introduced herself. A smile graced Mo Fan's lips. "I am Mo Fan. A certain bespectacled man, completely overlooked, watched as the two conversed merrily and departed. His fists clenched slowly, his entire body trembling with agitation. I have indeed accomplished so much. Soon, Mo Fan led Bing Ran to the armed division of the survivors. Brother Wong, I have brought you a capable assistant. Within the modest wooden hut, a middle-aged man, approximately 6 feet tall and clad in a black military uniform, slowly turned around. His countenance was amiable, featuring a kindly square face. He was Wong Tung. An assistant? He glanced at the young woman beside Mo Fan, noticing her delicate features. That is splendid. You should join Man's medical team. She is currently the only one there. You can assist while learning the art of healing. Wong Tang's tone was filled with encouragement. Brother Wong, she is a gifted one. Mo Fan suddenly interjected. Bing Ran turned to Mo Fan, raising an eyebrow. How did he know? Wong Tung's interest was piqued, his eyes glimmering as he focused intently on Bing Ran. Young lady, might you showcase your talent? Mo Fan also wore an expression of curiosity, having only heard of Bing Ran's gift but never witnessed it firsthand. Bing Ran nodded, scanning her surroundings before striding towards a nearby colossal tree. Wong Tung and Mo Fan quickly followed her beneath the giant tree. With a swift motion, Bing Ran drew her katana and struck the tree. The blade glided through the air like a crescent moon, casually slicing into the trunk, its edge barely penetrating the bark. Clang! She then turned and sheathed her katana. This. Wong Tung furrowed his brow. Boom! Suddenly, the tree behind her erupted, igniting spontaneously. Bing Ran raised her delicate eyebrows. Pleased with her fortune, she possessed 2 unique traits. Chapter 28. Discovery of the Corpse Nest Magic City. The following dawn, near the South Station. Today, we need not clear a path. Our mission is to investigate the situation within the station's vicinity. Engage only if necessary, and do not pursue kills. Mo Fan's gaze fell upon a newcomer in the scouting team as he spoke each word deliberately. Observing Mo Fan's serious demeanor, Bing Ran nodded in agreement. Understood. The other members quickly responded. Very well, we shall form teams of 2 and proceed separately. As today's mission is reconnaissance, we must maintain a low profile. Thus, ere long will remain at the camp. Among the evolutionaries present, including Mo Fan and Bing Ran, there were only 6 individuals. Before long, the scouting team formed pairs, Ma Zi with Rabbit Man, Pirate with a soldier from the government whom Mo Fan did not recognize. Clearly, they preferred to partner with their seasoned companions. It seemed he would have to lead the newcomer himself. Remember, during this reconnaissance, safety is paramount. Avoid entanglements with those monsters. Seeing that they were fully prepared, Mo Fan offered one last reminder. Understood. The 4 members of the reconnaissance team responded in unison. Move out. The 6 of them transformed into 3 swift arrows, darting towards 3 distinct directions of the station. Soon, as they approached a position close to the station, the team slowed down, entering a stealth mode. At Mo Fan's team, gazing ahead at the south station of the Demon City, Mo Fan's brow furrowed slightly. The current state of the station was vastly different from what they had discussed yesterday. Indeed, it had been nearly obliterated, leaving only remnants of shattered walls. However, the danger here was not the evolutionary beasts that Wong Tung had speculated, but rather the undead, in overwhelming numbers. Furthermore, they appeared to be markedly different from the feeble creatures they had encountered previously. As for the evolutionary beasts, Mo Fan had yet to spot a single one. What is the situation? Bing Ran, positioned behind Mo Fan, inquired softly. Wait a moment. Mo Fan's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized one of the undead. A human who had failed to evolve, devoid of any vestige of humanity, had transformed into a bloodthirsty, beast-like creature. They were perpetually hungry, armed with sharp claws, and would ravenously devour any creature they could consume. For some unknown reason, they seemed particularly eager for human flesh and blood. Mo Fan, disregarding his increasingly humanized abilities, furrowed his brow further. He then turned his attention to the other undead. A failed evolutionary human. A failed evolutionary human. A failed evolutionary human. All yielded the same analysis. Mo Fan recalled that during his initial encounter with these undead in the supermarket, they appeared to be in a state of adaptation, struggling to move with significantly diminished combat capability. Now, however, their instincts seemed to have fully acclimated to human form, rendering them formidable. These undead have grown stronger. Mo Fan spoke slowly. Stronger? Could they withstand a strike from me? Bing Ran tilted her head. Well, they probably couldn't. Recalling the grim fate of the large tree from yesterday, Mo Fan replied. But he quickly added, you could interpret these undead as having transformed into ordinary evolutionary beasts. Bing Ran's eyes lit up with understanding. Let us explore other locations, Mo Fan suggested. All right, Bing Ran responded succinctly. Mo Fan then continued to scout other areas, with Bing Ran closely trailing behind. Before long, Mo Fan made another discovery. Not far from his line of sight, on the trunk of a massive tree, lay an undead resembling a spider. A spider undead. Mo Fan frowned, choosing to bypass the spider undead as he pressed on in search of other areas. Be cautious. It's becoming increasingly dangerous, Mo Fan whispered a warning. Observing the serious and earnest profile of Mo Fan, Bing Ran couldn't help but feel a moment of distraction. He was the first man with whom she had shared an intimate encounter. Is something wrong? Mo Fan inquired again, having received no response. I'm fine, Bing Ran replied, regaining her focus. Soon after, an increasing array of mutated zombie information flooded Mo Fan's vision. Giant zombies, grotesque zombies, and spitting zombies, an astonishing variety of mutations. Mo Fan's expression grew increasingly grave. How could there be so many mutated zombies congregating in one place? Logically, mutated zombies should be as rare as gifted individuals among humans. The fact that their presence was so numerous was alarming. The adaptation of zombies to strengthen their bodies was expected, yet the sheer volume of mutations was abnormal. This was nothing short of a zombie nest. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, unable to fathom the reason behind it. What's wrong? Bing Ran's voice broke through his thoughts. There are too many mutated zombies. It's somewhat unusual, Mo Fan replied in a solemn tone. If the other areas here are similar, our plans may need to be altered. Bing Ran's brow also furrowed. Do you think something is drawing them here? She pondered. What could attract them? Mo Fan suddenly had a spark of insight. Could there be other survivors? No, survivors shouldn't lead to an increase in mutated zombies. Mo Fan's thoughts raced, and then his eyes narrowed with determination. It seemed they would need to venture deeper. I want to explore further inside. It will be more dangerous, and I may not be able to look out for you. Would you prefer to wait here? Mo Fan turned to Bing Ran. I do not require your protection, she replied, raising the sword in her hand. Mo Fan raised an eyebrow. Very well. The two then proceeded deeper into the station, their movements becoming more cautious. As they advanced, the surrounding trees began to thin inexplicably, and their field of vision widened. From a completely concealed thicket, a simple head suddenly emerged. Soon after, another head with delicate features followed. At this moment, Mo Fan and Bing Ran found themselves in the deepest part of the station's ruins. The area was remarkably spacious, surrounded by waist-high flowering plants, yet strangely devoid of any trees, consisting solely of herbaceous flora. Mo Fan peered out from the underbrush, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered something utterly astonishing. Noticing Mo Fan's stunned demeanor, Bing Ran turned to follow his gaze, and soon found herself equally captivated. Chapter 29. Crimson fruit. In the heart of the Magic City, at the southern station's deepest point, lay an expansive area flourishing with herbaceous plants, dominated by a singular plant that resembled both grass and a tree, standing proudly at its center. Before him stood a towering entity, exceeding 10 meters in height, with a girth that could only be encircled by 2 individuals. At the apex of this peculiar flora, numerous branches cascaded downwards, reminiscent of weeping willows, each adorned with a fruit the size of a closed fist. These fruits, in hues of green and crimson, emanated a faint luminescence. Suddenly, a spiny tongue shot forth from the ground, piercing one of the scarlet fruits and retracting with it. Beneath this enigmatic plant, a spider-like creature, the size of a bus and resplendent in crimson, delivered the fruit to its maw. After a few chews, it swallowed, its grotesque visage momentarily transforming into one of human-like satisfaction. In a swift motion, its long tongue darted out once more, retrieving another scarlet fruit from the branches. However, this time, it refrained from consuming it directly, instead unleashing several elongated tongues that mercilessly pulverized the fruit before scattering the remnants nearby. A throng of ordinary ghouls, long awaited, surged forward to compete for the spoils. One fortunate ghoul, positioned perfectly beneath the cascade of juice, gulped down a generous portion, its face alight with a semblance of human contentment. Yet soon after, its body began to tremble, grotesque flesh buds erupting from its form, enveloping it gradually. In due course, This ghoul transformed into a crimson cocoon, pulsating rhythmically like a heart, producing a series of thudding sounds. Meanwhile, other ghouls who managed to secure mere drops of the juice exhibited a faint red glow emanating from within, evidently reaping substantial benefits. At that moment, a giant ghoul, comparable in size to a modest house, charged in from the periphery, clearly intent on contesting for the juice. However, as it advanced, numerous spiny tongues suddenly launched at it from midair, piercing its body in multiple places and rendering it a sieve. With a violent convulsion of the tongues, the giant ghoul swiftly withered, collapsing with a resounding thud. The surrounding ghouls pounced upon its desiccated remains, voraciously tearing and devouring its shrunken carcass. The crimson spider ghoul retracted its tongue with deliberate slowness, its ghastly countenance once again reflecting a sense of pleasure. It was evident it was nurturing its kind while simultaneously orchestrating their evolutionary progression. Not far away, concealed within the grass, Mo Fan observed the extraordinary plant, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. A successfully evolved herbaceous plant, its branches and roots continually siphoning mysterious energy from the air and soil, accumulating this essence within its fruits, thereby endowing them with abundant enigmatic power. Mo Fan was astounded, his eyes aglow with realization. This strange plant, indeed a product of evolution, possessed the remarkable ability to concentrate the mists of evolution. From his understanding of analytical information, it was clear that this colossal plant was adept at gathering the exceedingly minute traces of evolutionary mist from the atmosphere, storing them within the crimson fruits. Thus, each of these fist-sized scarlet fruits was a condensed embodiment of the evolutionary fog. Gazing at the branches laden with at least dozens of crimson fruits, Mo Fan felt a surge of excitement. If he could consume a few of these crimson fruits, achieving a minor second evolution would be within his grasp. However, as he observed the peculiar plant surrounded by numerous mutated corpses, his spirits began to wane. There were at least 20 mutated corpses of various kinds encircling the plant. This didn't even account for the half-evolved corpses lurking nearby, which, if included, would bring the total well over 100. Furthermore, there were several flesh cocoons in the vicinity, indicating the onset of their evolution. If they were to break free, Mo Fan furrowed his brow. These crimson fruits seemed extraordinary. Bing Ran, who was concealed within a thicket alongside Mo Fan, spoke up, evidently having noticed the recent events. These crimson fruits contain a substantial amount of evolution mist. Mo Fan replied solemnly. Evolution mist? Bing Ran inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. It is the colorless vapor that emerges from the bodies of powerful evolutionary beasts upon their demise, Mo Fan elucidated. Colorless vapor. Bing Ran recalled the formidable evolutionary beasts she had previously slain and quickly grasped the essence of Mo Fan's words. Why is it called evolution mist? Is there something special about it? The evolution mist can facilitate our further evolution. Mo Fan looked at Bing Ran. Ah, I see. A tinge of regret began to envelop Bing Ran's heart. Previously, she had regarded the spurting evolution mist with mere curiosity, failing to connect its significance. Moreover, fearing it might pose a danger, she refrained from collecting it. Now, hearing Mo Fan elucidate its benefits, she felt a profound sense of remorse. Bing Ran's gaze slowly shifted to the crimson fruits on the branches not far away. We must eliminate these before they hatch, or their strength will only increase. Mo Fan's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the scattered flesh cocoons beneath the tree. A parsing overlay gradually materialized. A common corpse, currently in the throes of evolution, seemed to be at its most vulnerable moment. Mo Fan's eyes glinted as he slowly reached for the burlap pouch at his waist, retrieving a stone roughly the size of his fist. What are you doing? Bing Ran asked, observing Mo Fan's actions with concern. I'm just neutralizing some potential threats to facilitate our fruit gathering, Mo Fan explained in a hushed tone. But won't this reveal our position? Bing Ran expressed her apprehension. Mo Fan smirked slightly, slowly replying. Have you ever witnessed a technique that descends from the heavens? Bing Ran. Mo Fan lifted the stone with his right hand above his head, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Then, he assumed a baseball throwing stance, slowly rotating in place to adjust his aim. Suddenly, with a sweeping motion, Mo Fan hurled the stone into the sky with all his might. The stone transformed into a shooting star, racing towards the heavens, gradually fading into a distant speck. Bing Ran, why are you throwing stones into the sky? Even with her expressionless face, Bing Ran nearly displayed her frustration. Hush, Let the bullets fly for a moment longer. Mo Fan, with his left index finger pressed against his lips, wore an expression of utmost secrecy. In the air, the stone that had just been shot upward began to lose momentum and slowly descended. In an instant, the stone reappeared in the line of sight of Mo Fan and Bing Ran, seemingly aimed precisely at a specific target below. Could it be? As she gazed up at the stone that had just been launched, Bing Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 30. An unexpected delight. In the depths of the southern station of the Magic City, within the corpse nest, a fist-sized stone suddenly plummeted from the heavens. With an immense gravitational force, it hurtled rapidly toward the center of the corpse nest. Whoosh! Bang! The stone penetrated a crimson meat cocoon, creating a gaping hole. Inside, a ghoul in the midst of evolution was reduced to a grotesque mass of blood and flesh, having met its demise. The surrounding ghouls, upon seeing the blood and flesh on the ground, rushed forward to tear and devour. Hiss! The red spider ghoul beneath the tree let out an enraged hiss, shooting forth dozens of spiked tongues. It danced wildly around the shattered meat cocoon. Dust and debris filled the air. The ghouls fighting for the blood and flesh were all sent flying by the long tongues, which then plunged into the pile of gore to absorb every last drop. Not far away, in the underbrush, Mo Fan observed the fiercely protective red spider ghoul with a furrowed brow. If this continued, all remnants of the meat cocoons would be consumed by the red spider ghoul. However, he soon relaxed his brow. The blood and flesh likely would not suffice for its further evolution. Otherwise, the crimson spider ghoul would not cultivate other ghouls to absorb energy. It seemed even the red fruits held little effect on it. With this thought, Mo Fan felt a sense of relief and retrieved another stone from his waist, preparing to replicate the process. Whoosh! Bang! Another meat cocoon transformed into blood. The surrounding ghouls lunged forward once more, but as before, they were sent flying by the long tongues, which sucked up the blood. Whoosh! Bang! Another stone was launched. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Mo Fan continued to shoot stones into the sky, the meat cocoons in the corpse nest gradually turned to blood. Finally, when only 2 or 3 meat cocoons remained, the red spider ghoul sensed something amiss. Hiss! It looked at the few remaining meat cocoons in the corpse nest and let out a furious roar, its lantern-sized eyes frantically scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, it exerted force through its limbs, propelling its entire body toward a patch of grass, unleashing countless spiked tongues that shredded it to pieces. However, there was nothing within the grass. It then lunged at another area concealed by vegetation, only to find emptiness once more. The crimson spider zombie emitted a furious roar, wreaking havoc in its surroundings. Everything around was left in utter disarray. Subsequently, it charged towards the outer regions. Observing the retreating silhouette of the scarlet spider zombie, Mo Fan's expression brightened. He had only intended to deplete the strength of these zombies to prepare for the eventual extermination of this nest. Little did he anticipate that the crimson spider zombie would act so recklessly and charge out on its own. As he watched the figure of the crimson spider zombie gradually recede, a glimmer of opportunity flashed in his eyes. He turned to the ever-distracted Bing Ran. "Now is our chance. Let us acquire some jus fruit," Mo Fan declared. With a snap, Bing Ran refocused her gaze, drawing her katana with swiftness. Witnessing her decisive action, Mo Fan wasted no time, unsheathing his large blade and leaping out of the grass towards the towering 10-meter jus fruit tree. Bing Ran quickly followed suit, gripping her katana tightly. Suddenly, all the semi-evolved and mutated zombies in the vicinity detected the abrupt appearance of the two and roared in unison, lunging at them. "Stay close," Mo Fan commanded, the blade in his hand gleaming as he severed the head of a semi-evolved zombie, kicking its still partially opened cranium aside. He could discern the path of least resistance. Meanwhile, Bing Ran struck a zombie's neck cleanly, resulting in a resounding explosion as its head burst apart, the body collapsing slowly to the ground. "Let us go," Mo Fan shouted again, cleaving another zombie's head and kicking its body away. Soon, the duo was rapidly advancing towards the center. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted not far off, as a giant zombie charged towards them. Mo Fan furrowed his brow at the sight of the hulking figure resembling a green giant, preparing to analyze the situation. "I'll handle this," Bing Ran suddenly called out. Rushing towards the giant zombie, Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, turning his attention to her. With a powerful leap, she propelled herself 2 to 3 meters into the air, reaching the giant zombie's head. In an instant, she swung her katana, creating a crescent arc that struck fiercely at its neck. The giant zombie's flesh tore, yet it bled minimally due to its thick hide. Although the damage was not severe, the giant zombie recoiled in pain, its muscular arms reaching out to grasp the airborne Bing Ran. As she saw the massive hand coming for her, she swiftly stomped down on its back, executing a backflip that brought her safely to Mo Fan's side. A swift strike, and she vanished from harm's way. A zombie lunged towards the freshly landed Bing Ran, but with a flash of his blade, Mo Fan cleaved its head in two. Is it dealt with? Mo Fan inquired. Indeed, she replied. Bing Ran's demeanor was notably tranquil. Let us proceed, she stated. Mo Fan cast a glance at the abnormal giants among the undead and turned to engage them. The two swiftly advanced towards the center. Not far away, a giant corpse, half-turned with gaping wounds, suddenly emitted a hissing sound of corrosion, followed by a thunderous eruption of flames. The giant corpse let out a wretched scream as it collapsed slowly. With a swift twist of his waist, Mo Fan deftly evaded a darting tongue-like appendage and, in a flash of steel, severed it. In the distance, a spider-like undead hidden in the shadows let out a cry of anguish. Soon, the duo reached the very heart of the corpse nest. You go and pluck it. I will fend them off, Mo Fan instructed as he eyed the crimson fruit within arm's reach. He possessed the ability to decipher and could easily evade the undead's lunges, while Bing Ran could not. Understood. Without hesitation, Bing Ran sheathed her blade and began to ascend a tree, using all her limbs to climb towards the fruit. Mo Fan, momentarily distracted by the graceful sway of her form, gradually redirected his focus to the surrounding undead. Suddenly, Bing Ran leaped down, her upper body bare. Upon attempting to gather the fruit, she realized there was nowhere to stow it, resorting to removing her long robe to carry the bounty. At that moment, she wore only a white lace-trimmed top. We must retreat, Bing Ran called out to Mo Fan, who was entangled with the undead not far away. All right, Mo Fan, engaged in a fierce struggle, kicked aside a fallen corpse and hurried towards her. As he neared, Mo Fan noticed Bing Ran's exposed skin, prompting him to draw in a sharp breath. I have no place to store them, she remarked, her expression impassive, lifting the fruit wrapped in her clothing, inexplicably bouncing lightly on the spot. Ahem, let us hurry, otherwise, the larger one will arrive. Mo Fan feigned a cough, quickly averting his gaze from her playful movements. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from the distance. Mo Fan turned to look behind. The sight of a massive figure obscuring half the sky sent a wave of gravity into his expression. The big one is back. Stay close to me. Understood. Let us go. The two hastily retreated from the corpse nest as the roar intensified. Chapter 31. Consumption of the crimson fruit in the City of Magic. Not far from the undead's lair, Mo Fan and Bing Ran held their breath, daring not to make a sound. Surrounding the colossal tree where they hid, countless undead roamed, many of which had adapted and mutated. If Mo Fan's suspicions were correct, they were all searching for them. This is troublesome, Mo Fan thought, his brow furrowing as he observed the wandering undead beneath the tree. As they fled, the crimson spider-like undead let out a thunderous roar. Subsequently, the entire horde of the undead, both inside and outside the nest, erupted into chaos, encircling the lair and sealing off the escape routes for Mo Fan and his companion. They began searching the vicinity for the two. With no avenue of escape in sight, Mo Fan decisively employed his innate talent to locate a spot nearby that would be difficult to detect, where he concealed himself. I feel a bit cold, spoke Bing Ran, who was clad only in a thin fabric armor beside Mo Fan. Mo Fan turned his head in bewilderment. You, a talent bearer, are telling me you're cold? Here. He unfastened the now empty burlap bag from his waist and tossed it toward Bing Ran. She reached out with her right hand to catch the bag, her eyes narrowing slightly. Could you hold this for me? I'm afraid it might fall. Bing Ran inquired again, lifting her left hand which was filled with red fruits. All right. Mo Fan hesitated momentarily before extending his hand to receive the fruits. However, instead of handing them over, Bing Ran offered the burlap bag. Then, suddenly she leaned in, nearly resting half her body against Mo Fan, and began carefully pouring the red fruits from her garment into the burlap bag. As the fragrance of her delicate scent wafted towards him, reminiscent of orchids, and feeling the softness of her form against him, Mo Fan experienced a moment of inspiration. Before long, Bing Ran had transferred all the fruits into Mo Fan's burlap bag. As he watched Bing Ran casually don her clothing again before him, He turned to survey the undead patrolling beneath the tree. This was a matter of urgent evasion. Ugh, the numbers are still quite substantial, and they seem to be increasing. Mo Fan noted, glancing down at the burlap bag, from which he retrieved a red fruit, roughly the size of a closed fist. He brought it closer to his nose, inhaling its scent. It was quite pleasant, a subtle yet exotic aroma. It somewhat resembled the fragrance of cherry tomatoes. Mo Fan raised an eyebrow. Could this be an evolved form of cherry tomatoes? He scrutinized the fruit in his hand, feeling it increasingly resembled a cherry tomato. What is the situation below? At that moment, Bing Ran had finished dressing and approached him. The numbers have increased. We might have to hide for quite some time, Mo Fan replied. A hint of concern creeping in as he thought of the other members of the scouting team potentially trapped or under siege, fearing he might be putting them in peril. This fruit smells delightful, Bing Ran remarked, her petite nose gently sniffing the air. Let us each try one. Mo Fan handed her a red fruit, then took another from the burlap bag and bit into it. In an instant, as he bit into the fruit, an intensely sweet and sour juice burst forth. The peculiar flavor overwhelmed his palate. Mo Fan's brows knitted tightly, slowly revealing a mask of discomfort on his face. 1 part sweetness, 9 parts sour. It was somewhat nauseating. Beside them, as Bing Ran was about to pop the jus fruit into her mouth, she noticed something unusual in Mo Fan's expression and halted her actions. She returned the jus fruit to her palm, deciding to wait until Mo Fan finished testing the water before indulging. Mo Fan, suppressing the sourness of the fruit, felt his throat convulse as he swallowed the juice mixed with the pulp. Gulp. The jus fruit, upon entering Mo Fan's stomach, transformed instantly into a vibrant mist of evolution, surging through his limbs and bones. As waves of pleasure washed over him, Mo Fan gradually closed his eyes, the mask of agony on his face easing. Soon, he opened his eyes, revealing a look of indifference. How was it? Bing Ran inquired curiously, waiting beside him. Perhaps about 1/10. Similar to the mist of evolution within a beast during a transformation, Mo Fan replied, omitting any mention of the peculiar sensation he had just experienced. He glanced at the burlap bag containing at least 20 jus fruits, a smile gracing his face. This was ample for a second evolution. Bing Ran looked at the jus fruit in her palm, then swiftly stuffed it into her mouth. In an instant, her mouth was filled to the brim. She bit down on the foreign substance, and a torrent of juice erupted in her mouth. Bing Ran furrowed her brows. The taste was indeed rather unpleasant. Yet she forced herself to swallow, stifling the nausea. Soon, she let out a soft sigh, a rosy hue beginning to blossom on her fair complexion, indicating that the mist of evolution was starting to enhance her. Observing Bing Ran's transformation, Mo Fan decided to sit on a branch, his eyes continuously scanning the surroundings. One of them needed to be on guard. It would be disastrous if both were caught off guard by a lurking zombie while in the throes of pleasure. Before long, Bing Ran opened her eyes amidst a series of body twitches. She slightly tightened her legs, her large, glistening almond-shaped eyes fixated on Mo Fan, nearly brimming with water. Ignoring her gaze, Mo Fan extended the burlap bag containing the jus fruits towards her, saying, "You should absorb it first. I'll keep watch. And then it will be my turn." "Okay," Bing Ran replied in an exceptionally gentle tone, tinged with an unusual undertone. Shortly after, she successfully entered her second evolution amidst waves of pleasure. At the moment she began her transformation, an abundance of mist erupted from her body, enveloping her in a cocoon-like oval sphere. In just a few seconds, the round cocoon suddenly exploded into colorless mist, which then rushed into Bing Ran's body. Fortunately, the sequence was orderly. Watching the extraordinary phenomenon unfold, Mo Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After several seconds, Bing Ran softly declared, "I'm done." The entire evolution process had lasted no more than 20 seconds. So fast. "Then it's my turn," Mo Fan said. Time passed, though it felt brief, and he gradually opened his eyes. In the moment of awakening, he sensed that everything around him seemed fundamentally altered. The world appeared more vivid and clear, with colors more vibrant than ever before. He could even discern the intricate patterns on a leaf 10 meters away. Most astonishingly, how could he see the back of his own head? Mo Fan was taken aback. He then repeatedly opened and closed his eyes, discovering that each time, the scenes before him varied. Some were suspended in midair, others on the ground, and some obscured. Yet all these images shared a commonality. They revolved around a radius of approximately 10 meters from Mo Fan. Every entity, every scene, was presented to him in a complete 360-degree panorama. On one occasion, he even glimpsed the perfectly rounded form of Bing Ran's rear. This was nothing short of a divine perspective combined with dynamic vision and an all-encompassing viewpoint. Within a 10-meter radius, nothing could escape his gaze. His analysis. Chapter 32. Breaking out of the corpse nest in the city of Imodu. Upon a colossal tree, Mu Fan clenched his fists, feeling a surge of strength at least tenfold greater than before, turning his attention to Bing Ran, who was seated nearby. Noticing that Mu Fan had completed his evolution and absorption, Bing Ran stretched lazily and stood up. As he beheld Bing Ran's exquisitely displayed, perfect physique, Mu Fan raised an eyebrow. All I know is that my strength and reflexes have significantly enhanced. As for my talents, that remains to be tested. Bing Ran's voice was somewhat languid, her expression still devoid of emotion. Let us descend the tree directly. There are enough zombies for you to test your strength. Mu Fan replied with an air of ease, relying on their evolved talents and physiques, even if they were unable to contend with the previous Crimson Spider zombie. Escaping was certainly within their capabilities. All right. Thus, the two quickly gathered their belongings and prepared to descend the tree. Mu Fan secured the remaining 7 jus fruits from the burlap bag around his waist, casting his gaze slowly downward. These few jus fruits no longer held significant value for them. If 10 jus fruits were required for the second evolution, then at least 100 would be necessary for the third. The demand for evolution mist increased exponentially. Bang! Bang! With the sound of their landing, Mu Fan and his companion touched the ground. Roar! In an instant, all the zombies surrounding them lunged at Mu Fan and his companion. Swish! The sound of blades being drawn echoed. The two wielded their swords, one a katana and the other a red-scarfed great sword, swiftly striking at their assailants. Mu Fan's eyes sparkled as a three-dimensional dynamic scene, resembling data, slowly materialized in his mind. Information about everything within a 10-meter radius was instantaneously revealed. Roar! Mu Fan evaded the claw of a zombie, his great sword slicing through the air in a graceful arc, cleaving through its neck. A massive head flew into the air. Bang! Mu Fan delivered a powerful kick, striking another ambushing zombie, sending it careening backward for over 10 meters, colliding with other approaching undead. A smile graced the corners of his lips. What exhilaration! It felt akin to playing a game, albeit in a more real-world setting. Suddenly, a long tongue darted towards him from behind, aiming for the back of his head. Mu Fan tilted his head just in time to evade the attack. Without looking back, he swiftly drew a fist-sized stone from his waist and hurled it backward. With a swift whoosh and a resounding thud, the stone struck the distant spider zombie with deadly precision, shattering its skull. Gripping his large blade tighter, Mu Fan pressed on to confront the other zombies. Meanwhile, Bing Ran swung her sword delicately at the zombie before her, her movements appearing remarkably gentle and casual. The blade merely grazed the creature's neck, and she swiftly dodged another zombie's lunge by bending low. She then gracefully slashed at another approaching zombie. In an instant, the 6 or 7 zombies surrounding her were lightly touched by her blade. Boom! Hiss! Whoosh! Various additional characteristics emerged from the different parts of those zombies, and they fell, shrieking in agony. Among them was even a mutated zombie. The additional effects seemed to activate with remarkable swiftness. Bing Ran murmured, her expression remaining impassive. These ordinary zombies no longer posed any threat to Mu Fan and her, save for the second evolution red spider zombie. Howl! Just as Mu Fan had anticipated, a tremendous noise erupted in the distance. Follow me, we must cut our way out, he shouted, having adapted to his second evolution abilities. He had no intention of challenging that formidable boss. The reason was simple. He had a premonition that the Spider Zombie King was on the verge of a third evolution. Moreover, the speed of its spiked tongue strikes was estimated to be nearly sonic. He feared he might not evade it, and even if he spotted it, his body might not keep pace. That Zombie King could easily claim his life with a single strike. This was a realization Mu Fan had made when the Spider Zombie King had previously displayed its rage. Unless he had a meat shield to absorb the fire, he was not inclined to challenge it recklessly. Understood. Bing Ran showed no inclination to oppose Mu Fan, even though she was deeply engaged in the fight. The two swiftly made their way out of the zombie nest. Before long, they heard the furious roar of the Zombie King, which had fallen far behind. Mu Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Ultimately, the Zombie King had not pursued them, It was simply too far away and not of the agile variety. With their second evolution capabilities, they could flee at a speed that matched its own. Let us return to the camp, Fan stated. He opened the burlap bag at his waist and peered inside, relieved to find that the red fruits were intact. Subsequently, he turned and walked towards the camp with Bing Ran. He intended to give these fruits to the plump man. If the plump man's talents could ascend to a higher level, the journey ahead would prove considerably easier for the survivors. This was the last act of kindness that Fan could offer them. His gaze shifted towards the western sky, his expression steeped in melancholy. The pace of the survivor group was dreadfully slow. If he continued to guide them westward at such a languid speed, it was likely that even if his father and the others survived, they would not wait for him. Leaving the fortunate plump man with Brother Wong was also a measure to ensure the safety of the group. With Air Long and the plump man, he believed that even in his absence, Brother Wong would be capable of leading this batch of survivors to the northwest. This was the best arrangement he could make. Once he assisted Brother Wong in clearing out the corpse nest, suddenly, a rustle emanated from a thicket ahead. Fan's thoughts were interrupted. Instantly, he halted cautiously, his eyes glinting with alertness, while he extended his hand to stop Bing Ran behind him. Before he could scrutinize further, a faint voice emerged from the grass. Fan. The voice was somewhat hoarse. Pirate? Fan had already surmised the identity of the speaker. It is I, a military man, sporting a black eye patch over his left eye, emerged from the thicket. Are you the only one? He inquired. What about the other three? Fan only saw the pirate emerge alone. For reasons unknown, the corpse horde went into a frenzy. After we explored the outskirts, we retreated, not seeing your traces afterward. I remained here to await your return while the others went back to report, the pirate explained. Fan raised an eyebrow. The frenzy was indeed instigated by the two of them. All right, let us return. I have significant news, Fan announced. Significant news? Is it related to the corpse horde's frenzy? The pirate questioned, puzzled. More than that, we have discovered a remarkable treasure. Chapter 33. Clearing the corpse nest in the City of Demons, at the survivors' camp, within the military encampment. Fan concluded his report regarding the situation of the corpse nest and lifted a bowl of meat soup to his lips. The other members of the pathfinding team were already feasting heartily at a nearby wooden table. The evolution of the corpse king and the red fruit. Wong Tung squinted slightly, his left hand rubbing his chin thoughtfully. If we can eliminate that corpse king first, the other mutated corpses that have undergone evolution will be manageable. Fan set down the wooden bowl, wiped his mouth, and spoke slowly, primarily. I am concerned that the abilities of Air Long and the plump man may prove ineffective against the corpse king, as they have only undergone one evolution, and the disparity in their levels is considerable. How formidable is that corpse king? Wong Tung inquired, striking at the heart of the matter. A rough estimate suggests a near third evolution. Fan recalled the remaining quantity of the corpse nest's crimson fruit. Moreover, the speed at which its long tongue strikes might have reached the speed of sound, he added. This poses quite a dilemma. Wong Tung furrowed his brow. He too had only undergone a second evolution, and a third evolution might prove formidable. You have also evolved twice. What is your current strength? Wong Tung suddenly glanced at Fan, and the ice cold ran beside him. Killing at the level of a first evolution is akin to slaughtering dogs. Unless one is utterly exhausted, they can dispatch as many as they encounter. Fan looked at Ice Ran beside him and slowly replied. This fellow is nearly catching up to me. Wong Tung raised an eyebrow. If that is the case, I have formulated a preliminary plan. Wong Tung spoke, and everyone turned their attention to him. The first step is to lure the serpent from its lair. We will send someone to draw out the corpse king, after which the three of us, who have undergone the second evolution, shall be headed. Fan nodded, as this was precisely what he wished to propose. The second step involves unleashing the two dragons. First, we will employ their innate talents to weaken those undead, and then all members of the squad shall reap the rewards. Wong Ting looked at everyone. I believe this is feasible. Fan responded. Agreed. Agreed. The other military members also expressed their approval. As with the two dragons as their formidable assets, they could afford to play a supporting role. I have no objections, Ice Ran swiftly replied. This operation to cleanse the corpse nest will primarily place considerable pressure on the three of us, so do not let your guard down. Wong Tung looked at Fan and the other. Currently, the entire survivor team consists of just the three of them with second evolutions, all possessing innate talents. He felt quite confident nonetheless. Rest assured, Fan glanced at Wong Tung, contemplating whether to reveal the fat man's talent to him. After some thought, he decided against it. Let the fat man decide for himself. However, he could bring the fat man along for this mission. Oh, by the way, how many crimson fruits are left over there? Wang Ting almost forgot about this treasure. Mo Fan turned to Ice Ran. Less than 10. Ice Ran's tone was neutral, her expression still impassive. All right then. We shall mobilize tomorrow. Wang Tung intended to utilize these crimson fruits to enhance the strength of the entire military. Thus, it would only benefit those who were on the cusp of evolution. Mo Fan nodded. How are things with the two dragons? And their pet? Mo Fan suddenly recalled how the two dragons had previously expressed a desire to adopt that black wildcat as a pet. Do not worry, they are quite obedient now. Wang Tung slowly turned, displaying an inscrutable demeanor. Mo Fan raised an eyebrow. Had it not been for his keen eyesight catching the twitching corner of Wang Tung's mouth, he might have been deceived. Very well. Fat man, what is it? Observing the now mist-bound black chubby figure, he turned away. The next day, as the first rays of dawn pierced through the shroud of night, all but a handful of sentinels remained at their posts, while the rest of the evolutionaries involved in the purge mission readied themselves for action. At the forefront of the task force, a burly man with a face resembling a mass of flesh implored the nearby soldiers. Uncle Military, I truly do not wish to go. I am filled with trepidation. Please. He lacked the strength to confront the mutated corpses. He could perhaps manage against ordinary zombies, but he would rather remain behind. Moreover, he had heard whispers that the location was a nest of the undead. Suddenly, a soldier with a penchant for rabbits turned to him, wearing a fearsome scowl. You mustn't squander this opportunity to atone for your past mistakes. The rabbit man growled. Indeed, or I shall have my feline friend bite you. Echoed the voice of Ere Long from nearby. They marched at the front of the line, flanking a massive black cat tethered by chains. Meow, the disenchanted cat uttered. Having attempted to escape countless times in recent days, only to be thwarted and forced into a series of exhausting displays. It had learned its lesson well. The promise of delectable roasted meat silenced the burly man, who had endured considerable punishment recently, often left foaming at the mouth. The few individuals brought back by Mo Fan were scattered across various locations, atoning for their misdeeds. Only when Wang Tung was satisfied would they regain their freedom. Among them, one evolutionary had been summoned to join the purge of the nest, expending his last vestiges of energy. Elsewhere, the trio known as the Decapitators had already arrived near the nest. I shall proceed, one announced. Be cautious. If you attract attention, retreat swiftly. Wang Tung replied in a grave tone. Fear not. Mo Fan possesses a keen understanding of drawing ire, came the confident response. Perhaps I should serve as bait. Bing Ran interjected, clearly concerned for Mo Fan's safety. No need. Mo Fan waved dismissively, turning to depart. At the heart of the nest, beneath the crimson fruit tree, the spider undead king lay languidly upon the ground. Suddenly, a long, spiked tongue shot forth from its mouth, piercing the skull of a nearby spewing zombie. With a swift retraction, the tongue returned, leaving the victim a desiccated husk. The undead king, dissatisfied, scratched the earth angrily as it surveyed the scarce red meat cocoons beneath the tree, its face reflecting a human-like ire. Cursed thieves from yesterday. They have deprived me of much sustenance. Suddenly, without warning, a stone the size of a fist appeared above the nest, propelled by immense gravitational force, hurtling downward. A flesh cocoon was pierced, transforming into a stream of blood. Soon after, several stones fell, obliterating the last remnants of the flesh cocoons. How? The spider corpse king was instantly consumed by rage, watching helplessly as its nearly ripened sustenance was destroyed once more. Oh, I've returned. Are you angry? Come at me, you fool. Mo Fan shouted mischievously from a patch of grass, contorting his body into various absurd postures. Simultaneously, he hurled a stone towards that direction. Whoosh! Bang! The stone struck the spider corpse king's face with tremendous force, shattering upon impact and splattering blood across its visage. Roar! The spider corpse king was on the verge of exploding with fury. Was stealing its fruits not enough? Must it also endure this humiliation? In an instant, dozens of sharp, barbed tongues shot forth from the spider corpse king's mouth, racing towards Mo Fan. Oh dear, this seems a bit excessive. Mo Fan turned and fled in haste. Chapter 34. Slay the corpse king in the demon city. Within the corpse nest, upon hearing the tremendous commotion behind him, Mo Fan's eyes began to shimmer with a peculiar light. Centered around him, A scene unfolded in his mind within a radius of 10 meters. The horde of corpses had stirred. He needed to fight his way out. Ah! A zombie howled and lunged at him. In a flash, Mo Fan drew his red-scarved saber from his waist and swung down. A glimmer of cold light flashed as the obstructing zombie was cleaved in half, top to bottom, and gradually toppled to either side. Bang! Mo Fan kicked another zombie approaching from the right, sending it flying several meters, colliding with others in a chaotic heap. Whoosh! Suddenly, a mass of green slime appeared in the air, shooting towards Mo Fan. He saw the oncoming slime, bent his legs, and leaped forward, soaring several meters high. While evading the slime, he delivered a kick to the face of an ordinary zombie, exploding its head. Splash! Behind him, the green slime sprayed where he had just stood, corroding the ground into a pockmarked mess. Mo Fan landed and continued to charge out of the corpse nest. Whoosh! Another barbed tongue lunged at him from behind. Without looking back, Mo Fan gripped his saber in reverse and slashed behind him. A severed tongue fell to the ground, accompanied by a distant, anguished scream. Mo Fan adjusted his grip on the saber and pressed forward. He needed to lure the corpse king out of the nest. Otherwise, with so many zombies around, they would encircle him, putting him in peril. In just a few minutes, panting heavily, Mo Fan arrived at the ambush point set by Wang Tung and Bing Ran. Suddenly, a look of weakness crossed his face, as if his stamina had been completely exhausted. The Spider Corpse King, still fuming with rage, had been trailing Mo Fan closely. Seeing the wretched food seem to falter and stop, it let out an excited roar and closed in. The other zombies had long been left far behind, unable to match the pace of one man and one corpse. Bang! Bang! As the final distance closed, the Spider King, with limbs as thick as a washing machine, approached Mo Fan with heavy, deliberate steps. The once vibrant little insect, now exhausted from the relentless pursuit, was met with a glimmer of cruel humanity in the creature's gaze. It intended to savor the torment of this detestable little bug, allowing it to witness its own demise as it was devoured bite by bite, a means to avenge its own cocoon's destruction. Moreover, this loathsome insect seemed to harbor a wealth of sanguine energy within. A pool of repulsive saliva began to drip from its mouth to the ground. Seeing the Spider King drawing nearer, Mo Fan suddenly collapsed to the ground, feigning despair as he dramatically contorted his face, retreating in terror with his hands braced behind him. The Spider King let out an excited roar, its elongated, spiny tongue slowly extending towards the spot where Mo Fan had fallen. Tremble, you wretched carnivore. In a fleeting moment, a flash of golden light accompanied by a chilling gleam erupted. Two figures shot forth from the nearby undergrowth, darting towards the Spider King's hind legs with incredible speed. A piercing howl escaped the creature's maw, reverberating throughout the entire South Station. One of its hind legs erupted into flames before twisting grotesquely, transforming into a fiery spiral, while the other was severed at the root and fell to the ground. In an instant, the Spider King was deprived of two of its formidable legs. With a piteous wail, its bulbous eyes widened in horror. The howling Spider King, eyes ablaze with fury, unleashed dozens of spiny tongues from its mouth, launching them towards the three individuals at nearly the speed of sound. How dare these despicable carnivores ambush it? Mo Fan's gaze sharpened, his focus zeroing in on the onslaught of spiny tongues. In a heartbeat, a flurry of analytical information surged through his mind. Watch my footwork, he thought, swiftly maneuvering to evade the incoming strikes. He spun and leaped, eyes shut tight. Though somewhat clumsy, he managed to narrowly escape the barrage of attacks. As he danced in the air, his eyes flicked towards his companions. Clang, clang. King Tung, closest to the Spider King, radiated golden light, appearing as if he had invoked the legendary Shaolin technique of indestructibility, deflecting all the spiny tongues that assailed him. The metallic clang of impacts echoed as they ricocheted off his skin. Though his feet were slowly sinking into the earth, he remained a formidable presence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bing Ran wielded her blade with swiftness, transforming into a blur as she deftly sliced through the attacking tongues, each strike quicker than the last. Suddenly, a translucent barrier of blades emerged before them, effectively repelling all the spiny tongues outside, occasionally severing one or two of them, producing a cacophony of strange sounds. With a single blade in hand, the woman wielded her weapon with remarkable prowess. Astonishing. This woman has clearly undergone rigorous training. Mo Fan gasped in astonishment. feeling utterly outmatched among the trio present. The jester was indeed myself, Mo Fan. It appeared as though the creature's leg was regenerating. At that moment, Wang Tong, who had inexplicably positioned himself at the forefront, shouted out in alarm. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan hastily turned his gaze towards the severed leg of the undead king. To his horror, the mirror-like stump had vanished, replaced by a multitude of writhing crimson flesh buds. Its severed limb was regrowing. This is dire. Mo Fan's eyes narrowed as he observed the undead king. A humanoid evolved beast, having undergone 3 stages of evolution, seemed to have developed nascent consciousness. Its limbs were extraordinarily agile, capable of navigating any terrain. It possessed 49 deadly spiny tongues concealed within its abdomen, capable of launching with immense force. Nearly at the speed of sound, specifically designed to siphon the life essence of other beings. Moreover, it boasted formidable regenerative abilities. It had indeed reached the 3rd stage of evolution. We cannot afford to delay. Mo Fan's expression turned grave. Hurry, Mo Fan. Have you gathered any information? Wang Tong's voice rang out again, as nearly half of the tongues were now directed at him, threatening to impale him into the ground. He was on the verge of collapse. It had already undergone 3 evolutions. We must act swiftly. Bing ran. Stay close to me when I strike. You must strike alongside me, Mo Fan proclaimed loudly. Though he was powerful, his offensive capability paled in comparison to Bing Ran's, and her attributes would undoubtedly counter the undead king's regeneration. Furthermore, it was fortunate that their initial ambush had severed 2 of the undead king's hind legs. Otherwise, the situation could have been far more troublesome. Agreed. Bing Ran furrowed her brow, contemplating the challenges of facing a 3-evolved entity. Chapter 35. Slaying the undead king. Stay close to me, Mo Fan commanded, swiftly advancing towards the temporarily incapacitated undead king. At this moment, Wang Tong had taken the lead, successfully blocking most of the attacking tongues, allowing Mo Fan to evade with less urgency. Utilizing his analytical talents, Mo Fan deftly dodged the onslaught of extending tongues, quickly closing in on the undead king. Before long, he and Bing Ran maneuvered to a position behind the creature. Do not hesitate. Whatever I do, you must follow suit, Mo Fan instructed Bing Ran with urgency. Rest assured, Bing Ran replied, her expression stoic and her tone unwavering. Excellent. Suddenly, the tongues targeting Mo Fan and Bing Ran surged in number, ensnaring them in place. Mo Fan brandished his great blade, swiftly severing several of the approaching tongues. However, this proved to be of little consequence. The severed tongues quickly sprouted numerous repulsive growths, rapidly regenerating themselves, and once again, the elongated tongues surged towards the 2. With fervor, Mo Fan and his companion swung their blades, causing countless severed tongues to cascade to the ground. Yet simultaneously, even more tongues launched their assault. Old Wang, you're utterly useless, Mo Fan shouted, realizing that this meat shield would not draw the ire of their foe. If this continued, it would spell disaster, as the king of the undead would soon regain its mobility, making it even more difficult to slay. Don't underestimate me, you little rascal. Perhaps feeling the frustration of being relentlessly attacked by the king of the undead, Wang Tong suddenly bellowed. His entire form emitted a blinding golden radiance, illuminating a radius of 100 meters. Subsequently, Wang Tong yanked his legs free from the earth and charged forward, brandishing his massive blade directly at the king of the undead. I'll face you head on. Wang Tong was filled with rage. Grr. The king of the undead roared in response. You insolent wretch. If anyone should be furious, it's me. I am the most innocent one here. At that moment, lurking stealthily behind the king of the undead, Mo Fan seized the opportunity and thrust his great sword deep into its body. With a sickening sound, the nearly 1-meter-long blade left only a small portion of the hilt visible. The king of the undead, who had been roaring in anger, suddenly felt a searing pain in its rear, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Even the spiked tongues, which had been relentlessly attacking the group, abruptly halted, quivering in midair. With determination, Mo Fan yanked his blade out, drawing forth a torrent of blood from an unmentionable wound. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, Mo Fan called urgently to the dazed Bing Ran, before charging towards the king of the undead's waist with his blood-soaked blade. Bing Ran glanced at her beloved sword, then at the gushing wound on the king of the undead, feeling a tumult of emotions. Once the blade was plunged in, could it still be retrieved? Meanwhile, Mo Fan, already at the waist of the king of the undead, paid no heed to such concerns and delivered another fierce stab into its kidney. A woo! Another anguished cry escaped the king of the undead, whose body began to sway, supported by its forelimbs. Can you still hold on? Mo Fan narrowed his eyes. Withdrawing his long blade, he swiftly pivoted and positioned himself on the opposite side of the king of the undead, thrusting his sword with all his might once more into another kidney. Hua! The king of the undead emitted an extraordinarily high-pitched wail. The strike at its weak point had proven effective. A smile crept across Mo Fan's lips. In the throes of its anguished cries, the king of the undead emitted a series of garbled sounds before swaying and slowly collapsing to the ground. Below the waist, the body occasionally twitched. Suddenly, a large burst of crimson flames erupted from the rear of the motionless undead queen, illuminating the vicinity in a dazzling red, reminiscent of fireworks in their splendor. Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, slowly turning his gaze towards Bing Ran. Well done. Bing Ran did not respond, but instead lowered her eyes to the tainted blade in her hand. It's dirty, she murmured. At that moment, Wang Tung, standing directly ahead, swallowed hard as cold sweat trickled down his forehead, observing the undead queen spewing flames and the grotesque sight of her maimed form. He felt a tightening discomfort in his own lower back. Have the youth today become so ruthless? A chill ran down Wang Tung's spine, as the fervor ignited by Mo Fan had long since faded. Damn! The undead queen is recovering. Mo Fan suddenly cursed. The onlookers turned to see the once limp undead queen attempting to rise on her forelimbs. Astonishingly, the rear that should have been gushing blood and flames had returned to its original state. Such a rapid recovery. Wang Tung squinted, brandishing his gleaming sword as he charged towards the undead queen. Bing Ran swiftly followed suit, her blade already sullied. Meanwhile, Mo Fan had been circling around the undead queen, his sword relentlessly targeting her vulnerable lower back. I'll take your kidneys. After a considerable time, the trio gazed down at a mosaic on the ground, marred by a combination of burns, explosions, and corrosive effects, and let out a sigh of relief. The undead queen had been reduced to mere fragments. At that moment, wisps of colorless mist began to emanate from her dismembered remains. Meanwhile, the extermination team was engaged in discussion. Let us proceed this way, then that way. Feasible. Brother. What are they saying? I don't know either. Meow, meow, meow. Members of the path-clearing team, along with a portly figure resembling charcoal and an enormous black cat, huddled together, plotting something. However, we still need a bait for this plan. A raspy voice broke the silence. Bait. The eyes of the team, including the cat, suddenly fixated on the isolated, portly man. Why are you all looking at me like that? The portly man, feeling the intense scrutiny from both the humans and the cat, wore a puzzled expression as he slowly began to retreat. Finally, unable to contain himself, he shouted, I refuse to lure the undead. With a terrified cry, he turned to flee, having overheard their scheming. Meow. The enormous black cat let out a fierce yowl. The others quickly lunged towards the fleeing portly man. How could an ordinary civilian evolutionist compete with the formidable forces of the government and the gifted individuals? Not to mention, there was a tamed evolution beast among them. In a mere matter of seconds, the burly man was seized by the neck and dragged back by the black cat. A delectable piece of smoked jerky was tossed towards the feline. Meow. The black cat instantly released the burly man, leaping to catch the jerky mid-air, relishing its treat. Please, grant me mercy. I swear, I shall never again act against my conscience. The burly man, just released, quickly clasped his hands in prayer and knelt upon the ground, his face a portrait of despair as he pleaded with the onlookers. To be sent to lure the horde of zombies was nothing short of a death sentence for him. Chapter 36. Luring the dead from their lair in the heart of the city of demons, near the southern station of the zombie nest. A despondent, burly man cautiously wielding a kitchen knife approached the nest. Ultimately, he could not escape the pressure from both humans and cats, forced to entice the undead. Fortunately, they were not pushing him to the brink, merely instructing him to attract the zombies to secure his own escape, without stipulating a specific number. He devised a plan to lure them in small groups, increasing his chances of survival. Hiding amidst a cluster of grass, the burly man carefully parted the foliage before peering out. Not far ahead, he spotted around 10 ordinary zombies aimlessly wandering about. No mutated creatures, merely the usual undead. This was manageable. He felt a sense of relief. Slowly, he emerged from his hiding place, intent on enticing the ordinary zombies. Suddenly, he felt a gentle brush against his shoulder. Don't mess around. He frowned, his gaze still fixed on the wandering zombies. Yet shortly after, he sensed something slick writhing against his neck. This sensation felt akin to damp hair, he thought. Wait, this is the apocalypse, who just brushed against me. Furthermore, what is this slippery thing upon my neck? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his body began to tremble. Gulp. The burly man swallowed hard, gradually turning his head backward. To his horror, he beheld a head the size of a water tank suspended in midair, connected by a slender neck to a normal-sized body not far away. The hair cascading from this elongated neck was at least a meter long, draping over his own neck, the source of the unsettling sensation. At that moment, the long-necked zombie stared at him with eyes as wide as saucers, its lips curling into a sinister smile that was utterly chilling. The black strands of hair cascading from the head began to creep down towards his upper body, gradually constricting around him. The burly man's face instantly drained of color, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Ah! He let out a piercing scream, wielding the kitchen knife with unprecedented speed, attempting to sever the tendrils that ensnared him. Swish! The hair was easily cut, and the burly man wildly flailed his arms at his waist, screaming in terror as he fled for his life. Ugh! Hiss! The entire den of the undead was abruptly stirred by the sound of frantic screams, rushing towards the source of the commotion. Help! Help me! Oh, dear guardians of the realm! A portly, brawny man, his face contorted in despair, wailed as he fled towards the ambush laid by the extermination squad. If one were to glance beneath him, they would notice a steady drip, a hint of yellow staining the ground beneath him. Meanwhile, the extermination team, alerted by the noise, was preparing for action. Big dragon, little dragon, get ready. Everyone else, retreat. Do not obstruct the line of sight. A hoarse voice commanded. The speaker was a pirate, temporarily assuming command during this operation. Swiftly, the group fell back, yielding the most prominent position on the stage to Little Dragon. Brother, it is time to fulfill our duty to the light, exclaimed Little Dragon. Indeed, the two brothers exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with fervor, ignited like a roaring flame. Sparks and electricity seemed to dance in the air between them. Digga, Taro! With a rallying cry, Little Dragon leaped onto a large wooden stump that had been prepared in advance, instantly activating his innate abilities, striking various professional fitness poses at the center of the stage. Everyone, do not look at them. A sudden shout, slightly altered in tone, echoed from behind the duo. Soon after, the portly man, now gasping for breath and nearly exhausted, arrived with a group of his fellow followers. Help! Help me! At this moment, the man was utterly out of breath, his stamina waning. Yet whenever the undead pursued him closely, he would inexplicably surge forward with newfound speed. Clearly, it was the will to survive propelling him onward. As he spotted the large wooden stump gradually coming into view, hope surged within him. Almost there, almost there. He encouraged himself internally. Finally, he reached the ambush site of the extermination team. Yet, at that moment, he was faced with the sight of two muscular men already atop the wooden stump, striking various fitness poses. Wait, I'm not there yet. I haven't made it. The portly man suddenly let out a desperate wail, tears streaming down his face. Damn it, I must become a good person. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and charged blindly forward. I have to survive. Thud. A dull thump resonated as the tearful, frantic man collided with the stage of Little Dragon. He uttered a series of incoherent murmurs before gradually collapsing, his legs twitching intermittently. Had anyone been able to read his lips, they would have discerned his final, anguished whisper. Why? Why have I lost so completely? With a cacophony of roars, the horde of undead emerged. They gazed eagerly at the delectable dishes perched upon the wooden stakes in the distance, their excitement palpable as each of them darted forth with an oddly peculiar gait. Suddenly, a leading mutant zombie at the forefront let out an exhilarated roar, drool beginning to trickle from the corners of its mouth. Abruptly, it felt a piercing sensation in its eyes, and its body began to exhibit slight uncontrollability. Brother! Brother! The two muscular men atop the stakes exchanged a fervent glance. Combination technique, they shouted in unison. Serpent style. In an instant, their bodies intertwined in a manner reminiscent of paired yoga poses. The elder brother positioned himself prone below, hands at his sides, legs straightened and together, bracing his body with his arms. Meanwhile, the younger brother supported himself above, hands resting on his brother's back, legs together with feet nestled inside his brother's. using the strength of his toes and arms to elevate his form. Clang, just for a fleeting moment. In the distance, the zombies at the forefront began to weep blood from their eyes, their limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Their bodies became unmanageable, tumbling to the ground like rolling gourds, wailing in despair. The zombies trailing behind trampled over the fallen ones before succumbing to the same fate. The power of the dual dragon combination technique was indeed terrifying. Double Lotus style. The elder dragon bellowed. They began to morph into new forms. At this moment, the onlookers hiding behind the two dragons trembled with fear. Was this truly their genuine strength? The pirate murmured, fixated on the weeping zombies in the distance. At that juncture, while the group of evolvers was busy clearing out the zombie nest, a unique little visitor arrived at the survivor camp situated at the rear. Chapter 37. A visitor at the camp in the survivor camp of Magic City. A man in tattered formal attire approached a stationed soldier. He held a crumpled pack of cigarettes, offering one to the guard, who was one of the evolvers stationed in the camp, known for his pockmarked face. As a scout, direct confrontation was not his forte, and it was unlikely he'd be needed in that capacity. Is there something you need? The pockmarked man inquired, glancing sideways at the suited individual without reaching for the cigarette extended towards him. During a previous supply run to the supermarket, he had scavenged quite a bit of this item, rendering him indifferent to the offer now. Hey, I just thought I'd lighten your burdens a bit. The suited man replied with a disingenuous grin, slipping the cigarette back into his coat pocket. I'd prefer it if you didn't cause any trouble. The pockmarked man retorted curtly. He had witnessed this individual wielding undue influence in the survivor camp before, but with the ongoing threats from the evolved beasts, they had mostly turned a blind eye as long as he didn't overstep. Greetings. My conscience weighs heavily upon me. Each day, I rely on your protection. The man in the suit approached slowly, his curiosity piqued. I have often seen groups gathering to absorb that strange mist. What purpose does it serve? That is the evolution mist, which can enhance your strength. What are your thoughts? The scarred face raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I have entertained such thoughts. After all, in this apocalyptic world, being stronger is essential for self-preservation. The man in the suit replied, excitement evident as he rubbed his hands together. Is it just you? You lack the courage to confront the undead and yet wish to absorb the evolution mist? The scarred face regarded him with disdain, showing no mercy. I was merely unaccustomed before, but now, I believe I can contribute to the camp. The man in the suit declared with newfound determination. I wish to join the Pathfinder team. Over the past month, he had faced numerous crises, each time being saved just in the nick of time. But what if, one day, no one came to his aid? What if he found himself alone? His desire to join the team stemmed not only from gratitude, but also from a yearning to hone his skills and empower himself to adapt swiftly to this new reality, and to no longer suffer such profound defeats. The scarred face looked astonished. This coward, who had previously cowered within the ranks, now sought to change his ways. Your sentiments are commendable, yet it requires our captain's approval, he replied, his tone softening, thoughts shifting to a higher regard for the man in the suit. Compared to the other two cowards, he exhibited a greater sense of awareness. Very well, I shall stand guard with you until Captain Wong returns, and then I will seek his permission. The man in the suit nodded solemnly, preparing to defend the more vulnerable areas of the camp. With only a handful of troops remaining, most were out purging the undead nests, leaving behind a mere few, while other ordinary survivors assisted in guarding. They were merely capable of emitting a scream before their demise in the face of the evolved beasts. The scarred face watched the departing man in the suit, feeling a sense of relief. At last, their captain was not surrounded by ungrateful ingrates. But then, his expression turned cold as he shifted his gaze towards another watch position, where the forcibly conscripted rotund man and the blonde youth stood. These two displayed despicable tactics, revealing their true nature within just a month of the apocalypse. Suddenly, the scarred face sensed a shift, his head turning sharply towards a specific direction. A rustling sound emerged. Snap, crackle, not far off. A cluster of foliage erupted with violent commotion, branches snapping and leaves falling. Instantly, the scarred face's body tensed, his eyes fixated on the disturbance. Accompanied by the shaking of branches and the gnawing sound of wood, the small thicket was quickly consumed. With narrowed eyes, the pockmarked face observed the indistinct creature gradually revealing itself, slowly drawing the large knife from his waist and approaching the thicket. Suddenly, from the remnants of the foliage, a small canine, no larger than a water bottle, emerged, its fur a striking blend of black and white. It fixed its wise gaze upon him, intermittently barking in a vigilant manner, exuding an air of ferocity. Was it a dog or a wolf? The pockmarked face wore an expression of astonishment and confusion. He found himself in a quandary. It seemed unlikely to be an evolved beast, yet it was equally implausible for a mere puppy to survive to this point. Was it simply a stroke of luck for this little creature? He could only conclude as much. Reluctantly, he sheathed his knife, finding it difficult to harm such an adorable being. Observing the small wolf dog baring its teeth at him, a sudden inspiration struck him. He retrieved a small piece of jerky from his pocket. The pup immediately caught the scent of the treat, barking eagerly at the pockmarked face before jumping excitedly in place. Its tail wagging with uncontainable joy, the pockmarked face arched an eyebrow. Hadn't he just been so vigilant? He tossed the morsel forward. With a swift leap, the pup snatched the jerky in its mouth and darted away. Was I just played? The pockmarked face fell into a deep frown, utterly speechless. He had been outsmarted by a little pup that had yet to fully develop its fur. Shaking his head, he turned and began to vigilantly patrol the vicinity of the corpse nest. Nearby, Mo Fan and Bing Ran slowly opened their eyes, glancing at Wang Tung, who had become enveloped in a mist cocoon. Suddenly, the cocoon erupted, and a surge of mist poured into Wang Tung's body. Had he undergone 3 evolutions? As Wang Tung slowly opened his eyes, Mo Fan inquired. They had just been unable to absorb the mist from Wang Tung. Most of the vapor from the corpse king had been consumed by him, likely related to his entrapment in the constraints of secondary evolution. Let us hasten. The action over there is likely commencing, Wang Tung stated, exhibiting little joy over his enhanced power, instead concerned for the team operating on the other side. He understood all too well the gravity of the strength he possessed, a weight borne from the lives of his comrades. All right. The 3 promptly made their way towards the corpse nest. Chapter 38. The second stage giant corpse in the demon city. At the corpse nest, the camel style. With synchronized shouts, the duo of dragons instantly altered their stances. In the distance, another wave of corpses, frothing at the mouth, began to spasm and collapse. In the grass behind, the pirate observed the now sparse throng of corpses ahead, narrowing his eyes. Brothers, it's time to deal the finishing blows. Be cautious of the 2 dragons. With a thunderous roar, he unsheathed the formidable blade secured at his waist and charged towards a fallen, mutated corpse on the ground. Take that. Ha ha ha. Here I come, you little brats. He bellowed, as a mist of evolution enveloped them. In an instant, all the evolved beings brandished their blades, howling as they surged towards the other end of the wooden stake, devoid of any fear or hesitation. After all, the corpses had already been rendered dazed by the second dragon's influence. Roar! The stout figure unleashed a fierce strike, cleaving a spitting corpse in half with his blade. With a swift pivot, he delivered a powerful kick to another struggling corpse on the ground, sending it tumbling several meters away. His dark eyes fixated on the pile of corpses he had just sent sprawling. He suddenly bent his knees and, like a spring, launched himself into the air, soaring 3 to 4 meters high. He then positioned the large black pot behind him and descended fiercely upon another twitching spider-like corpse on the ground. Meat bomb attack, he shouted. With a resounding crash, the spider corpse was reduced to a splatter of mosaic. He adjusted his position in the pot, stood tall, and continued his relentless harvest of the remaining corpses. 1 mist of evolution, 2 mists of evolution, 3 mists. A burly man, grinning wickedly, relentlessly hacked at the heads of the corpses, his blade already stained with blood. A closer inspection would reveal that he targeted only the mutated corpses, which could yield the precious mist of evolution. Meow! A black cat, the size of a calf, swiped at a struggling, spitting corpse on the ground. With a flash of cold light, the corpse was severed into 3 pieces. Meow! The black cat bit into a piece of flesh, savoring the taste. Ugh! The flesh was instantly spat out, sour and foul, utterly repulsive. Human food was far more delectable. The cat disdainfully groomed its tongue with its front paw, expressing utter disdain for the flesh of the spitting corpse, perhaps forgetting that it had feasted on many corpses before being captured by the second dragon. All the evolved beings displayed their prowess, swiftly reaping the lives of the corpses. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from behind the corpse ranks, followed by the thunderous sound of a stampede. A gigantic corpse, as large as a small house, charged towards them, an evolved giant corpse. Before long, the giant corpse entered the contaminated zone of the second dragon. Its eyes began to weep blood, and its massive body swayed, hinting at an impending collapse. Unfortunately, it let out a low growl and, shedding blood tears, continued its frenzied charge towards the evolved beings. The second dragon's pollution faced its first setback. After all, the disparity in their evolution levels was significant. The impact was already commendable. As they beheld the rapidly approaching behemoth, a grave expression settled upon the faces of the crowd. Today, it seemed, would bring casualties. Suddenly, a raucous and audacious laugh erupted from the crowd, and a corpulent figure, as dark as coal, slowly emerged. It was none other than the notorious Black Fat. The previously incapacitated zombies lay sprawled on the ground, having succumbed effortlessly to his whims, leaving him utterly bored with their lack of resistance, which rendered his second evolution rather pointless. At this moment, with the appearance of the giant zombie, he realized that it was time for him to showcase his prowess once more. "Fatty, are you capable?" "This is no trivial matter," a pirate voiced, concerned that Black Fat might indulge in his habitual bravado once again, as he had been quite ostentatious throughout their journey. "Indeed, let's not falter. We shall face this together," came another admonition. "Honestly, I've undergone a second evolution," Black Fat declared, sensing the skepticism surrounding him. Rest assured, the revelation that he had evolved to a level akin to that of their captain astonished everyone. "You've been hiding your true abilities quite well," they exclaimed, surprised that the usual braggart was speaking the truth today. "Very well, we shall support Fatty. Should he falter, we will immediately rush in," the pirate affirmed, realizing that conversing amidst such peril was unwise. The group dispersed, ensuring that the half-dead zombies would not interfere while keeping a vigilant eye on Black Fat. There was no alternative. Any other approach could lead to disastrous consequences for the others. "Fear not, a mere giant zombie is no match for me," Black Fat proclaimed confidently as he approached the colossal creature, his bravado palpable. With a fierce shout, he brandished his massive blade and charged forward. "Will he really be all right?" inquired the rabbit man, who had maintained close contact with Black Fat. Witnessing his reckless advance, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Was this not a suicide mission? "Prepare yourselves," the pirate warned, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. What a waste of his second evolution's potential. On the side of the zombies, a deafening roar erupted. The giant zombie, upon spotting such a delectable target, widened its eyes in excitement, letting out a low growl as it accelerated. Boom, boom. Both sides charged at each other with thunderous roars. Suddenly, the giant zombie trampled over a spider zombie, which, already disoriented, retaliated by shooting forth a long, barbed tongue that ensnared the giant zombie's leg. Thud! The giant zombie stumbled, its massive form crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. With a furious roar, the giant zombie tore the tongue from its leg, seizing the ill-fated spider zombie and ripping it to shreds before rising again to continue its relentless pursuit of Black Fat. Smack! The giant zombie crushed the head of a spitting zombie beneath its foot, the decayed cranium yielding like a bar of soap, causing it to slip instantly. Thud! The giant zombie fell to the ground once more. Enraged, it stomped down hard on the fallen spitting zombie, reducing it to a mosaic of flesh and leaving a colossal footprint behind, before charging once again towards the stout figure in black. At that moment, another large-mouthed zombie lay on the ground. Chapter 39, The Climax Approaches. In the chaotic streets of the City of Demons, the stout figure, in a frantic sprint, observed the giant zombie stumbling and crashing towards him. A wicked grin spread across his lips as he quickened his pace. The stout figure screamed with wild abandon, his voice growing hoarse. Cough! A sharp cough escaped him. Finally, as the giant zombie fell for the 7th time, the stout figure reached its side. Spotting the massive head that had just toppled before him, he smirked coldly and drove his large blade fiercely towards the lantern-sized eye of the giant zombie. With a swift thrust, the stout figure penetrated effortlessly. A howl of anguish erupted from the giant zombie as it retaliated with a powerful swipe of its enormous hand. Reacting instinctively, the stout figure raised his blade just in time, the edge grazing the knuckle joints of the giant's fingers. Clang! For fingers, as thick as water bottles, fell to the ground, the blade remarkably sharp. The giant zombie emitted another chilling scream. It braced itself on the ground, rising abruptly, and lifted its foot, akin to a small car, intending to stomp down on the stout figure. Even if crushed, it could still be devoured. Seeing this, the stout figure swung his blade upward with all his might. A flash of steel, 3 toes fell to the earth. The giant zombie's massive foot slammed down where the stout figure had stood, creating a pit several meters deep. Yet, the stout figure emerged from the gaps between the toes. Phew, that was close. He patted his chest with his left hand, exhaling a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the giant zombie let out another pained scream, one of its feet jerking back in an unbalanced manner. Upon closer inspection of the severed toes, one would notice they were smeared with the corrosive green liquid of the spitting zombie. It had inadvertently stepped into a pool of corrosive fluid, now suffering from the effects of the potent liquid. Thud! The giant zombie lost its balance and fell once again, a cloud of dust swirling around it. Humph! The stout figure scoffed, advancing with his blade raised high. He swung in a half-arc, striking fiercely at the giant's neck, cleaving a significant portion of it, and causing blood to erupt like a fountain. A howl of agony escaped the giant zombie once more as it lunged with its remaining intact hand towards the stout figure. The hefty figure, known as Black Fat, observed the now feeble hand reaching out. With a swift twist of his stout body, he swung his large blade once more. The edge of the sword precisely grazed the knuckles, causing 4 fingers to sever cleanly. Before the colossal corpse could emit a cry of despair, Black Fat unleashed another powerful strike aimed at its gushing neck, and the head, akin to a massive water jug, rolled away like a gourd. He wiped the bloodied blade against the decapitated body, flicked his hair with a swagger, and made his way towards the other evolved beings. The entire skirmish had lasted scarcely the time it takes to brew tea. Alas, pirate, how is it that this rotund fellow is so uncanny? One exclaimed. Indeed, it seems as though the giant corpse willingly offered itself to him for slaughter. How absurd. The nearby military evolved beings stood flabbergasted, having witnessed the giant zombie cooperate with Black Fat in its own demise. Fatty, you can't possibly be a gifted one like the captain, can you? The rabbit man inquired, observing Black Fat as he approached. This hardly resembles the typical style of battle for evolved beings. Indeed, I am on the verge of my second evolution, yet I have never fought like that. The military evolved beings clamored, voicing their bewilderment towards Black Fat. After all, the giant zombie's behavior had been quite preposterous, stumbling several times before reaching them, almost as if it were waiting for Black Fat to deliver the fatal blow. The ground around was still pocked with craters. Realizing that he could no longer conceal his identity amidst the gathering of burly men, Black Fat acknowledged the inevitable. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After such an extended period of fighting side by side, he had forged a deep camaraderie with the military evolved beings. Oh, I initially wished to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but instead I was met with disdain. No more pretense. I am a gifted one, I confess. Black Fat sighed, revealing a solemn expression as he disclosed his true identity. The crowd's faces darkened in realization. By the heavens, he had us fooled. Blast, you rotund wretch. Concealed it far too well, exclaimed the rabbit man, leaning against Black Fat's shoulder, his tone brimming with astonishment. To their surprise, their squad possessed 4 gifted individuals. Now, their chances of reaching the west had significantly increased. Fatty, what is the nature of your gift? It's exceedingly strange, came the raspy voice of the pirate. Indeed, what is your gift? The rabbit man echoed, equally perplexed. Black Fat tilted his head skyward at a 45-degree angle, a faint air of pretentiousness enveloping him. I am merely fortunate, he replied with an unruffled demeanor. Come now, you're still pretending. The rabbit man chided, encircling Black Fat's neck with his arm, causing him to feel momentarily breathless. Cough, cough. I assure you, I possess the gift of luck. My fortune simply favors me. Black Fat spluttered, his face turning crimson as he struggled to escape the rabbit man's hold. Goodness, this fellow has a distinct odor. The gift of luck? It seems it may influence others. It cannot be merely about good fortune. The pirate absent-mindedly probed his empty eye socket, muttering to himself. Such an extraordinary talent. I knew our team had been exceptionally fortunate lately. The rabbit-faced man looked as if he had just come to a profound realization. Wow. With this, our team can effortlessly reach the western region. The voices of the evolved soldiers were filled with exuberance. With this boon, they might just survive the journey to the west. What is all this excitement about? A powerful voice resonated from nearby. Everyone turned to see Wang Tung and his companions returning after decapitating the corpse king. Mo Fan glanced at the enormous headless corpse not far away, then at the chubby figure surrounded in the middle, raising an eyebrow as a vague understanding dawned upon him. This fellow seems to have revealed his talent. Captain, this fat man is actually an evolved being. Moreover, he possesses a lucky talent, the kind that can bestow good fortune upon himself and those around him. The rabbit-faced man exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. His expression twisted with joy as he shared his revelation with his captain. Hold on, manage your expressions. Wang Tung felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he watched the rabbit-faced man's increasingly unrestrained demeanor. A lucky talent. Wang Tung stroked his chin, his eyes continuously assessing the rotund figure. There's also an unknown talent related to exploration. He suddenly turned to Mo Fan, scanning the two of them with keen interest. Chapter 40. Reluctance and Departure in the City of Demons, within the nest of the undead. Mo Fan felt uneasy under Wang Tung's scrutinizing gaze. Old Wang, let us hurry up and clear the undead. The big dragon and little dragon are still engaged in battle. We can discuss the chubby man later. Mo Fan swiftly redirected the conversation, pointing toward the little dragon still diligently performing poses not far away. Wang Tung glanced over, confirming that little dragon was indeed laboriously releasing pollutants. All right, everyone, let us clear the undead at full speed and return to camp before nightfall. With a grand gesture, Wang Tung ordered the soldiers to swiftly follow his command. Let us go take a look at that ju fruit tree. He turned his back to the group, walking in a particular direction, two lines of tears slowly cascading from his eyes. The wicked little dragon. Brother Wang, you're going the wrong way. Mo Fan spoke up. Is that so? I merely wanted to take a look at that giant undead. Wait for me a moment. With that, Wang Tung pretended to stroll toward the gigantic corpse that had begun to emit mist, refusing to admit that he had unwittingly fallen into a trap. After casually circling the headless body, he returned. Let us go. That undead has indeed reached the second evolution stage. Fortunately, we have the chubby man with us this time, Wang Tung said with feigned seriousness, leading the two toward the ju fruit tree. However, endowed with a goddess perspective, Mo Fan had already comprehended everything. Brother Wang, why are your eyes sweating? Wang Tung stumbled, realizing that he had just been aimlessly wandering. Cough, it's nothing. I just got something in my eye. Let's not waste time. Wang Tung continued on without pause. Soon, the trio arrived beneath the crimson fruit tree. Goodness, who would have thought that even a plant could evolve in these times? Upon reaching the tree, Wang Tung began to circle it, making a smacking sound with his lips. Honestly, I suspect this might be an evolved version of a cherry tomato. Mo Fan also approached, having been previously overwhelmed by the fruit's aroma. Cherry tomato? Wang Tung, gazing at the bright red fruit, felt a sudden sense of gravity at Mo Fan's suggestion. Why don't you investigate its information? He turned to Mo Fan. Sure. Mo Fan felt a bit awkward. Although he had long ceased to hide his abilities, being pointed out by Wang Tung still made him feel shy, especially since they had previously pretended to be oblivious. Mo Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on the crimson fruit tree, and a wave of analysis gradually emerged. This plant is an evolved form of the cherry tomato, having successfully transcended the limitations of life to evolve into a woody structure. Its branches and roots continuously absorb mysterious energy from the air and soil, concentrating it within the fruit. The fruit contains a significant amount of enigmatic power. The information seemed more comprehensive than before. Is this due to my second evolution? Mo Fan pondered, observing the altered analysis. How is it? Wang Tung inquired. It truly is a cherry tomato, Mo Fan replied. No wonder it has such an unusual flavor. If fruits can evolve into such remarkable things, I wonder if I could cultivate my own, perhaps even using those corpses. Gazing at the imposing tomato tree, Mo Fan was flooded with thoughts. What a shame. It would be better if this tree were smaller, Wang Tung remarked, eyeing the towering 10-meter tomato tree with regret. He was tempted to uproot this evolved tomato tree to cultivate crimson fruits himself, though he knew it was rather impractical. Quickly, let's harvest the fruits to absorb the evolution mist. Night is approaching, and there aren't many people at the camp, Wang Tung urged, noting that the burst of evolution mist was considerable, though these lower-tier mists were of little use to him now. Understood. Soon, the group finished picking the remaining first-tier tomatoes and gathered with other evolutionists by the large wooden stump. Everyone, absorb on the spot, Wang Tung commanded, observing the floating evolution mist, which aggregated around 50 or so animated corpses above them. With a swift motion, mist columns surged towards the crowd. However, A significant portion of the mist columns flew toward Mo Fan and the other gifted individuals, while the ordinary evolutionists received less than a third. Wang Tang's eyes twitched at the sight of these fellows. Soon, among the 10 or so military evolutionists, 3 or 4 had transformed into mist cocoons, while the others remained ensnared in a state of absorption due to insufficient mist. That cat has transformed again. In no time, after a brief respite, the group had completely divided the evolution mist. Back to camp. Evening. The survivors' encampment. Aside from the guards, all the military evolutionists gathered around the campfire, roasting the evolution beast meat that had come to them so readily. Captain, you wouldn't believe it if you saw it. This rotund fellow flaunts his bravado every day. But it seems today he truly outdid himself, the rabbit man exclaimed animatedly as he recounted the moment the black, plump creature revealed its talent, his expression grotesquely fierce, casting an eerie aura under the night sky. All right, I've heard enough. Wang Tang could no longer endure it and waved his hand to halt the chatter. So, are we saying that our team actually has 4 talent bearers? The pockmarked-faced guard, who had been on duty during the day, appeared ecstatic. The stronger the team, the greater their chances of reaching the West. Not just that, our team now boasts 4 ordinary second-stage evolvers, came the raspy voice of the pirate. Several members of the scouting team straightened their chests. Their daily battles with beasts had allowed them to absorb more evolution mist, making their advancement unsurprising. Currently, our encampment has 10 ordinary first-stage evolvers, 4 ordinary second-stage evolvers, and 4 talent second-stage evolvers, counting the 2 dragons as 1. Mo Fan spoke slowly, omitting himself from the count. Ha ha ha. Hearing that makes me feel we could sweep through the apocalypse. The rabbit man guffawed, his expression twisted. Indeed. Especially with the fat man's lucky talent. As long as we remain steadfast, reaching the West is merely a matter of time, the pirate added, maintaining his composure. Xiaofan, have you perhaps forgotten someone? Wang Tang interjected suddenly, a smile playing on his lips. Huh, really? Mo Fan felt a flicker of unease. Wang Tang chuckled, choosing not to press the matter further. If the lad wished to conceal it, so be it. Suddenly, he stood earnestly before his comrades. Brothers, since the onset of the mutation, we have heeded every command, fulfilling our duty to lead the civilians toward the western gathering point. A hint of sorrow began to manifest on Wang Tang's face. Yet, the perils of this apocalypse are dire. The evolution beasts ravage indiscriminately. Once, we boasted over 3,000 survivors, but now we are barely 100 strong, and our comrades, once numbering over 300, have dwindled to a mere handful. Perhaps struck by the gravity of his words, his voice began to tremble, and even this steadfast man felt tears welling in his eyes. Today, our team has grown stronger. I am elated. At last, we need no longer sacrifice lives to bolster our ranks. Tears began to stream down Wang Tang's cheeks. And although he usually prided himself on his composure, he made no effort to wipe them away, for these tears were worth shedding in memory of his fallen brothers in arms. Captain, Brother Wang. As the crowd rose to their feet, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, it was evident that emotions had reached a profound depth. They could entirely comprehend the immense pressure their captain had endured over the past month. Brother Wang. Mo Fan's eyes too were misty, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. All I wish for is that the journey ahead does not witness too many casualties, and that everyone arrives safely at the western gathering point. Survive. Wang Tang's tone was resolute, his gaze sweeping across the assembly as if he intended to etch their faces into his very soul. Survive. Survive. The crowd responded with fervor, their eyes fixated on the individual who began to radiate light. Wang Tang lifted a wooden bowl from beside him, tilted his head, and drank its contents in one go. Then turned his gaze to the people, smashing the bowl onto the ground with great force. The apocalypse stretches endlessly. Let us strive together. 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 A wave of exhilaration swept through the assembly as they shattered their bowls, splashed their water bottles, and even tossed their cats in a frenzy of enthusiasm. After more than a month of perseverance, hope finally dawned, and the sacrifices of fallen comrades acquired a newfound significance. Soon, following the bonfire gathering, the survivor camp returned to its previous tranquility. Alas, Mo Fan sat in a secluded spot, letting out a slow sigh. He found himself reluctant to part from this place. Had it not been for his parents still being alive, he would have undoubtedly chosen to follow along. After his departure, would he ever encounter a group like this again? Would the people he met in the future possess such faith and principles? It seemed a daunting prospect. The next day, as the dawn had yet to pierce the night, Mo Fan activated his abilities and left a letter at Wang Tung's resting place, explaining his departure and urging him to take good care of Pang. Subsequently, he embarked alone on the arduous journey to reunite with his family. In this vast expanse of mountains and rivers, may our paths cross again. Chapter 41. Exiting the Forest Magic City. At the intersection of the giant wood forest and the steel forest, on a shaded path. It should be close now, muttered a weary traveler, wiping the sweat from his brow. He then found a protruding rock to sit upon, unfurling a map from his military pack onto the ground, and pulled out a packet of instant noodles along with half a bottle of mineral water to eat. His eyes intermittently scanned the map and the surrounding area. At this juncture, it had been approximately a month since Mo Fan had departed from the survivor camp. Throughout his journey, he prioritized making progress, engaging with no evolved beasts unless absolutely necessary. He had now reached the outskirts of the Magic City, on the verge of entering Xing City. Suddenly, a wolf dog the size of a bench burst forth from a thicket, resembling a large rodent. It emitted a whimpering sound, wagging its tail excitedly as it circled around Mo Fan. The wolf dog is a magnificent creature, adorned with a coat that gleams with a lustrous sheen. Its body a chaotic yet somewhat patterned tapestry of black and white. The lower part of its legs is cloaked in white, resembling four petite boots. At this moment, its seemingly wise eyes are fixated intently on the instant noodles held by Mo Fan. Do you desire a taste as well? Mo Fan's tone carries a hint of exasperation. Not long after he set off that morning, this dog had suddenly leapt from a thicket to ambush him. With his analytical prowess, how could he allow that to succeed? A swift strike sent it crashing to the ground. It was only later that he realized the dog was drawn by the red fruit at his waist, reminding him that he had forgotten to share it with Ma Zillian and the others. In a moment of solitude, he decided to bring the creature along, reasoning that it could keep watch over him at night. As he observed the dog's mouth begin to salivate, he tossed a small piece of noodle its way. A woof. The dog executed a graceful leap to catch the morsel, devouring it in a few hurried bites before once again staring intently at Mo Fan. That's all, Mo Fan retorted, somewhat annoyed. Ever since the red fruit had been consumed, the dog had been persistently seeking food from his bag, occasionally bringing back small prey in exchange. A glutton through and through. Watching the dog twirl around in playful affection, Mo Fan chose to ignore it. After all, it was on the verge of a second evolution. It could fend for itself. He turned his gaze toward the distant city of Xingqing. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Xingqing bore little resemblance to its former self, appearing rather dilapidated and aged. The buildings were shrouded in a veil of darkness, mingling with the dense vegetation that lent the place an eerie atmosphere. Fortunately, there were no signs of widespread collapse among the structures. Though the flora was indeed lush, it had yet to reach the destructive levels seen in the magical city. At least, not at this moment. Being adjacent to the magical city, Xingqing had developed into a bustling first-tier city, teeming with inhabitants. Before long, Mo Fan had satisfied his hunger and thirst, shouldering his pack to set off once more. Not long after, he and the dog arrived at the outskirts of a small commercial street in Xingqing. The once asphalt-paved black road had been ravaged by mutated plants, now reduced to scattered fragments of gravel strewn across the ground. From the crevices of the rubble, tufts of verdant grass, over a meter tall, emerged, their roots appearing remarkably robust. Beneath some of the stout weeds lay a grim accumulation of white bones, stained with dried blood, exuding a faint odor of decay, while several fist-sized green flies flitted about above. In the center of the street lay numerous abandoned vehicles. Some cars were intact, their doors ajar, revealing disarray within, perhaps left open by their owners in a hasty escape. Others lay overturned, severely damaged, resembling flipped fish. However, for reasons unknown, although the apocalypse had only descended less than 3 months ago, all the vehicles here were rusted and appeared as if they had endured decades of decay. The buildings lining the streets remained largely unscathed, their walls marred only by some dried bloodstains and the accumulation of dust, interspersed with cracks the width of electrical wires, overtaken by mutated vines. Strangely, as far as the eye could see, there were not many corpses wandering about. Upon entering the street, the little wolf dog fell unusually silent, occasionally baring its teeth at some hidden corners, displaying a heightened sense of vigilance. Mo Fan gazed upon the desolate city before him, gradually coming to a halt. his eyes beginning to flicker with intensity. In that instant, a 10-meter radius around him materialized in his mind as a three-dimensional model, granting him a godlike perspective. A smirk graced his lips as he reached for the burlap sack at his waist, slowly advancing into the street. Swish. Boom. Not far off. Near a pair of public trash bins, the head of a corpse that had just risen was obliterated, crimson splattering the ground. Mo Fan retracted his right hand and reached for his waist once more. Swish. Boom. Beneath a wrecked vehicle, another corpse's head shattered. Thus, with each step Mo Fan took, the stones at his waist diminished, and the nearby corpses were swiftly eradicated. As sunlight streamed through, Mo Fan paused at the entrance of a clothing store, lifting his gaze towards the shop sign, faintly discerning the faded letters. It had been a month since he last changed his clothes. The once odoriferous rugby outfit had long been discarded during his time in the forest of the Magic City. This was not due to disdain, but rather the concern that the scent might betray his whereabouts, for some evolved beasts tracked their prey by smell. Moreover, the weather had turned cooler. Upon reaching the retractable door of the store, he raised an eyebrow. To his surprise, a chain, as thick as his thumb, had been wound around the handle, securing the store tightly. However, this posed no challenge for Mo Fan, who had undergone 2 evolutions. He grasped the chain with both hands and pulled with force. Clink! The lock was released, and Mo Fan, holding the chain, gently pushed the retractable door apart, creating an opening just wide enough for a person to pass through. He sidestepped and slipped inside, then pulled the door closed, draping the severed chain over the handle. Where's my little dog? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Mo Fan shook his head and turned to enter the store. The little wolf dog was quite capable, especially after being fed the jus fruit, its evolution nearly rivaling Mo Fan's own. Furthermore, with its innate speed, its occasional disappearances did not cause him any concern. This shirt is quite nice, but it still needs to be more casual. This leather trench coat seems rather fitting. Mo Fan murmured to himself as he began to sift through the new garments on the rack. At that moment, in a dimly lit alleyway across from the clothing store, a pale, emaciated man with bloodshot eyes was lurking behind a utility pole, his expression brimming with excitement. It's time for a feast, he thought. As he watched Mo Fan enter the store, he swallowed nervously, then suddenly turned and dashed off in a specific direction. Inside the store, Mo Fan paused momentarily, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 42. The Scavengers of the Apocalypse in a street at the outskirts of Xiqing. A sharp voice echoed from around the corner of the clothing store. Boss, this is the place. I just saw a lamb spine go inside. The speaker, who occasionally swallowed nervously, was clearly anxious. Are you certain? It better not be a mere zombie. Otherwise, I'll make you its next meal. Came the harsh reply from a more menacing voice, evidently belonging to the boss. Rest assured, boss. Do you not trust me? I was the one who discovered the previous few, the anxious subordinate declared confidently. Very well, if we capture it this time, you shall have a kidney. Their hushed conversation indicated that they were seasoned survivors in this post-apocalyptic world. Soon, a tall man with a scarred face emerged from the corner, accompanied by a gaunt, sharp-faced individual, both of whom had bloodshot eyes and pallid complexions that were eerily unsettling, resembling anything but normal humans. At the entrance of the clothing store, the scarred man glared at his companion. You, go open the door. He gestured menacingly and drew a blood-stained fire axe from behind him. Understood. The thin man, nervous but compliant, hurried to pull open the retractable door that Mo Fan had already unlatched. Clang. A chain suddenly fell from behind the door handle, the metallic sound echoing loudly in the otherwise silent store. The thin man flinched, nearly losing control of himself in fear. Not good. The scarred man abruptly shoved the thin man aside and surged into the store. This might be a trap set by that lamb spine. Just then, from the innermost corner of the store, a figure emerged. He was clad in a gray leather trench coat over a refined wool sweater, paired with blue jeans and black Dr. Martens boots. His striking features were complemented by fair skin and a tall, slender frame, giving him a youthful appearance. As he approached them with a deceptively innocent expression, "Are you survivors from this area?" Mo Fan inquired. Having just discovered a half case of bottled water in the small room, albeit somewhat dirty, but perfect for a refreshing wash, gazing at the 2 individuals before him, whose skin bore an unnaturally pallid hue, Mo Fan inquired, his tone imbued with a sense of bewilderment. Indeed, they are the survivors destined to escort you to the afterlife. Suddenly, the scarred man let out a sinister chuckle, raising his axe to strike at Mo Fan, while the gaunt figure behind him drew a dagger from his waist. Following suit. This fool. Tonight he shall feast anew. The scarred man's mind twisted with excitement, for it had been many days since he had captured fresh prey. Alas, have people grown so blunt in their manners? Mo Fan sighed deeply. With a sharp crack, the brick in Mo Fan's hand shattered into two pieces. The scarred man's eyes rolled back as he convulsed and collapsed to the ground. The gaunt man, witnessing his leader being felled by a mere brick, froze in place, caught in a predicament from which he could neither advance nor retreat, his wide eyes fixed in terror upon Mo Fan. "Do not come any closer. We can forego eating you. We have others behind us." The gaunt man's voice trembled, his expression a mix of fear and desperation. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, discarding the broken brick onto the ground. "Eat me? What do you mean?" Mo Fan's gaze bore into the ashen-faced gaunt man, his tone growing increasingly menacing. Could it be that these two wretches resort to cannibalism? And nothing. The gaunt man's speech faltered, his expression suddenly alarmed, as if he had recalled something dreadful. "Let us clarify everything, or be prepared to remain here forever." Mo Fan, his face devoid of emotion, drew forth a crimson-bladed knife from his coat and slowly approached the gaunt figure. If they could stoop so low as to consume their own kind, then these two had forfeited their right to live. "Don't come any closer. I'll shoot." The gaunt man, who had moments ago been quaking in fear, suddenly drew a rusted handgun from his waist, aiming it at Mo Fan with a voice laden with threats. "Oh, you have a gun? Then go ahead and shoot. I wager your weapon is devoid of ammunition." Mo Fan's tone was utterly nonchalant, even jesting, for had he not learned from Brother Wong about the state of firearms, he might have been genuinely intimidated. While at the survivor camp, Mo Fan had inquired of Wong Tung why they did not utilize firearms, reasoning that they would surely make dealing with evolved beasts much simpler. Wong Tung's reply had been that all contemporary firearms and weaponry were rendered inoperative, much like electronic devices, as if corroded by some unknown substance. "My lord, I was wrong. I beseech you, spare my life. I swear I shall never eat lamb spine again." Realizing that Mo Fan had no fear of his firearm, the gaunt man fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Speak the truth." Mo Fan, his expression impassive, pressed the blade against the gaunt man's throat. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." In no time, the gaunt man divulged all about their ghastly practice of consuming lamb spine alongside the scarred man. Originally, they were survivors dwelling in a camp established by 7 evolved beings and 1 gifted individual, a formidable collective capable of hunting even the terrifying evolved beasts. However, residing in such a haven came with stipulations. Each individual was required to engage in combat with either the undead or evolved beasts once a week. This so-called battle was, in reality, a grim arrangement where ordinary people served as bait. Although survival promised substantial rewards, those who ventured forth faced dire peril, often finding themselves with little chance of returning. It was this very fate that had compelled him and Scarface to escape. Now, the two of them survived by preying upon fellow survivors and scavenging the ruins. Was there a gifted individual in this vicinity? Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, aware that such encounters often invited trouble. Pressing onward was of utmost importance. "Sir, I have divulged all that I know. May I be allowed to leave?" The gaunt figure on the ground spoke cautiously, fearful of inciting the wrath of Mo Fan, his words betraying no allegiance to his leader. Observing the anxious expression of the thin man, Mo Fan could not help but smirk inwardly. "Your trepidation at provoking me is misplaced. The moment you confessed to consuming your own kind, you sealed your own fate in my eyes." In an instant, a cold glimmer flashed, and the pale head of the thin man fell to the ground, his expression frozen in a moment of desperate hope. Ignoring the gushing blood, Mo Fan swiftly severed the head of Scarface as well before hoisting his bag and departing the clothing store. A howl erupted as a wolf dog, the size of a bench, suddenly sprang from beneath the wreckage of a car, clutching a fist-sized green fly in its mouth. "Ugh, how disgusting!" Mo Fan grimaced in distaste and turned to leave, aware that the blood would soon attract the undead. Woof! The dog emitted a plaintive whine, closely trailing behind him. Chapter 43. Signs of Humanity Approaching Xing City. On the outskirts, a dilapidated little street. "Let us check that convenience store." As Mo Fan wandered through the street, he headed towards a 24-hour convenience store. Intent on scavenging for food, He had previously set aside some drinking water while at the clothing store. Though he could sustain himself by hunting evolved beasts, the city was predominantly inhabited by the undead, leaving little opportunity for such quarry. Woof! Suddenly, the small wolf dog emitted a soft growl, darting ahead like a shadow into the convenience store. Observing the eager little creature, Mo Fan could only shake his head in resignation as he followed closely behind. The automatic doors of the convenience store had long since shattered for unknown reasons, and Mo Fan stepped carefully over the glass shards as he entered. Upon entering, Mo Fan was greeted by a faint stench of decay emanating from two skeletal remains at the cashier's desk. A dog was gnawing on the bones, having already reduced several into mere fragments. Mo Fan turned his gaze to the rear of the convenience store, where most of the shelves lay toppled, an array of goods scattered chaotically across the floor. Yet, the quantity appeared rather meager. Aside from a few daily necessities, there were primarily numerous empty food wrappers. Had this place already been ransacked? Observing the disarray within the convenience store, Mo Fan furrowed his brow. It seemed that the survivors on the outskirts of Xing City were not few. Perhaps there were several gathering spots. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. He was merely here to replenish some supplies before he would continue on his journey. The presence of other survivors mattered little to him. At that moment, the dog, having lost interest in the remnants of bones, began to sniff around the empty wrappers on the ground. Ignoring the dog, Mo Fan exited the thoroughly looted convenience store and paused at the entrance. His eyes sharpened, and translucent analytical pop-ups gradually materialized within his sight. Although his data-driven omniscient perspective extended only 10 meters, the analytical pop-ups did not share such limitations. Instantaneous comprehension. Soon, under the gaze of his eyes, which had undergone 2 evolutions, information about a mobile phone repair shop appeared in his mind. Constructed of steel and concrete, the establishment was seemingly overtaken by creeping vines. And within it, there appeared to be some edible supplies. A smile graced Mo Fan's lips as he made his way toward the repair shop. Suddenly, the dog darted out of the convenience store, whining and following closely behind him. Perhaps due to the fact that it had been open on the day of the anomaly, the shop's door remained unlocked. Mo Fan pushed open the glass door, smeared with dust and dark red stains, and stepped inside. Before long, he discovered a large cabinet brimming with hoarded food supplies, instant noodles, sausages, and self-heating pots, among other items. All of these provisions were neatly packed in cardboard boxes, some even unopened. This abundance presented a dilemma for him. How could he possibly transport all this? Casting his eyes outside, Mo Fan observed the abandoned vehicles lining the street. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With motor vehicles rendered useless, surely a non-motorized vehicle would suffice, he mused. With that, he exited the repair shop and ventured onto the desolate street, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Before long, he spotted a toppled tricycle not far away. After all, the roads here were not too severely damaged. Riding a small tricycle seemed reasonable. Thus, Mo Fan embarked on his journey atop the makeshift vehicle, laden with life-sustaining supplies. Meanwhile, on another street at the outskirts of Xing City, at the entrance of a large supermarket, a bald man with a half-tattooed face, flanked by a group of followers, boisterously shouted at Lu Feng, "You have pushed your luck too far. This is the final ultimatum from our leader." His audacious tone quickly attracted a horde of wandering zombies nearby, their guttural howls echoing as they advanced towards the tattooed man and his entourage. Suddenly, among his companions, a smaller figure darted forward with remarkable speed, drawing 2 gleaming tang swords from his waist. With agility surpassing that of the approaching zombies, he swiftly maneuvered behind them, the swords arcing as they struck down upon the back of their necks. In an instant, severed heads flew into the air, and the once menacing horde collapsed into lifeless heaps. No longer a threat. Once the area was cleared, he flicked the blood from his blades and sheathed them with a deliberate grace, walking towards the tattooed man. "Wujio, splendid work," the tattooed man praised with a sycophantic grin. "Next time, let me handle the draw." However, Wujio did not share in his flattery. His lifeless gaze warned the man to refrain from attracting more zombies, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. All right, I'll keep it down," the tattooed man replied, his voice tinged with embarrassment, yet he dared not defy Wujio. After all, this man was the strongest among the 7 survivors of their encampment, wielding his blades with such skill that even their leader, endowed with lightning abilities, had nearly met his demise at Wujio's hands. Had it not been for the leader's directive, the tattooed man would never have dared to summon such a harbinger of death. Just then, a commotion arose at the supermarket entrance, where a small group of ragged survivors emerged from a narrow opening barely wide enough for a single person. They quickly congregated at the entrance. "Lurin, who do you think you are to threaten our leader with your pathetic self?" shouted a crew-cut young man from the survivor group, his voice brimming with indignation. "Indeed, you wish to seize the supplies from the supermarket, but now you also demand people. Everyone knows your camp thrives on luring survivors to their doom," a bespectacled youth added, his face flushed with anger. "Exactly. You scoundrels are not after people. You seek lives. If it comes to it, we'll perish together, and none shall escape unscathed." The supermarket survivors chimed in, their voices filled with venomous disdain. The tattooed man, Lurin, was besieged by insults, his face contorted with rage as veins bulged on his forehead. "You worthless scum. Do not dare to challenge me," he finally erupted, brandishing a kitchen knife as if preparing to charge, his ferocity palpable. A hint of desire to teach them a lesson flickered in the air. No, brother. Have you forgotten the leader's instructions? Indeed. Have you forgotten the regulations of the gathering place? Moreover, you cannot win." The survivors behind Lu Run grasped him firmly, attempting to dissuade him from charging forward. Upon hearing the last remark, Lu Ren's expression darkened. "Damn it, had it not been for your restraint, I would have shown them a thing or two today." He pushed aside those who were trying to persuade him, feigning indignation as he sheathed his cleaver. At the rear of the crowd, Wu Jiu wore an impassive expression, continuing to observe Lu Ren's performance. "Oh, show us a thing or two. What colors do you have in mind?" A languid yet captivating voice resonated from above the crowd. Chapter 44, An Unexpected Clash. Xing City. Street Supermarket. The group of survivors downstairs felt a tingling sensation upon hearing that voice, as if their very souls were being stirred. Suddenly, a robust iron window on the second floor of the supermarket, where survivors had gathered, swung open. A young woman with a long ponytail, a charming visage, and a beauty mark at the corner of her eye appeared in the window. She gracefully stepped onto the window frame, holding a baseball bat, and leaped down lightly. Her alluring form wafted a fragrant breeze that swept over the crowd of supermarket survivors, landing at the forefront. "Leader, boss." Upon the appearance of this young woman clad in a khaki jacket and a blue dress, the supermarket survivors erupted with excitement, some even displaying looks of infatuation. Lu Fong. In contrast, Lu Ren's face reflected unease, and his earlier bravado vanished instantly. Even Wu Jiu, standing at the back of the line, adopted a serious demeanor as he began to move slowly towards Lu Ren's position. "What's this? Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Why the sudden impotence?" Lu Fong's delicate voice rang out, yet the crude and frivolous nature of her words created a stark contrast that would confuse anyone unaware of the situation. Lu Fong tossed the bat onto her shoulder and cast her gaze toward the now subdued Lu Ren. "Lu Fong, do not be overly arrogant. You alone possess talent in your gathering, without even a single ordinary evolved one among you. I advise you to hand over some people, otherwise, when our leader arrives, none of you will escape." Although fear simmered within him, Lu Ren still boldly articulated the purpose of their visit. Lu Fong's gaze turned fierce as she looked upon Lu Ren, whose half-visible tattooed face seemed to remind her of unfortunate memories. "Oh, your leader is absent now. It should be no issue if I eliminate you, should it?" Lu Fong abruptly lowered the bat from her shoulder and peered down at Lu Ren. The surrounding air thickened, transforming into transparent spheres. "You." Lu Ren was taken aback, astonished that this woman exhibited not a shred of reason, immediately intent on taking his life. Lu Fong slowly raised the bat, its end aimed directly at Lu Ren. Bang, bang, bang. She parted her cherry lips, producing 3 sounds akin to gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of muffled sonic booms erupted through the air, as an air sphere, the size of a ping-pong ball, shot forth from Lu Fong, hurtling towards Lu Ren with alarming speed. At that moment, Wu Jiu, who had moved ahead, narrowed his eyes. He forcefully stomped his right foot onto the ground, causing fragments of stone to explode, propelling himself forward like a dart. He reached Lu Ren before the air sphere did. With a swift motion, 2 tang swords were drawn, slicing through the air in elegant arcs to intercept the incoming air projectile. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 air spheres were annihilated in an instant. As the air spheres detonated, Wu Jiu's feet left long scratches on the ground, as he was forced back a meter. Lu Ren, behind Wu Jiu, turned pale with fright, cold sweat pouring down his face. "We are here to negotiate," not to engage in combat. Wu Jiao, however, ignored him, fixing a deadpan gaze upon Lu Fang. A second evolutionist? Lu Fang squinted slightly, her tongue slowly licking her lips. I merely intended to intimidate him. Lu Fang spoke, eyes wide, fabricating a falsehood. Is that what you call intimidation? Lu Ren, peering from behind Wu Jiao, interjected, his expression twisted in disbelief, shocked at this woman's ruthlessness. Ready to take his life without provocation. The towering figure of over 6 feet quickly retreated. It matters not if you refuse. However, next time, when our leader brings his men, there will be no room for negotiation. Wu Jiao spoke again. It's not that I do not wish to comply. But as you are aware, our supermarket is limited to just over 100 individuals, with only half being combat ready. If we were to part with half of that, how would we survive? Lu Fang gestured with her bat towards the group behind her, indicating their presence. Thus, we shall start with just 10. I will do my utmost to protect them. Wu Jiao's tone was earnest, unwilling to witness those individuals perish unnecessarily. Merely fulfilling the promise made after being defeated by that man. Oh, you will protect them? Lu Fang raised an eyebrow, intrigued as she glanced at the survivors behind her. Sister, do not trust them. Can their words be believed? Indeed, leader, they cannot be trusted. The supermarket crowd fervently advised Lu Fang, though most of their eyes darted away, clearly fearful for their lives. Only the initial few leaders exhibited genuine sincerity, seemingly earnest in offering their opinions. Notably, the man with the buzz cut appeared somewhat indifferent to life and death, embodying a spirit of defiance. Lu Fang turned her head, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, revealing an enigmatic smile. Did you hear that? She shot a flirtatious glance at Wu Jiao. So, there's nothing to discuss? Wu Jiao's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone growing grave. This was the best course of action he could devise, yet these individuals seemed utterly unappreciative. I hope you will ponder this carefully. Tomorrow, I may not be here. We are leaving. Wu Jiao cast a deep glance at the survivor cowering behind Lu Fang before preparing to turn away. Just wait. Lu Ren snorted coldly and immediately followed suit. Wait a moment. A languid, sultry voice rang out. Wu Jiao hesitated, a look of confusion crossing his brow, while Lu Ren, who had just issued a harsh warning, trembled slightly, cursing his own impulsiveness. Since you're here, how could you not come into our supermarket as a guest? Lu Fang unexpectedly raised a wooden stick, pointing it at Wu Jiao. The atmosphere between the two factions grew tense in an instant. With a swift motion, Wu Jiao unsheathed his dual blades, his eyes narrowing. Was this woman targeting him? At that moment, a clear yet somewhat juvenile humming sound accompanied by the crunch of footsteps echoed in the air. Both sides, caught in a standoff, turned their heads towards the source of the sound. Not far down the street, a young man clad in a gray trench coat and tattered blue jeans had appeared, riding an old tricycle, steadily approaching the confrontation. He soon arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, yet upon seeing the gathered crowd, he showed no intention of halting. Instead, he pedaled forward towards them. You all carry on. I'm merely a passerby. As he passed by, Mo Fan displayed an innocent, mischievous grin, appearing blissfully unaware. Suddenly, he exerted force with his legs, transforming the tricycle's pedals into a whirlwind, preparing to accelerate away. However, Mo Fan seemed to have forgotten that his newly evolved physique was far too much for the rusty chain to withstand. Predictably, with a light snap, the chain broke. What a spectacle! Mo Fan flashed a sheepish smile, revealing a row of bright white teeth to the crowd. Chapter 45, The Lodging Supermarket Ching. An outer street. Oh, is this one coming to us? Observing Mo Fan, who appeared like a little lamb, Lu Ren's face lit up with excitement. Bringing someone back could be advantageous. Providing protection for a couple of days should pose no issue. He brandished a kitchen knife and began to stride towards Mo Fan. Wait a moment. Beside him, Wu Jiao reached out to stop him, his dead fish eyes cautiously glancing at the seemingly innocent and unscrupulous Mo Fan seated on the tricycle. The ability to wander so casually in such dire circumstances while maintaining a pristine appearance indicated that this individual was quite extraordinary. Dear sir, as night falls, why not stay overnight at our supermarket south gathering place? At that moment, Lu Fang's melodious voice resonated, her tone irresistibly alluring. Just a moment ago, she had been calling for violence, yet now she was sweetly enticing Mo Fan. Upon looking in her direction, Mo Fan noticed a charming young woman, unable to resist casting her a few more glances. He then tilted his head upward, observing the sky gradually darkening, stirring a thought within him. Though he felt a twinge of concern regarding the intentions of these individuals. Classmate, you must have been a student before, just like me. Come to our supermarket. We are all of similar age, undoubtedly different from those scoundrels over there. Ping Tu Gu interjected, eager to avoid rejection, promptly revealing his own identity. Just then, a faint whimper emanated from Mo Fan's tricycle, and a dog, roughly the size of a stool, emerged from an empty cardboard box, leaping onto Mo Fan's lap. After affectionately rubbing against him, it fixed its wise eyes on the gathered crowd, occasionally baring its teeth. Where did that empty box come from? Mo Fan pondered, glancing at the box, where he discovered numerous torn plastic wrappers, with not a scrap of food left inside. That wretched dog is even keeping a pup? Wu Jiao's expression grew increasingly grave. Gulp. Beside him, Lu Rin swallowed hard, contemplating that this young man was carrying a reserve of food. He wondered when he had last tasted dog meat. Listening to the words of the supermarket survivors, Mo Fan remained silent. He scrutinized both groups of survivors, his gaze sharpening. Gradually, translucent analytical panels began to materialize before the crowd. An ordinary human absorbing trace amounts of mysterious power. An ordinary human absorbing trace amounts of mysterious power. An ordinary human absorbing trace amounts of mysterious power. Were they all merely ordinary survivors? Mo Fan's eyes flickered as he focused on the leaders of both sides. Lu Feng and Wu Jiao. One adult female human, having undergone 2 evolutions, shattering the previous limits of human physicality, now possessing tenfold strength and resilience. She wields a talent known as air compression, capable of continuously compressing the air within a 2-meter radius until reaching its limits, unleashing an astonishing force. Mo Fan's brow furrowed as he shifted his gaze to Wu Jiao. One adult male human, having undergone 2 evolutions, shattering the previous limits of human physicality, now possessing 14-fold strength and resilience. He possesses a talent known as condensed physique, allowing him to exceptionally absorb all mysterious powers, significantly enhancing his bodily attributes. Are both of them endowed with extraordinary talents? Moreover, they have both achieved their 2nd evolution. Mo Fan felt a surge of astonishment. After all, he had stumbled upon the mutated tomatoes that had facilitated his own advancement to the 2nd stage. Although he was now on the verge of a 3rd evolution, the rapid progression of these 2 individuals was evidently extraordinary. Could it be attributed to the abundance of city-dwelling zombies? Mo Fan's thoughts were tumultuous. My friend, you must also be an evolved being, right? If you are interested, you are welcome to stay at our thunder gathering place. With your abilities, you would undoubtedly thrive there. Wu Jiao extended an olive branch. In this apocalyptic world, evolved individuals were rare, and their thunder gathering place boasted only 7 members, one of whom was a gifted individual. Thus, an additional evolved being would serve as an added assurance of survival in these dire times. As for whether Mo Fan was endowed, he had never contemplated it, for such individuals were exceedingly rare. Upon hearing that Mo Fan was an evolved being, Lu Ren was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had never imagined that this seemingly innocent young man was, in fact, a formidable presence. He silently vowed to ascertain others' identities before making any moves in the future. Just then, Lu Feng's delicate voice chimed in. Young man, please do not be deceived by them. They are scoundrels who use survivors as bait. It would be far better to come to our supermarket. I assure you it is superior to their establishment. As she spoke, Lu Feng shot Mo Fan a flirtatious glance, suggesting a more intimate encounter should he choose to come. Bait. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, recalling the previous 2 who had resorted to cannibalism. Dear brother, do not be misled by her. We simply require survivors to attract zombies, enabling evolved beings to clear areas. We do not intend to send them to their deaths. Moreover, those who act as bait are rewarded handsomely. Wu Jiao's companion, Lu Ren, grew anxious. If this fellow chose to join the other side, it would mean they might never return. Indeed, in this apocalypse, there is no such thing as a free lunch. To satiate one's hunger, one must offer value in return. Otherwise, from where would the food for those survivors come? Wu Jiao added, his tone resolute and his expression grave. While he harbored compassion, he would never shelter those who merely consume resources without contributing. Food. I have plenty here. Look at our side. There is no need to engage in deadly struggles with zombies. All one needs to do is stand guard and perform duties to fill their stomachs. Lu Feng interjected. presenting an image of an all-you-can-eat buffet. Brother, Wu Jiao attempted to speak again, but was halted by Mo Fan's gesture. That will suffice. Mo Fan gently maneuvered his dilapidated tricycle towards the supermarket. It was not Lu Fang's beauty that attracted him to the supermarket gathering place. He simply wished to avoid the location where those two scoundrels had lingered. Besides, he was merely seeking a place to rest for the night, without overthinking the matter. The dog at Mo Fan's feet whined a couple of times, seemingly reluctant, yet it quickly followed suit. A wise choice, young man. Lu Fang chimed in with a bell-like laughter before turning her gaze slowly back to Wu Jiao. Now, you shall indeed pay the price. As the laughter faded, her tone sharpened in an instant, preparing to strike. When the fight breaks out, you must flee and summon reinforcements. Wu Jiao remained composed, merely urging Lu run beside him to retreat. He then slowly drew his dual tang knives, his lifeless eyes fixed on the baseball bat now raised in the air. It was too late to run. He wondered how this woman's strength compared to Dr. Yang's. Unbeknownst to him, he too possessed latent talents. Chapter 46, The Second-Tier Battle. Xingqing. Supermarket gathering place. Observing the palpable tension between the two sides, Mo Fan gradually approached the supermarket gathering area with his dilapidated cart. He was merely a bystander. Their conflict held no significance for him. He even retrieved a bag of beef jerky from his cart, savoring it with pleasure. How could one enjoy the spectacle without a snack? Mo Fan failed to notice the survivors from the supermarket eyeing him with envy as he rummaged for food, some even fixating on the dog at his feet. Brother, I knew you would come to our side. Haha. The previously vocal buzzcut man suddenly approached, his tone brimming with excitement, though his gaze lingered hungrily on the beef jerky in Mo Fan's hand. Although the supermarket provided sustenance, it was merely enough to stave off hunger, even for the combatants. The taste, however, was somewhat unpalatable, leaving him yearning for something more flavorful. Here, Mo Fan suddenly tossed a bag of pork jerky. Thank you, thank you. The buzzcut man caught it eagerly, tearing it open and devouring it ravenously. Aren't you receiving food? Why are you still so hungry? Mo Fan inquired, perplexed. Was there truly nothing to eat in such a large supermarket? There is. I was just feeling a bit greedy, the buzzcut man stammered, anxious to conceal the fact that the supermarket's provisions were dwindling. Oh, all right then. Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, refraining from further questioning, his gaze shifting towards the battlefield where Wu Jiao and Lu Fang were locked in fierce combat. Boom, bang, clang. In the open space before the supermarket, countless invisible projectiles, the size of ping-pong balls, hurtled toward Wu Jiao at incredible speed. Yet, as these air projectiles reached him, they were swiftly cleaved apart by Wu Jiao's swift blades. His body forced backward by the impact, leaving a long trail in his wake. At that moment, with the projectiles momentarily suppressed, Wu Jiao suddenly bent his legs and leaped across to the opposite side of the arena. He then maneuvered in a zigzag pattern, charging fiercely toward Lu Fang's position. Lu Fang reacted quickly, swiftly turning around, unleashing yet more air projectiles toward Wu Jiao. However, Wu Jiao was exceptionally agile. His zigzagging steps evaded a majority of the projectiles, and only a few managed to reach him, but they too were dispatched with a few swift cuts. Thus, with a Z-shaped maneuver, Wu Jiao swiftly approached Lu Fang, soon standing directly before her. His eyes glimmered as he suddenly pivoted, positioning himself behind Lu Fang. In an instant, he leapt high, soaring 3 to 4 meters above her, his dual blades transforming into crescent moons aimed viciously at the delicate nape of her neck. Just as the blades were about to descend upon her tender skin, a resounding explosion erupted around Lu Fang, unleashing waves of compressed air that forcefully repelled Wu Jiao. Dust and debris filled the air as he was thrust back, landing heavily several meters away and scattering small stones. Impressive, Lu Fang's sultry voice resonated, though tinged with a hint of malice. Suddenly, a barrage of air bullets surged toward Wu Jiao, faster than before. He evaded them, continuing his Z-pattern charge towards her, unconvinced that Lu Fang could maintain such explosive power indefinitely. At that moment, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. A previously dodged air bullet detonated behind Wu Jiao, unleashing a shockwave akin to Lu Fang's earlier one. Though its power was lesser, it disrupted Wu Jiao's offensive rhythm, causing him to stumble precariously. One by one, additional air bullets exploded behind him, inundating Wu Jiao with a barrage of shockwaves and dust. Meanwhile, Lu Fang, wielding a baseball bat, advanced slowly. Just as the situation seemed dire, a diminutive figure shot forth from the haze, swiftly maneuvering to Lu Fang's rear. None other than Wu Jiao, seemingly only slightly disheveled, having sustained minimal damage from the earlier blasts. With a flash of cold light, Wu Jiao's dual tang swords descended ferociously toward Lu Fang's neck, having cleverly used the dust as cover for his ambush. Just as it appeared he might succeed, a graceful arc formed at the corner of Lu Fang's mouth. Chapter 47. Wu Jiao captured. Such a pity, for you lack talent, Lu Fang's alluring voice echoed, laced with a sense of relief. Suddenly, the air in the vicinity of Wu Jiao's attack began to distort ominously before erupting violently. Once more, Wu Jiao was hurled away by the force of the shockwave, and as his form lingered in midair, a multitude of air bullets rained down upon him. Suspended in midair, Wu Jiao found himself devoid of any leverage, utterly incapable of evasion, and could only cross his twin blades before him. Boom, boom, boom. His body was relentlessly bombarded by the energy blasts, the tremendous force crashing upon him like unyielding waves, surging in an unbroken sequence. Ultimately, Wu Jiao could no longer endure. A mouthful of blood erupted forth, his demeanor visibly waning, clearly indicating the internal injuries he had sustained. Noticing Wu Jiao's injuries, Lu Fang showed no signs of relenting. The energy blasts surged forth with even greater ferocity. Thus, under the continuous onslaught of the energy projectiles, the twin blades in Wu Jiao's hands were blasted apart, skewering into the ground at an angle. At that moment, with the obstruction of the Tang Dao removed, a single air blast broke through the defenses and struck him fiercely. Boom. The energy blast detonated, and a massive shockwave compelled Wu Jiao to spit forth another copious volume of blood. Subsequently, his head tilted, and he lost consciousness, his body crashing heavily to the ground. Oh, Chief Nyobai, I knew it. The chief is truly invincible. A chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from the supermarket survivors, their excitement palpable. Yes. Next to Mo Fan, the buzz-cut brother leapt up, vigorously pumping his fist, his face flushed with exhilaration. This woman is impressively formidable. Mo Fan's expression mirrored that of astonishment. It was evident that Lu Fang had deftly harnessed her innate abilities, even developing numerous unexpected applications. In the latter half of her full-on assault, the diminutive youth was utterly subdued, as if being ground into the earth without any means of retaliation. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Lu Fang's talent seemed particularly effective against close combat, rendering the short youth incapable of approaching her at all. Mo Fan furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that he, too, had no effective means to counter her. Never mind, it was better not to provoke her. Mo Fan shook his head, dismissing further contemplation, for he was merely a passerby. What to do? It's over. Where is Lu Ren? Damn, that scoundrel had the audacity to slip away first. The dozen or so survivors brought by Wu Jiao exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly frantic. Just as they prepared to seek Lu Ren to regain control, they discovered he had vanished without a trace. You lot, go bind that second stage evolved being and await my orders. Lu Fang's alluring voice resonated softly, pointing her bat toward the bespectacled man and his group at the forefront of the supermarket survivors. Yes, Chief, the bespectacled group replied in unison. Lu Fang smiled with satisfaction, then turned her gaze toward the ordinary survivors who had accompanied Wu Jiao. As for you, would you care to join our supermarket enclave? Lu Fang gradually retracted her bat, donning a visage that appeared exceedingly amiable, her tone irresistibly enticing. But can we opt not to join? A young man with yellow hair timidly raised his hand, his voice trembling. He had no desire to join. The thunder gathering was far superior to this place. Returning home meant merely acting as bait, a role he had long since mastered. Indeed, I never engage in actions contrary to the will of others, Lu Fang remarked, her gaze shifting to the yellow-haired youth who had spoken, her smile unwavering. Shall I take my leave then? The yellow-haired youth asked, his eyes darting nervously toward Lu Fang. Please, do as you wish, she replied. Observing the smile on Lu Fang's face, the youth gritted his teeth and fled, quickly distancing himself to 10 meters away. Chapter 48. Entering the supermarket in Xiqing, at the supermarket gathering. The other survivors watched in astonishment as Lu Fang truly allowed the yellow-haired youth to depart, their expressions betraying a restless eagerness. Suddenly, a sphere of air, the size of a ping-pong ball, shot forth from in front of Lu Fang, instantaneously reaching the youth's rear. With a resounding pop, The yellow-haired youth's head exploded like a watermelon. Nearby, Mo Fan, who had been observing, furrowed his brow, contemplating that this woman was likely not benevolent. Gulp. The eager survivors from the thunder gathering swallowed hard, their bodies stiffening. Some who had raised their hands discreetly retracted them. So, do any of you still wish to return to the thunder gathering? Lu Fang's delicate voice rang out again, imbued with an unmistakable sweetness. No. We all desperately wish to join the supermarket gathering, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, what a wretched place the thunder gathering is. Acting as bait? Foolishness, they continued, vehemently expressing their desire to be part of the supermarket gathering. By heavens, you indeed did not act against his will. As what will remains after one's brain has been obliterated, lamented the unfortunate yellow-haired youth. Very well. However, to ascertain your sincerity, I require you to relinquish your weapons and accept a degree of restraint. Lu Fang's voice took on a flirtatious tone, clearly delighted that the population of her gathering would soon increase. How can this be termed restraint? It is merely proper. Come, bind me as you wish. The survivors from Thunder Gathering eagerly proclaimed, showing no dissent. There is no need for such formality. Simply open your mouths, she instructed, though puzzled by the request. The urgency of the situation left them no room for hesitation, and they complied. Soon, spheres of air darted from Lu Fang's direction into their mouths, without exception. Swallow, Lu Fang commanded, observing the grim expressions of the crowd, a faint smile gracing her lips. Surely, there is no such thing as a free lunch. A group of individuals, each with a sphere lodged in their mouths, exchanged glances, and after a moment of steeling themselves, they swallowed it whole. Swallowing may not ensure death, but the alternative is certain demise. Better to swallow. Every 7 days, remember to find me for a signature, otherwise, it will explode. Lu Fang left behind these words as she strode towards Mo Fan, who was watching the performance from the other side, swallowing the compressed air mass she had conjured. The fate of life and death resting upon her whims. Come with me, handsome. Lu Fang cast a flirtatious glance at Mo Fan, swaying her supple waist as she led the way ahead, her blue dress fluttering gracefully behind her, enveloped in fragrant breezes. Mo Fan, inhaling the alluring scent, raised an eyebrow and pushed his small, dilapidated vehicle to follow closely. Where did you come from? You don't seem like someone who has been here before. Lu Fang's sweet voice resonated ahead, tinged with curiosity regarding the suddenly appeared Mo Fan. After all, the street they inhabited had long been divided amongst several factions, with survivors aligning themselves to various groups, each with its own affiliations. Since the onset of the apocalypse, almost no new humans had emerged, let alone the rare evolved beings. I arrived from the Magic City. I have some matters to attend to, Mo Fan responded in a calm tone, displaying little desire for conversation. The Magic City? Lu Fang murmured, her intrigue regarding Mo Fan's strength deepening. The Magic City, adjacent to Xingqing, was far more terrifying. It had rapidly transformed into a colossal forest of giant trees at the onset of the mutations, with everything evolving into immense forms. Furthermore, she had heard from those fortunate enough to escape that this giant forest was teeming with countless evolved beasts of tremendous power, with many having undergone evolution multiple times. There were even more formidable and terrifying creatures, their levels of evolution unfathomable. Just a distant glance would send chills down one's spine. Soon, Lu Fang led Mo Fan to the entrance of the supermarket stronghold. It was a small metal door, heavily reinforced with numerous steel plates and rebar. Though diminutive, it appeared exceedingly robust, allowing only one person to pass through at a time, seemingly requiring the door to be fully pulled open to enter. Lu Fang grasped a protruding steel bar with her right hand and tugged with all her might. Creak! A harsh, grating sound of metal scraping echoed as the weighty door was pulled ajar. Welcome to my camp. Lu Fang released her grip on the steel bar, turning back to Mo Fan with a smile. Chapter 49. Entering the Supermarket, Part 2. Inside Xingqing's supermarket stronghold, the internal space was remarkably vast, comparable to the size of a football field. The walls surrounding the supermarket bore numerous dried bloodstains, unmistakable remnants of many bloody events. The windows and railings on either side were reinforced with iron plates and steel bars. While they appeared somewhat haphazard and unprofessional, they seemed exceptionally sturdy. All the goods and shelves that once occupied the supermarket had vanished without a trace, replaced by small partitioned rooms constructed of wooden boards. These partitioned rooms, arranged meticulously like tiny wooden boxes, filled the first floor of the supermarket to the brim. In every small containment room or by the door, shadows of two individuals could be seen, either swaying or curled up, evidently survivors of this dwelling. Although the layout was orderly, the first floor of the supermarket still bore a faint odor, permeating the air with an unbearable stench. At this moment, the two newcomers, Mo-fan and Lu Fang, traversed the corridor flanked by containment rooms, their footsteps harmonizing with the creaking of wheels, instantly capturing the attention of the nearby survivors. Leader, have those scoundrels been driven away? Certainly, need you even ask? Excellent. The survivors within the supermarket, upon hearing the commotion, gathered excitedly around Lu Fang and Mo-fan, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. These survivors appeared gaunt and emaciated, a mix of genders, yet there were neither the very young nor the elderly among them. Lu Fang remained silent, merely smiling and gesturing as she led Mo-fan past them. As the duo moved on, the gaze of the crowd gradually shifted towards a small dog that followed closely behind, their eyes filled with fervent longing. In the throng, a seemingly frail man glanced at Mo-fan's departing figure, suppressing his own gnawing hunger. Not worth it, he thought, adjusting his glasses before turning away. Soon, Lu Fang guided Mo-fan through a series of turns until they reached a staircase. Let us leave your cart down here. No one would dare to steal it, Lu Fang declared with unwavering certainty, just as she was about to ascend the stairs. That won't be necessary, Mo-fan replied, effortlessly lifting the cart with a simple tug, the entire vehicle laden with supplies floating gracefully into the air. This weight is trivial, he added. Well, all right then, Lu Fang conceded, somewhat speechless, and gracefully ascended the stairs. Before long, they arrived on the second floor of the supermarket. In stark contrast to the crowded first floor, the second was a narrow corridor lined with closed doors, reminiscent of a hotel. It appeared clean and hygienic. Mo-fan set down the cart, eyeing the somewhat tattered sign at the entrance and raising an eyebrow. So, the second floor serves as a club, he mused. Our rooms on the second floor are designated for those capable of battling the undead, and their food supply is always prioritized, Lu Fang explained as they walked, her tone hinting at an invitation. Mo-fan nodded but offered no response, setting aside his urgency to return to Haching, even as a second-tier evolved individual. Such amenities held no allure for him. Observing Mo-fan's lack of interest, Lu Fang refrained from further persuasion, clearly understanding that such incentives would not entice an evolved being. After navigating a few more corners, the duo arrived at the farthest end of the corridor. Here, they encountered several doors that appeared entirely distinct from the others, adorned with lavish decorations. Mo-fan raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this was the VIP room. The door was unlocked, the key inside. After all, this was a luxurious suite. Lu Fang turned around, offering Mo-fan a radiant smile. Clearly, this was the place she had prepared for him to spend the night. Thank you, Mo-fan murmured softly, then turned the doorknob and pushed the cart into the room. Woof! The dog whimpered, wagging its tail and closely following him. Bang! Observing the door abruptly slam shut behind him, Lu Fang felt a surge of frustration, a few veins popping on her forehead. It was rather disrespectful, indeed. Chapter 50. Lu Fang's invitation in Shiqing, a bustling supermarket hub. Mo-fan firmly closed the door and surveyed the room's layout. The decor was distinctly European, featuring a spacious bedroom with a grand bed over 2 meters wide dominating half the space. The bed and furniture were adorned with gilded edges, exuding an air of opulence. Woof! The excited dog let out a joyful bark and leaped onto the bed, frolicking on the plush, quilted surface. It's better to be cautious, Mo-fan murmured, watching as the pristine white bedding quickly became stained with black smudges. He promptly activated his second-tier analysis, his eyes shimmering as information about the room within a 10-meter radius swiftly materialized. Safe, safe. As he continued to analyze the room's safety, Mo-fan suddenly inhaled sharply, a moment of inspiration striking him. In his line of sight appeared a shapely female figure, voluptuous and alluring, within a 10-meter range. His vision was unobstructed, naturally including the adjacent rooms. At that very moment, Lu Fang, having just disrobed next door and preparing for a bath, felt an unsettling sensation wash over her, as if a gaze was scanning her body. Noticing her suspicious glances as she searched the vicinity, Mo-fan promptly shut off his divine perspective. Amiable, may one often quell their desires and find tranquility within. Mo-fan quickly recited a calming mantra in his mind before extracting some food from his cart and performing a backflip onto the bed. He stretched comfortably, beginning to satiate his cravings. As he ate, Mo Fan gradually resumed his analysis, not out of curiosity towards Lu Feng's form, but rather to observe her weaknesses should future conflicts arise. Knock, knock, knock. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sudden rapping at the door broke the silence. Who is it? Mo Fan, resting with his eyes closed, swiftly opened them, alert and scanning the surroundings with his second-tier analysis. A male figure with a buzz cut emerged in his vision, exuding a healthy aura. Mo Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Hey, brother. Our leader requests your presence on the rooftop. He has something special to share with you. The buzzcut man called out in a hushed tone from outside the door. Something special? Mo Fan was somewhat intrigued. It was no small feat to earn the endorsement of those who had undergone a second evolution. I shall be out shortly, he replied, thinking that since he had nothing pressing to occupy his time, he might as well venture out to see what sort of wares Lu Feng was peddling. He swiftly donned his leather trench coat, which was not only remarkably sturdy but also capable of concealing a multitude of items, such as his red scarf saber, the dagger he had acquired from Wang Tong, and the bricks nestled within his burlap sack. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of the dark-skinned flathead brother waiting outside. Hee, living here must be quite comfortable, flathead brother grinned, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Mo Fan's luxurious suite, his expression rife with envy. He himself resided in a modest room. Such opulent accommodations were reserved for the evolved beings who had joined the settlement, a distinction he had yet to earn. At that moment, a black and white dog head suddenly peeked out from the lower left corner of the door, emitting a whimpering sound, evidently eager to join the outing. You stay here, Mo Fan said, promptly shutting the door behind him. It wasn't that he didn't wish to take the dog along. Rather, he wanted it to guard the home. One could never be too cautious with the unpredictable nature of people. A series of plaintive whines emanated from behind the door. Let us go, Mo Fan beckoned to flathead brother with a nod of his chin. Hee, you truly have refined tastes, even keeping a husky, flathead brother remarked. Grinning. Is that its breed? Mo Fan inquired, puzzled. I can't say for sure. It looks somewhat similar, came the reply. Let us head to the rooftop. Mo Fan paid no heed to the dog's breed. As long as it could guard the home, it was a good dog in his eyes. Noticing Mo Fan's disinterest in further conversation, flathead brother promptly turned and led the way. Shortly after their departure, a sound of gnawing emerged from the lower left corner of Mo Fan's door. Before long, a small hole appeared beneath the seemingly lavish door. As a black nose emerged, the hole gradually expanded, revealing the head of a clever-eyed dog. Chapter 51. Disposing of 5-9 Xing City. At the entrance to the supermarket rooftop. This is the place. Just walk right in, flathead brother said as he turned to Mo Fan, showing no intention of following. Very well. Watching flathead brother depart, Mo Fan's eyes shimmered with curiosity, and he reached for the iron gate leading to the rooftop. The supermarket rooftop, located on the 3rd floor, was quite spacious. Aside from some scattered, broken wooden planks strewn about, there was little else, creating an atmosphere of emptiness. Peering down from one side of the rooftop revealed the entrance to the supermarket, while the opposite side overlooked taller buildings. Between the supermarket and the structures lay a narrow alley several meters wide, currently supported by a few wooden planks, seemingly intended as an escape route. For reasons unknown, despite the absence of any bloodstains, Mo Fan detected a faint metallic scent of blood in the air. Little brother, a delicate voice called out, tinged with excitement. Following the sound, Mo Fan beheld Lu Feng standing atop a cement platform designated for solar panels, brandishing a kitchen knife and beckoning him. Beneath her, a bound and bloodied figure lay unconscious, a pitiful sight indeed. It was the defeated Wu Jiao from earlier. What is this? Mo Fan inquired as he approached the cement platform, his brow furrowing at the sight of the battered Wu Jiao. Has he been tortured or interrogated? His perception of Lu Feng deepened with this revelation. What should I call you? Lu Feng asked softly. Just call me Mo Fan, he replied. Mo Fan. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with a peculiar intensity, before she suddenly lowered her head to gaze at the knife in her hand. You must be aware of the white mist, right? A strange smile crept onto her lips, evoking a sense of madness, as her gaze fixated intensely on Mo Fan. Mo Fan's unease grew as he observed her unsettling expression. He struggled to suppress his discomfort. Discreetly returning the brick he nearly struck out with into the burlap sack. Are you planning to kill him to absorb the mist within him? He began to comprehend Lu Fang's intentions, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. "You're spot on. How about joining my enclave? That way, you'll be with me." Lu Fang chimed, her laughter ringing like silver bells, laced with temptation, a sickly blush coloring her cheeks. Meanwhile, the knife in her hand ominously approached Wu Jio's neck, her eagerness for the thrill of evolution palpable. Just as the blade was about to descend upon Wu Jio, 5 slender, pale fingers suddenly gripped the back of the knife, halting its descent. "Is this your talent for the second evolution?" Mo Fan questioned, his tone imbued with coldness. "How do you know I've evolved a second time?" Lu Fang's lips curled into a strange arc. "That's not it. I merely observed it previously at the Thunder Enclave and wanted to try it out. I have no time to recruit. Why would I kill an evolved being?" Lu Fang gently extracted the knife from Mo Fan's grasp, her voice serene. "That's a relief. As fellow humans, if we require evolutionary energy, we can hunt evolutionary beasts instead of turning on one another." Mo Fan exhaled, finding solace in the fact that he wouldn't need to engage her in combat. Mo Fan held a personal code. While he showed no mercy towards villains, he maintained a compassionate heart for those who were not inherently malevolent. This principle had been shaped during his time with Wang Tung and the military forces. Upon first encountering this group, the diminutive evolver had expressed his unwavering commitment to safeguarding the bait, revealing a fundamentally good nature. "What? Do you still wish to engage in a scuffle with me?" Lu Fang's tone suddenly shifted, her expression turning slightly hostile. Chapter 52, The Dog's Fury. In the bustling rooftop of the supermarket in Xiuqing, confronted with Lu Fang's inquiry, Mo Fan's eyes widened in earnestness. It was not that he was intimidated. Rather, he believed it wise to avoid unnecessary conflict. "Is that so?" Lu Fang arched an eyebrow, wearing a half-smile that was more mocking than mirthful. "Indeed." Mo Fan blinked his bright, glimmering eyes. "By the way, I am still unaware of your true abilities. You wouldn't be masquerading as an evolver to swindle food and drink, would you? Perhaps we could engage in a friendly spar?" Lu Fang brandished a kitchen knife before Mo Fan, her tongue darting across her lips. "There's no need for that. I shall take my leave." Mo Fan declined her suggestion, gesturing toward the unconscious figure of Wu Jio on the ground before turning towards the staircase. He had no desire to become entangled with this somewhat unstable woman, and he was beginning to regret venturing into the supermarket gathering place. Suddenly, with a soft whoosh, a glinting kitchen knife, reflecting the cold light of the moon, sliced through the air, hurtling towards Mo Fan at an alarming speed. At that moment, as he walked, Mo Fan exhibited no reaction, seemingly oblivious to the imminent threat, his pace towards the staircase unwavering. However, just as the whirling knife was about to strike his neck, in a split second, he tilted his head slightly, narrowly evading the blade. The spinning knife severed a few strands of his hair, embedding itself into the iron door ahead, its blade buried halfway. Effortlessly dodging the knife, Mo Fan reached the staircase, opened the iron door, and continued his descent without pause. "I find myself quite intrigued by you, young Mo Fan," Lu Fang remarked, watching his retreating figure, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. After descending from the rooftop, Mo Fan proceeded towards his room, devoid of any desire to engage with the locals. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of his luxurious suite. Noticing a large hole beneath the lavish door, confusion adorned Mo Fan's face, accompanied by a foreboding sense. He swiftly produced his key and unlocked the door. As anticipated, the room lay empty, save for a solitary, dilapidated vehicle he had forcibly crammed inside. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the first floor of the supermarket, followed by the rising clamor of the crowd. Mo Fan's expression changed dramatically as he hurried towards the commotion. First floor. Upon reaching the first floor, Mo Fan immediately spotted a wooden barricade encircled by survivors. A scene bustling with frantic energy. "Ah, someone help me. This little dog can't possibly be an evolved beast, can it? It's quite plausible. Truly worthy of being the pet of that esteemed evolver." Before he could approach, the air was filled with anguished cries and the murmurs of onlookers in the supermarket. However, amidst the discussions, there was not a single soul inclined to assist the screaming man. It appeared they were merely spectators. "Make way, let me through." With a physique far surpassing the ordinary, Mo Fan swiftly pushed his way to the front of the crowd. Although the individuals he jostled displayed dissatisfaction, their discontent was swiftly quelled upon recognizing his countenance. Once at the forefront, Mo Fan scrutinized the grim scene before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Inside the barricade, a survivor with a rooster-like hairstyle lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. His right arm and left calf had vanished, leaving behind gory, pulsating wounds from which blood flowed profusely. The gruesome bite marks and the splattered blood indicated that his limbs had been violently torn away by some ferocious beast. At this moment, a dog the size of a bench stood opposite the rooster-haired man, emitting a fierce growl. Its blood-stained fur, razor-sharp fangs, and the remnants of flesh beneath its claws unmistakably pointed to it as the true culprit of this incident. Chapter 53. Who is the mastermind in Xingqing? At the supermarket gathering place, the dog, still in a state of aggression, suddenly twitched its nose before turning sharply to spot Mo Fan amidst the crowd. It let out a pitiful whimper and immediately leapt toward him, nuzzling against his calf and whimpering incessantly. Sighing, Mo Fan bent down, disregarding the dog's bloodied appearance, and lifted it into his arms. Can anyone tell me what transpired here? He scratched the dog's chin, his gaze sweeping over the onlookers with a hint of coldness in his tone. From his understanding of the dog's temperament, it would never attack unless provoked or threatened. I just arrived and am not sure. It seems the dog suddenly bit someone. I didn't see it happen, the survivors stammered, avoiding his piercing gaze, their voices tinged with a hint of guilt. Observing the averted eyes of the crowd, Mo Fan narrowed his gaze. He then approached the incapacitated victim, crouching down before him. Tell me what happened. Mo Fan's tone turned frigid, locking eyes with the rooster-haired man as a chilling aura began to emanate from him. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had slain numerous monsters, his essence tainted with an indelible bloodlust. Mo Fan had begun to piece together the sequence of events. The individual, perhaps intent on slaughtering a dog for its flesh, ultimately met his demise at the hands of a formidable canine. Should anyone dare to harm the dog? How could Mo Fan possibly tolerate it? Since the moment the dog departed from Wang Tung and his companions, it had remained steadfastly by Mo Fan's side. Though their initial encounter was not particularly amiable, over the course of more than a month, an unbreakable bond of friendship had blossomed between them. Furthermore, the dog played a crucial role in Mo Fan's life, serving as a vigilant guardian during the late hours, allowing him to awaken refreshed and ready to face the challenges of the following day. To harm the dog would be to indirectly endanger Mo Fan. If anyone sought to jeopardize him, he would become increasingly agitated, and in that state of distress, he would be compelled to eradicate the source of his anxiety preemptively. As the crowd parted, the freshly emerged individual felt an ominous shift in the air and swiftly fled towards the rooftop. The distressed figure, resembling a crowing rooster, sensed a sudden drop in temperature and the chilling gaze of Mo Fan, leading him to believe that his end was nigh. Yet, he dared not reveal the truth, for doing so would seal his fate. The rooster's head cast desperate glances towards the surrounding survivors, particularly towards his companions, but they too averted their eyes, terrified of inciting the wrath of the evolved being. Witnessing the collective avoidance of his pleas, despair gradually etched itself upon the rooster's countenance. You lack compassion. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He shrieked in desperation, yearning to drag his accomplices down with him, his gaze fixed with determination upon Mo Fan. Great Evolver, I confess, I am deserving of punishment. It was I who wished to feast upon your beloved pet. But the mastermind is not I. There are several accomplices and the true instigator. He exclaimed. We had merrily indulged in revelry over dog meat. Yet I am the sole one to face the consequences? Why is that? He abruptly turned to the onlookers. Zhang Shan, Li Shi, Wang Wu. With each name he uttered, he pointed a trembling finger at a member of the crowd, causing their faces to pale in horror. However, just as he prepared to utter a fourth name, a sudden sound pierced the air, a bolt being released from a crossbow. A slender metal arrow, approximately 7 inches in length, hurtled through the throng with astonishing speed, aimed directly at the rooster's neck. The arrowhead gleamed with a deadly pallor, clearly intent on silencing him. Yet, with Mo Fan present, who would dare to carry out such an act? With his second-tier analysis activated, a smirk played upon Mo Fan's lips as he subtly shifted his stance, pinching the arrow between 2 fingers. Instantly, the projectile came to a halt. Subsequently, with a resolute gaze, Mo Fan reversed his grip and shot the captured arrow back into the crowd with even greater force and velocity. A piercing scream erupted from the would-be assailant hidden among the survivors. As the other onlookers scrambled in panic, a fragile figure gradually emerged into view. Chapter 54. Spare his life, Xingqing. Supermarket gathering place. In the midst of the crowd, a frail young man wearing spectacles slowly came into Mo Fan's view. At that moment, he was sprawled on the ground, hands pressed against his inner thighs, his face contorted in excruciating pain, emitting a series of piercing cries. Scattered haphazardly on the ground beside him were a crossbow and several metallic bolts. Observing the sorrowful countenance of the bespectacled man, Mo Fan raised an eyebrow. Feeling a slight diminishment of his murderous intent, he swore he had not intended to shoot there. Was this truly the source of his distress? Slowly, Mo Fan approached the position of the young man, his gaze unfriendly. Please, don't come any closer. I only wanted to help you deal with that person who wanted to kill the dog. I don't want to eat the dog. The bespectacled man, still wailing in agony, retreated on his hands, his speech fragmented with fear as he beheld Mo Fan advancing towards him. The surrounding survivors hastily fled from his path, dispersing to either side. Oh, did I ever claim you wished to eat the dog? Mo Fan's eyes narrowed as he continued his steady approach, contemplating that perhaps the arrow had indeed found its mark. Aye. The expression on the young man's face faltered as he realized he had inadvertently implicated himself. You cannot kill me. It was merely a dog. Why attach such significance to it? Besides, I am the cousin of the leader of the settlement. If you kill me, you shall not live to escape. The bespectacled man spoke with a tone laced with desperation, acutely aware that evasion was no longer an option, and resorting to his connections was his last hope. Lu Fong, the leader of the supermarket settlement, had been his lifeline since the apocalypse, affording him a life of relative comfort. He enjoyed privileges such as rooms and food, which were typically reserved for combatants, without the need to fight for them. Aside from the occasional need to berate others and the subpar quality of food, his existence had been rather pleasant. Initially, upon witnessing the arrival of the dog at the settlement, the bespectacled man had entertained thoughts of consuming it, but he had refrained, wary of Mo Fan's status as an evolved human. However, not long ago, the dog had inexplicably appeared alone, and he could no longer contain himself, inciting a few of his usual sycophants to hunt the dog, dreaming of a sumptuous feast. Little did he know he would face a deadly retribution. Is that so? As Mo Fan continued to close in on the bespectacled man, he retrieved several stones from his waist and hurled them into the crowd. Ugh! 3 agonizing cries echoed through the throng as several of his fleeing companions had their calves shattered, collapsing to the ground in a gruesome display of blood and flesh. The surrounding crowd gasped and recoiled, creating a wide berth, leaving only the 3 moaning companions behind. Please, don't come any closer. The bespectacled man's terror intensified as he witnessed his associates incapacitated. Very well, I shall spare your life, but like your comrades, I will sever a limb. Mo Fan's expression remained impassive as he once more drew a brick from his waist, preparing to deal with the source of his anxiety in a particularly unique manner. As the words left his lips, Mo Fan hurled the brick in his hand with a whoosh towards the shin of the bespectacled man. However, at that very moment, the air before the bespectacled man began to distort, and an explosive shockwave erupted, shattering the brick that had approached him and scattering the fragments aside. Spare him, for he is my only kin in this post-apocalyptic world, a youthful female voice interjected, belonging to Lu Fong, who had just arrived. Mo Fan gazed at Lu Fong, who stood protectively in front of the bespectacled man, his eyes glimmering with intensity. Xiao Fong, help me eliminate him. He just attempted to take my life. No, first, let him kneel and apologize. The bespectacled man, now sprawled on the ground, wore a venomous expression, emboldened by his familial ties. After all, his cousin was a second-level evolved being. Dispatching a mere evolved individual was child's play. Mo Fan let out a cold chuckle. Discarding the dog he had been holding onto the ground, he slowly withdrew a crimson-bladed knife from his trench coat, his gaze fixed on Lu Fong. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. I am not a soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. The dog at Mo Fan's feet also emitted a fierce growl, baring its sharp teeth, its keen eyes fixed menacingly on the opposite side. Chapter 55. The Foolish Ones in Xing City, at the supermarket gathering place. Lu Fong's expression turned somewhat awkward as she observed the 1 man and 1 dog instantly enter a state of combat readiness. Given that Mo Fan had witnessed her in action and still dared to confront her, it was clear he possessed considerable confidence in his own abilities. Even if he was not stronger than her, he likely was not significantly weaker either. Fool, she exclaimed, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the bespectacled man, who was half reclined on the ground. He felt an overwhelming force rushing towards him. With a crisp sound resounding, his body was uncontrollably flung several meters away. His teeth scattered across the ground, and his face transformed into a grotesque visage reminiscent of a pig's head. Lu Fang had long been exasperated with her indolent cousin. Were it not for the thin thread of blood relation, she would have made him understand why the flowers were so red. In this critical moment at the gathering place, this waste had the audacity to provoke someone she intended to recruit. It was sheer foolishness. Gulp. Observing the bespectacled man, who lay on the ground, one hand clutching his groin and the other covering his face while howling in misery, the surrounding survivors collectively swallowed their saliva, secretly relishing the spectacle. This scoundrel, who had always relied on false bravado, had finally met his comeuppance. Mo Fan looked at the bespectacled man, now resembling an evolved beast of swine, and couldn't help but shudder, his resolve to distance himself from this woman growing ever stronger. This guy is my only relative in the apocalypse. Can we spare him? Suddenly, Lu Fang, who had just transformed the bespectacled man into a pig-headed figure, donned a charming demeanor and cooed sweetly at Mo Fan. Mo Fan's lips twitched, gaining a renewed understanding of a woman's capacity for rapid transformation. At this moment, several individuals, yearning for the taste of dog meat, appeared in a state of disarray, their bodies missing one or two limbs, presenting a truly pitiful sight. With such mutilated forms, it seemed they had lost all hope of survival in this apocalyptic world. As for the mastermind, the bespectacled man, it could be said that he too had suffered a loss of a limb, destined to lament his fate henceforth, which could be deemed a form of punishment. Observing the woeful expressions of the four, Mo Fan felt his anger dissipate. Very well. Let us not disturb me any further tonight. Mo Fan picked up the still menacing dog from the ground and turned to leave. Ultimately, he resolved to spare their lives. After all, it was only fitting to show Lu Fang some respect during this stay. However, come dawn, everything here would be of no concern to him. Sighing at Mo Fan's departing figure, Lu Fang felt a sense of hopelessness regarding her efforts to rally support. Ping 2, gather the combatants, assemble on the rooftop. Understood, leader. Ping 2, who had been momentarily dazed, quickly responded. Lu Fang then turned her back on the wailing survivors, including her cousin, and sashayed toward the rooftop. This is it. It seems the evolved one is about to leave. All thanks to these scoundrels. Alas, we shall either flee or be forced to seek refuge at the thunder gathering place. Being bait is no easy task. As Mo Fan and Lu Fang departed, the survivors in the supermarket began to discuss the impending consequences of the thunder gathering place, their faces etched with concern. On the second floor, Mo Fan observed the dog, half sitting on the carpet, whining for attention, and found himself in a bit of a quandary. The dog was covered in blood, and remnants of flesh lingered in its teeth. While this juxtaposition was somewhat amusing, it was undeniably filthy. Mo Fan scanned the room, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He lifted the still whimpering dog and tossed it into the toilet. Then, under the watchful gaze of the dog, he pressed the flush button. A stream of clear yet unclean water surged forth, causing the dog to whirl around in the bowl. The toilet operated on a high-pressure water system, requiring no electricity, thus making it functional, though such luxury was likely reserved for upscale suites. Chapter 56. Trouble approaches in Xiqing. At the supermarket gathering place, the following morning, as the dawn's light triumphed over the night once more, a beam of golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the iron bars, illuminating Mo Fan's face. Ugh! Mo Fan slowly opened his eyes, rubbed them to clear the fog, and stretched languidly in bed for about 10 minutes. Then, performing a nimble roll, he stood steadily at the bedside. This was the most restful night he had experienced since the onset of the apocalypse, although he had felt secure with the military. The absence of a soft bed had rendered previous nights far less comfortable. Damn the capitalists. Mo Fan gazed at the bed he had thoroughly disheveled, reflecting on the state it had been reduced to with a sense of lamentation. Subsequently, he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up, lifted the dog that had spent the night in the toilet onto a small cart, and then opened the door to leave. It is wise to retreat early. He still needs to find another vehicle. Soon, Mo Fan pushed his small cart to the first floor. The gathering place in the early morning was markedly different from the clamor of the previous day. It now exuded an unusual tranquility, interrupted only by the faint sounds of a few survivors moving about. Perhaps they were in a hurry? Mo Fan paid them no mind and proceeded directly towards the small iron gate from yesterday. At the gate stood two survivors on guard, one tall and one short. Their faces reminiscent of those who had caused a scene at the supermarket the day before. Little did they know that what began as a display of bravado would lead to their inability to return in one piece. Upon seeing Fan approach, the two unfortunate souls tensed, their expressions betraying their anxiety as they positioned themselves in front of him. "Big brother, I cannot allow you to pass without the leader's orders. Would you like to wait while I seek permission?" The taller one quivered as he spoke, his tone exceedingly humble. He feared that a mere displeasure from Fan might result in him being pelted with stones. After all, he had witnessed the power of those flying projectiles the day before. "Fine, be quick about it." Fan frowned, but ultimately chose not to trouble them. Observing the tall man leave with the speed of someone who had just been granted a reprieve, Fan couldn't help but reflect. There are likely few good souls like himself left in this apocalyptic world. He shook his head and sat, composed, upon the seat of his rickety cart. Before long, the tall man returned, but curiously, he was accompanied by a flat-headed fellow. "Big brother, you are free to leave now," the tall man said, bending slightly and panting, while signaling the other to open the door. With a grating sound of metal against metal, the heavy iron gate was fully pushed open. "Very well, farewell." Fan offered no further words, pushing his cart towards the exit. At this moment, not 50 meters from the supermarket gathering place, 5 individuals of varying heights strode down the street, each wielding an array of weapons, their expressions fierce and intimidating. They paid no heed to the hordes of zombies lunging from the corners of the road. With crackling sounds, bursts of azure electricity shot forth from the front of the group, causing the advancing zombies to have their heads charred and subsequently explode. As the last of the undead collapsed, reduced to charred remains upon the ground, the leader of the group displayed a look of satisfaction, slowly retracting his hands that had unleashed the electric onslaught. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, the leader was a portly middle-aged man clad in a white coat, his physique adorned with a prominent paunch. Unlike the amiable-looking stout man, this individual's appearance was entirely different. He bore the countenance of a traitor, especially accentuated by the handlebar mustache above his lips, which rendered him particularly sleazy. Ah, the mighty Law King. Indeed, that little lady from the supermarket must have found it unbearable. Upon hearing that the young lady possessed both remarkable beauty and an exquisite figure, the King of Law, in a rather mischievous tone, was asked if he could allow the others to indulge in their conversation before he absorbed her ethereal essence. The topic gradually veered off course, and the leaders of the Thunder Gathering, along with the evolved ones, began to express their admiration with lewd remarks. This group consisted of the leaders of the Thunder Gathering and the evolved beings, with the exception of 2 who remained at the camp. All other evolved individuals had ventured out. Chapter 57. The imminent battle in the bustling city of Xinjiang. At the supermarket gathering place, Fan pushed his beloved, albeit dilapidated, tricycle, reveling in the fact that he would never encounter traffic. He hummed an unfamiliar tune while traversing the street, his eyes darting back and forth, searching for a suitable vehicle to aid in his transportation needs. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices resonated ahead. Gradually, the assault team from the Thunder Gathering came into view. Fan halted his steps, his body tensing instantly as his eyes began to flicker with apprehension. Ethereal light screens materialized slowly in the air. A successfully evolved adult male, possessing an extraordinarily robust physique, epitomized the pinnacle of human physical potential. Another successfully evolved adult male exhibited similar strength. A third adult male, having undergone 2 rounds of evolution, surpassed the limits of human capability. He possessed a talent known as lightning control, capable of emitting high-voltage currents exceeding 10,000 volts, a force of immense power. For individuals with a single evolution and one with a double evolution posed no match for them. Fan squinted, swiftly hoisting his tricycle and making a hasty retreat with astonishing speed. Even the dog, which had been napping inside the vehicle, was startled into a frenzy. He had barely ventured 20 meters from his starting point, and returning to the supermarket seemed the wisest choice. He recalled spotting an escape route while on the rooftop the previous day. At that moment, a few individuals who had just discovered Fan exclaimed in disbelief. "Wow, this guy runs faster than a rabbit. Is he being pursued by the supermarket gathering?" "Pursued? Nonsense. He's already heading for the supermarket." Bang, bang, bang. Upon reaching the supermarket's entrance, Fan rapped vigorously on the heavy iron door. "Who is it?" A somewhat anxious voice responded from within. evidently belonging to the timid tall individual. It's me. I forgot something in the room and came back to retrieve it, to prevent them from refusing entry. Mo Fan fabricated a casual excuse. The tall individual inside, visibly relieved, slowly opened the door. The moment it swung open, Mo Fan hurriedly pushed his tricycle into the gathering place and promptly secured the door behind him. Inform your leader that the thunder gathering has arrived. Recognizing the presence of the lightning talent, Mo Fan surmised it was indeed the thunder gathering. After delivering his warning, Mo Fan dashed towards the stairway. Making his way to the rooftop, the two individuals at the entrance were thrown into a state of panic upon hearing Mo Fan's alert. With swift movements, all the locks on the door were secured before collapsing to the ground, their complexion ashen. It's over. It's over. They have come for us. What should we do? We are doomed. Enough talk. We must hurry to inform Lu Fang. After a moment of panic, the two rushed upstairs to relay the news. Despite their fear, they no longer entertained thoughts of returning to the thunder gathering. The seeds of chaos sown by Lu Fang were already taking root. Fleeing would surely lead to death. It was better to stay and fight. Perhaps Lu Fang could drive away the king of law. Lu Fang, come out and face your fate. Indeed, today, it is either submission or death. And all the evolved ones who just ran in, come out now. At the entrance of the rooftop, hearing the shouts from below, Mo Fan furrowed his brow, his pace unyielding as he swiftly made his way to a nearby small wooden bridge in the air. Chapter 58, The Tension Mounts Xingqing. Supermarket gathering place. Crash. With a sudden impact, an iron window on the second floor of the supermarket was violently flung open. A slender figure leaped down from the window. Lu Fang, the opportunity has been given. Do not be ungrateful. The gaze of the king of law, Yang Yongxing, flickered with intensity as he spoke. His tone laced with menace. Today, the supermarket gathering place belongs to him. The leadership of the supermarket is his as well. That's right. You foul wench, surrender quickly. Haha, we might spare your life. The evolved ones behind the king of law echoed, their voices brimming with arrogance, completely disregarding Lu Fang. After all, they had 4 more evolved individuals on their side, more than enough to take down the others while their leader dealt with Lu Fang. Little did they know if the 5 left behind yesterday were still alive. At that moment, the small iron door on the first floor of the supermarket was also flung open. A figure, small and masked in blue, led the charge. It was the flat-headed brother and a group of supermarket fighters who poured out through the small door. They swiftly surrounded the members of the thunder gathering, wielding various weapons that shimmered ominously in the light. Regardless of their combat prowess, their overwhelming presence was sufficient to intimidate the opposing group. The king of law regarded the imposing supermarket survivors, especially the masked leader, with a look of skepticism. He began to doubt whether this person was indeed the 5th individual. But given the 5th's cold demeanor, it was unlikely they would surrender so readily. Ha ha ha. It's laughable. Lu Fang, do you really think these pathetic fools could stand against us evolved ones? Has your mind gone haywire? The king of law's companions erupted into reckless laughter, completely dismissing the survivors encircling them. Yet, in the face of their derision, Lu Fang remained silent, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of her lips. Would the repugnant, slothful pig dare to engage in battle? Her tone was frivolous, her voice imbued with an alluring charm. Yet the words she directed towards the king of law were profoundly hurtful. The king, sensing an unsettling shift, felt the veins on his forehead throb violently, his countenance darkening. Evidently struck at a sensitive point. How dare you, Lu Fang? You wretched creature. Your entire family. In an instant, a barrage of vitriolic remarks aimed at Lu Fang's relatives and her anatomy erupted from the king's lips, his tone exceedingly fierce. It was one thing to call him a fat pig, but to append the word dead? Very well, he could tolerate that, but to imply something lewd? He loathed being called lewd above all else. That was a scar he could never erase from his life. It was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered before the apocalypse. At this moment, a faint blue electric current enveloped the king, every sparse hair on his head standing on end as he fumed with rage. Particularly, his mustache, crackling with electric sparks, accentuated his lewdness. Humph. Listening to the king's vile and filthy curses, Lu Fang let out a cold snort, a flicker of anger crossing her face. It was truly revolting to behold. She assessed the king's appearance once more, then leapt a few times and dashed away, evidently intending to create distance from the battlefield. You lot. I expect everything to be resolved by the time I return. Otherwise, prepare for treatment. The king, seething with fury, issued a grim command to his followers before swiftly pursuing Lu Fang's retreating figure. Clearly, he regarded the other survivors present as inconsequential. What did it matter if another evolved being joined the fray? Creating distance had no significance. Today, he, the Thunder King, intended to mercilessly torment that vile woman, then slay her and absorb her evolutionary energy. Damn it, the boss has lost it. We best wrap this up quickly. Observing the departing rotund figure, the expressions of the followers were as grim as if they had consumed excrement. They had experienced the horrors of treatment. None wished to endure that inhumane torture again. They turned their gaze towards the surrounding survivors, their eyes gleaming with a dangerous light, their faces decidedly unfriendly. Unbeknownst to all, a figure had stealthily emerged from the supermarket gathering, heading towards the direction of the two gifted individuals engaged in battle. Chapter 59. Watching from afar in Xinqing. At the supermarket gathering, observing the intensifying confrontation below, Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, his expression gradually relaxing. He placed his small, battered vehicle by the edge of the building and retrieved some snacks, such as sunflower seeds and popcorn, from within. Then, he leapt forth towards the location of the two gifted individuals. Mo Fan was not merely a spectator. He sought to closely observe the battle between the gifted, hoping to gain some experience for himself. Woof! A dog's head popped out from the small vehicle, letting out a plaintive whine, clearly forgotten by Mo Fan once again. At this moment, on another street, 2 kilometers away from the supermarket congregation, the view is filled with wandering corpses, abandoned vehicles, and darkened buildings that have yet to be ravaged, all unmistakably indicating that this place remains untouched by civilization. For ordinary individuals, it is a realm rife with lethal peril. Hey, you foul wretch! Don't you dare run! A voice, laced with frustration and tinged with an electronic quality, rang out. "Ha, hideous creature, come chase me," responded another voice, a melodious female tone, utterly nonchalant, showing no concern of being pursued. Boom, boom. Lu Fang unleashed a barrage of energy blasts that tore through the street, obliterating the approaching corpses into a gruesome spectacle, sending them flying backward. She pressed on, delving deeper into the street of the undead. The King of Law let out a furious electronic roar, electrifying the surrounding area to charred remnants, as the attacking corpses emitted plumes of black smoke and fell. He stomped his right foot down hard, scattering debris in all directions. Seizing the momentum, he hastened after Lu Fang's fleeting figure. Yet his speed always lagged just a fraction behind. In the distance, atop a 7- or 8-story building, a voice echoed, "Are they just running in circles? Why haven't they fought yet?" Observing the 2 figures darting into another street, one in pursuit and the other fleeing, Mo Fan couldn't help but feel exasperated. He had come specifically to glean combat experience, yet this lack of engagement was perplexing. At the supermarket congregation, a resounding voice filled with fervor proclaimed, "Brothers, charge! Damn them!" A survivor with a buzz cut brandished a kitchen knife, charging toward the advancing evolved beings, his expression one of sheer rage, reminiscent of a man wronged. Watching the buzzcut warrior lead the charge, several evolved beings wore expressions of confusion. "What is going on? You're the evolved one here? Is your head made of stone? Kill. Today, it's either you or me." The fervor of the buzzcut warrior inspired the others at the supermarket congregation, who quickly rallied, their faces flushed with excitement. Bang! A heavy thud echoed as the foremost buzzcut warrior was sent hurtling backward like a bolt, colliding with several supermarket survivors in a chaotic tumble. Swift and decisive. Remember to leave some alive. A nearby evolved being retracted his right leg after delivering a powerful kick and charged alongside others into the fray. At the rear of the crowd, a rather diminutive figure squinted, slowly reaching towards his waist. With swift steps, he stealthily approached the evolved beings who were rampaging through the masses. He had done nothing wrong. He merely wished to survive. Chapter 60. The Assault of 59 Xinqing. Supermarket congregation. 4 evolved beings surged into the crowd like wolves amongst sheep. In an instant, blood and dismembered limbs littered the ground. The survivors in the supermarket were utterly defenseless, swiftly engulfed in terror. My hand. I surrender. I wish to join the Thunder Gathering. No, I do not want to become a cripple. As injuries mounted, the supermarket survivors emitted piercing cries of despair, their fighting spirit shattered like fragile clay. This, indeed, exemplifies the chasm between the evolved and the unevolved. Observing the supermarket survivors, now bereft of will to fight, The evolved beings of the thunder gathering displayed bloodthirsty grins. They did not cease their butchery. Rather, their speed in severing limbs intensified. To serve as bait, one must possess the resolve of bait. What need is there for so many hands and feet? With this batch of bait, they could effortlessly cleanse more streets without sustaining harm. And what of the fear that the bait might run out? Is there not a plethora of non-combatants within the supermarket gathering? The expressions on the faces of the four evolved beings twisted into grotesque forms as their weapons descended upon the flesh. Just then, a metallic whisper accompanied by a flash. Two gleaming tang swords, radiating a cold white light, were unsheathed in an instant. The persuaded fighter, Wu Jiao, made his move. With a flicker of blade light, the two crescent moons plunged into the neck of one evolved being. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and a massive head soared into the air. Even as it fell to the ground, the severed head retained a visage of grotesque fury. Thud! The headless corpse collapsed slowly, stirring up a cloud of dust. Everything transpired in a heartbeat, leaving the other three evolved beings stunned. They had lost a comrade. The three remaining evolved beings gazed at the head, which had tumbled to the ground like a rolling gourd, their expressions transitioning from ferocity to disbelief. They recognized those two swift blades. Apart from Wu Jiao, they could not fathom anyone else capable of such rapid strikes. It's Wu Jiao. Damn it, you've betrayed us. Wu Jiao, are you not afraid the boss will come after you? The expressions of the three evolved beings turned tense and pale, yet their voices were laced with bravado. They had now gathered together, facing Wu Jiao, wary of being separated and decapitated anew. They were but once evolved. Far from being the match for the already secondarily evolved Wu Jiao, staying united was their only prudent course. When I initially allied with him, it was merely a promise born of defeat. Wu Jiao's cold voice emerged from behind his blue mask, sounding somewhat muffled. His gaze slowly swept over the survivors, now crumpled on the ground, clutching their mutilated limbs in anguish, and a flicker of compassion briefly crossed his face. Yesterday's debts have been repaid. Today, I killed to preserve my life. With a swift motion, Wu Jiao discarded the mask that had ceased to serve any purpose and wiped the blood from his dual blades, advancing towards the trio before him. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, who could remain loyal to a single individual indefinitely? Moreover, he had already been implanted with an explosive seed by Lu Feng the night prior. It was likely that the king of law, Yang Yongxing, could not have anticipated that the second evolutionist he dispatched would inadvertently bolster the strength of the supermarket stronghold. As Wu Jiao approached, radiating an aura of lethal intent, the three evolutionists exchanged glances, their expressions fraught with tension, and began to retreat slowly. It was not out of cowardice. They simply recognized their inability to contend with him. Just as Wu Jiao was on the verge of striking, one evolutionist, positioned at the center, could no longer restrain himself. Wait, we surrender. Chapter 61. A flanking maneuver. Xingqing. The abandoned streets teeming with mindless corpses. Bang! With a soft sound, Lu Feng halted atop a bus. She breathed heavily, her eyes gradually shifting to survey her surroundings. At that moment, her delicate form trembled slightly. Her blue dress bore scorch marks, and beads of perspiration glistened on her face, lending her an air of disarray. The lightning unleashed by the King of Law had proven formidable. Despite her best efforts to evade it, some bolts had inevitably struck her. While she managed to disperse the force through air compression, she still encountered minor electric shocks. Each contact left her muscles momentarily paralyzed. Enduring this numbing sensation, she had led the King of Law in circles down this street, pushing her limits, and now she could only confront him head-on. Yet, Lu Feng's actions were not born of idleness. During her escapade, she and the king had unleashed their innate abilities with reckless abandon, wreaking havoc upon the street. At this juncture, only a few diminutive corpses remained, nearly vanquished by their onslaught. Scattered in the air were wisps of evolutionary mist, remnants of the mutated corpses. The street was on the brink of being entirely cleared. Now, she merely awaited Wu Jiao's arrival, positioning themselves to encircle and eliminate the King of Law. Huh, Lu Feng, you can't run any longer, can you? Kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps, if I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. A shrill, somewhat lascivious voice rang out. It was the pursuing King of Law. In contrast to Lu Feng, the king appeared far more disheveled. His garments were tattered and torn, resembling the aftermath of a bombardment. His exposed flesh quivered grotesquely, utterly repulsive. His head was smeared with dirt, presenting a visage akin to that of a famished African. Clearly, this was the result of Lu Fang's air compression blasts, yet he likely possessed some form of defensive capability, as he seemed to have sustained minimal injury. Is that so, you gluttonous pig? I am nearly terrified to the point of losing control. In the face of the king's intimidation, Lu Fang remains utterly unperturbed. Though her strength may not rival that of the king, she is not someone he can easily subdue. Upon hearing Lu Fang's address, veins bulge on the king's forehead, and his complexion darkens further. Humph! With a cold grunt, the king stomps his right foot on the ground, causing his ample flesh to quiver. He launches himself into the air like a bouncing ball. With his right fist enveloped in crackling electricity, he fiercely strikes toward Lu Fang atop the bus. However, instead of confronting the king head-on, Lu Fang deftly evades. The air beneath her distorts, then explodes gently, propelling her to another rooftop in an instant. Bang! His fist crashes violently onto the bus roof, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl, with sparks and charred edges surrounding it. Missing his target, the king pursues Lu Fang across the bus rooftop. At that moment, compressed air bullets shoot forth from Lu Fang's side, aimed directly at the airborne king. Yet, with a disdainful smile, the king swiftly unleashes bolts of lightning from his hands, piercing through the projectiles. Humph! Realizing her attack has failed, Lu Fang pouts and drifts away to another position. Bang! The king's hefty form lands precisely where Lu Fang had just stood, sending dust swirling. Just as he prepares to capitalize on his momentum and continue the chase, he suddenly senses something amiss beneath his feet. Lu Fang, who is airborne, smirks. Boom! Boom! A series of explosive sounds erupt, enveloping the king's position in a cloud of dust and debris. Lu Fang's voice, filled with exasperation, rings out as the king bursts forth from the haze, charging toward her. Ha ha ha, what a foolish creature indeed. Lu Fang's melodic laughter echoes through the air. Suddenly, the king feels the surrounding air shift dramatically. Chapter 62, The Malice of Humanity in Xiqing, atop the tallest building on a certain street. Ugh, this woman is truly cunning. Mo Fan spits out a sunflower seed shell, speaking to the air. At this moment, he sits at the edge of a business building's rooftop, munching on sunflower seeds while analyzing the battle between Lu Fang and the king. Occasionally, he imagines himself as one of the participants, pondering how he would respond to the unfolding assault. Although the distance is considerable, it poses no challenge for his evolved eyesight. Is that person the absurd individual? While observing the combat, Mo Fan suddenly spots someone at the street entrance, the bespectacled man who was struck in a sensitive area by his arrow yesterday. Now, the bespectacled man limps forward, brandishing his iron crossbow, making his way toward the battlefield. Cousin, I am here to assist you, he shouted loudly, fearing that no one would know of his presence, and soon he arrived at the location of the conflict. Fortunately, the street's undead had been largely cleared by Lu Fang and her companion. Otherwise, the bespectacled man would have likely been devoured before he even reached the area. Don't seek death, hurry back. Lu Fang frowned upon seeing the approaching bespectacled man, feeling that his presence was a futile gesture. However, it was already too late. Is this your relative, Lu Fang? Then let us offer him as a sacrifice today. The king of law, who was in desperate need of a target for his ire, immediately noticed the sudden appearance of the bespectacled man. His corpulent figure surged forward, crackling with electric energy. Damn it, this fool. Lu Fang felt the air twist beneath her feet as she propelled herself towards the bespectacled man's position at an accelerated speed. After all, he was her only surviving blood relative. She ultimately could not bring herself to be merciless. With a tremendous shockwave erupting from Lu Fang, the charging king of law was instantaneously repelled, his hefty form tumbling away, crackling with electricity as he hit the ground. Dust swirled around them. Lu Fang panted heavily, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Such a large-scale eruption had taken a severe toll on her stamina. Although she had managed earlier, her energy was now running perilously low, leaving her feeling strained. Lu Fang, let us see how many more times you can explode with power. The king of law arose from the ground, spitting a small mouthful of blood, with electric sparks still flickering around him, suggesting he had not sustained significant damage. Humph. Lu Fang scoffed, her eyes narrowing slowly. Wasn't that guy, Wu Jiao, finished yet? Just then, a sound of a crossbow being fired echoed from behind her. With a piercing sound, a metallic bolt, glowing with a chilling white light, pierced through the dust and struck Lu Fang in the lower back. She let out a muffled groan, clutching her bleeding wound. Her expression one of disbelief as she turned to face the bespectacled man behind her. She could hardly comprehend that a relative, with whom she had grown up, would turn against her so maliciously. "Cousin, how does it feel to be wounded? Do you know how utterly despairing it was for me after that useless MO fan crippled me yesterday?" The bespectacled man's face twisted in malice, his tone dripping with the satisfaction of unleashing his vengeance. "Not only did you refuse to help me take revenge, but you also humiliated me in front of so many people. Today, I shall assist the King of Law in eliminating you. Later, I will hunt down MO Fan." With a menacing glare, the bespectacled man readied his crossbow once more, launching another bolt. However, Lu Fang, already aware of his intentions, would not allow him to succeed again. Once more, a massive shockwave erupted. "Isn't it better to be alive?" Lu Fang murmured, her expression tinged with melancholy. The bespectacled man was instantly flung away, his body disintegrating into chunks of flesh that rained down from the sky. Ultimately, she could only face this desolate world alone. Chapter 63, Wu Jiu arrives. "Xingqing, Lu Fang, your performance is truly astonishing, akin to a small knife scraping against the skin, opening my eyes to new revelations." The Law King laughed heartily, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Lu Fang's cousin had come to aid him. "In light of this, I shall not hold back. Ha ha ha." The Law King grinned malevolently as he began to advance toward Lu Fang, his body crackling with electric energy. This wretched woman had evaded him for far too long, and now, severely injured, she could no longer escape his grasp. Observing the Law King drawing nearer, Lu Fang clenched her teeth, the air beneath her feet beginning to warp slightly. At this juncture, she knew that a direct confrontation was out of the question. Just then, voices of panic and distress suddenly echoed from not far down the street. "Boss! Help! Boss!" The Law King halted, squinting his eyes towards the source of the commotion. There, at the edge of his vision, four figures of varying heights were approaching him in succession. It was none other than Wu Jiu and three other evolvers who had arrived just in time. At that moment, the three evolvers were being herded forward, while Wu Jiu followed closely behind, wielding two tang knives. Should they show any sign of resistance, Wu Jiu would not hesitate to strike. Watching Wu Jiu and the apprehended evolvers approach, Lu Fang felt a gradual sense of relief. "Boss, stay calm." "Yes, boss, please save us." The expressions on the faces of the three evolvers from the storm gathering were pitiable, their voices filled with earnest plea. They genuinely feared that the Law King would disregard their lives and continue his assault. "Damn it, a bunch of useless fools." The Law King's voice was laced with fury, his expression contorted in displeasure as if he had been spat upon by a beast. Just as he was about to capture Lu Fang, an unexpected complication arose. He had previously suspected that the masked man was Wu Jiu. Yet the masked figure appeared much taller than Wu Jiu. Although he still looked short, he dared not confirm it. Moreover, Lu Fang had struck a nerve, and in his anger, he had chased after her, leaving four evolvers behind. He thought that regardless of their incompetence, they would at least manage to delay their escape until he returned. Little did he expect to have them all captured. "Wu Jiu, I have never wronged you. So why this betrayal? Even if you were coerced into submission for your life, it is not too late to return to my side. I would not hold it against you." The Law King's tone was remarkably sincere, embodying a sense of humility and respect. But who could fathom the true thoughts swirling within his mind? Just as Wu Jiu was about to speak, Lu Fang interjected on his behalf. "You disgusting fat pig. Who would want to remain by your side with such a repulsive appearance?" Lu Fang, clutching her bleeding wound, slowly approached Wu Jiu, her voice laced with allure. Her tone bore no trace of sorrow for her deceased kin, as if the bespectacled man had never existed at all. Faced with Lu Fang's mockery, veins bulged on the Law King's forehead, yet he restrained himself. His eyes darted wildly, his mind racing with potential strategies to counter this unfolding predicament. At this moment, although the reason behind Wu Jiu's allegiance to Lu Fang was unclear, he found himself in a precarious situation, having acquired yet another adversarial second evolver. Suddenly, the King of Law revealed what he believed to be a benevolent smile towards Wu Jiu. "Wu Jiu, how about we conclude today's battle here? I shall refrain from annexing the supermarket. Let us regard this as a mere exchange of skills, provided you return to Thunder." As he spoke in a placating tone, he gradually approached the two. Unbeknownst to them, a dog, searching for its master across great distances, had arrived on the battlefield. Suddenly, It caught sight of a cloud of evolutionary mist. Oh, whoa! The dog lunged forward, diving beneath the mist to gulp it down eagerly. Chapter 64. A turn of events in Xinqing. Upon hearing the king's words, Wu Jiao turned to Lu Fang, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. A ceasefire would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome at this juncture. There was no need for a life-and-death struggle. If a fight were to ensue, even with victory, they would likely incur significant losses themselves. Moreover, Lu Fang appeared to have sustained considerable injuries prior to his arrival. Fat pig, stay right there. A sudden reprimand echoed through the air. It was Lu Fang, having just noticed the King of Law's subtle maneuvering. Her expression darkened as she observed the king, now less than 4 meters away from them. Had she not been gravely wounded and suffering from exhaustion, she would not have allowed him to come so close without detection. Fortunately, she and Wu Jiu stood behind 3 evolvers gathered in thunder. Unless the king disregarded the lives of his subordinates, he could only launch a flanking attack. Well, Wu Jiu, I believe I have shown sufficient sincerity, don't you think? You have no reason to refuse. Despite the reprimand, the King of Law did not halt his advance, continuing to address Wu Jiu. Did you not hear me tell you to stop? Lu Fang's voice rose, tinged with urgency as she sensed the impending threat. I'll stop for your mother. Ha ha. The King of Law, having stealthily approached, emitted a sinister laugh, launching himself forward with a powerful thrust of his legs. His fists, enveloped in crackling electricity, hurtled towards Wu Jiu and Lu Fang, showing no regard for the 3 subordinates in his path. Ziz. In an instant, tens of thousands of volts surged through everyone present, casting the surroundings in a deep blue hue. Boom. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupted. Sensing the danger the moment the king struck, Lu Fang unleashed her aura, causing an explosion that sent the king and his 3 subordinates flying apart. Debris scattered, and dust filled the air as 4 dark figures tumbled away, landing several meters distant. Lu Fang knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Her garments were charred and tattered, barely concealing her. Her exposed skin bore patches of red and white, trembling uncontrollably at intervals. Despite her disheveled appearance, she had the protection of a compressed aura, mitigating the extent of her injuries. Beside him, the talentless Wu Jiu lay in a state of utter despair. He was half-conscious on the ground, his entire body charred black. His garments fused to his skin in a grotesque union. The scorched flesh exuded a scent reminiscent of roasted meat. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of his chest, one might have mistaken him for a charred corpse. Ah, Lu Fang, I have declared that today's gathering at the supermarket belongs to me, and you are included. Not far away, the King of Law slowly rose to his feet, his mouth breaking into an unrestrained laugh. In this encounter, he ultimately emerged victorious. A mere handful of dogs, what loss is there in their demise? They can still serve to absorb the mist of evolution. Did he truly believe I would hesitate to strike? With a sinister grin, the King of Law advanced towards the half-kneeling Lu Fang. Behind him, 3 charred bodies began to emit wisps of vapor. Howling unexpectedly, a black and white dog appeared at the scene of the battle. It gazed upon the 3 gradually coalescing mists of evolution, tears of despair trickling from its eyes. Chapter 65. The dog rescues the beauty in Xinqing. What the hell? Exclaimed Mo Fan, who was observing from a distance. His exclamation not born from the intensity of the conflict or its tragic nature, but rather because he had spotted the dog rushing towards the 3 charred corpses. This foolish dog is at it again. Mo Fan casually tossed aside the sunflower seed shells in his hand and swiftly donned the windbreaker he had discarded nearby. Before the shells even touched the ground, he leaped from the top of a 10-story commercial building. Thud! Mo Fan landed on the casing of an air conditioning unit, adjusted his position, and leaped again to another unit below. Thus, he swiftly made his way to the ground. Upon landing, he confirmed the location of the conflict and sprinted forth at full speed. He merely possessed a physique 10 times that of a human. Who could predict whether such a fall would be fatal? It was better to be cautious. Lu Fang, should I toy with you first before killing you? Or, The King of Law rubbed his filthy hands, inexorably closing in on Lu Fang's position. Gazing at the alluring figure so near, he couldn't help but swallow hard. A lewd expression plastered across his darkened face. At last, he was on the verge of success. Bang! Bang! As the King of Law drew ever closer, Lu Fang summoned her remaining strength to unleash wave after wave of energy blasts toward him. Yet, in the face of her onslaught, The king of law did not even pause his advance. He simply waved his hand, and arcs of lightning pierced through the energy blasts, igniting them in midair. Even after the blasts exploded, the arcs of lightning surged forth, hurtling toward Lu Fang, as she beheld the impending arcs descending upon her. The once enchanting expression on Lu Fang's face vanished, replaced by panic, helplessness, and a fierce resolve to perish together. Zzz. The arc of lightning that struck Lu Fang instantaneously caused her muscles to convulse violently, even causing her hair to stand on end. Gradually, an inexplicable liquid began to seep from beneath her waist, staining a small area beneath her skirt with an enigmatic hue. How does my lightning treatment taste? The sorcerer guffawed heartily at Lu Fang's quivering form. Fortuitously, he had not glimpsed the scene beneath her skirt. Otherwise, his arrogance would surely have intensified. Feeling the unbearable torment coursing through her body, Lu Fang slowly clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. With her head lowered, she glared at the sorcerer, her eyes filled with resolute determination. Prepare to die together. Just then, an odd sound erupted from behind the sorcerer, a cacophony reminiscent of wailing, neither dog nor human. What the hell is that? Startled by Lu Fang's horrified expression, the sorcerer shuddered involuntarily. He swiftly turned around, his gaze sweeping the area. Finally, his eyes fell upon a black and white dog that had appeared near the three charred corpses. The creature, the size of a bench, was voraciously gulping down the swirling mists of evolution, its mouth wide open and shrouded in a haze. A surprisingly human-like expression of delight adorned its canine face as it indulged in the ethereal vapor, seemingly oblivious to its original purpose for being there. Chapter 66. Mo Fan saves the dog in Xiqing. Lu Fang's ashen face suddenly brightened with a glimmer of hope upon seeing the dog in the distance. Is it directed by Mo Fan? Perhaps she could survive after all. What kind of dog is that? Its cries are terrifying. The sorcerer's expression morphed into one of exasperation as he glared at the contented pup, retaliating with a bolt of lightning. With a swish, the dog, blissfully absorbing the mists of evolution, instantly bristled. In a flash, it evaded the oncoming lightning, baring its teeth and positioning itself elsewhere, its intelligent eyes gleaming with ferocity. A woo! The dog suddenly emitted a curved howl, seemingly questioning the sorcerer's aggression. Oh my, is this dog an evolved one? Observing the dog's astonishing speed, the sorcerer deduced its identity. No ordinary dog could possess such swiftness. A woo! The dog howled again, sounding almost like a reprimand, urging the sorcerer to cease his attack. Zzz! As the dog continued to howl in place, the sorcerer retaliated with another bolt of lightning. Boom! The ground where the lightning struck erupted in a shower of debris. Yet the dog had vanished without a trace. What the hell? The revered monarch of the law, once again, uttered a national treasure of a phrase, his expression akin to that of one who has encountered a specter. Initially, he had overlooked the first instance, but now, he could not help but realize that the speed of this little dog was rather astonishing. Was the dog also at the second tier? Howl! The dog's irate yelps resurfaced, and this time, it had even approached quite close to the monarch. Witnessing the audacious little creature that dismissed him entirely, the monarch felt a vain throb on his forehead. Damn it! I refused to be deterred. Thus, in the throes of his fury, a barrage of lightning bolts surged forth toward the dog, moving even swifter than before. Debris flew, the dog's figure became elusive, and the surroundings were engulfed in a whirlwind of dust. Huff! Huff! After a relentless assault, the monarch bent over, resting his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Surely, amidst all this, at least one of those strikes must have hit the dog, right? He swallowed hard, his gaze slowly shifting toward the obscured view of the dust cloud. Whoosh! In an instant, a dog the size of a bench burst forth from the haze, howling as it lunged toward the monarch's thigh. I am but a carefree canine. Why must you all seek to harm me? Infuriated, the dog realized this was the second time it had been attacked by these detestable humanoid beings. Zzz. The dog sank its teeth into the monarch's thigh. In that moment, it felt the exhilarating jolt of paralysis. Unbeknownst to it, the monarch's entire being was electrified, including his thigh. As the dog bit into the electricity, arcs of lightning surged forth, causing its body to convulse violently. Subsequently, it expelled a plume of black smoke and slowly collapsed to the ground. It was just a mere dog, utterly oblivious to the malice of human hearts. How could it fathom that a man's reproductive organ could carry such an electric charge? gazing at the dog, now subdued by the wrath of lightning. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the monarch's forehead. So close. He almost had to bid farewell to his most prized possession. Damn it. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and in a fit of rage, he aimed a kick at the dog's head. Given the force of this strike, it seemed the dog's life was hanging by a thread. Just then, a sudden urgent shout echoed from a distance. Spare the dog. Chapter 67. Confrontation with the monarch. Xinxing, observing the monarch's foot suspended in midair, Mo Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. This comrade, could you grant it a reprieve? Mo Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes fixed on the visibly irate monarch nearby. As Mo Fan appeared on the scene, Lu Fong felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for surviving this ordeal. Indeed, Mo Fan must have come to save her. Otherwise, how could his pet possibly be here? Spare it. Who do you think you are? As the young man appeared before him, the king of law narrowed his eyes. How could he possibly let this creature go, especially after it had nearly rendered him impotent? How could a perfectly good human being stoop to such a level as to contend with a mere beast? Mo Fan's eyes began to flicker slowly. His expression tinged with resignation. It seemed he could not avoid taking action. I am willing, he declared. With a thunderous shout, the king unleashed 2 bolts of lightning that soared toward Mo Fan. How dare this wretched creature propose conditions to him? Did he truly believe he was a pushover? Was his talent for second evolution a mere facade? However, as the crackling bolts of electricity hurtled through the air, Mo Fan stood his ground, barely moving a muscle. With a slight tilt of his head and a graceful twist of his waist, he effortlessly evaded the twin arcs of lightning. Boom! The bolts struck behind him, erupting upon impact and sending shards of stone flying. Agility? The king of law's face was a canvas of confusion. The creature had already exhibited some peculiarities. And now this young man appeared equally enigmatic. Damn it! I refuse to believe today is so cursed. With a roar, the king charged forward, fists crackling with electricity. If ranged attacks failed, surely he could succeed in close combat. Even a glancing blow would spell doom for his adversary. A sinister smile crept across the king's face. Suddenly, an azure brick transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the king at an astonishing angle. Huh, you missed, he scoffed, seeing the brick's distance from him. Just then, a crisp sound echoed. Thud. The azure brick collided mercilessly with the king's forehead, shattering upon impact. His head snapped back as he staggered, nearly losing his footing. In that moment, he felt disoriented. Prediction? A look of bewilderment crossed the king's face. Mo Fan observed the faint red mark on the king's forehead, furrowing his brow. Upon closer inspection, he noticed small arcs of electricity flickering at the point of impact. Could this arc possess defensive capabilities? Mo Fan pondered silently. Hey, you fat pig. Are you sure you still want to fight? Mo Fan decided to extend one final warning, for he might soon be forced to draw his blade. Once again, upon hearing Mo Fan's taunt, the veins on the king's forehead bulged ominously. With a sudden motion, he retaliated by unleashing a bolt of lightning towards the hapless dog sprawled on the ground. Oh whoa! In an instant, the creature let out a pitiful wail, utterly innocent. You. Mo Fan's expression darkened, a surge of fury welling within him. He had not been able to intervene in time. Huh, what's wrong? Are you worried about your little pet? The king laughed heartily, his previous frustration dissipating. This young man clearly had no sense of decorum. With a cold chuckle, Mo Fan advised, I suggest you savor your own fate. He retrieved a pair of leather gloves from the burlap bag at his waist and slowly unsheathed a large red-scarved blade. Fortunately, he had adequately equipped himself at the clothing store. Otherwise, handling the current situation would indeed have been quite challenging. As the weather turned chilly, it was only reasonable for Mo Fan to don gloves. Chapter 68. The blade strikes the Law King in Xing City. He called out, come on, let us confront one another directly. As Mo Fan brandished his formidable blade, the Law King's expression remained unperturbed, confident in his innate defensive prowess against lightning. Humph. Mo Fan scoffed, his feet firmly planted as he propelled himself forward like a swift arrow. Observing Mo Fan's advance, the Law King's body began to shimmer with arcs of lightning, omnipresent around him. You little brat, the Law King bellowed, raising his electrified fist to meet the challenge. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. With a sharp clang, Mo Fan's red-scarved blade struck the Law King's electrified fist, severing half of it with remarkable ease. Ah! The Law King emitted a piercing scream, trembling as he clutched his bleeding stump. Seizing the moment, Mo Fan launched another strike, this time aimed at the Law King's neck. Suddenly, the wounded Law King erupted in a tremendous surge of electrical energy, enveloping himself and radiating outward. Noticing the approaching arcs of lightning, Mo Fan furrowed his brow and leapt back several meters. "You bastard! I will see you dead." The Law King's fury intensified as he charged at Mo Fan, furious over the loss of his hand. Yet, Mo Fan chose to evade rather than confront him head-on. With a resounding crash, the Law King's uninjured hand struck the ground, sending shards of stone flying. The hardened earth was cratered, surrounded by a charred perimeter, the electricity flickering ominously. "Ugh!" The Law King roared again, stomping his foot in anger as he pursued Mo Fan. Just then, a piece of blue brick soared through the air towards him at an awkward angle. With a thunderous impact, the brick shattered, leaving the Law King momentarily dazed, only to have his rage intensify further. "Stand your ground, you scoundrel!" he shouted, once more charging forward with lightning crackling around him. Mo Fan maintained a stoic expression, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he deftly avoided the onslaught. Thus, the enraged Law King repeatedly unleashed his lightning upon Mo Fan, who gracefully evaded each strike, occasionally returning fire with stones or bricks. Before long, the Law King's stamina began to wane, and the once formidable arcs of lightning that surrounded him diminished to mere flickers. As the azure thunder encircling the King of Law gradually diminished, his movements began to slow. A flicker ignited in Mo Fan's eyes as he forcefully planted his right leg upon the ground, with a shower of black gravel erupting from the earth. His previously evasive steps transformed abruptly, and he became an ephemeral shadow racing towards the King of Law, with a sudden flash of bone-chilling white light. The crimson scarf-wrapped blade in Mo Fan's grip, steeped in murderous intent, struck fiercely against the King's arm. The sound of flesh being severed resonated, blood splattered forth, and the King of Law's right arm was cleaved clean off. A harrowing scream erupted from the king, echoing through the desolate streets of the undead. Clutching the gaping wound of his severed arm, he retreated in horror. This blade, the king gazed at the weapon in Mo Fan's hand, fear gripping his heart. In just 2 strikes, he had lost an arm and half a fist. Mo Fan surveyed the now disabled king, his eyes glinting with resolve. He flicked the bloodied blade in the air and slowly advanced towards him. "Wait, this is all a misunderstanding. We are both human. Why must it come to a life-and-death struggle? Simply let me go, and I will agree to any terms you propose." As Mo Fan pressed closer, the king stumbled backward, incessantly offering one pleading condition after another, hoping to sway Mo Fan. Yet, it seemed at that moment, he was concocting something sinister. Chapter 69. The Downfall of the King of Law in Shiqing. Mo Fan observed the retreating, despicable middle-aged man before him, his eyes flickering with understanding. This was an adult human who had undergone 2 evolutions, possessing an extraordinarily robust physique that surpassed human limits. He wielded a talent known as lightning manipulation, capable of unleashing high-voltage currents of over 10,000 volts, a formidable power indeed. As the analytical interface gradually faded from view, Mo Fan's expression shifted to one of realization. Was this not the very technique that Lu Feng and the others had employed to turn the tide? "Brother, what do you think? Are these terms sufficiently sincere? If you release me, everything I possess will be yours." The king continued to plead, his retreat growing increasingly labored. "Very well, should you withstand another strike from me, I shall let you go." Mo Fan began to slow his pace, feigning ignorance as he played along with the king's charade. "All right, let me prepare." The king's retreat became ever more sluggish, until he ultimately came to a halt. Suddenly, at that moment, "Ha ha ha, I shall take your mother." Seeing that Mo Fan was now within an ample distance, the king erupted into a triumphant laugh. The remnants of his left hand unleashed a violent storm of crackling lightning, surging forth with the swiftness of an electric spear aimed directly at Mo Fan. This move was the culmination of all the power he had left, potent enough to char the very man standing before him into ashes. However, in the face of this sudden eruption, Mo Fan merely smiled faintly. His previously slowed pace transformed in an instant as he darted to the side at a right angle the moment the Law King unleashed his attack. Boom! Black shards of stone and filthy dust erupted, accompanied by a resounding roar. The Law King's left hand, akin to an electric lance, struck fiercely at Mo Fan's original position. creating a basin-sized crater in the ground, with arcs of lightning and cracks radiating outward, leaving a charred expanse. Impossible. The Law King wore a look of disbelief, his eyes wide open. His technique had proven effective countless times, having claimed the lives of many. How could this fellow evade it? His reflexes were indeed too sharp. Merely a matter of body technique. Mo Fan scoffed disdainfully, exerting force beneath his feet as he charged toward the Law King. His large blade carving an arc through the air before crashing down upon the Law King's neck. Before the Law King could utter a sound, the panic on his grotesque face froze, and his massive head soared into the air, rolling to the ground like a ball, blood gushing forth from the severed neck like a fountain. Bang! The Law King's corpulent, headless body gradually toppled to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Why bother? Mo Fan shook his head helplessly, giving a disdainful kick to the unsightly head before turning to approach the dog. He was merely a passerby. Yet this fool insisted on trying to kill him. Mo Fan crouched beside the still smoking dog, prodding it with a stick. Surely, it wouldn't he simply depart like this? Observing the dog with its eyes tightly shut and body unresponsive, Mo Fan's brow furrowed, and his expression grew increasingly grim. My poor dog. Are you truly leaving your master behind? A wave of sorrow washed over Mo Fan. Just then, the dog, persistently poked by Mo Fan's stick, suddenly emitted a weak groan, slowly opening its wise eyes and gazing at Mo Fan. That look seemed to question its master. Despite suffering such severe injuries, why was it still being tormented? Oh, my apologies, I thought you had passed away. Mo Fan chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he tossed the stick aside. His eyes gleamed as the dog's status frame swiftly materialized before him. A young wolfhound that had undergone a single evolution. Its claws were remarkably sharp, possessing a speed-based talent known as wind and thunder. At this moment, a mysterious power seemed to be awakening within it. The frame gradually faded away, and Mo Fan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Something was missing? The mist of evolution, perhaps? He turned his gaze towards the Law King's headless body, from which vapor was beginning to emanate. Mo Fan felt a slight resistance to absorbing the mist of evolution from a fellow creature. Yet allowing the dog to do so seemed justifiable. After all, who had provoked the dog without reason? At that moment, a somewhat unsteady footstep echoed nearby, prompting Mo Fan to turn and look. Mo Fan. Lu Fang's almond-shaped eyes were fixed intently on the crouching figure of Mo Fan, her tone imbued with a hint of exhilaration, her expression radiating the joy of survival. If one were to overlook her soot-covered body and face, she could indeed be deemed quite enchanting. Observing the woman before him, who resembled a refugee from the desolate Black Continent, Mo Fan furrowed his brow, gradually allowing a look of disdain to manifest on his face. Lu Fang, noticing the contemptuous expression on Mo Fan's visage, felt a surge of frustration rise within her. Despite her heart brimming with gratitude, she nearly succumbed to the impulse to retaliate. Hey, your clothes are torn, Mo Fan remarked, his disdain evident as he glanced at the disheveled woman. Indeed, Lu Fang looked like a beggar, her garments riddled with charred holes the size of a palm, exposing patches of darkened skin and certain intimate areas. Yet, rather than displaying the embarrassment typical of a woman, Lu Fang directed her enchanting, watery eyes towards Mo Fan, her expression tinged with something unusual. Could you remove your clothing for me? Lu Fang's voice dripped with allure, nearly causing Mo Fan's steadfast resolve to waver. He narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, and instead lifted the injured dog in his arms, striding towards the swirling mist that had gathered for some time at the feet of the Law King. Before long, the oversized garments of the Law King were flung towards the frozen Lu Fang. Put it on, Mo Fan instructed, not wanting her to stand there exposed, especially after she had offered him shelter. However, he couldn't help but question whether such a woman was worthy of his war cloak. Lu Fang's lips twitched slightly as she looked at the dirty, tattered clothing in her hands, but she steeled herself to wear it, knowing it was better than being unclothed. Eat. Mo Fan gently placed the dog beneath the mist, standing to the side. With an excited howl, the dog eagerly began to gulp down the mist. Chapter 70. The Dog's Evolution. Xing City. Zombie Street. As the mist continuously flowed into the dog's mouth, its injuries began to heal, and a look of bliss gradually spread across its canine features, accompanied by a series of ecstatic sounds. Listening to the cacophony of howls nearby, Mo Fan's lips twitched slightly, his heart heavy with unspoken words. Before long, The massive clouds of mist hovering in the air were devoured by the dog. Burp. The dog let out a long, satisfied belch, its expression one of utter contentment. Is it over? As he watched the little dog bounding towards him with a wagging tail. Mo Fan's expression was one of confusion. Had it not yet evolved? Just then, the cheerful pup suddenly let out a sharp yelp. To his astonishment, a thick mist began to emanate from its body. The dog, alarmed by the fog escaping from itself, frantically opened its mouth in an attempt to inhale the mist back. However, the speed at which it consumed the fog could not match the rate at which it was leaking. Soon, the dog transformed into a pristine white cocoon of mist, its surface undulating with the shapes of its frantic struggles within. This was more like it. Mo Fan stepped closer, gazing with satisfaction at the fog cocoon beneath his feet. Was this the beginning of its evolution? A peculiar burnt scent filled the air. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Fong, limping and clutching her lower back, approached with her curious apricot eyes wide open. Mo Fan replied, wrinkling his nose in distaste. Lu Fong's lips twitched. Could he not be a tad more tactful? After all, she was a young lady. She felt a surge of indignation but managed to stifle it. Regardless, she was grateful for his timely rescue. Taking a deep breath, she slowly suppressed her discomfort. It's nothing. I merely saved my dog. It has nothing to do with you, Mo Fan replied nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to Lu Fong's gratitude, as if it were a mere convenience for him. Lu Fong felt a pang of vulnerability at his words. So, a delicate beauty like herself was of lesser worth than his dog. Yet, she quickly composed herself, her large, glistening eyes gazing at Mo Fan with a flirtatious glimmer. You have my eternal gratitude for saving me, kind sir. I can only repay you with my devotion, she said, her tone imbued with charm. Her expressive eyes silently conveying her willingness to repay him in any manner he desired. Lu Fong's actions stemmed not only from gratitude, but also from admiration for strength, alongside a sudden rush of infatuation. She had always maintained her virtue. Even when her boyfriend from before the apocalypse had sought more, she had firmly resisted his advances. No need for that. It was a trivial matter, Mo Fan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Fong, his expression one of disdain, akin to that of viewing a refugee from a desolate land. Another woman with ulterior motives, he scoffed inwardly. Lu Fong, noticing the contempt in his gaze, almost faltered again, but upon assessing her current appearance, she quickly forgave him, realizing she hardly presented herself as suitable for such propositions. At that moment, a soft whoosh of air reverberated. The mist cocoon beneath Mo Fan's feet, now a meter in size, suddenly burst apart, dispersing into wisps of fog that swiftly re-entered the body of the exposed dog. Whoosh! A black and white dog, unscathed and full of vitality, darted swiftly to Mo Fan's feet, the air seemingly charged with a faint crackle of electricity. The dog's tail wagged vigorously, akin to a whirring fan, as it affectionately nuzzled against Mo Fan's calf, emitting soft whines of endearment. Startled by the dog's unusual demeanor, Mo Fan inhaled sharply, his expression one of astonishment. At this moment, the dog had grown to about a meter in length, unmistakably a fully developed adult canine. Its striking coat shimmered with a blend of black and white fur, interspersed with subtle glimmers of light, creating an extraordinary sight. Tiny blue arcs of electricity flickered playfully on its small white paws, gradually dissipating into the air. Aside from its ever-wise eyes, everything about the dog was transformed. What a majestic creature, Lu Fong remarked in awe from the side, her surprise palpable. Mo Fan, however, paid her no heed. His gaze fixated on the gradually materializing analysis pop-up in the air. It revealed a young wolf dog that had undergone 2 evolutions, boasting razor-sharp claws and a speed-oriented talent named lightning speed. Its electrical affinity appeared to have awakened to a preliminary level. As the analysis window faded, Mo Fan's face lit up with exhilaration. He had initially assumed the dog possessed merely an ordinary speed talent, never anticipating it to be imbued with special effects. Given that the dog had awakened an electrical attribute, could it also possess a wind attribute in its essence? Moreover, having already experienced 1 evolution, the dog's size had noticeably increased. If it were to evolve again, would he not be able to ride it? Such a prospect would undoubtedly expedite his travels. In an instant, Mo Fan's mind raced with possibilities. His gaze remained steadfast on the dog at his feet, his face brimming with joy, a smile stretching from ear to ear. What else with you? Even if your dog has evolved, There's no need for such theatrics, Lu Fang remarked. Her face a canvas of confusion. Was Mo Fan losing his mind? Naturally, from her perspective, she could not fathom the exhilaration coursing through Mo Fan's heart. You wouldn't understand. Mo Fan retorted, then crouched down, his hands eagerly stroking the dog's fur. The dog, reveling in the affection, lay comfortably on the ground, exposing its belly. Observing the harmonious bond between man and dog, or rather, dog and man, Lu Fang suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. At that moment, a series of inexplicable roars echoed down the street, the sounds approaching from all directions, relentless and continuous. The trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, instantly became alert, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Is this the onset of a small horde attracted by the scent of blood? Lu Fang murmured, watching as a multitude of figures slowly emerged at the end of the street. Mo Fan, while I understand you may have pressing matters, I sincerely hope you can delay your departure until tomorrow. That street is an essential route through Xing City. Lu Fang pointed in the direction from which the tide of corpses surged, her expression gravely serious. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of exhilaration danced. Tonight, I shall repay you in kind. Mo Fan furrowed his brows as he gazed at the shambling undead, his face contorted in resignation. At this moment, a significant number of these wretches had begun to devour their fellow corpses. These remnants resulted from the previous battle between the Law King and Lu Fang, who had nearly purged the street of its undead. Observing the relentless approach of more corpses from the distance, Mo Fan could only nod slightly. Chapter 71. The tragic 5-9 in Xing City. The duo and their canine companions swiftly returned to the supermarket gathering place. Creak. With a sound that grated on the teeth, the heavy iron door slowly swung open. Lu Fang led the way, entering first, followed closely by Mo Fan and the dog. Mo Fan, there's an inexplicable hole in your previous room. You'll be staying in the other room tonight. The key is in the usual spot. At this moment, Lu Fang was entirely cloaked in voluminous garments, her eyes the only part of her visible. After giving her instructions, she hurried to the 2nd floor, evidently anxious to avoid being seen in her disheveled state, even ignoring the concerned approach of the flat-headed brother, who limped forward. Brother, has the Law King died? What about our leader? And 5-9 and those other evolved ones? Watching Lu Fang's hurried departure, the flat-headed brother's expression was one of shock and disbelief. A barrage of questions spilling forth like a rapid-fire succession. The Law King is dead. As for your leader, she probably went up to take a bath. Regarding 5-9 and the others, 5-9. Mo Fan's initially patient tone suddenly faltered. Who is 5-9? The not-so-tall 2nd stage evolved one. He inquired uncertainly. Yes. Receiving confirmation, Mo Fan's lips twitched. No wonder he had felt something amiss upon his return. At this moment, on a certain street of the undead, a figure, charred and lying on the gravel-strewn ground, gradually stirred to consciousness. He first struggled to open his eyes, then cautiously moved his limbs. Instantly, he was besieged by a wave of intense burning pain and a sensation of tearing. After a fierce battle with the pain, 5-9 gritted his teeth and slowly sat upright. Humph! 5-9 grunted, suppressing the agony. He lowered his head to examine his wounds. At this juncture, over 70% of his skin bore the marks of severe burns. Charred black, with numerous fissures crisscrossing his flesh. Between these cracks, vivid red flesh could be glimpsed, and some fissures even oozed blood. A consequence of his movements tearing at the injuries. Even his face bore the same grim testament, his entire form appearing both tragic and grotesque. 5-9's gaze shifted once more, fixating on the sneakers that had melded with his feet, his brow furrowing in distress. He now feels a twinge of regret. For in an effort to disguise his physique, he had inserted height-enhancing insoles into his shoes. After assessing his injuries, he endured the pain and began to survey his surroundings. At this moment, there were no figures to be seen. Even the corpses were merely remnants of a brutal onslaught. The streets were lined with buildings and abandoned vehicles, all marred by charred holes and traces of explosions, a chaotic aftermath of fierce combat. Soon, he spotted not far away a corpulent corpse clad only in undergarments. Yet, the head was missing, and judging by the absence of any signs of evolution missed, one could surmise that it belonged to the deceased king of law. Damn it! That woman hasn't truly abandoned me here, has she? What kind of despicable act is this? A wave of frustration surged within him, though he had been forcibly subdued. he was still considered a subordinate of Lu Fang. With his second-stage evolution prowess, he should have been a reliable ally. To be so callously discarded like this? Damn. With a curse, he attempted to rise to his feet. However, each time he exerted force through his legs, fresh blood would ooze from the charred fissures, causing his muscles to weaken. It was abundantly clear that sitting up was already his limit, and he could not muster the strength to stand unaided. As he struggled to rise, a series of terrifying howls began to penetrate his ears. His expression shifted dramatically as he quickly glanced toward the source of the sounds. To his horror, he realized that a multitude of corpses was wandering less than 10 meters away. Some were already gnawing on charred remains, and blood was splattering everywhere in a gruesome display. Others, crowded at the periphery, caught a whiff of him and suddenly surged toward his seated position. Damn it! Am I, a man of 7 feet, destined to perish here today? As he beheld the approaching half-dozen corpses, despair washed over him. Under normal circumstances, these feeble creatures would have been no match for him, easily dispatched with a few strikes. Yet in his current state, riddled with grievous injuries, he could merely await his demise. The most horrifying aspect was that he was still alive, still aware, and would endure the agonizing fate of being torn apart. As the corpses drew near enough to touch, he shut his eyes in hopelessness. Just then, a distant whistling sound pierced the air, heralding the arrival of a projectile. Whoosh! Bang! A stone the size of a fist descended from above, striking one of the advancing corpses squarely on the head, splattering blood across his face. Whoosh! Whoosh! With each subsequent stone hurtling through the air, the corpses lunging toward him fell one by one, transformed into headless remains. However, these commotions attracted more of the undead. As the young man swiftly approached, Wu Jiu recognized him immediately. Brother, thank you. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a massive burlap sack suddenly enveloped him. Mo Fan casually tossed the sack behind him and turned to leave with an air of nonchalance. This sack was considerably larger than those used for stones, easily capable of containing Wu Jiu's rather modest frame entirely. Ugh. The undead scattered across the streets roared upon the sudden appearance of food, charging forth in a frenzied pursuit. Yet, in the face of Mo Fan's speed, nearing his third evolution, they could only watch in vain. Humph. A bunch of wretches, fit only to consume my refuse. Mo Fan, having already activated his second-tier analysis, chuckled coldly at the commotion behind him. Suddenly, from within the burlap sack, a weak and urgent voice called out, "My daggers! My twin daggers!" Wu Jiu, trapped inside, was in a state of frantic distress, as his family heirlooms had yet to be retrieved. Don't fret. Once the horde retreats, you can fetch them yourself. Mo Fan scoffed, raising an eyebrow. At such a perilous moment, who would risk their life to retrieve your blades? Even Mo Fan, approaching his third evolution, could not guarantee his survival against the tide of the undead. Numbers can overwhelm even the mightiest of foes, no matter how powerful one might be. They could only concede when faced with sheer numbers, unless one had reached an unparalleled pinnacle of strength that rendered quantity insignificant. Very well. Wu Jiu realized the futility of his thoughts. Yet, he couldn't help but worry about whether those twin swords would still be there when the time came. Soon, Mo Fan returned to the supermarket gathering place, carrying the burlap sack. He tossed Wu Jiu to Ping Tu Gu and then moved in with the dog to settle into a new luxury suite. Chapter 72. Investigating the horde the following morning in Xing City, at the Street of the Undead, the place where Mo Fan had observed the previous day. Terrifying roars echoed through the decaying streets. Abandoned, rusted vehicles and vegetation-choked gray houses stood witness to the throngs of undead still wandering among them. Their numbers had not diminished significantly since yesterday, and in fact, there were even a few more mutated corpses. The undead meandered, howling and devouring their fallen kin, showing no signs of leaving. Observing the surging horde below, Mo Fan furrowed his brow. Mo Fan, I suggest you wait a few more days. It's too dangerous to leave now, came Lu Fang's delicate voice, full of concern. Lu Fang's appearance was largely unchanged from their first meeting, save for her hair, now slightly curled and bearing a hint of charred scent, and her skin had noticeably darkened. Perhaps it was the mercy shown by the King of Law yesterday. Or perhaps Lu Fang's body, having undergone a second evolution, is inherently different from others. It seems she has not sustained significant harm. If I cannot walk on the ground, can I not traverse the rooftops? Mo Fan mused, glancing at the densely packed houses lining the street below. Is it truly so urgent? Lu Fang furrowed her brow, her emotions tinged with melancholy. Last night, she had intended to launch a surprise attack on Mo Fan at midnight to repay him for saving her life. Yet, inexplicably, as she entered Mo Fan's room with the spare key, she was suddenly struck by a violent pain at the back of her head and lost consciousness. It was not until this morning that she slowly awoke in her own room, wondering if the events of last night had merely been a dream. Yes, I must check on the well-being of my family, she thought. Mo Fan's demeanor was markedly different from the previous day. He answered Lu Fang's inquiries with patience, a result of the slight guilt he felt from having mistakenly harmed her. By the way, did you see me last night? Lu Fang tilted her head, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and inquiry. No, I slept quite soundly last night. No one came to disturb me, Mo Fan replied sincerely, his expression unfeigned. Could it be that I truly was dreaming? Lu Fang murmured to herself, her mind swirling in confusion. Oh, never mind. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, conceding that she might have indeed dreamt of entering Mo Fan's room. All right, I will return to gather some food before we set off, Mo Fan declared, turning to leap toward the surrounding buildings with remarkable agility. He aimed to return to the supermarket gathering point, believing that the sooner they departed, the better, as delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Wait for me. I have something else to discuss with you, Lu Fang called softly, the air around her warping as she swiftly caught up with the departing Mo Fan. What is it? He inquired, continuing his pace despite her arrival at his side. Since Lu Fang could keep up, he saw no harm in conversing as they moved forward. Lu Fang sighed, feeling a sense of resignation as she once again activated her abilities to keep up with him. It's information regarding the other gathering points in Xingqing. Oh. Upon hearing her words, Mo Fan gradually slowed his pace. After all, they were in Xingqing. There was a chance they might encounter something on their journey. It is always beneficial to gather more information. I'm not entirely certain how many gathering points there are in Xingqing, but I can confirm that there are only 3 along the outskirts near Modu, Lu Fang stated with utmost certainty, clearly well informed about the situation in the area. This was only natural. Given that she was a leader of a gathering point, it would be unwise not to inquire about the number of rivals nearby. 3. Does that include yours and that of the King of Law? Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, instantly recalling the gathering places of the supermarket and the thunder. Indeed. Lu Fang paused momentarily before continuing. Considering your route from the Magic City to Xingqing, you must be heading to Hangqing next, correct? Mo Fan nodded slightly, contemplating that not all women are lacking in intellect despite their physical appearance. After receiving Mo Fan's affirmation, Lu Fang proceeded. While I cannot ascertain if you will encounter other gathering places en route to Hangqing, you will undoubtedly pass through the last of our 3 gathering sites. Mo Fan halted, his gaze directed towards Lu Fang, who had also stopped beside him. With her almond-shaped eyes fixed on him, she slowly uttered 3 words. Anji Temple. A temple? Had a group of survivors occupied a monastery? Mo Fan found himself perplexed. Yes, it is indeed a temple gathering place. Lu Fang's words confirmed that he had not misheard. It was indeed a monastery. Observing Mo Fan's bewilderment, Lu Fang continued, the gathering place is filled with monks, and their leader is also a monk. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan couldn't help but smirk. Wasn't he that rather advantageous? Perhaps he could even partake in a meal of rice porridge there. Suddenly, Lu Fang lowered her head, a peculiar smile gracing her lips, her expression a blend of amusement and mischief. Those monks in the temple think the same way. Witnessing Lu Fang's sudden eerie demeanor, Mo Fan nearly lost his composure. He suppressed his discomfort and replied slowly, so what? Are you suggesting I remain there as a monk? Why not? Lu Fang immediately affirmed his assumption. Mo Fan was at a loss for words, pondering that these monks in this post-apocalyptic world were indeed extraordinary. With a light-hearted laugh, Lu Fang's melodious voice rang out. Finally, I've managed to make you uncomfortable for once. You have no idea how many times I've been stumped by you in recent days. She relished the moment, feeling a sense of relief. But don't worry. With your prowess demonstrated yesterday in dispatching the Law King, their abbot certainly won't be able to keep you around. After a moment of joy, she spoke to Mo Fan with a smile, her respect for his strength now evident. Humph. Mo Fan scoffed, thinking to himself that he didn't need her to remind him. And what about their strength? Do you have any insights? He inquired. Well, Lu Fang tousled her singed, curly hair, pinching a strand and sniffing it before disdainfully discarding it. All I know is that their leader, the abbot of the temple, possesses terrifying strength. As she spoke, a flicker of apprehension crossed Lu Fang's eyes. I've witnessed him tear a bus in half with his bare hands and throw it over 100 meters. Even I have never dared to provoke him. The gravity of her expression was palpable. Understood, let us return, Mo Fan remarked, a disdainful glimmer in his eyes. Yesterday, once again, the king of law tormented him. And today, even the abbot dared not provoke him. Is it possible that your strength is the weakest among the three gathering places? Mo Fan. Watching Mo Fan's figure leap away without a backward glance, Lu Fang gritted her teeth in frustration. Chapter 73. The temple emerges in Xingqing. At noon. Outside the supermarket gathering place. All right, you may return now. There is no need to see me off any further, Mo Fan said. Glancing back at the two limping figures behind him, he felt a wave of exasperation. Why were Wu Jiao and Ping Tu not resting properly, and instead coming out to see him off? Especially Wu Jiao, who was almost wrapped up like a mummy. No matter what, I shall forever remember your life-saving grace, Wu Jiao declared solemnly, his bandaged face earnest, striving to widen his lifeless eyes as if attempting to convey his gratitude through his gaze. Indeed, had it not been for you, our gathering place would have faced imminent peril, Ping Tu echoed, his expression equally sincere. Seeing the earnestness in their faces, Mo Fan's eyes flickered, and he suddenly felt compelled to share something important with them. He turned towards Lu Fang, who stood nearby with a beaming smile, and a slight smile played on his lips. If, in the near future, a group of survivors led by the army arrives here, you might consider accompanying them. Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, everyone wore a look of confusion. The army? What purpose do they have here? Can they still be trusted after the apocalypse? What do you mean? Lu Fang asked, perplexed. Why should we follow them? Who knows if they still hold on to their original intentions? Remember, this is the apocalypse. Human hearts are the most difficult to fathom. The king of law is dead. Once she has absorbed the thunder gathering place, won't the days ahead be quite pleasant? I can only tell you that by following them, you may have the chance to return to a life resembling the order before the apocalypse. By the way, the leader of the army is named Wang Tong, and I anticipate that I will seek them out in the future. Observing the trio's expressions of uncertainty, Mo Fan smiled faintly and turned to leave. Let us go. Woof. Will you also seek the life before the apocalypse? Lu Fang pondered as she watched Mo Fan's retreating figure, her thoughts swirling. As Mo Fan and his dog leaped across the rooftops, the sky gradually darkened. The man and his dog had to find a place to spend the night. The following morning, when a ray of slanted sunlight penetrated the dusty curtain seams, it fell upon Mo Fan's face. Lying in bed, Mo Fan rubbed his sleepy eyelids and sprang up with a start. At that moment, the dog, feigning sleep beside him, was also roused. Immediately, it wagged its tail joyfully and nudged Mo Fan's leg. Its eyes were wide open, brimming with energy, showing no signs of having just awakened. As if it hadn't slept at all. The previous day, as darkness descended, Mo Fan had stopped traveling and found a place to rest. Compared to the vast woods of Magic City, finding a sleeping spot in Xingqing was remarkably easy. At that moment, he found himself in the bedroom of a residential building. The room's furnishings were quite modest, featuring a wardrobe that occupied half of one wall, a spacious bed spanning 2 meters, and 2 bedside tables. On one of the tables rested a picture frame depicting a young couple with their child, the trio radiating joy in their smiles. Last night, Mo Fan had graciously bid them farewell. Draped in a trench coat, Mo Fan shouldered the bags that lay on the bedside and slowly turned the doorknob. His gaze fell upon a family of 3 neatly sprawled in the living room. He raised an eyebrow but chose to ignore them. Stepping over them to open the door to the living room once more, a dog let out a low growl behind him before swiftly catching up. As he stepped onto the street outside, Mo Fan's eyes glimmered, and he activated his second-tier analysis. He strolled leisurely, retrieving a bag of bread from his pack, tearing it open, and tossing a piece to the dog. He then took out another bag of bread and a carton of milk for himself. Mo Fan had distanced himself significantly from the street where a small horde of corpses had erupted the previous day, thus he found no need to traverse the rooftops. However, for reasons unknown, this street, resembling the one he had just left, seemed to lack something essential. Mo Fan paused, his eyes flickering as he scanned his surroundings. The cracked asphalt, rusted abandoned vehicles, and the gray houses, marred by cracks and creeping vines. Where were the corpses? He murmured to himself. Soon, he uncovered the missing element, the omnipresent zombies. There were not even any corpses left behind. Had it been cleared away by human hands? Or was it the work of some higher-order creature? Mo Fan's mind raced with thoughts, but he quickly shook his head. Why ponder endlessly? He simply needed to continue on his path. Casting a glance at the dog, who appeared to be in good spirits, he pressed onward. Time passed, though it felt brief. A small hill, lush with verdant foliage, gradually came into view, atop which stood a temple the size of a football field. Mo Fan found himself in a rather desolate area. The streets were flanked by few shops or establishments, mostly consisting of small houses erected by the residents, indicating a small town with a sparse population. The hill and its temple appeared at a fork in the road, likely a tourist attraction. Mo Fan halted, squinting his eyes. Suddenly, a substantial analysis pop-up materialized before him. This was a remarkably fertile hill, inhabited by a small number of humans, yet devoid of any other visible life forms. Furthermore, it seemed to be home to an abundance of evolved crops. Evolved crops? Mo Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He instantly envisioned mutated tomatoes. Those miraculous fruits that could accelerate human evolution. But why were there no zombies or evolved beasts vying for these treasures? Mo Fan felt a twinge of confusion within. Regardless, let's take a look first. Mo Fan decided to explore a bit before anything else. He was on the verge of his third evolution, estimating that with just 10 more points of evolutionary mist, he would achieve the third tier. Previously, he had refrained from absorbing the mist of the Law King due to an internal resistance, coupled with the urgent needs of his injured companion. Thus, he had not been overly anxious. Now, however, he began to anticipate the changes his talents would undergo after reaching the third tier. Mo Fan called out to his dog, and the duo swiftly made their way towards a small hill. The hillside was adorned with numerous trees, while not as extravagant as the magical metropolis. They still towered several dozen meters high. Mo Fan had not yet seen the crops detailed in his analysis, so he needed to ascend the hill for a closer inspection. Before long, Mo Fan and his dog reached about a third of the way up the hill, yet still saw no sign of the crops. Instead, the temple perched atop the hill unfolded before his eyes. It was a structure meticulously repaired with steel, concrete, and wood. Remarkably sturdy and seemingly reinforced with a significant amount of metal. Ah, is this the temple gathering place that Lu Fang spoke of? Mo Fan murmured to himself as he gazed at the grand temple, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic landscape. Just then, a leisurely and carefree humming resonated through the air, the melody distinctly captivating. The king has called me to patrol the mountains. I bring forth humanity. Mo Fan's eyes narrowed as he swiftly embraced his dog and darted into a concealed patch of grass. As a light-hearted cadence approached, a gleaming bald head gradually came into view. The owner of the head bore a half-faced black tattoo and wielded a 2-meter-long staff, occasionally shaking it as he walked. The tattooed bald man's visage struck Mo Fan with a sense of familiarity, albeit tinged with strangeness, as if he had encountered him not long ago. However, when the tattooed man suddenly displayed a smug expression, Mo Fan's memory jolted back. This was none other than Lu Ren, the tattooed man who had previously boisterously proclaimed himself at Lu Fang's doorstep. What on earth was he doing here? Mo Fan was filled with confusion. Lu Ren strolled leisurely among the hills, his expression one of utter contentment. Ever since returning to the Thunder Gathering place 2 days prior to Relay News, he had been plagued by an unsettling feeling, as if calamity was imminent. What if a conflict broke out at the supermarket gathering place, and their side lost? Although the probability was low, Lu Ren dared not take the risk. He had severely offended that madwoman. Should they lose, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. The thought of Lu Fang's menacing expression made Lu Ren's heart race with anxiety, leaving him in a constant state of trepidation. Thus, he resolved to act decisively, opting to ride a shared bicycle through the night to seek refuge at the temple gathering place. Fortunately, having previously been dispatched here for resource exchanges, he was somewhat familiar with the route, knowing several shortcuts and places to rest overnight. Consequently, he arrived in less than 2 days. Though life here was somewhat harsh, at least he was alive, wasn't he? Upon this thought, a serene smile blossomed on Lu Ren's face, and his steps became noticeably more cheerful. At that moment, a sudden rustle emanated from a thicket ahead. As the branches bent and green leaves scattered, a black and white figure abruptly leaped out, obstructing Lu Ren's path. Hiss! Is there someone raising a dog on this hill? It looks somewhat familiar. Observing the dog blocking his way, Lu Ren's expression turned to one of astonishment. However, before he could take a closer look, an excruciating pain surged through the back of his head. Crack! With a sharp sound echoing, Lu Ren's eyes rolled back, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Mo Fan, witnessing Lu Ren's sudden collapse, stealthily returned the blue brick he held to his burlap bag. Subsequently, he kindly propped Lu Ren up, fearing he might fall again, and bound him to a tree using Lu Ren's own clothing. Gazing at the comfortably sleeping Lu Ren, Mo Fan's brow furrowed. If memory serves, this fellow seemed intent on attacking me during our first encounter. Then slap. Mo Fan swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Lu Ren's left cheek. Instantly, Lu Ren's left side became visibly swollen. I merely wished to rouse you. I harbor no intention of settling scores, Mo Fan mused to himself. At that moment, slap. The dog had unexpectedly appeared beside Lu Ren, delivering a swift paw to his right cheek. A woof. The dog retracted its paw and turned to Mo Fan, letting out a light growl, seemingly indicating that it too was a victim in this scenario. Observing the sudden swelling of Lu Ren's right cheek, the corners of Mo Fan's mouth twitched. With a groan, under the dual calls from Mo Fan and the dog, Lu Ren, marked with a handprint and a paw print on his face, slowly awakened. He blinked his confused eyes, gazing at the dog and the person before him, seemingly oblivious to his peculiar state. Little pot, brother? Just as he recognized Mo Fan and prepared to inquire, a large blade was pressed against his neck. I ask, you answer, Mo Fan stated coldly, exuding an air that suggested he would not hesitate to sever his head at the slightest provocation. All right, Lu Ren stammered, his face turning pale with fright, his tone laced with panic. Did I not refrain from attacking you initially? Was it truly necessary to pursue me here? A dignified evolver resorting to ambushing an ordinary person. Lu Ren's mind was in turmoil. He never anticipated that he would encounter Mo Fan again. No wonder that dog seemed familiar. Do dogs grow so rapidly in the apocalypse? Observing Lu Ren's willingness to negotiate, a satisfied expression emerged on Mo Fan's face. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly inquired, why have you come to seek refuge at the temple? Woa did not wish for this predicament, yet he found himself at odds with Lu Fang, and he knew that if he did not escape, she would surely annihilate him. Lu Ren wore an expression of despair, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the dog nearby, before hastily returning to Mo Fan. However, it was too late. Woof! The dog suddenly emitted a fierce growl, its intelligent eyes fixated on Lu Ren, as if to convey, you wretch, look me in the eye. With a swift motion, the dog delivered another slap to Lu Ren's left cheek. Feeling the swelling pain on his face, Lu Ren gazed incredulously at Mo Fan, silently exclaiming, did you see that? Your dog just slapped me. Enough of this commotion. We have matters to attend to. Mo Fan gently stroked the dog's head, reproaching it lightly. It seemed the creature had developed a taste for mischief. The dog, with its tail drooping, let out a whimper, appearing woefully contrite as it crouched at Mo Fan's feet. Mo Fan rubbed his temples, feeling an instant weariness wash over him. It seemed he had spoiled this dog. Damn it, it acted even more dramatically than he did. He shook his head and turned back to Lu Ren, urging him to continue. Yet, Lu Ren, noticing the dog had reappeared beside him, let a tear trickle down his cheek. Thus, under the dual interrogation of Mo Fan and the dog, Lu Ren cooperatively divulged all the information he possessed. 8 guardians skilled in martial arts? That's intriguing, Mo Fan mused. Pacing slowly, his left hand rubbing his nose and chin, his demeanor growing more serious. In total, there were 8 evolved beings and 1 gifted individual residing in the temple, comprising the abbot and the 8 guardians. Moreover, it appeared they had previously spent time in the authentic Shaolin temple, acquiring some martial arts skills. The other monks were divided into 2 groups. One consisted of those who were monks by vocation and possessed some martial prowess, while the other group comprised laymen who had taken up monastic life in exchange for alms, the weakest among them being Lu Ren. However, Lu Ren seemed unaware of any information regarding those evolved crops, as he was merely allocated small portions of diced vegetables daily, uncertain whether they were indeed evolved. It seemed he would need to seek alms once more. Mo Fan gazed thoughtfully at the distant apocalyptic foam temple, pondering deeply. Lu Fang had mentioned that the abbot did not appear to be malevolent. He merely had an unusual penchant for compelling others to take monastic vows, with no reports of any bloody misdeeds associated with him. Chapter 75. Infiltrating the Temple Xingqing. Anji Temple. Hiss, another one has arrived. Oh, and he brought a dog with him. I wonder what this dog will look like once it is shorn. Atop the hill, Monk after monk descended from the temple, chattering amongst themselves, their eyes fixated on Mo Fan as he appeared at the temple entrance, their expressions revealing a hint of intrigue. It seemed yet another colleague was on the horizon. Mo Fan, undeterred, disregarded the scrutinizing gazes of the descending impostor monks and strode directly towards the grand entrance of the temple. At this moment, two seemingly robust monks stood guard at the entrance, resembling true practitioners of their faith. Mo Fan's gaze sharpened, and two analytical panels gradually materialized. One was a male human adult who had undergone an evolution, possessing a physique and strength that transcended the limitations of humanity. The other, also a male adult who had experienced a single evolution. Was it customary to station two evolved beings at the gate? Such extravagance was indeed noteworthy, Mo Fan mused silently. Just as he gathered his thoughts to approach and converse, one of the gatekeeping monks advanced towards him. Amiable, esteemed benefactor, have you come seeking alms? The gatekeeping monk, robust in stature, approached Mo Fan and, after performing a gesture of respect, inquired with a benevolent expression. Mo Fan regarded the monk thoughtfully for a moment before responding. Master, I hail from the eastern land of the Demon City, wishing to journey northwest in search of my parents. Alas, the apocalyptic world is fraught with peril, and each step is fraught with difficulty. I happened to pass through this place today and wish to rest here with my dog for a while. Observing Mo Fan's earnest demeanor, the gatekeeping monk couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling somewhat speechless. Did this young man harbor misconceptions about their monastic lives? Or had he been influenced by tales of the journey to the west? Did he presume that they were oblivious to the dramas on television? Benefactor, please speak plainly. The gatekeeping monk said with a hint of exasperation. Master, may I stay here with my dog for a day? Mo Fan felt a bit awkward. After all, he had seen such scenarios depicted on television before. Amiable, please follow me, the gatekeeping monk replied, turning towards the temple, a peculiar smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Thank you, Master, Mo Fan said, a subtle smile gracing his features as he followed closely behind. Howling softly, Mo Fan had been standing not far from the entrance, so he accompanied the gatekeeping monk and soon arrived at the grand entrance of the temple. The doors of Anji Temple were wide open, resembling those seen in ordinary television dramas, constructed of heavy dark wood and brass. A slight difference lay in the fact that the substantial wooden sections were now covered with various metal plates, stained with numerous dried blood marks, evidently having endured the trials and tribulations of the apocalypse. In the early morning light, the temple's doors had long been ajar. Another gatekeeping monk at the entrance performed a gesture of respect towards Mo Fan, and the leading monk guided him through the entrance into the temple's interior. Within the temple, a spacious stone plaza greeted the eye, remarkably clean without any visible litter. Perhaps due to the passage of time, most of the stone slabs had taken on a faint yellow hue. Yet, for reasons unknown, some slabs exhibited intriguing dark red shades. Surrounding the plaza were the main and auxiliary halls dedicated to the veneration of Buddha, exuding an aura of grandeur. At this moment, the square was bustling with monks wielding wooden staffs, their movements dancing across the ground as they practiced an enigmatic form of martial arts. Powerful shouts reverberated in Mo Fan's ears, creating an atmosphere of authenticity. Observing the scene within the temple, Mo Fan murmured to himself, contemplating the stark contrast between this place and the mundane supermarket gathering spots. Excuse me, what did you just ask me? The gatekeeper monk, who had been leading the way, suddenly turned, casting a puzzled glance at Mo Fan. Clearly, he had overheard Mo Fan's earlier exclamation. I just thought it would be wonderful if I could practice martial arts here too. Mo Fan hastily fabricated an explanation. The gatekeeper monk raised an eyebrow and, with newfound seriousness, replied, You need not feel hesitant. If you wish, Anji Temple welcomes you at any time. Thank you. But I wouldn't want to impose for too long. Mo Fan responded with an awkward smile, noting the monk's earnest demeanor. Seeing that Mo Fan had no intention of lingering, the gatekeeper monk simply turned back and continued leading the way. Before long, after traversing the stone-paved square, the gatekeeper monk guided Mo Fan to a lengthy set of stone steps. At the top of the stairs stood a massive wooden door, flanked by two monks. This time ordinary monks rather than practitioners. The grand wooden door bore a resemblance to the temple entrance, albeit lacking the ostentatious metal plating, displaying instead a raw, antique charm with its dark wood and brass fittings. However, The mottled stains of blood upon it marred the otherwise picturesque view. As the trio ascended the stairs and passed through the grand door, Mo Fan found himself in the temple's rear courtyard. The courtyard spanned approximately a quarter of a football field, surrounded by a series of orderly adjoining rooms, numbering at least a dozen. The gatekeeper monk continued to lead the way toward a particular room, with Mo Fan and his dog following closely behind. Esteemed guest, welcome to the western precinct of our temple. Here, the rooms are communal dormitories. All available spaces are currently occupied, but these 2 rooms are vacant. Please choose one. The gatekeeper monk said, directing Mo Fan to the 2 adjacent rooms and turning to face him. Well then, I shall choose the one on the left, Mo Fan replied. After scanning the rooms and finding nothing amiss. Very well, the gatekeeper monk affirmed, proceeding to the left room and pushing the door open with his hand. Creak. With a sound reminiscent of rusted hinges, the wooden door slowly swung open. Esteemed guest, meals are served daily in the morning, noon, and evening in the courtyard. I shall not disturb your rest any further, the gatekeeper monk said as he opened the door for Mo Fan before bidding farewell and departing. All right, Mo Fan sighed softly, stepping across the threshold into his new quarters. The room was modest in size. Half of its area was occupied by a large straw mat, while the other half was bare ground, complemented only by a few stools placed beside the entrance, devoid of any superfluous items. Indeed, it was a stark contrast. After closing the door, Mo Fan turned to observe the austere surroundings, his heart filled with a profound sense of nostalgia for the opulent suites at the supermarket gathering. After a considerable interval, once the monk had departed, Mo Fan let out a sigh, leaving his belongings untouched, and stepped back outside. He was not here merely to recuperate. Chapter 76. Evolution of Crops at the Temple Gathering Site. Mo Fan watched his dog, whose excitement was palpable. A sense of helplessness washed over him. Leaving the dog indoors was risky, reminiscent of the chaos it had caused at the supermarket gathering. However, bringing it along while he investigated the evolved crops would be cumbersome. With a resigned sigh, he fixed his gaze on the dog's intelligent eyes and earnestly instructed, "You may accompany me, but you must tread lightly and remain silent, understand?" With a whimper, the dog immediately settled into a half-sitting position, quieting itself, even ceasing to scratch at the ground. Clearly, it grasped Mo Fan's intent at once. Satisfied with the dog's obedient demeanor, Mo Fan nodded appreciatively. Indeed, the evolved dog was remarkably different. He bent down to pat its head before turning toward the western gate. The dog followed closely behind, silent as a shadow. "Amida Buddha, honored guest, do you require assistance?" inquired a monk as Mo Fan approached the entrance. "Not at all. Just taking a stroll. No trouble for you," Mo Fan replied with a smile before passing through the gate with his dog. As he did, his eyes sparkled, and the second-tier perception activated instantaneously. Behind Mo Fan, one monk exchanged glances with another, signaling him to follow. However, he did not chase after Mo Fan, but maintained a discreet distance behind him. As Mo Fan descended the steps, he sensed the movement behind him, raising an eyebrow but continuing downwards as if nothing had occurred. Before long, Mo Fan and his dog arrived at a grand hall dedicated to the Buddha. The interior was vast, dominated by an enormous central Buddha statue that nearly brushed the ceiling, flanked by smaller statues of a third of its size. The walls were adorned with red pillars and white surfaces. The golden-brown sheen of the Buddha statues reflected off the walls, casting an orange glow throughout the hall, imbuing it with a sense of solemnity. At the incense altar before the main Buddha, several large incense sticks burned in their holder, wisps of smoke ascending and enveloping the hall in a rich fragrance of incense. Strangely, the hall was devoid of any monks engaged in morning prayers or striking wooden fish. It lay eerily empty. Goodness, what a spectacular sight! As Mo Fan stood before the resplendent main hall, he couldn't help but let out a low whistle. He had never visited such a grand temple before. Surprisingly, it was during the apocalypse that he found himself exploring one. Shaking his head, Mo Fan began to make his way towards the rear of the main Buddha statue, seemingly intent on venturing into the inner sanctum. As the figures of a man and his dog gradually disappeared behind the curtain, a monk clad in simple robes entered the hall. It was the same monk who had accompanied him from the western courtyard earlier. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings, and seeing no sign of Mo Fan, he proceeded towards the rear hall. Just as he cautiously lifted the curtain, a sharp crack echoed through the air as a blue brick was flung from behind the curtain, striking him squarely on the forehead. With a thud, the pursuing monk's eyes rolled back, and his body slowly collapsed to the ground with a soft sound. A pair of slender hands emerged from behind the curtain, dragging the unconscious monk into the inner sanctum. Before long, a lay disciple, dressed in simple attire, stepped out from the rear hall. "Amiable," he murmured, bringing his palms together in a gesture of reverence towards the curtain. He then turned and swiftly exited the grand hall, closely followed by a black and white dog. As time passed, a monk accompanied by a dog wandered frantically around Angie Temple. Thus, a morning slipped by. At the entrance of the main hall, Mo Fan sighed in frustration. After an entire morning of searching, he had yet to uncover the hiding place. The main hall was now filled with monks, and his heart sank. Disguised as a lay disciple, he had thoroughly scoured Angie Temple, but found no signs of any evolution crops. Even the kitchen where the temple prepared meals was desolate, devoid of any scent of smoke, indicating it had not been used in quite some time. Shaking his head, Mo Fan forced himself to calm down and ponder the situation. There was nothing within the temple, nor at the front of the hill. Could it possibly be at the back? He speculated inwardly. It made sense, given the limited space of the temple, and most of it being comprised of structures unsuitable for cultivation. If there were no crops in front of the hill, they must surely be at the back. Resolute, Mo Fan glanced at the incense altar beneath the Buddha statue, confirming his supplies were still secure before turning to leave. Time was of the essence. He needed to investigate further. As for the dog, he had long since parted ways with it. With the evolved beast's keen sense of smell, it was likely the dog had already discovered the location of those plant specimens. Before long, utilizing his analytical abilities, Mo Fan discovered the temple's rear entrance in a secluded courtyard. Observing the two evolved monks stationed at the small steel gate, he fell into deep thought. He then retreated to find a deserted section of the courtyard wall, bent his legs, and leaped with sudden force. With a soft thud, he landed outside the temple grounds. At this moment, he had yet to catch a glimpse of the evolution crops, nor had he reunited with his dog. Thus, it was prudent to avoid any conflict. Within the temple, monks stand guard. Could one not simply venture outside? The 3-meter-high courtyard wall, for one who has undergone the second evolution, like Mo Fan, is merely a decorative feature. Mo Fan's eyes gradually gleamed as he instantaneously activated his divine perspective, proceeding slowly along the edge of the temple-esque courtyard. Before long, he arrived at the rear hill, the backside of the temple. As a series of robust voices gradually resonated, Mo Fan's vision expanded, revealing a vast and magnificent vegetable garden before him. The garden was remarkably spacious, comparable in size to the temple itself. However, its layout was strikingly different. It cascaded down the hillside in a tiered manner, reminiscent of rice terraces, with each level adorned with a variety of crops. All these plants shared a common characteristic: their colossal size. There were radishes towering over a person, tomatoes the size of lanterns, and cucumbers as thick as a human thigh. Yet, gazing at these oversized crops, Mo Fan felt no joy. Through his perspective, translucent analytical frames materialized in the garden, densely packed with information regarding the various crops. A gigantic white radish, thriving in fertile soil, can provide ample carbohydrates to satiate your hunger. A massive tomato, 7 parts sour to 3 parts sweet, flourishes in that same soil. A cucumber vine, also thriving, yields cucumbers that are exceptionally sweet and delightful. Chapter 77. The Abbot of the Temple, Angie Temple. Sighing at the plethora of analytical information before him, Mo Fan could not help but exhale slowly. Though these crops were impressive, they were not what he desired. What he sought was the small tomato infused with the essence of evolutionary mist, not these ordinary crops that burgeon in a post-apocalyptic world. While these items may serve well in providing sustenance for feeble survivors, for an evolved being like him, they were merely embellishments. However, Mo Fan began to grasp why Angie Temple continuously recruited survivors. In this apocalyptic era, plants do not adhere to the traditional seasons. Their growth cycles are alarmingly short, and their rates of growth astonishingly rapid. With such a vast expanse of giant crops, as long as they are cultivated properly, Angie Temple would face no concerns regarding food scarcity. At that moment, peculiar dialogues drifted towards Mo Fan's ears from the distance. Following the sound, he beheld a small concrete plaza at the top of the terraced field, where about a dozen monks stood, each appearing more robust than the last. Among them, a monk draped in a red cassock, the eldest and most imposing, stood out with muscles so pronounced that even the ample robe could not conceal them. It was evident that this individual was the temple's abbot, or perhaps the head monk. At this moment, several ordinary monks were using long poles to hold down a ragged survivor, forcing him to kneel before the abbot. The dialogue emanated from the exchange between him and the abbot. "Abbot, please, I do not wish to become a monk. Amiable, my dear disciple, your senses are impure, making survival in this degenerate age quite difficult. I am merely offering you assistance. But I am still a virgin. My dear disciple, a monk does not speak falsehoods. With your appearance, it is unlikely you shall ever break that condition in this lifetime. Why is that? I refuse to believe it." Listening to the conversation between the abbot and the survivor, Mo Fan could not help but wear a rather peculiar expression. Was this truly the abbot who forced survivors to become monks? At that moment, a commotion arose once more. For reasons unknown, the previously resistant survivor suddenly changed his tone, making a complete turnaround in attitude. "Abbot, I agree. I agree to be ordained, to become a monk." The abbot's rough yet gentle voice resonated. "Oh, are you certain? My dear disciple, once ordained, you must uphold the temple's precepts and may never again break them in this life." "I am certain. I am certain. Abbot, please. I was momentarily deluded, but now I have attained profound understanding and only wish to take refuge in the Buddhist path." "Excellent. I have long perceived your innate Buddhist nature, and you exhibit great wisdom. Proceed to shave this disciple's head." The abbot nodded in approval, withdrawing the half-meter-long watermelon knife from the youth's neck and slowly stepping aside. This young man was a powerful evolved being whom the abbot had exerted considerable effort to capture, and now he was finally becoming a disciple of the Buddhist order. Behind the abbot, the monk designated to give him a name approached swiftly with a razor, preparing to shave the head of the earnest young survivor. As the locks of hair fell away, the kneeling survivor was overcome with tears. "It's over. I'm done for. I will remain a virgin for life." As the shaving neared completion, another monk approached the young virgin survivor, bearing several lit incense sticks. He pressed the burning end of the incense against the survivor's bald head, quickly leaving 6 neatly aligned marks of ordination. Observing the 12th evolved monk of the temple before him, the abbot nodded in satisfaction. Now, they had 4 ordinary evolved monks and 8 warrior monks to protect the temple. He could confidently spread the teachings and recruit disciples without concern. Regardless of the sincerity of this youth, it was prudent to accept him first. Should he attempt to flee later, he could be retrieved and educated, enlightened. Once again, soon, he would come to accept his place, just as the others had. "Now that you are ordained, I shall grant you a Dharma name." The abbot's countenance grew solemn as he gazed at the kneeling virgin. "Yes, master," the kneeling monk replied, his expression one of resignation and despair. The abbot pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "Before you renounced the worldly life, you were deeply troubled by the matter of your unbroken body. I hope you can soon let go of this obsession. Henceforth, you shall be called Dream Loss." The monk Dream Loss, standing on the ground, wore an expression of disbelief, his voice tinged with astonishment. "No, master. Please choose another name." The lament of the monk echoed, filled with despair. It seemed unbearable that he had become a monk, only to be bestowed with such an outrageous name. "There is no need for further words. Once I have spoken, my decree is as unyielding as the hooves of a chariot." The abbot commanded another monk, Yuenji, take Dream Loss to find a room. "Yes," Yuenji replied, and with a countenance ashen as a ghost, he led the monk Dream Loss away. "Yuan Hui, how is the fertilizer collection today?" The abbot, observing the retreating figure of Dream Loss, turned to Yuan Hui, the monk who had just shaved Dream Loss's head. Yuan Hui served as the steward of Anji Temple, overseeing all daily affairs, akin to that of a housekeeper. "Master, this morning, the monks collected a total of 257 kilograms of fertilizer. This includes 150 kilograms of various animal droppings, 47 kilograms of remains and severed limbs of different creatures, and 10 kilograms of chemical fertilizer." Yuan Hui reported in meticulous detail. The abbot nodded in approval and said, "Not bad. However, in the future, refrain from collecting chemical fertilizer. And there is no need to gather excessive amounts of blood and flesh. Let them focus on collecting droppings instead. The excrement from evolved beasts is far more useful than that refuse." "Understood, master," Yuan Hui replied, fully devoted to executing the abbot's orders. "Now, let us allow them to come in and apply the fertilizer. the abbot declared as he proceeded toward the terraced vegetable garden to inspect the growth of the crops. Soon, under Yuan Hui's guidance, one monk after another emerged from the back entrance of the temple, each carrying or holding foul and decaying substances, hastily making their way toward the crops in the vast garden. Ah, the cucumbers are thriving, and this pumpkin too. They could serve as a fine palanquin. The abbot navigated through the towering crops, his expression radiating satisfaction. These colossal vegetables were truly dear to his heart. Although monks are vegetarians, in this modern era, the variety of seasonings such as soy sauce, rice vinegar, and chili powder is abundant. Even vegetarian dishes can be exquisitely delicious. Moreover, just a few days ago, he had taken in a chef who had honed his skills in the northern territories before the apocalypse. His culinary artistry was such that even the Buddha would commend it. At that moment, as the abbot wandered through the expansive garden, he was suddenly startled by the sound of gnawing, accompanied by an eerie howl. Crack, crunch, howl. Chapter 78, The Dogs of the Garden. Anji Temple. Within the expansive garden of the back hill, the abbot, listening intently to a series of peculiar sounds nearby, furrowed his brow and hastened toward the source. This was unexpected. There should be no other creatures inhabiting my hill. Could it be another evolution beast that has intruded? The abbot, with a hand as large as a fan, rubbed his bald head and muttered to himself, quickening his pace. Generally, evolution beasts disdain stealing crops from here, as most have become carnivorous, yet there are always exceptions that still indulge in herbivorous diets. However, such herbivorous evolution beasts tend to be relatively weak, and the abbot had stationed 2 evolution monks to guard the garden, making it nearly impossible for the feeble to infiltrate. Unless, of course, it was a particularly swift or agile evolution beast. Previously, there had been an incident with a monkey from the neighboring Baiwa monastery that had trespassed and devoured many crops, only to be reduced to fertilizer by the abbot. Before long, the abbot arrived at the scene of the disturbance. Yet, upon witnessing the utter devastation before him, his vision momentarily darkened, and a surge of blood rushed to his head, leaving him with an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. Before him lay a black and white adult wolf dog, lounging leisurely beside a gigantic carrot, savoring its comfort, occasionally taking bites from the exposed portion of the carrot. Moreover, the crops within a radius of several dozen meters were riddled with bite marks, the most delectable parts having been gnawed away, leaving them thinner at the waist or top. Clearly, this creature was somewhat discerning, selecting only the tastiest parts to consume. Even more outrageous, the ground of the garden was littered with countless remnants of crushed crops, as if they had been violently chewed and then spat out. However, this was not the most absurd sight. What truly made the abbot want to spit blood was the fact that his gaze could directly penetrate through this area to the wild vegetation outside, revealing the small wall he had encircled with stones. There was nothing obstructing his view, no crops he had lovingly planted. All that remained was a narrow path leading out of the garden, strewn with remnants. This wretched creature had gnawed its way through the hill, creating a 2 to 3 meter wide path of debris. Trembling, the abbot slowly brought his hands together in prayer before his chest, closing his eyes and continuously reciting the calming mantras of Buddhism. Amitabha, do not be angry. Namo halodana dualuoyi. After a moment, he felt his inner wrath begin to subside, and he gradually opened his eyes. As he beheld the scene once more, the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. There stood that detestable wolf dog, now feasting upon another large pumpkin, which moments ago had been intact, now reduced to mere remnants of yellow pulp scattered across the ground. The vile beast seemed utterly unconcerned by the presence of the abbot, showing no awareness of the gravity of its thievery. Monster, your life is forfeit. A thunderous roar reverberated across the hilltop, resonating in a deafening manner. In the small cement square at the rear hill, Mo Fan, who was frantically searching for the dog, jolted in surprise, swiftly slapping his forehead before stealthily making his way towards the source of the sound. This wretched creature, how could I have trusted it? In the expansive vegetable garden, the abbot, witnessing the unfolding scene, could no longer contain himself. He seized a fist the size of a sandbag and hurled it towards the dog's location. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted, and black mud mixed with putrid matter splattered everywhere, as a gaping hole the size of a water tank formed where the dog had just been gnawing on a pumpkin. However, the dog was nowhere to be seen. Whoosh! Accompanied by a faint crackle of thunder, a shadow of the dog suddenly sprang forth from behind the abbot, delivering a swift paw strike to the back of his gleaming head. Crackle! Instantly, a dark paw print appeared on the abbot's scalp, slightly charred. Hiss! The abbot touched the scorched patch on his head, his expression one of utter astonishment, quickly replaced by a more furious demeanor. Wretched beast! The abbot yelled in rage, veins bulging on his forehead. With a gust of wind, the abbot's formidable fists surged towards the dog that had halted in front of him. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted, and the ground was once again marred by two gaping holes, the black mud erupting in all directions. Even the abbot's crimson robe was splattered with dirt. Yet, the dog was still nowhere to be found. Whoosh! The dog leapt out again, adding yet another black paw print to the abbot's shiny head. Feeling the discomfort radiating from the back of his head, the abbot trembled, pondering whether this dog was toying with him. Oh woo! The dog suddenly unleashed a cacophony of howls, its tone almost questioning. Gazing at the incessantly yapping creature, the abbot's veins throbbed anew. Bah! I nearly fell prey to this demon's trickery. The abbot pressed his palms together, forcing himself to remain calm, squinting as he regarded the still yapping dog. Then, with a sudden shift in his gaze, he drew forth a half-meter-long watermelon knife from his robe, charging towards the dog with remarkable speed. As the blade glinted ominously in the air, it came crashing down upon the still howling dog. However, with a flash of its four legs, the dog nimbly dodged to the side, evading the incoming blade. Swish! The watermelon knife plunged deep into the soil, leaving a half-meter-long gash in the ground. At that moment, a swift whoosh was heard as the dog's paw lunged once more. Yet, this time, the abbot was prepared. He leaped aside just in time to evade the attack. The dog dashed into a cluster of enormous cucumber vines on the opposite side, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. As the dog's head slowly turned towards him, the abbot felt his inner wrath nearly erupt once more. Demon dog, dare to take another slice from me, he bellowed, drawing a watermelon knife from the earth to strike at the creature once again. However, his movements were deliberately restrained, as he seemed reluctant to damage the crops in the garden. Thus, the scene unfolded, a monk and a dog, engaged in a chaotic chase, dodging and striking within a space of roughly 10 meters, quickly transforming the area into utter disarray. While the abbot exerted control to avoid harming the plants, the dog, oblivious to such concerns, continued its frenzied antics. At that moment, amidst the fierce duel between monk and dog, other monks and Fan, positioned elsewhere, began to hasten towards the commotion. As a second stage evolved being, Fan naturally was the first to reach the scene. Suddenly, a voice tinged with exasperation rang out. Spare the life beneath the blade. No, spare the dog. Chapter 79, Is Sparring Enough? In the expansive vegetable garden, Fan observed the monk and the dog pausing their skirmish and let out a sigh of relief. He then gazed at the round-faced abbot, who possessed thick, sword-like brows, and noticed the flicker of intensity in his eyes. This man, having undergone a second evolution, wielded a formidable talent known as strength to move mountains and part seas, endowing him with terrifying physical prowess. It appeared that he had already attained the strength of one elephant. One elephant's strength is approximately 12,500 pounds, and 2,000 pounds equate to a ton. Hiss! As he calculated, Fan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He regarded the abbot's formidable strength and found himself understanding why Lu Fang held such trepidation towards him. Over 6 tons of power. Even a slight brush from such strength would likely reduce Lu Fang to mere pulp. This was truly ton upon ton of damage. Fan glanced at the barking dog nearby, feeling utterly speechless. Do you realize you are teetering on the brink of demise? Before Fan could offer an apology, the abbot spoke first. Bah, benefactor, is this dog yours? The abbot's hands slowly clasped in prayer before his chest, his large, bell-like eyes narrowing dangerously at Fan. Earlier, he had refrained from unleashing his full might in the garden, which had allowed this wretched creature to torment him quite thoroughly. If the dog's owner did not provide an explanation, he might find himself breaking his vows today, even at the cost of the garden. What may I call you, abbot? Fan inquired, noting the abbot's apparent fury reaching its zenith, forcing an awkward smile while mentally noting the dog's mischief. Bah. The humble monk's dharma name is Hang. Upon hearing Fan's address, the abbot's anger gradually subsided. At the very least, this young man appeared quite courteous. Master Hang, I sincerely apologize. It was my negligence with the dog, and I admit my fault. I extend my earnest apologies to you. After speaking, Mo Fan gradually adopted a pitiful expression, complemented by his innocent and delicate features, instantly becoming a figure one could not help but feel sympathy for. Regardless of his status as a monk, I have feigned such a pitiful demeanor. Surely, he will forgive me, Mu Fan mused internally. Observing the sincere expression on Mu Fan's face, the abbot could not shake off an absurd feeling, as though he were the one in the wrong. Amiable. The abbot silently recited his mantra to dispel any distractions from his mind. He then turned his gaze towards the pair, a man and his dog, standing together, his eyes glinting momentarily. A practitioner of the monastic life embodies compassion. Thus, this humble monk would not break the precept of anger. However, the abbot paused, casting his eyes down upon the now pitifully dejected dog. The teachings of Buddha speak of the law of cause and effect. The mischief caused by your dog must be resolved by you, its owner, he stated with unwavering authority. Resolve the consequences? What outcome awaits? The earnest expression on Mu Fan's face gradually faded, his eyes narrowing, and his body began to tense. Witnessing this swift change in Mu Fan's demeanor, the abbot's lips twitched, and he silently recited Amiable once more. Benefactor, I do not impose excessive demands. Let us engage in a friendly contest. Should you lose, you shall remain as the protector of my temple. Should you win, the matter of cause and effect shall be understood, the abbot said with a calm demeanor. To tame such an extraordinary dog, its owner must surely be remarkable as well. Yet, since you have ravaged my garden, even if you are a dragon crossing the river, you must still help guard this temple. A contest, you say? Upon hearing the abbot's conditions, Mu Fan exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief. Very well. I accept your terms. However, in the heat of battle, if I inadvertently harm the master, you will not hold it against me, will you? Mu Fan's tone was exceedingly relaxed. Although the abbot possessed the strength to inflict immense damage, what use is power if it cannot even graze the hem of his robe? Excellent. The abbot regarded the man and his dog, his expression transforming into one of profound compassion. Yet, internally, he resolved to tread lightly, for he could not allow this benefactor to be maimed while serving as a protector. It is already late. It would not be prudent to spar tonight. Let us meet at dawn for our exchange of skills, the abbot concluded with satisfaction. He could not afford to have his temple dismantled. Agreed, Mu Fan replied. At this moment, Mu Fan began to contemplate whether he should hunt a mutated zombie nearby to hasten his ascension to the third tier and observe any changes in his analytical talent. Just then, the protectors and monks finally arrived. Abbot, head monk, what has transpired? Armed with various lengths of wooden staffs, they surrounded Mu Fan and the dog, exuding an air that suggested they were ready to engage at a moment's notice. A smirk played on Mu Fan's lips as his eyes sparkled, and analysis prompts began to appear quietly one after another. A human who has undergone evolution possesses a physique and strength that surpass the limits of an ordinary person. He seems to possess some martial skills. A common human, infused with traces of evolutionary energy, possesses an exceptionally robust physique and seems to have some martial prowess. In contrast, a human who has undergone a single evolution boasts a physique and strength that transcend the limits of ordinary humanity, also exhibiting some skill in martial arts. Before them stood 6 temple guardians, and as the analysis dialogue box gradually faded, Mo Fan turned to the monks, offering a gentle smile. There was no need for confrontation. Mo Fan had no fear. Even if a fight ensued, his current strength was formidable enough to stand his ground. At that moment, a dog emitted a disgruntled howl. As if to protest, "What are you staring at? I am merely a little stray dog constantly subjected to harm." In response to the dog's outburst, the guardians and martial monks exchanged glances, holding their staffs in uncertainty. Several guardians, please take your disciples and return. This individual has merely wandered into our vegetable garden. He is not a malevolent person. Tomorrow, he shall engage in sparring with me. Observing the formidable group of monks, the abbot lightly waved his sleeve. Is that so? The abbot. The evolved martial monks exchanged knowing looks before complying with his command. After leaving behind a few monks to tend to the garden, they departed with their brethren. Yet, before they left, those evolved monks cast enigmatic glances at Mo Fan, their eyes conveying a myriad of sentiments: pity, disdain, and confusion. Sparring with the abbot? This young man might very well be treading the edge of life and death. Alas, it seems they might soon acquire another junior disciple. Chapter 80, Morning Sparring, Anji Temple. The following dawn, As the first rays of light pierced the veil of night, the streets at the foot of Anji Temple buzzed with activity. What is happening? Why is everyone gathered here? Aren't you supposed to be tending to the waist? What is going on? The abbot is about to spar with another evolved being. Really? Is that true? Sigh, I knew about this yesterday. It seems to be the person who brought the dog up the mountain. I remember now. Look, the abbot and the others are coming. As the murmurs swelled, the abbot, now clad in simple garments, gradually approached the foot of the hill alongside Mo Fan and the guardian martial monks. Upon their arrival, the 6 guardian monks swiftly dispersed in various directions, each wielding a long staff, taking on the role of vigilant sentinels during the sparring. Mo Fan surveyed the multitude of monks seated or standing at the base of the hill, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over him. Were the monks truly so idle? Did they not have to gather enough waste for a day's worth of sustenance? He turned to the abbot and inquired, Master, is it appropriate for them to be here like this? Fear not, my dear. It is of no consequence, the abbot replied with a benign smile. Life in this apocalyptic world is fraught with peril. I permit them to indulge in a bit of spectacle to relieve their burdens. Very well. Since the abbot seemed unconcerned, Mo Fan had no objections. Soon, Mo Fan and the abbot's entourage stood on either side of the street, facing one another in anticipation. Amiable, esteemed one, please make the first move, the abbot intoned to Mo Fan. At this moment, the abbot casually stood atop a discarded vehicle, exuding an unmistakable confidence in his own abilities. However, just as he finished speaking, whoosh, a green brick was deftly propelled from Mo Fan's hand, swiftly reaching the abbot's front. Crack, accompanied by a crisp sound. The brick struck precisely against the abbot's forehead, shattering into fragments. Hiss! Goodness, this young man, such audacity. Oh no, the abbot is about to lose his temper. The watching monks erupted in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the ruthless assault from this seemingly innocent young man. Many recalled the abbot's fury, their faces contorted in fear. The abbot raised his hand to touch his reddening forehead, veins bulging ominously, and broke into a furious roar. Mo Master, I shall now enlighten you. In an instant, the abbot's form swelled to over 3 meters tall, his robes bursting apart. His muscular upper body, reminiscent of a fearsome beast, boasted veins as thick as a pinky finger. After his transformation, the abbot bent his legs and stomped on the car roof, causing the vehicle's middle to bend and cave in. Using the recoil, he soared through the air towards Mo Fan, his enormous fist aimed to strike. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the dilapidated car Mo Fan had been standing on was crushed inwards, dust swirling as several wheels were lofted into the air. Yet, Mo Fan had long since vacated the spot. Gazing at the emptiness before him, the abbot experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Crack! Another green brick struck the back of the abbot's head, shattering once more. Oh, abbot, have you practiced iron head techniques? Your head is quite resilient. However, why does that tattoo on the back of your head resemble a dog's paw print? Mo Fan observed the distinct black mark on the abbot's head, feeling an uncanny sense of recognition. Amiable, is it not your beloved pet that caused this? The abbot bellowed, executing a swift spinning kick with a sonic boom aimed at Mo Fan behind him. Yet, Mo Fan, with eyes gleaming, seemed to anticipate the move, effortlessly crouching to evade the attack. Master, take another kick from me. The abbot unleashed another explosive sweeping kick towards the crouching Mo Fan. As the sweeping leg approached, Mo Fan's gaze sharpened, and he jumped back, avoiding the strike with ease, even managing to launch another brick as the abbot turned. Crack! The brick shattered once again. Wiping his reddened forehead, the abbot felt a wave of nausea. This young man exhibited an uncanny ability to predict his actions. Take another punch from me. The abbot roared suddenly, then executed a vicious low kick aimed at Mo Fan's sensitive areas. As a monk, what purpose do you have for such a move? Mo Fan exclaimed, incredulous. This is excessive, abbot. How can you, as a monk, stoop to such tactics? Mo Fan's voice was somewhat shrill, clearly startled by the abbot's sudden action. If he were to be kicked, he could easily find himself employed at the Western factory, without needing to seek out his family. How could he possibly face them after such a disgrace? Although Mo Fan feigned terror with his words, his body effortlessly evaded the abbot's low kick. Every pretense was laid bare before him. The abbot's intentions were as transparent as text floating before Mo Fan's eyes. Amiable, benefactor, allow me to receive another blow from your diamond leg. This time, however, the abbot truly launched a kick. Yet, Mo Fan nimbly sidestepped it and retaliated with a solid brick slap to the abbot's forehead. Damn it! Enough of this. The abbot stood there, rubbing his already swollen forehead, cursing vehemently. This brat should just leave. Even if he stayed, the abbot feared he might one day be unable to restrain himself from dispatching him. This scoundrel, hitting him on the forehead with a brick repeatedly. Does he not understand the principle of striking a person without hitting their face? Does he not realize that a monk's forehead is tantamount to his face? He finally comprehended that both the dog and this person possessed exceptional talents that countered his own. While his strikes did not inflict pain, he could not touch them in return. He was utterly exasperated. Nay, he was on the verge of being nauseated. Indeed, there was a reason why the dog and person were together. Little did the abbot know that Mo Fan had a formidable blade that could cut through iron, which he had yet to employ. Otherwise, he feared the consequences would be far more severe than just a swollen forehead. Abbot, you have broken your vows. Mo Fan leaned casually against a wall, a teasing smile gracing his face. Humph, young man, I advise you to be cautious. The abbot, visibly flustered, gradually regained his composure. So, does this mean I have won the contest? Mo Fan inquired tentatively. You have won. Now be gone. The abbot's tone dripped with impatience. Initially, he had hoped that the temple might gain an evolved being, but he had no idea that these two were so troublesome, shattering his venerable image in the process. All right, this is what you, the abbot, have stated, so I shall take my leave. Get out, get out. The abbot waved his hand in annoyance. Howl, howl. I bid you farewell. I shall return to the temple for my belongings. Mo Fan turned with the dog, heading toward the temple on the hillside, where his possessions had long been concealed beneath the incense table. Watching Mo Fan's departing figure, the abbot's expression was akin to one who had just tasted excrement. Just then, several monks who had been on guard rushed toward the abbot, urgency etched on their faces as they appeared to have important news to convey. Chapter 81. The onslaught of the dead at Anji Temple. At the foot of the hill, the observing monks gazed at the approaching Mo Fan and his dog, their faces betraying a look of dread. They quickly retreated, fearing that Mo Fan might strike them with a brick at the slightest provocation. Among them, a monk with a face swollen like a pig's head and another with a large lump on the back of his head were hiding most fervently, their expressions marked by sheer terror, particularly that of the pig-headed monk. Oh, do not be afraid. I am not a malevolent being, Mo Fan said with a sense of helplessness, observing the frightened monks retreating from him. He then quickened his pace towards the summit. In the crowd, Lu Rin gazed at Mo Fan's gradually receding figure, a wave of despair washing over him. It's over. If even the abbot cannot restrain him, who else can save me? Unbeknownst to the departing Mo Fan, the abbot's authority within the Anji Temple was formidable, instilling fear in all who dared to provoke or anger him. For in a mere moment of carelessness, those who had been brazenly defiant could swiftly find themselves reduced to fertilizer. The abbot had undoubtedly dealt with countless such miscreants. Yet today, Mo Fan had struck the abbot multiple times with a brick, and the abbot remained utterly powerless against him. Consequently, the onlookers had already categorized Mo Fan as an entity on par with the abbot, if not even more terrifying. Down the hill, in the street where the sparring took place, a flurry of voices erupted. Abbot, abbot, we are in grave danger. Indeed, there are hordes of undead. As the protective warrior monks clamored in distress, the abbot furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction as he commanded, calm yourselves. First, recite the calming incantation. Sensing the abbot's visibly altered demeanor, the warrior monks felt an overwhelming pressure that eclipsed even the threat of the undead. Yes, yes, abbot, they responded promptly, closing their eyes, placing their hands together before their chests, and reciting the calming incantation. Soon, after a little over a minute, the monks opened their eyes, their expressions considerably more composed. Speak. From Wu Yi onward, the abbot said slowly, observing the disciples as their tempers quelled. It is as follows, abbot. Wu Yi swallowed hard and began. We were patrolling the 3rd Street, and thinking it idle to do nothing, we decided to clear the surrounding streets of undead. To our dismay, on the 8th Street, not far from the temple, we discovered a significant number of undead roaming about, forming a horde. And their direction was indeed towards the temple. Among them, there appeared to be many mutated undead, particularly giant ones, numbering 7 or 8 at a glance. After speaking, Wu Yi took a deep breath, nervously looking at the abbot. The abbot's brow furrowed in contemplation as he pondered for a moment before inquiring, as of today, could the horde reach the 7th Street? Estimating their speed, they should arrive by tonight, Wu Yi replied solemnly. So, we have approximately 3 days left? The abbot's gaze shifted toward the distant 2nd Street, his voice measured. Abbot, is there a way to break this predicament? We do not wish to leave Anji Temple. A lively-looking individual, resembling a boiled egg, said eagerly. His name is Wu Ba, the youngest monk among the guardian monks, ranking at the very bottom, with notably fair skin. Ba. The abbot paid him no heed, instead furrowing his brow as he unconsciously recited a familiar mantra. Clearly, the abbot's mind was racing, contemplating strategies. The other guardian monks, observing the abbot's demeanor, held their breaths, reluctant to disturb him. After what seemed like several cups of tea had passed, the abbot's brow gradually unfurled. He gazed at the assembled monks with a serious expression and spoke. To survive this calamity, we must accomplish 3 tasks. Before any of the monks could voice their inquiries, the abbot continued, the first task is to ignite the corpses. Over the next 3 days, all available monks in the temple shall diligently gather various combustible materials, starting from the 1st street at the foot of the hill and extending outward. When the tide of corpses arrives, we shall burn them. This is to weaken the enemy. The abbot's eyes fell upon Wu Ba, who had been anxiously awaiting instructions, and he declared, there is no time to lose, Wu Ba. You are the most articulate among us. Go forth and summon the monks to disseminate this task. Yes, abbot, Wu Ba exclaimed, urgency propelling him to sprint towards Anji Temple. Despite his eagerness to hear the remaining 2 tasks. Abbot, what about the other 2 tasks? Abbot, the other monks were visibly excited, sensing there might be a solution at hand. Observing the hopeful expressions on their faces, the abbot spoke again. The second task is to seek assistance. We must circumvent the horde of corpses and head towards the supermarket gathering point. In exchange for the temple's evolved crops and the evolutionary mist produced by the corpse tide, we shall seek help. This is to strengthen ourselves. The abbot then turned to a dark-skinned monk among the guardians and said, Wu San, you possess the finest legwork. This task is entrusted to you. Lu Feng's air manipulation ability is remarkably potent, capable of transforming into a relentless barrage of projectiles. As for soliciting help from the nearby Baiwa monastery, the abbot would rather obliterate the temple than engage with the lunatics there. Yes, abbot, Wu San replied, invigorated, immediately setting off towards the supermarket gathering point without gathering his belongings. And what about the third task? Indeed, it was my turn. My dragon claw technique is unparalleled. However, as he looked at the expectant gazes of the remaining monks, the abbot turned to depart. The third task is to secure Mo Fan. This matter does not require your involvement. I shall personally attend to it. The abbot's voice gradually faded as he walked away. Securing Mo Fan? Wasn't the abbot supposed to duel him today? Indeed, Mo Fan should have become our junior brother by now. Why does the abbot need to personally invite him? Wait, did you notice? The abbot's forehead seems swollen. Swollen? Could it be the doing of Mo Fan? This seems off. At Anji Temple's main hall, under the watchful eyes of several meditating monks, Mo Fan arrived at the incense altar before the main Buddha, accompanied by his dog. Subsequently, he retrieved a leather trench coat, a crimson scarf, a large blade, a butchering set, a dagger acquired from Wang Tung, and several bundles brimming with food from beneath the incense table. Under the watchful gaze of the gathered monks, Mo Fan methodically donned his various armaments before slowly exiting the grand hall. A low howl escaped his lips. Should he venture nearby in search of mutated corpses, or should he seek them out while on the move? However, the path he was traversing was rather desolate, suggesting that mutated corpses would be scarce. Mo Fan gazed at the congregation of monks assembled on the stone square, his brow furrowed in concern. Despite the abundance of corpses in this bustling city, a staggering 99.9% of them were mere ordinary corpses. The number of those that had undergone a single evolution was exceedingly rare, and those that had evolved twice were even fewer. Although he had encountered a few during his travels, they were always amidst a horde, making them difficult to engage. Never mind, I shall search the vicinity first, he thought, shaking his head in resignation as he eyed the temple's grand entrance. Chapter 82. The abbot seeks assistance at Anji Temple. Mo Fan and Xiaogo approached the temple's entrance, one following the other at a leisurely pace. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaogo had accumulated several packages on his back. Just as Mo Fan stepped beyond the temple doors, a rough yet urgent voice called from behind, Mo benefactor, wait. Mo Fan turned to see the abbot striding towards him with a sense of urgency, prompting a perplexed inquiry from Mo Fan. What is it, Master Yi Xing? Upon noticing Mo Fan had halted, the abbot felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickened his pace to reach Mo Fan's side. Mo benefactor, I thought you had already departed. The abbot's breath was steady, and a look of gratitude adorned his face. He had just rushed from the hillside to the western wing, yet had seen no trace of Mo Fan, leading him to believe that Mo Fan had indeed left. Fortunately, a monk had suddenly reported to him that Mo Fan was hiding a blade beneath the Buddha's seat in the main hall. I am leaving. I have no desire to become a monk, Mo Fan replied, eyeing the abbot with suspicion, beginning to doubt whether Master Yi Xing regretted his earlier decisions. The abbot, perceiving Mo Fan's guarded demeanor, felt a sense of helplessness. You ungrateful wretch, were it not for the temple's predicament, I would not have retained you. Though he felt displeased with Mo Fan, the abbot could not express such sentiments outwardly, as he relied on Mo Fan to help fend off the impending tide of corpses. Benefactor, have you been busy lately? The abbot inquired, presenting a disingenuous smile that contrasted sharply with his rugged voice, creating an inexplicable awkwardness. Mo Fan's lips twitched at the abbot's distorted flattery, intensifying his wariness. Indeed, I am quite busy and have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Without granting the abbot any opportunity, Mo Fan kicked the dog that had collapsed on the ground and turned to depart. Please, wait a moment, the abbot called out, his voice trailing behind. Seeing Mo Fan's resolute demeanor, the abbot, who had initially intended to gradually broach the subject, felt a sense of urgency and disregarded his usual composure, swiftly grasping Mo Fan's arm. However, in the face of the abbot's sudden assault, Mo Fan seemed to possess foresight, lightly shifting his body to effortlessly evade the grasp. After dodging the abbot's hand, Mo Fan turned around, his tone slightly hostile as he addressed the abbot. Master Yi Xing, what exactly is it that you wish to discuss? As he spoke, his eyes flickered with intensity, and his right hand began to subtly reach for the dagger concealed within his coat. At that moment, the dog at Mo Fan's feet also transformed from its languid demeanor, baring its teeth and growling menacingly at the abbot. Mo benefactor, you have misunderstood, the abbot sighed, observing the hostility emanating from both Mo Fan and the fierce dog. He realized that it was time to be forthright. To be candid, a wave of corpses is soon to arrive at my Anji temple. I sincerely hope that you, Mo benefactor, will stay and help fend off this impending tide. After laying bare his intentions, the abbot looked at Mo Fan, a glimmer of hope shining in his large, round eyes. Yet, Mo Fan was not so easily persuaded. Master Yi Xing, with the impending onslaught of corpses, cannot you and your people make a swift exit? Why remain in the temple? Surely, one can still be a monk elsewhere. Mo Fan replied flatly, his expression devoid of emotion. He had principles, but he was not a fool. Why should he risk his life for those he had only just met? Moreover, he had yet to return to Han City and ascertain the fate of his loved ones. Noticing the resolute refusal etched on Mo Fan's face, the abbot felt a twinge of disappointment but did not relinquish hope. He had anticipated that Mo Fan might decline, understanding that such matters of life and death would naturally elicit reluctance, and he could not blame him for it. However, he had come prepared. Mo benefactor, may I inquire if you are in need of evolutionary mist? The abbot asked with a cheerful expression. Oh, what do you mean, Master Yi Xing? Mo Fan's demeanor faltered, a flicker of intrigue emerging on his face. As he sensed Mo Fan's hostility begin to wane, the abbot smiled gently and continued. How much evolutionary mist do you believe will be generated by this upcoming wave of corpses? Mo Fan furrowed his brow and replied, Abbot, it is better for a monk not to engage in riddles. To Mo Fan, it was evident that the abbot had devised a plan, otherwise he would not be so composed or have time to engage in this circular discourse. Mo benefactor, since you do not favor subtlety, I shall speak plainly, the abbot said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. The youth of today truly are impatient. Observing the seriousness in Mo Fan's expression, the abbot continued, if the temple remains standing after the tide of corpses has passed, we shall split all the evolutionary mist equally. Should the temple falter against the onslaught, you are free to leave at your discretion, without any compulsion. The abbot's gaze was firmly fixed on Mo Fan, clearly awaiting his response. Given such terms, he believed Mo Fan had no reason to decline. Upon hearing the abbot's offered rewards, Mo Fan felt a stir of excitement within. At this moment, he was in need of approximately 10 portions of evolutionary mist to advance. The fog produced by a wave of undead would certainly not be scarce, and in fact, he could absorb quite a bit more after his ascension. However, relying solely on 2 gifted individuals seemed perilously insufficient. Mo Fan's eyes flickered as he turned to the abbot and spoke. Master, if you have any further strategies, please share them all, for I cannot afford to gamble with my life. Did this monk truly enjoy teasing? Ha ha ha. Dear Mo, allow me to elaborate. The abbot chuckled heartily and began to disclose his 3 strategies in detail. In his view, Mo Fan's words indicated a willingness to stay behind. And once he revealed the additional plans, Mo Fan would surely have no lingering concerns. After a brief pause, understanding dawned upon Mo Fan. So, they would incinerate the walking dead? This meant that Lu Fang would also be joining? Mo Fan rubbed his nose, his thoughts drifting to the opulent suite at the supermarket gathering place. At the supermarket gathering, a supply of 30% of evolutionary crops, coupled with an additional 20% of evolutionary mist. Wu San gazed at the charming woman before him and slowly articulated his proposal. In an instant, a look of excitement crossed Lu Fang's face. With 30% of evolutionary crops, her supermarket gathering would no longer need to worry about food shortages. Although she and some trusted confidants had already contemplated departure, the plan was not yet set in stone. A greater reserve of food could only be advantageous. The crops from Anji Temple had long been coveted by Lu Fang and the deceased Dharma King. They had previously attempted to cultivate them themselves, but for reasons unknown, the crops had consistently failed to thrive. It seemed that only the hill beneath Anji Temple could yield successful harvests. Though tempted, the terms of negotiation still had to be addressed. Lu Fang looked at the somewhat anxious monk across from her and slowly began. 20% of the evolutionary mist seems a bit insufficient. Why not split it 50-50? Wu Sin wore an expression of helplessness. Dear Lu, 20% is already the utmost limit. I suspect the abbot intends to reserve the remaining portions of mist to summon additional assistance. Additional assistance? Lu Fang narrowed her eyes. To be frank, a dog arrived at our temple yesterday, and that creature chapter 83. Assistance? The zombie-tied Anji Temple. At noon, after finishing lunch, the abbot guided Mo Fan to familiarize himself with the 7 main streets of Anji Temple. At that moment, several monks were bustling about the streets, transporting and arranging items for lighting fires. Mo, I make it a point to lead a team to clear the walking dead and evolved beasts from the streets surrounding the temple every week. The abbot explained as he led the way beside Mo Fan. Thus, in comparison to other areas, this place is relatively safe. Thus, it became clear to Mo Fan why he had not encountered any corpses during his time here. Enlightenment dawned upon him. The abbot suddenly wore a peculiar smile, slowly articulating. It is entirely normal for you not to see them, as I have previously utilized a considerable number of corpses as fertilizer to enrich the soil. Using corpses as fertilizer? Mo Fan exclaimed in astonishment, only to be immediately overcome by a wave of nausea, feeling his stomach churn. After all, he had dined on the temple's meals last night, and this morning. Ugh, Mo Fan retched, incredulously stating, surely, abbot, those corpses were once human. With a smile of vengeance fulfilled, the abbot reassured him, do not worry, my dear Mo. Such practices were only employed during times of dire food shortages. Now, we solely utilize the discarded remnants and droppings of evolved beasts. The excrement of these evolved creatures proves remarkably effective for our crops. Wow, you nearly frightened me to death. Mo Fan exhaled slowly, relieved that he could not fathom the idea of crops grown from corpse meat. As he regained his composure, he noted the abbot's expression, reading a hint of schadenfreude in it. Mo Fan narrowed his eyes, mentally jotting down a note regarding the abbot's demeanor. Sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere, the abbot swiftly turned away and continued leading the way. After a while, the abbot's deep yet gentle voice resonated. Ahead lies the street where the tide of corpses is expected to arrive. There are 4 such streets, each approximately 7 or 8 miles long. Thus, I surmise it will take 3 days for the tide to reach us. Mo Fan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement with the abbot's estimation. He was well aware that the mindless, wandering corpses moved at an exceedingly slow pace, comparable to that of an elderly woman in her 70s or 80s. What about the rear of the temple? We cannot solely focus on the front, can we? Mo Fan suddenly recognized a critical issue. Upon hearing his inquiry, the abbot adopted an enigmatic expression. Fear not, for I have my own arrangements concerning the rear. There is absolutely no cause for concern. Very well. Noticing the abbot's reluctance to elaborate further, Mo Fan had no objections, considering the temple was not his own. Observing the monks bustling about in the streets, Mo Fan inquired, "Abbot, your Anji temple must have quite a number of monks, correct?" Upon hearing this, the abbot's brow arched in pride as he replied, "As it happens, I currently have over 200 ordinary disciples, more than 80 martial monk disciples, and 12 evolved martial monk disciples. Now, it is 13. Seeing the abbot's expression transform into one of exuberance, Mo Fan could not help but internally scoff. Surely, those 200 ordinary disciples were all once hairy. Shaking his head, Mo Fan swiftly quelled the rising urge to voice his thoughts, choosing instead to observe the surroundings of the bustling streets. He must carefully memorize the terrain, as the tide of corpses may soon delve deep to slay the mutated undead. While observing his surroundings, Mo Fan suddenly spotted a white figure in a remarkably concealed corner. Judging by her curvaceous silhouette, she appeared to be a woman, albeit seemingly devoid of hair. Had it not been for her eyes, which had undergone a second evolution, he might not have noticed her presence at all. Mo Fan reached out and tapped the shoulder of the monk beside him, indicating the location of the white figure. Before focusing his gaze back on her, a detailed analysis box gradually materialized before him. She was a human who had undergone 3 evolutions, possessing an exceedingly terrifying physique and strength. She bore a unique talent known as gluttonous devourer, which allowed her to enhance her evolutionary level by consuming all things. Furthermore, she could utilize this ability to heal her own wounds. However, her mental state appeared somewhat erratic. As he absorbed the information in the analysis box, Mo Fan couldn't help but swallow hard, glancing at the monk who seemed equally tense. "Monk, is this what you meant by relatively safe?" he exclaimed. "For heaven's sake. There's a third-tier talent user lurking in the shadows, watching you, and you dare to claim it's safe?" Fortunately, Mo Fan did not detect any aggressive intent from the bald woman in the analysis. Otherwise, he would have surely abandoned the monk and fled on his own. "May Amiable bless you, Mo. This is precisely what I meant by the Queen's arrangements," the monk said, his eyes fixed intently on the white figure. His voice low and grave. Mo Fan's lips twitched, feeling utterly speechless within. "Is this truly within your arrangements? Monk, could you refrain from trembling before you speak?" He pointed at the monk's legs, which had begun to shake without his notice. The monk looked down, his face flushing with embarrassment as he stammered, "I apologize. It must be due to my age. I am unable to hold it in." "Is that so?" Mo Fan shot him a sidelong glance. "Ahem, Mo. We face a formidable foe ahead. Do not let your guard down." The monk's tone suddenly turned serious. Mo Fan rolled his eyes. "Weren't you the one who arranged this? What is there to fear?" As he spoke, he cast another glance at the information displayed, and upon confirming that the woman in white bore no hostile intentions, he let out a slow breath of relief. "That being said, I am not particularly familiar with her. Some matters can only be understood intuitively," the monk remarked, his gaze still fixed anxiously on the white shadow. Observing the monk's unmistakable expression of guilt, Mo Fan suddenly inquired, "Monk, were you severely injured by her last time?" Without a moment's thought, the monk instinctively replied, "It was bearable. After a week of recuperation, I was as lively as ever, though there was a twinge of pain." As he continued speaking, the monk's expression abruptly soured, resembling someone who had just tasted something foul. He glared at Mo Fan, a mix of embarrassment and anger in his eyes. "Mo, do you not understand the adage of not striking the face when hitting someone, nor exposing their weaknesses when scolding them?" "Monk, you have misunderstood me. I did not insult you," Mo Fan replied, feigning innocence. "I cannot be bothered to engage with you." The monk huffed, turning his gaze back to the white-clad woman, his irritation palpable. At that moment, it seemed that the conversation between Mo Fan and the abbot had disturbed the woman in white. She slowly turned around to face the two of them. What a face it was! Her eyes sparkled like stars, tinged with a hint of crimson. Beneath her high-bridged nose lay 2 luscious, leaf-shaped lips, their vivid red hue reminiscent of fresh blood. Alas, this masterfully crafted visage bore countless scars, as if clawed by numerous talons. Chapter 84. The nun in white. In a certain street outside Anji Temple in Shicheng, a group of abbots gazed at the now deserted alley, cold sweat trickling down their backs, while Mo Fan beside them wore an expression of grave concern. After casting a peculiar smile at them, the woman in white vanished in an instant. Even Mo Fan could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a fading luminescent silhouette, a remnant left by the analytical interface. Such speed rivals that of a skilled practitioner. Mo Fan's heart was tumultuous, and he cast a skeptical glance at the abbot, his eyes filled with distrust. Master, please enlighten me about this person. Mo Fan spoke slowly, feeling that the abbot was rather unreliable. Noticing the doubt in Mo Fan's eyes, the abbot realized he could no longer maintain his enigmatic facade, for further pretense could lead to the loss of this opportunity. Reluctantly, he began, Mo Benefactor, I did not intend to keep this from you. The past is simply too painful to revisit. I wish to preserve some dignity. This matter must be addressed. Buddha bless. Mo Benefactor, do not be angered. I shall come clean, the abbot continued, as he saw Mo Fan pull out a blue brick, preparing to speak earnestly. The abbot's lips twitched as he hastily pressed the brick back into Mo Fan's hands. Quickly now, with a face full of indignation, Mo Fan returned the brick to the burlap sack. Clearing his throat, the abbot feigned a cough before speaking. In the early days of the apocalypse, I could not bear to see the frail survivors suffering alone, so I made a painful decision that betrayed my ancestors. As he spoke, the expression on the abbot's face turned solemn. Mo Fan's gaze sharpened, his expression growing earnest as he thought to himself that he was indeed in the presence of a great monk. At that moment, the abbot revealed his next statement. That was to go to Baiwa Monastery and bring the nuns back to the temple. After all, those who renounce worldly ties are filled with compassion. If I do not descend into hell, who will? How could I bear to see these women struggling in the apocalypse? Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's lips twitched, and he looked at the abbot incredulously. With your petty schemes, I feel embarrassed to expose you. Are you not a monk? Under Mo Fan's gaze, the abbot's face flushed, and he hastily clarified, in truth, I was not always a monk. It was only at the onset of the cataclysm that the abbot of Anji Temple saved my life, and in gratitude, I have devoted myself to guarding Anji Temple ever since. Upon hearing Mo Fan's explanation, he suddenly realized why he had always found the abbot peculiar, particularly with his penchant for coercing others into taking vows with a watermelon knife. It dawned on him that this individual was hardly a monk at all. Was he the sole impostor in the entire monastery? And yet, he maintained such a convincing facade? How could he dare to impose himself upon a group of nuns? Mo Fan's gaze towards the abbot grew increasingly bewildered. The abbot, feigning ignorance of Mo Fan's stare, continued, When I arrived at Baiyu Temple, I discovered it was too late. The place had already devolved into a paradise for the undead, and I could not find a single intact corpse. At this juncture, a sorrowful expression emerged on the abbot's face, evoking the gravitas of a venerable monk. Mo Fan sighed inwardly and slowly inquired, And the woman in white? The white-clad nun is the sole survivor of Baiyu Temple, the abbot elucidated. But her strength should not be so. Mo Fan hesitated. Alas, that day, I witnessed an indelible scene, the abbot replied, not immediately addressing Mo Fan's query, but instead sighing and turning away. Mo Fan's expression darkened as he perceived the abbot's sudden profundity. After a lengthy pause, the abbot's voice resonated at that time. Baiyu Temple was overrun with the undead and the bodies of deceased nuns. However, there was one young nun still alive, battling fiercely against the hordes of the undead. This nun seemed to possess an extraordinary gift, capable of devouring all things to enhance and restore her own body. Gulp. Upon hearing this, and considering the earlier revelations, Mo Fan arrived at a bold conjecture. He instinctively swallowed hard, his voice tinged with trepidation as he asked, Could it be? The abbot, a hint of trepidation crossing his features, turned to affirm, Indeed, that nun was consuming those undead, rending them apart. Hiss. Mo Fan inhaled sharply. What a ferocious nun. No wonder she ascended to the third tier so swiftly. At the time, although I found it hard to believe, I intended to bring her back to the monastery. After all, she was the only survivor of Baiyu Temple, the abbot sighed. So, you were the one she bested, lying in bed for a week, Mo Fan interjected. The abbot's lips twitched slightly before he suppressed it, and continued, I had initially planned to force her back to the monastery, but little did I know. Her strength had far surpassed mine. I was utterly helpless against her. What was your strength back then? Mo Fan suddenly asked. At that time, I had just undergone my second evolution. My strength was not vastly different from what it is now, the abbot replied, somewhat puzzled by Mo Fan's inquiry. Were you already at the third tier then? Mo Fan murmured. In Mo Fan's perspective, the ability to overpower the abbot, who had undergone a second evolution, suggested that the nun, despite not having reached the third tier at that moment, possessed strength akin to that level. Furthermore, she had since achieved the third tier. Observing Mo Fan's growing concern regarding the nun's prowess, the abbot quickly reassured him, saying, "Do not worry, benefactor Mo. Although that nun may appear mad, she does not harbor significant hostility towards us. Her animosity is primarily directed at the walking corpses." "How can you be so certain?" Mo Fan questioned, casting a doubtful glance at the abbot. "Ah, that is not for you to concern yourself with. I speak from personal experience," the abbot replied, clearly reluctant to elaborate further. Understanding the abbot's expression, Mo Fan promptly remarked, "Then, if that is the case, we need not worry about the rear of the temple." Relieved, Mo Fan concluded that with the nun's abilities, a small group of walking corpses lurking at the back posed little threat, likely insufficient even to fill the gaps between his teeth. "Let us proceed. I shall guide you to further familiarize yourself with the surrounding terrain," the abbot suggested, finally feeling reassured by Mo Fan's assistance. Very well. Chapter 85. The zombie tide approaches in Xing City on a clear morning. At the end of the first street outside Anji Temple, a series of swaying figures gradually emerged. They were neither fully human nor entirely other, their countenances grotesque, with foul drool continuously dripping from their mouths, accompanied by a chorus of terrifying growls. "Ugh! Huh! Ah!" From atop a tall structure on the first street, the abbot observed the incoming tide of corpses with a grave expression. Beside him, Mo Fan's gaze flickered as he slowly spoke. "No, it is merely coincidental. We still have a day's journey along this final street, do we not?" At that moment, 2 days had elapsed since the first discovery of the approaching zombie tide at the temple. According to the abbot's estimations, the tide would reach the foot of Anji Temple by the following day. However, they could not afford to wait until the corpses were upon them before taking action. "Why hasn't the reinforcement from the supermarket gathering arrived yet?" Mo Fan inquired. The abbot explained, "Typically, they would have arrived by now. But this time they may need to circumvent the tide, causing a delay. Nevertheless, they should arrive today." Gazing at the throngs of clawing corpses in the distance, Mo Fan murmured, "I fear it may be too late." "Benefactor, there should not be any major issues," the abbot reassured him, observing the nearly 1-meter-high pile of flammable materials accumulating in the sight ahead, feeling confident. After 2 days of preparation, the 2 streets leading to the temple were now filled with an assortment of incendiary materials. Wood, branches, plastic, electronic waste, everything that could ignite was strewn across the streets. In some areas, the height of the materials reached several dozen centimeters, while in others, it exceeded a meter, with the quantity decreasing progressively from the base of the hill outward. As a result, the vicinity of the temple was nearly barren. Even the small hill at the foot of Anji Temple was stripped bare. Moreover, to ensure combustion, the monks had drained several nearby gas stations, saturating the flammable materials with damp gasoline. In the past couple of days, nearly 300 monks at the temple have been utterly exhausted. Observing the abbot's confident demeanor, Mo Fan felt a twinge of unease. He had witnessed enough of the monks' unreliability over these days. "Come on, abbot, let us investigate. If the horde is vast, do not blame me for fleeing," Mo Fan remarked with a hint of jest. Noticing the half-serious expression on Mo Fan's face, the abbot's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily assured, "Rest assured, Mo patron, this area is sparsely populated. A significant horde will not emerge. Otherwise, I would have already led my disciples to safety." "Just a jest, abbot," Mo Fan replied, turning to call out to the dog behind him, uttering a few sharp whistles before leaping into action. With a soft thud, he landed atop another building. Woo! The summoned dogs swiftly followed, appearing by Mo Fan's side in a flash of lightning. Together, they bounded across the rooftops towards the encroaching horde. "Wait for me, patron," the abbot shouted, bending his legs, and with a thud, he too leapt onto another rooftop, quickly pursuing Mo Fan. Soon, Mo Fan and the dog reached the forefront of the street, directly confronting the advancing horde. Ow. Was the scale indeed not as vast? Mo Fan murmured to himself, gazing at the horde that stretched to the horizon. At this moment, he stood atop a residential building at the edge of the street, his view expansive. Surrounding him were grotesque and terrifying corpses, howling incessantly. Some below had even spotted Mo Fan, frantically clawing their way up like wild beasts. Fortunately, The scale of the horde was not as alarming as Mo Fan had feared. Estimating by density, there were around 10,000, though he could not ascertain if it was more. Among them, he quickly discerned over 30 mutated corpses. Observing the varied forms of these aberrations, Mo Fan's eyes gleamed as translucent analysis frames gradually appeared in his vision. One creature, having consumed copious amounts of flesh, bore extremely sharp claws and moved with remarkable speed, seamlessly navigating diverse environments, while its mouth could unleash rapid, spiked tongues to capture prey. Another, also a flesh-devouring entity, boasted well-developed muscles and could inflict tons of damage with a full-force strike. Yet another, with an exceptionally developed oral cavity and stomach, could expel corrosive substances infused with strong acid from its gaping maw. Where are the oversized variants like the spider corpse, giant corpse, or the projectile corpse? Mo Fan pondered, gazing at the grotesquely mutated beings before him. At that moment, Mo Fan suddenly perceived a gigantic head, roughly the size of a water jar, hovering menacingly 10 meters behind him, approaching without emitting even the slightest sound. As the head drew nearer, a sharp whoosh filled the air, and its long hair swiftly coiled towards him. With a flash of a blade, the flowing hair fell to the ground in disarray. A growl erupted from the dog crouching at Mo Fan's feet, sensing the imminent danger, as it leapt towards the airborne head amidst flickering lightning. The sound of flesh being torn asunder echoed, as half of the head's cheek was instantaneously bitten off. Dark blood, mingled with repulsive maggots, splattered across the ground. Just as the dog prepared to swallow the morsel of flesh in its mouth, Mo Fan bellowed, "Spit it out this instant." A wave of revulsion washed over him as he beheld the large maggots entwined with the bits of flesh on the ground. With a whimper of discontent, the dog reluctantly expelled the fatty meat from its mouth. "Go rinse your mouth when we return, do you hear me? Otherwise, your master might just abandon you." Mo Fan admonished the dog, his face contorted in disgust. This dog, after all, was the one that roused him from slumber each day with its affectionate licks. At that moment, a coarse voice suddenly resonated. "Amiable, Mo benefactor, this humble monk has come to your aid." The abbot, having just arrived, leapt from the building behind Mo Fan, soaring above the colossal head, and delivered a formidable punch towards it. A resounding crack reverberated through the air as the water jar-sized head erupted, showering the narrow rooftop with putrid maggots and crimson matter. "You foul monk," Mo Fan cursed as he watched the nauseating debris hurtling towards him. Chapter 86. Fire burns the undead in Xingqing at midday. While Mo Fan and the abbot were partaking in a vegetarian meal, a young and panicked individual rushed in, exclaiming, "Abbot, Abbot, the undead are less than 3 miles from the temple." Wu Ba's tone was filled with urgency. The abbot furrowed his brow and replied, "This is unexpected. Could it be that my calculations were erroneous? Perhaps they caught a whiff of human scent?" Mo Fan mused, his gaze flickering. "Let us investigate," the abbot said solemnly. The two promptly set aside their bowls and, accompanied by Wu Ba, hurried to the hilltop ahead. An oversight, the abbot grimaced as he beheld the surging tide of corpses. He had forgotten that the wandering speed of the undead differed vastly from that of their pursuit of prey. Could it be that the large-headed undead they had slain in the morning had stirred the horde? "Abbot, instruct your men to act quickly. It is time to set the fires," Mo Fan suggested, observing the undead that had already surged toward the incendiary materials. The abbot nodded gravely. There was no time to delay. He swiftly turned to Wu Ba and commanded, "Go hasten your brothers to ignite the flames." The abbot had previously arranged for 8 evolved monks to guard several critical ignition points, ready to unleash a conflagration at his command. "Yes, abbot." Despite a tinge of fear in his heart at the sight of the approaching horde, Wu Ba remained resolute in obeying the abbot's orders. He swiftly turned and dashed down the hill. Observing the small monk's rapid departure, Mo Fan could not help but exclaim, "This little monk is quite impressive, decisive and swift." In him, Mo Fan seemed to glimpse the shadows of the provincial troops. The abbot smiled faintly, pride evident in his voice as he remarked, "Wu Ba is the second most gifted disciple in martial arts training at our temple. Given time, he will surely become a great asset." "Interesting. Does the little monk have a name?" Mo Fan inquired. The abbot pondered for a moment before responding. "His monastic name is Wu Ba, while his secular name appears to be Han Fei." "Han Fei? The bandit?" Mo Fan was taken aback. "No, it is Han from the 7 Kingdoms and Fei as in not." The abbot clarified. "Ah, I see," Mo Fan said, enlightenment dawning upon him. If he is the second most talented, who holds the first position? Mo Fan asked curiously. The abbot's expression suddenly grew solemn as he gazed skyward, slowly replying, "That would be myself." Mo Fan, well, at that moment, a resounding and urgent sound of gongs erupted from below the hill. Clang, clang, clang. The cacophony of gongs was deafening, reverberating throughout the entire town. Ah, huh, ah. The nearby horde was instantly roused by the clamorous gongs. The grotesque, terrifying corpses began to stampede down the street, rushing towards Wu Ba with twisted strides, propelled by a frenzy. Notably, some of the more formidable mutated corpses charged forth, trampling over the remains of their kind with unparalleled speed. Suddenly, in that very instant, flames erupted from 8 points along the first street, soaring skyward. As the fire dragons spread, the entire street was swiftly engulfed in a sea of flames, fiercely blazing. The swarming corpses transformed into fiery humanoid figures, shrieking as they collapsed, gradually turning to char. Moreover, some of the more robust corpses, with flesh and fat, ignited in a more intense conflagration. In an instant, the streets below were filled with the hoarse, chilling cries of the burning corpses, as sparks and ashes danced through the air, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish inferno. The plan to incinerate the corpses had met with overwhelming success. Gasping at the sight of the street below, where even the air seemed distorted by the flames, Mo Fan murmured, "It appears my assistance may not be necessary after all." "Not so, Mo Master. Once these combustibles are exhausted, we shall have to intervene," the abbot said with a serious expression. Meanwhile, all the monks in Anji Temple had taken up their staffs, standing guard at the hill's forefront. Aside from a few true monks displaying expressions of fearless resignation, the remaining false monks were visibly terrified, their faces betraying a desire to flee at any moment. Yet, despite their fear, a flicker of determination lingered within them. After all, such opportunities to fill their bellies were rare. As time passed, the flames raging from the hill gradually began to subside, and some fire-engulfed corpses emerged from the inferno. "Mo, it is time," the abbot shouted, witnessing the evolution of martial monks engaged in fierce combat with the corpses below. With a mighty roar, he charged down the hill. As he ran, his robes swelled until they burst apart, revealing a towering figure over 3 meters tall at the foot of the hill. "Woof woof!" Mo Fan called to his dog, swiftly drawing his large blade and racing down as well. Swish! Zing! A sharp sound sliced through the air as a shadow of the dog, crackling with arcs of lightning, swiftly overtook Mo Fan on his descent. Reaching the edge of the fiery abyss, its claws striking at a small corpse, Mo Fan's expression darkened. "Good heavens, everyone has already begun the slaughter. And I'm the only one still on my way?" At the temple entrance atop the hill, a nervous, bald-headed monk swallowed hard and asked, "Can we hold on this time? Regardless of the outcome, I shall stand with the temple." A true martial monk declared resolutely. "Well, let us observe for now. It may be hard to find a sanctuary as splendid as this in the apocalypse," another lamented. "Wow, that dog is incredibly fast," a surprised voice exclaimed. "Is that a sonic dog? Oh, isn't that Mo Fan, who has become so sluggish after just a few days?" A pig-headed monk suddenly mocked loudly. "Shut up, you swine demon. If you're so capable, why don't you take his place?" Mo Fan, nearing the foot of the hill, suddenly twitched his ears and turned his gaze toward the hilltop, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then stomped his right foot and quickened his pace toward the corpses breaking through the flames. In mere moments, Mo Fan reached the base of the hill. "Ah, monster, come and meet your end." At the base, the towering abbot was in a frenzy of bloodshed, wielding what seemed to be a power pole as a weapon, sweeping away hordes of corpses with a single blow. Not a single corpse could breach his range of attack. The bodies of the struck corpses were reduced to mere pulp, their remains scattering across the ground in a gruesome display of brutality and carnage. However, instead of joining the fray immediately, Mo Fan's eyes sparkled with intent as he soared toward the emerging mutated corpses. If he could not deal with the mass, he would target the elite foes. Chapter 87. The fierce battle against the zombie-tied Shing City. Swish! In midair, a spiked tongue, exuding a tantalizing aroma of flesh, shot toward its target. Thud! A dark arc swiftly traversed the air, severing a lengthy tongue in an instant, which fell to the ground, writhing and splattering blood. Mo Fan gazed at the shrieking spider ghoul not far away, his eyes narrowing with intensity, and in a flicker, His body shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. As he sprinted, the crimson-bladed knife swung left and right, decapitating one ghoul after another, blood spraying in all directions. As he closed the distance to the spider ghoul, Emo Fan leapt high into the air, soaring 3 to 4 meters above, positioning himself above the creature. With a swift motion, he brought down the red blade, creating a line of blood that cleaved the spider ghoul in two, causing it to collapse slowly. Just then, a whoosh echoed behind him. A repugnant green liquid surged toward Emo Fan from the air. He kicked upward, shattering the head of the approaching ghoul, using the momentum to evade sideways. The green liquid splattered violently where he had just stood, corroding the ground into a pitiful mess. "Do you enjoy spitting? Allow me to teach you a lesson." As those words fell, Emo Fan hurled a blue brick with force, with a whoosh and a bang. The head of a colossal ghoul perched atop a derelict vehicle exploded, green liquid splattering everywhere. Bang! Emo Fan kicked away another ambushing ghoul, brandishing his large knife as he charged toward other elite monsters. On the other side, with a series of thunderous sounds, a 10-meter-long utility pole was wielded by the abbot with great vigor. The surrounding ghouls were reduced to half-limbs, their severed remnants turned to mush, mingling with blood and repulsive maggots scattered across the ground, causing discomfort among the monks nearby. At that moment, a giant ghoul, the size of a bus, burst through the flames, emitting a deafening roar. However, the voice of a certain monk was even louder. "Demon, let me assist you to the Western Paradise," the abbot bellowed, his form matching the giant ghoul's stature as he leaped forward, confronting the beast. In midair, a gray-white shadow swept across, and the utility pole, thick as a water jug, struck the giant ghoul squarely on the head. With a thunderous crash, the once mighty head of the giant ghoul exploded into a pulp, blood and maggots spraying in all directions. With a resounding thud, only the lower half of the giant ghoul remained as it toppled. Amiable. After reciting a Buddhist chant, the abbot turned and charged toward the other ghouls. As time passed, more ghouls emerged from the flames, and the stamina of the temple's group began to wane. Casualties started to appear. With a swift motion, an evolved monk decapitated a ghoul before kicking another one to the ground, panting heavily as he retreated. He was an evolved being who had surrendered to the abbot, lacking any martial prowess, and had relied solely on brute strength to survive until now. Consequently, his stamina was nearly depleted. Just then, from the edge of the fiery inferno, a long, sharp tongue shot forth with alarming speed. Whoosh! The tongue emitted a mournful sound as it sliced through the air, reaching the evolved monk in an instant. However, having undergone an evolution, the monk's senses were significantly heightened. Just as the long tongue was about to pierce his body, the monk reacted swiftly, raising his cleaver to block the attack. Clang! A spark erupted as the monk's weapon was sent flying from his grasp, clattering to the ground. The long tongue, having missed its target, retracted swiftly, just as the monk sighed in relief and bent down to retrieve his weapon. Another sound pierced the air. A glob of green slime splattered onto the monk's face at lightning speed. "Ah!" The monk let out a chilling scream, the corrosive pain forcing him to roll on the ground, clutching his face. Whoosh! At that moment, the sharp tongue lunged at him once more. Without his weapon for defense, the tongue pierced straight into the monk's head. Ugh! The monk emitted an even more agonizing scream, as the flesh within the tongue writhed. The cries of the evolved monk gradually faded into silence, and in a brief moment, he became a lifeless husk devoid of any sustenance. Meanwhile, the abbot, hearing the cries, witnessed the monk's transformation into a desiccated corpse, igniting a fierce fury within him. "Ah, damn it!" The abbot's face flushed crimson with rage, and his muscles surged, causing his form to swell to over 4 meters tall. "Wretched beast, die!" With a thunderous roar, the abbot's massively powerful legs propelled him forward, shattering stones beneath him as he charged toward the source of the calamity. Yet, the spider-like corpse, having already gained the upper hand, made its escape. It shot its long tongue toward a distant structure, piercing through its walls, and then retracted, taking its body along as it fled swiftly. At that moment, a howl echoed, and a shadow of a dog, crackling with electricity, dashed after the spider corpse, swiftly reaching its underside. With bared fangs, the dog leapt, seizing the spider corpse's head midair, blood splattering everywhere. The dog returned the severed head to the abbot, then vanished into the storm of thunder and lightning. The abbot crushed the spider's head underfoot, his eyes fixed on the retreating figure of the dog, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within him. Sighing, Mo Fan, who had ventured deep into the horde of corpses, heard the anguished cries behind him and could not help but express his dismay. He then narrowed his eyes, intensifying his assault against the surrounding undead. Amidst the throng, Mo Fan's figure danced like a solitary boat amidst the waves, evading and maneuvering, with not a single claw of the undead able to grasp his garments. At that moment, from atop a house on the side of the street, a delicate figure descended gracefully, approaching Mo Fan. Mo Fan, allow me to protect you. A captivating voice echoed beside him, carried by a fragrant breeze. Recognizing the familiar tone, Mo Fan rolled his eyes and charged off in another direction. Chapter 88. Lu Fang comes to the rescue in Xingqing, at Anji Temple. As time progressed, the sky gradually darkened. The remnants of the fire on First Street had turned to ashes, swirling in the air, and the flames had finally diminished. However, the number of zombies seemed undiminished, continuing to surge forth relentlessly. Amidst the horde, Mo Fan took a deep breath, gazing at the densely packed zombies, and began to make his way toward the foot of the temple. His stamina was nearly depleted. With a swift motion, he pulled his left arm and suddenly spun in place. The glint of his blade flashed, and in an instant, the surrounding zombies were severed at the waist, collapsing to the ground. He then stomped his right foot on the ground, causing a shower of stones mixed with crimson to explode, propelling his body forward at great speed. As he passed Lu Fang's graceful silhouette nearby, Mo Fan called out loudly, "Relay, relay," before continuing on his way. Watching Mo Fan's vanishing figure, Lu Fang felt 3 black lines emerge on her forehead, and the air around her began to warp. With a thunderous boom, a massive shockwave erupted. Dust and debris flew everywhere, mingled with blood and flesh. Instantly, a clear area with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters was created amidst the tide of corpses, devoid of any vegetation. What a temper this woman has. Her power is quite formidable, Mo Fan muttered, quickening his pace as he prepared to absorb some evolution mist at the foot of the temple to recover his strength. Soon, after his relentless assault, the hill's base gradually came into view. Spotting the enticing white mist, Mo Fan swallowed hard, then curled his index finger beside his mouth and blew sharply. With a piercing whistle, a lightning-fast shadow of a dog rushed through the horde of zombies toward Mo Fan, leaving sparks in its wake. Along the way, the outstretched claws of the undead were torn apart, turning to charred remnants. In no time, the dog arrived at Mo Fan's feet. "I wish I could be as carefree as you," he remarked, observing the dog panting excitedly at his feet, its tail wagging like a fan. This dog still brimmed with vitality. "Stay by my side for a moment. I'm going to absorb that." Mo Fan pointed at a few nearby clouds of evolution mist. The dog responded with a series of howls that were neither entirely canine nor human. Mo Fan, though somewhat perplexed by the language of dogs, firmly believed that his canine companion could comprehend his intentions. After executing a swift dance with his blade, clearing the encroaching zombies, Mo Fan charged towards the evolution mist. He summoned his dog, primarily out of concern that he might inadvertently absorb too much mist and become ensnared in a fog cocoon, which would truly be a case of weaving one's own demise. Before long, Mo Fan found himself beneath a billowing cloud of evolution mist. He cast a glance at his loyal dog, which followed closely behind, took a deep breath, and began to concentrate. In an instant, the mist was drawn towards him, transforming into slender columns that surged into his being. As waves of exquisite sensations washed over him, the fatigue within Mo Fan began to dissipate, and his physical prowess and innate abilities gradually amplified. During this time, brilliant arcs of electricity flickered around him, and all the advancing zombies were swiftly torn apart, collapsing into charred remnants. In less than 10 seconds, the evolution mist was entirely consumed. Mo Fan dispatched a lunging zombie with a swift stroke and, invigorated, raced towards another cluster of mist, his faithful dog trailing closely behind, ever vigilant in its duty to protect its master. Thus, as the mists were rapidly absorbed, Mo Fan's evolutionary capacity steadily reached its zenith. After a considerable duration, feeling the familiar sense of fulfillment within, Mo Fan realized he was on the verge of his 3rd evolution. He looked skyward once more, searching for the next manifestation of evolution mist. However, despite his keen gaze, he could no longer spot any mist suspended in the air. The evolution mist had been thoroughly consumed, gazing at the empty expanse above the street. Mo Fan felt a twinge of anxiety. It seemed he had only claimed a mere 50% of the bounty. Although he had absorbed at least a dozen streams of evolution mist, he had yet to ascend to the third tier. Thus, he speculated that a substantial influx of mist was necessary to achieve a successful third evolution. Surely, there must be more. A mere dozen couldn't suffice. Mo Fan murmured, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Soon, his gaze settled upon the epicenter of the ongoing zombie horde, where mist was once again beginning to coalesce. Mo Fan focused intently. Suddenly, he called out, "Lu Fong, I am coming to aid you." With a mighty shout, he propelled himself forward, his right foot striking the ground, launching him like a bullet amidst the scattering debris. At that moment, his stamina had fully restored, and his physical condition was even more formidable than before. As he sprinted, his crimson scarf blade whirled wildly, splattering blood as he cleaved through one zombie after another, swiftly severing them in twain or decapitating them. Before long, Mo Fan's figure melded into the throng of the undead. Standing abandoned in an instant by his master, his dog emitted a cacophonous wail of dissatisfaction. Subsequently, it unleashed its fury upon the surrounding zombies, enveloped in a tempest of wrath. As a wooden staff swung through the air, the abbot, standing resolutely against the tide of corpses, struck down a giant zombie with a telephone pole. At that moment, a chilling scream pierced the air. "Ah, Abbot, save me." The abbot's expression changed abruptly as he rushed towards the source of the cry, but it was too late. At the edge of the hill, a giant zombie had suddenly surged forward, seizing an unsuspecting evolved monk in its grasp. With its right hand, it crushed the monk's head, then viciously tore it away. In an instant, a horrific sound of flesh being rent asunder echoed. Blood splattered as the monk's head was yanked from his spine. Creaking and crunching, the giant zombie tossed the monk's head into its mouth, producing a spine-chilling sound of gnawing. Fiend! The abbot's eyes widened in fury, and he charged towards the giant zombie, wielding his staff with haste. The startled giant zombie emitted a roar, having just devoured the remnants of the monk, and charged towards the abbot with reckless abandon. Little did it know, this was no feeble prey. Die! Witnessing the giant zombie consume his disciple, the abbot's rage surged anew. He stomped his right foot onto the ground, catapulting his nearly 4-meter-tall form into the air, landing before the giant zombie. With a mighty swing of his staff, a gust of wind followed as he struck the zombie's neck with tremendous force. Boom! In an instant, the giant zombie's enormous head was blasted off, rolling to the ground. Another resounding crash followed as the abbot swung his staff once more, the giant zombie collapsing into two grotesque heaps. Amiable, gazing at the dismembered remains of the giant zombie. The abbot's face reflected profound sorrow. Yet another of his disciples had been consumed by the undead. Turning his gaze towards the seemingly endless wave of corpses in the distance, his expression grew increasingly grave. The lost could not be reclaimed. He had to ensure the survival of the remaining disciples. All disciples, fall back to the hilltop and engage in guerrilla tactics based on the terrain. Chapter 89. Unexpected Assistance. Yuching. Anji Temple, foot of the hill. Ah, Aya. Observing the countless grotesque and contorted corpses within his line of sight, the abbot focused his energy, vigorously swinging his staff against the approaching zombies. He needed to cover the retreating monks, thus he must confront the horde head-on, bearing the burden alone. Just then, crack! The telephone pole in his hands could no longer withstand the relentless strikes, and snapped, leaving only a small fragment in his grip. The abbot's gaze sharpened as he hurled the remaining piece of the pole with great force, sending a wave of zombies tumbling before making his way towards the abandoned vehicles on the street. Along the way, he wielded his fists and feet as weapons, executing dragon punches and sweeping kicks, unleashing his martial prowess amidst a flurry of blood and flesh. Soon, the abbot arrived before a charred sedan. He bent down, grasping the rear of the cart with his right hand and letting out a fierce roar, his upper body and arm muscles bulging with vigor as he effortlessly lifted the cart. Beasts, allow this monk to show you why the flowers bloom so red. With a menacing grin, the abbot exerted his strength, wildly swinging the cart to strike the surrounding ghouls. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the attacking ghouls were reduced to mere chunks of flesh, blood and maggots splattering everywhere. Caught up in the thrill of exorcism, the abbot completely abandoned defense, raising a discarded sedan with his left hand and similarly smashing it into the ghouls. His muscular arms, resembling two colossal fans, swung madly, delivering a flurry of blows. Bang! 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 The ghouls were transformed into heaps of gore, the scene a grotesque display of bloodshed and violence. Throughout this chaos, many ghoul minions clawed at the abbot. But against his towering 4-meter frame, these scratches amounted to nothing more than minor blemishes. The enlarged abbot not only boasted enhanced defense, but also possessed extraordinarily thick skin. Of course, some mutated ghouls could breach the skin, but at this stage of the zombie tide, where were the mutated ones? In the mid to later stages of the tide, Mufan's heart raced at the sight of a colossal mist formed by numerous mutated ghouls gathering together. He sensed that consuming this mist would undoubtedly allow him to evolve thrice. However, he feared he would need assistance from that woman. Observing the still surging tide of corpses, Mufan's eyes flickered with intensity. He swiftly made his way towards Lu Fang, leaping into the air and sprinting across the heads of the ghouls. With each delicate landing, his eyes sparkled with determination. In the presence of his precise analytical framework, finding suitable footholds made this light-footed maneuver a simple task. Before long, merely as long as it takes to brew a cup of tea, Mufan reached Lu Fang's vicinity. With a swift tap of his toes on a ghoul's head, it exploded with a resounding pop just as he landed beside her. "What is going on, Mufan?" Lu Fang gasped, surprised by his sudden appearance. Having tirelessly bombarded the ghouls with her abilities, she was considerably drained yet not at her limit, preparing to retreat toward the hill's edge. "Could you do me a favor? I wish to absorb that evolving mist over there," Mufan indicated towards the ethereal vapor above. Lu Fang rolled her eyes in response, the air around her continuously shooting towards the ghouls. "Go ahead and absorb it. I'm not stopping you. No, I'm on the brink of my third evolution, and I'm afraid of becoming a mist cocoon," Mufan explained, slicing through an advancing ghoul. "Are you about to reach the third tier?" Lu Fang replied, her tone imbued with surprise. She had only recently reached the second tier, yet she was astonished to learn that Mufan was already approaching the third tier. A sense of relief washed over her for having previously sought to ally with him. "How about this? If you find yourself fatigued later, I shall carry you back," Mufan proposed. In his mind, given that he was Lu Fang's savior, such a modest request should not be met with refusal. "Will you carry me back in a princess carry?" Lu Fang's eyes sparkled, her imagination conjuring an image of Mufan cradling her while fleeing the tide of corpses, a rosy hue gradually blossoming on her fair forehead. "Absolutely," Lu Fang replied without hesitation. "Excellent. I shall defend alongside you for now, and when you enter your evolved state, you shall take over the defense," Mufan remarked with a subtle smile. "No problem," she affirmed. At the foot of the hill, the abbot was panting heavily. Glancing back at his disciples, who were gradually retreating, he was dragging along two battered remnants of abandoned vehicles, slowly making their way back up the hill. During their retreat, the wreckage continued to strike at the encroaching horde of corpses, albeit at a significantly reduced frequency. With each leap he took, the abbot soon reunited with the evolved monks who had retreated earlier to the hill's waist. After confirming that none of his disciples had suffered further casualties, he turned to face the mass of corpses he had left behind, his expression growing increasingly grave. He had miscalculated. While the strategy of igniting the corpses had proven highly effective, its lingering effect was insufficient. The flames on the streets had dwindled to mere flickers. The tide of corpses had evidently breached the fiery barrier and was now surging toward the temple. Even more terrifying was the encroaching darkness. As night fell, their defense became increasingly precarious. The abbot gazed at the grotesque figures drawing nearer, his heart heavy with resignation. It seemed he had no choice but to implement Plan B and lead his disciples in retreat. Taking a deep breath, he parted his lips, ready to issue the command for Plan B. Just then, an unexpected flash of white appeared at the side of the hill, racing toward the horde at the foot. Her striking crimson eyes carved two red trails in the dimming night, striking a chilling terror into the hearts of onlookers. Upon witnessing this unforeseen ally, the abbot's gaze flickered with surprise and delight, prompting him to suppress the words of retreat he had intended to utter. The seemingly unhinged nun had come to their aid. Within the throng of corpses, the figure of the white-clad nun flickered wildly. Where she passed, blood and flesh flew, severed limbs and corpses tumbling to the ground. The undead fell in droves, no body remaining intact. Moreover, as the nun wreaked havoc upon the tide of corpses, it appeared she was also gnawing on something. Behind the horde, a relentless stream of corpses pressed forward, resembling an army of ants discovering food, surrounding a fog cocoon taller than a man, and frantically lunging to bite at it. However, the solitary guardian, a man and his dog, surrounding the fog cocoon rendered them utterly unable to approach. Even if they ventured within a certain range, they would be instantly obliterated by a colossal shockwave, sent sprawling in all directions. Occasionally, some of the roaming undead with ranged capabilities would launch surprise attacks from a distance, but with the flash of a shadow accompanied by thunderous roars. The ambushing mutated zombie would have its head bitten off in an instant. Mo Fan remained uneasy, calling his dog with a sharp whistle. Chapter 90. Mo Fan's Third Evolution. Shing City. End of the zombie tide. Boom. With a tremendous shockwave erupting, countless remnants of flesh and blood were flung about, creating a void of 20 to 30 meters amidst the dense horde of zombies. Lu Fang gasped for breath, watching as the newly created emptiness began to be swiftly filled by the relentless undead, her complexion turning an ashen hue. In her effort to protect Mo Fan during his evolution, she had exhausted all her strength. That last surge had drained her completely. Now, she lacked even the ability to break free from the encroaching tide of corpses. Mo Fan, are you done yet? If you don't come out soon, I'll die alongside you. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Lu Fang cursed as she glanced back at the still motionless fog cocoon. It had been nearly 3 minutes, yet Mo Fan was still not finished evolving. Her own second evolution had taken but 10 seconds. While the notion of perishing together amidst the zombie horde was undeniably romantic, she had yet to even experience the taste of a man's affection. And she was not ready to embrace death. Suddenly, the undead surged forward. Boom. Swish. As a slight shockwave erupted, wisps of mist surged wildly behind Lu Fang, gradually dissipating after a brief moment. Just as she reveled in the mist that Mo Fan had released, a pale hand stealthily grasped her neck, lifting her effortlessly. Mo Fan lifted Lu Fang, his right foot stamping down, sending shards of stone flying as he propelled them skyward, soaring 6 to 7 meters high before gently landing atop a zombie's head. His eyes glimmered with excitement as he curved his index finger to his lips, emitting a sharp whistle, and began to race across the heads of the undead towards the temple. Not far behind, a shadow of a dog, crackling with electric energy, followed closely, as Mo Fan beheld the vivid scenery retreating on either side beneath the night sky. An overwhelming exhilaration surged within him. The moment he broke through the fog cocoon, he felt an unprecedented enhancement in every aspect of his being. His physique, reflexes, and bodily control had all seen remarkable improvement. This 100-fold enhancement was a qualitative leap, making him feel as though he were a deity walking the earth, completely distinct from the second tier. Moreover, and most importantly, he realized that his divine perspective had expanded to 100 meters, and he could now see in the dark. As for the newly acquired analytical abilities beyond the third tier, he had yet to make any discoveries. It could wait until he reached a safe location to ponder. At that moment, a woman, yearning for a Princess Carrie, let out a piercing scream that echoed deafeningly. Mo Fan. Before long, Mo Fan arrived at the foot of the temple, dragging along the frantic Lu Fang. Upon seeing the horde of undead that had already overtaken a significant portion of the hill, his expression changed drastically. Damn it, it can't be. Mo Fan's face darkened. In just that brief moment, had the temple already begun to fall? With a swift motion, he cleaved an approaching zombie in half. Then with a firm stomp of his right foot, his figure shot upwards like an arrow towards the hilltop. No matter the circumstances. Since Mo Fan had entered the third tier riding the tide of the undead, he was determined to defend this temple. As Mo Fan leaped swiftly from one decaying head to another, he soon noticed an anomaly. What the hell? Is that the nun from earlier with the glowing red eyes? He finally recognized the white-robed nun wreaking havoc amidst the throng of corpses. At that moment, the nun, now nearing madness, had her pristine white robes stained crimson. The bloodied nun was ruthlessly slaughtering the zombies, using her hands, feet, elbows, and teeth as lethal weapons. Limbs and blood splattered everywhere. Particularly alarming were her shark-like teeth, slicing through flesh and bone with the precision of a chainsaw, turning all into a gruesome pulp. The scene was horrifyingly bloody. Looking at the nun, who seemed to embody a demon, Mo Fan felt a chill run down his spine, finally grasping the feeling the abbot must have experienced. Just then, the blood-soaked nun seemed to sense his gaze. Amidst her slaughter, she suddenly turned her eyes toward Mo Fan. Her crimson gaze locked onto him, and after swallowing a mouthful of flesh, she flashed him a strange smile. Whether it was a gesture of goodwill or the thrill of spotting prey remained uncertain. Mo Fan watched in horror as the nun devoured the corpse, a shudder coursing through him, his heart gripped by dread. Without further regard for the undead horde or the nun, he propelled himself upwards towards the hilltop. What was that red glow just now? Lu Fong, whom Mo Fan was carrying, trembled uncontrollably, her voice laced with fear. However, the faint flush on her face seemed somewhat abnormal. Mo Fan, oblivious to Lu Fong's unusual demeanor, explained regretfully, that was the last survivor of Bayou Monastery beside Anji Temple. Although she possesses immense strength, her mind has long been unhinged, a mere pitiful soul. Is that so? Lu Fong sighed, her gaze lingering on the shrinking red figure behind them, revealing a hint of longing. Soon, Mo Fan reached a relatively secure spot at the hilltop, where he quickly spotted a group of abbots standing there. He hurried to their side. What is the situation here? Mo Fan asked, lowering Lu Fong to the ground, his tone grave. Amiable, I have lost 2 disciples, the abbot replied solemnly. The abbot's countenance bore a sorrowful expression, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. May you find solace in the midst of change, he murmured. Mo Fan's heart weighed heavily, and he couldn't help but think of his family far away in Han City. Were they still alive? At that moment, a young disciple approached, interrupting Mo Fan's reverie. Abbot, do not be disheartened. Though we have lost 2 fellow disciples, my brothers and I shall carry forth their beliefs and live on. Wu Ba's expression was resolute, his tone earnest. Ba, the abbot said, gazing at the future pillar of the temple before him with gentle eyes. I must insist that you all focus. The horde of corpses is still advancing upon the hill. Lu Fong, who had been listening nearby, could no longer contain herself and exclaimed loudly. Yes, indeed, abbot. We should first repel the undead. Mo Fan remarked, glancing at the bloodied nun who stood alone against the tide of the undead, a hint of worry in his voice. The abbot nodded, somewhat awkwardly. This was not the time for sorrow. He turned his gaze towards the horde on the hill and spoke slowly, in truth. I have prepared an escape route, initially intended for my own survival, but now it can serve to vanquish this horde. Goodness, abbot, what are you doing at a time like this? Can you not see that the undead are already breaching the nun's defenses? Lu Fong said with exasperation, observing the encroaching corpses. Please, Lu, remain calm, the abbot reassured her, then discreetly signaled to Wu Ba. Upon receiving the cue, Wu Ba swiftly retrieved a gong and mallet from his back, striking them with fervor. In the midst of the darkness, the temple was illuminated by the faint glow of firelight. With each resounding strike, the deafening clang of the gong echoed across the hilltop. Soon, all the monks who heard the sound sprang into action, rapidly transporting barrels and containers filled with liquid from the temple. The unmistakable scent of gasoline or diesel wafted through the air. In no time, nearly 300 monks armed with ample supplies of fuel took their positions on the front hill, their expressions tense as they eyed the advancing undead, ready to throw their flammable contents at a moment's notice, poised to transform the hill into an inferno. Ba, this is the escape route I had prepared, the abbot declared. Initially intended to slow the horde and buy time for retreat, it now served as a means to exorcise the final wave of corpses. Observing the monks who had occupied the front hill, the abbot spoke softly. Ah, I see. Mo Fan inhaled deeply, the scent of gasoline awakening a realization within him. He couldn't help but regard the abbot with newfound respect. It seemed the former abbot of Anji Temple had not chosen his successor lightly. In that case, what are we waiting for? Abbot, let us act swiftly. Lu Fong gazed at the surging mists of evolution enveloping the hill waste, licking her lips with a hint of impatience. The abbot nodded and turned his attention to Wu Ba, who had returned to his side. Wait, abbot, isn't that none the reinforcements you summoned? This could lead to collateral damage. Let her withdraw first. Mo Fan interjected, halting the abbot's impending command, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Wasn't the abbot fearful of that nun? Why then did he dare to act alongside her? As the disciples around him cast expectant glances, the abbot's lips twitched, internally invoking countless prayers of Ba for Mo Fan. Fear not, benefactor Mo, with Sister Bayu's strength, this fire shall not harm her. The abbot proclaimed with an air of confidence. Is that so? Mo Fan's gaze remained skeptical. Ba, Wu Ba, proceed. The abbot dismissed Mo Fan, reciting a Buddhist chant before issuing the command. Yes, Abbot. Wu Ba responded immediately, producing a gong from behind and striking it fiercely. The resounding clang echoed, prompting the monks atop the hill to swiftly hurl various incendiary devices downwards. These ranged from oil drums to plastic containers and large clay pots. Upon impact, these vessels shattered, releasing streams of flammable liquid that cascaded towards the tide of corpses at the hill waist. Soon, the air around the advancing horde was saturated with the pungent scent of gasoline. Ignite! With another commanding shout from Wu Ba, lit torches flew towards the gasoline-soaked ground. Boom! In an instant, a fierce inferno erupted at the hill waist, illuminating the dim Anji temple with blinding brilliance. All disciples of evolution, be on guard for the undead emerging from the flames. The abbot bellowed, as the air shimmered with heat distortion. Yes, Abbot. Yes. Yes, Abbot. The evolution monks echoed in unison, brandishing long staffs and various weapons as they surged towards the edge of the fiery chaos. Esteemed benefactors, let us also join. Upon uttering this, the abbot's form expanded rapidly as he raced towards the blaze, evidently eager to safeguard the evolution monks, whose stamina had scarcely returned. Let us go? Mo Fan urged, noticing the dog that had inexplicably found itself at the fire's edge. With a swift motion, he propelled himself like an arrow towards the hill waist. Alas, can't anyone consider this fragile damsel? Lu Fong sighed, the air beneath her distorting as she too surged towards the hill waist. Her strength had yet to be fully restored. Yet now was the perfect opportunity to test her third-tier talent. Observing the radiant scenes flashing beside him, Mo Fan's lips curled into an elegant smile. With a gentle push of his foot, he soared into the air as if lifting a feather, landing atop a zombie that had just emerged from the fiery inferno. With a swift kick, he shattered the zombie's claw as it reached for him, and Mo Fan's eyes began to flicker rapidly. His night vision had seemingly expanded, granting him a godlike perspective in the darkness. Yet, this realization left him momentarily bewildered. It appeared that after ascending to the third tier, he had acquired an additional ability for nocturnal observation. However, the enhancement of his three-dimensional dynamic vision was merely an augmentation of his existing powers, not a new ability. Is that all? A sense of ennui washed over Mo Fan. Although night vision was indeed formidable, it paled in comparison to the godlike perspective he had gained in the second tier. Oh well, night vision will suffice. It is still quite advantageous, after all. Others do not possess it, he reassured himself. Yet, the sudden cracking of the zombie's skull beneath his feet betrayed his true feelings. At that moment, Mo Fan's gaze inadvertently fell upon a colossal figure in the distance, reminiscent of the Hulk, and an anomaly occurred. His eyes emitted four inexplicable hues of light, coalescing into a vibrant, multicolored beam that swiftly enveloped the distant giant. In that instant, he felt a powerful surge of energy within him. The ability to analyze and replicate surged forth, and Mo Fan suddenly sensed that he might be able to emulate the giant's talent. However, he was struck by the intuition that this imitation would require considerable time to manifest, as he was already feeling the strain on his eyes. As he felt the awakening of his innate gift, a realization struck him. Wait a moment, instead of the giant's explosive strength, why not choose Lu Fong's air compression ability? While the giant's strength-based talent was undoubtedly impressive, Mo Fan felt that Lu Fong's air compression was far more suitable for him. The capacity to rival modern weaponry with air manipulation, combined with his analytical prowess, was that not the essence of invincibility? As for the giant's talent, he could always replicate it later when the opportunity arose. With this thought, Mo Fan suppressed the impulsive energy surging within him and began to search for Lu Fong amidst the chaos. Soon, he spotted Lu Fong lounging on a boulder at the edge of the inferno. Upon seeing her, Mo Fan's eyes narrowed, and a mysterious four-colored beam instantaneously traversed the space to envelop Lu Fong from all angles. His eyes flickered intensely, the four indescribable colors swirling chaotically as if they were rapidly gestating something extraordinary. Strangely, despite the commotion he was causing, no one around seemed to notice his anomaly. As if the mysterious beam was invisible to all except one, a nun still battling zombies amidst the flames. Chapter 92, A New Crisis. Xing City, Anji Temple. Aru. Amidst the throngs of undead, a white-clad nun, voraciously devouring zombies, seemed to sense something amiss. She halted, her eyes flashing red as she turned to gaze in Mo Fan's direction. As she remained unaware of any anomalies, she resumed her slaughter of the corpses. Yet her movements seemed to lack the previous reckless abandon, as if she were wary of something. On Mu Fan's side, after a brief respite, the radiant beam enveloping Lu Fang gradually dissipated, and Mu Fan's eyes erupted with a fierce four-colored glow, seemingly reaching an apex before gradually dimming. Moments later, as Mu Fan gazed at the air around him warping, a smile crept across his face, stretching almost to his ears. This ability to manipulate compressed air was indeed remarkable. Concealing his grin, Mu Fan's eyes turned towards the tide of corpses in the sea of flames. It was time to acclimatize to his newfound talent. Instantly, his eyes flickered, and the air beneath his feet distorted slightly. With a soft sound, his figure shot towards the horde of corpses like a cannonball. Along the way, flames that approached him were warped by the air, not daring to come within a hair's breadth of his body. Not far away, Lu Fang, who was idly fishing for opportunities atop a boulder, watched Mu Fan plunge into the inferno with a look of suspicion on her face. What was this guy thinking? Pushing himself so hard? Mu Fan's reckless dive into danger made Lu Fang feel somewhat embarrassed about her own inaction. With a slight curl of her lips, she leapt down from the boulder, her surrounding air warping as she unleashed a barrage of air projectiles towards the wandering corpses. Suddenly, at that very moment, a tremendous stomping echoed from within the flames, shaking the ground and even extinguishing some of the surrounding fires. A terrifying roar followed, and a colossal corpse, the size of a small house, gradually emerged before everyone's eyes. This giant corpse bore no signs of burns, as though the inferno had inflicted no harm upon it. Its body was a deep crimson, adorned with muscles twisted and coiling like massive water tanks, while the black veins on its surface were as thick as a human forearm. Its head, comparable in size to a small treehouse, was grotesquely covered in a transparent, slimy substance, with facial features that appeared to be stitched together from rags, exuding an aura of horror and malevolence. Most notably, its 10-meter-long, robust arms had transformed into two enormous hammers. The metallic sheen on these hammers left no doubt that one swing could flatten a small car into a disc of iron. All the monks present, upon witnessing the towering behemoth emerging from the flames, turned pale with fear, ceasing their pursuit of the wandering corpses and beginning to retreat in a standoffish manner. Even Lu Fang, who had just leapt from the boulder, felt her scalp tingle with dread, quickly jumping back to her perch and anxiously fixing her gaze on the giant corpse. Damn it! How did that madwoman manage to bring this thing in? The abbot's expression darkened considerably upon seeing the sudden appearance of the colossal corpse. All the evolvers, having spent the better part of the day in relentless combat, were already exhausted, and even the abbot had little strength left. Now, with the emergence of this evidently extraordinary giant corpse, they found themselves utterly unable to contend with it. Ba, Master Lu, lend me your assistance, for I shall confront it. The abbot called out to Lu Fang in the distance, embodying a spirit of unwavering determination, as he sprinted toward the colossal undead creature with remarkable fervor. Despite having already exhausted a considerable amount of energy, the abbot realized that none among them possessed the strength to withstand the giant's assault except for himself. If he did not intervene, the consequences of this monstrous entity breaching their defenses would be catastrophic. The ordinary monks would undoubtedly suffer grievous casualties, and the temple itself might be reduced to ruins. At that moment, the abbot could only hope that he, alongside Lu Fang, could delay the giant long enough for the white-clad nun to arrive. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Fan had already reached the third tier of power. Soon, the abbot's towering figure, standing over 4 meters tall, approached the giant with an air of resolute defiance. With a mighty roar, he propelled himself into the air, launching a powerful punch aimed at the giant. The very atmosphere reverberated with a series of sonic booms. Bang! The sound of a tremendous impact resonated as the abbot's fist, akin to a small water jar, struck the giant's abdomen, causing its massive form to stagger back. However, as the abbot gazed upwards at the giant, which had only retreated a few steps, an ominous feeling washed over him. The giant, suddenly aware of the pain in its abdomen, glowered down at the diminutive figure before it and bellowed in fury, its foot, sized like a small car, suddenly descending upon the abbot. Accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, the grotesquely muscled foot collided with the abbot's chest before he could evade. Boom! In an instant, the abbot's formidable figure was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Crash! He crashed onto a large boulder not far from where Lu Fang stood. causing the stone beneath him to splinter and crumble into dust. Lu Fang, perched atop the rock, swiftly dodged to another small mound of earth as the abbot soared through the air. Gazing at the advancing giant, the abbot, now sprawled amidst the rubble, coughed up a mouthful of blood, slowly lowering his twisted arms that had shielded his chest, struggling to rise to his feet. Had he not managed to raise his arms in time, he feared he would have met the Buddha directly. Yet, even with this precaution, he had sustained significant injuries. One of his arms was fractured. As the giant drew nearer, the abbot's expression grew gravely serious, and he began to comprehend why the nun had not managed to intercept the creature. It was already a monumental challenge for her to fend off the tide of undead alone, and adding this formidable giant, at least a third-tier entity, would likely overwhelm even the terrifying nun. At that moment, Lu Fang finally made her move. Bang, bang, bang. A series of rapidly fired air compression projectiles surged toward the slowly advancing giant, exploding upon contact with its massive body. Roar. The giant seemed to experience a surge of pain, letting out deafening howls that echoed through the air. Master Lu, well done. The sight seemed promising, as the abbot let out a triumphant shout towards Lu Fang. However, it appeared he rejoiced prematurely, as those air projectiles incessantly soared. They detonated wildly upon the surface of the colossal corpse. Yet, these explosions failed to inflict any significant harm. Not even minor wounds were apparent. The thick layer of crimson skin that enveloped the giant remained unscathed. Suddenly, the giant emitted a fierce roar, seemingly enraged by the pain coursing through its body. It charged towards Lu Fang, bracing itself against the air projectiles, wielding two massive hammers aloft. Observing this, Lu Fang gritted her teeth and intensified the output of air projectiles. A series of more intense explosions erupted upon the giant's form. However, these blasts did not deter the colossal figure. Instead, they only fueled its fury. Chapter 93. Call for Mo Fan Inching. Angie Temple. With a rush of wind, the viscous, dripping hammers, reeking of blood, hurtled toward Lu Fang. As she beheld the two hammers, each the size of a small house, her expression shifted, and her hair stood on end. Swiftly, she activated her innate ability, causing the air beneath her to warp slightly as she darted aside. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, dust billowed, and the two hammers crashed fiercely onto her previous position. As the giant lifted its hammer arms, a massive pit emerged from the combined force of the hammers, with a diameter reaching 4 to 5 meters. Gulping, Lu Fang instinctively swallowed as she gazed into the abyss of the pit. Should she fail to evade such a blow, she feared she would be reduced to mere fragments. With that thought, the air beneath her began to twist again in preparation for another assault from the giant. Indeed, having missed its strike, the giant lifted its hammer arm and turned to swing again toward Lu Fang. Bang! With a resounding crash, Lu Fang narrowly evaded, the air beneath her warping once more. Concurrently, a barrage of compressed projectiles surged towards the giant's body. The giant, enduring the onslaught of air projectiles, let out a furious roar and raised its right hammer once more to sweep towards Lu Fang. Utilizing her speed advantage, she barely dodged the attack. Thus, in a dance of assault and evasion, Lu Fang's remaining stamina was rapidly depleting. Meanwhile, the abbot, having stealthily emerged from the rubble, found himself behind the giant, intensely scrutinizing a particular weakness. With newfound determination reflected in his gaze, he swung his remaining arm and charged towards the back of the giant. Amiable. If I do not enter hell, who will? He declared. Monster, prepare to meet your end. With a powerful shout, the abbot launched a sonic boom punch towards the giant's vulnerable rear. Splatter. Blood gushed forth as his massive arm penetrated deep. Howl. As I prepared to launch another assault on the colossal corpse of Lu Fang, a piercing shriek erupted from my lips, and in a fit of rage, I swung a mighty blow towards the abbot behind me. Thud! The abbot's enormous form was catapulted through the air, blood erupting from his mouth, before crashing to the ground with a resounding thump. Gasp! Upon hitting the earth, the abbot spewed forth another mouthful of blood, instantly realizing that he felt utterly immobilized. Abbot! Abbot! Several nearby disciples rushed over, their faces etched with concern. Among them, Wu Ba reached out, preparing to assist the abbot. Don't move. It's broken. The gravely injured abbot barked, halting Wu Ba's advance. He sensed that several of his ribs had fractured, and any movement would only exacerbate his injuries. But Abbot, The colossal corpse is approaching, Wu Ba exclaimed, his eyes darting nervously towards the advancing giant. Just then, Lu Fang struck again, unleashing a barrage of energy orbs that intercepted the looming giant. This time, having learned from the abbot's example, Lu Fang aimed her attacks at the creature's vital points. In an instant, the giant's eyes, armpits, and the area 30 inches below its abdomen erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Boom, boom, ah! The giant howled in agony, desperately wielding its dual hammers to shield its critical areas. Damn humans, devoid of martial ethics. The creature's grotesque visage twisted in a human-like expression of rage and humiliation. Call for help. Summon Mo Fan and that dog to assist. Seeing the giant momentarily restrained by Lu Fang, the abbot felt a wave of relief wash over him. He shouted to his disciples nearby, understanding that his newly evolved students posed no real threat to the giant. They would be easily crushed. Only by retrieving the one person and their dog amidst the horde could the tide possibly turn. As for seeking out that nun, the abbot feared his disciples might become mere fodder. Yes, yes, abbot, they responded in unison, hastily dashing towards the now dwindling inferno. Leaving one evolved monk behind to tend to the abbot, they understood that this was no time for hesitation. Sighing, the abbot hoped they would arrive in time. Lu Fang's strength was waning rapidly. In the horde of corpses, groans and howls echoed as the flames receded, emboldening more of the undead to stagger towards the hilltop. Yet, the two figures flashing wildly in the night prevented these creatures from breaching the waist of the hill, forcing them to wail as they were shattered to the ground. The two figures, one gray and one red, engaged in a fierce battle, one rising while the other descended. On the ground, the red figure, a nun whose garments were stained crimson with blood, emanated an aura of menace. Her eyes glowed with a ferocious light, and her sharp fangs glistened ominously. Her slender arms had transformed into deadly claws, radiating an unsettling chill. In the midst of her clawing and biting, a small area around her was littered with shredded flesh and dismembered limbs of the ghouls she had vanquished. Some of these mangled remnants lay strewn upon the ground, while others were unceremoniously stuffed into her gaping maw, filled with jagged teeth. The sight was grotesque, as the pale, icy fangs chewed relentlessly, blood and gore dripping profusely onto the earth, creating a scene of horrifying carnage. In the air, the gray figure donned a leather trench coat, known as Mo Fan. His silhouette, seemingly suspended mid-air, suddenly plummeted from above, just as he was about to be engulfed by a horde of ghouls. He deftly tapped his right foot against the void, propelling himself skyward with astounding speed. As he soared, air projectiles shot forth from his vicinity, tracing intricate arcs towards the ghouls below. With a series of explosive sounds, bang, 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 the heads of the lunging ghouls shattered, crimson splatters mingling with writhing maggots raining down like grotesque confetti. The violent spectacle was laced with a hint of revulsion. As if taking a leisurely stroll through the air, Mo Fan lightly tapped the atmosphere once more. With a soft pop, he darted towards another cluster of ghouls, employing the same technique to swiftly annihilate yet another wave of them. Ecstasy surged within him, gazing down at the ghouls, which now resembled ants in their numbers. Mo Fan could not suppress a triumphant shout. His exhilaration stemmed not only from the overwhelming vitality enveloping him through the compressed air, but also from his remarkable ability to condense a pocket of tangible air in mid-flight, enabling infinite double jumps. Should his internal energy be sufficient, he could even soar into the cosmos. Even more astonishing was his capability for limitless aerial relay, allowing Mo Fan to engage in combat from every conceivable angle, supplemented by an omniscient perspective spanning 100 meters in diameter. Marvelous. The battlefield transformed into a three-dimensional arena, both above and below. It was akin to dueling an opponent, only for Mo Fan to suddenly pivot mid-air. Wait, he was now hurtling back towards them from above. Truly invincible in single combat. No, even in a brawl, he showed no fear. Just as Mo Fan reveled in his exhilaration, voices emerged from the horde of corpses below, calling out for him.